Yeah. What Abba has already said, it is happening and will happen. Jesus free. Became home from music. Been in the walk a couple years. Had to go back to the base. Fell off the path in Genesis. Before the ship hit the nation. Abba been teaching me patience. Really been good for my health. Cleaning my mind, I had to change. Taking some better steps. I got some brothers who look out for me, keeping them close like an underteeth. Got my sons up under me. Block out the chatter and mumbling. Yahuwah said go, I see the green. Skirts on my mind, let freedom ring. 3 times a day we gotta sing. Sending up praise to Shemai. Some of my days be hard. I hit the gas on my engine. Some things that fell apart. Yahuwah has stated our vision. Hit to assist like I'm pimping. Only do faith, not wishes. We from the streets where it's gritty. See all the sheep in the trenches. Been in the walk a couple years. Had to go back to the base. Fell off the path in Genesis. Before the ships hit the nation. I've been teaching me patience. Really been good for my health. Cleaning my mind, I had to change. Taking some better steps. Our babies be steady crying. Brothers be daily dying. Bruce say they for the people. Action be always lying. I only speak what I see. Separate that from the weed. Repent for my past. Rule I be washing me. I'm giving them all of me. This is my testimony. I'm giving them all of me. This is a test. This is my testimony. I'm the best. This is my test. This is my testimony. I'm giving them all of me. Been in the walk a couple years. Had to go back to the base. Fell off the path in Genesis. Before the ships hit the nation. I've been teaching me patience. Really been good for my health. Cleaning my mind, I had to change. Taking some better steps.
Kwam Yasharala, all praises to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. Start off giving blessings, honor, glory, and power be to Him that sits upon the throne and to the Lamb forever and ever, man. Today, the title of the lesson today is proving that African Americans are the Israelites from Africa. That's a big statement. We are the Israelites from Africa. We're about to go into some readings so we can actually get down to the nitty and gritty and to the root and the tutor of the cause. We're going to actually just dig into some information that a lot of people are ignorant to. A lot of people have not been informed to. And I am talking about even the Israelite brothers of the modern day. The modern Israelite brothers have not stumbled across, or much have not stumbled across this information that we are about to go through. So I hope that you are ready to read, because over here at One Nation Set Apart, we are not shy to opening up books and eating them up. So here we go, getting straight to the lesson and the information. I'm about to share my screen. Hold on, before I share, I gotta get my jams in the back. I'm not like the rest of them. I gotta have my strings and my drums in the back. So let me go on ahead and whip up one of them funky beats. Yeah, this one right here. That goes with my spirit. Let me go ahead and share that. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay. Boom. I'm good. Bam. All right. What we're going to be talking about is the founding of the Abba-Yedea. There's a tribe out there in Africa called the Abba-Yedea. All right. That's who they are commonly known as today. But before they were the Abba-Yedea, they were something else. The Abba-Yedea actually was called the Bugandan tribe. All right. So let's just read this whole information. And I'm not going to do too much paraphrasing. We're going to let the article speak for itself. At top, the founding of Abba-Yedea and the creation of a Jewish community in Uganda. A journey in the life of Semai, Kakangulu, and exploits of a British Zionism. All right. Jewish culture, travel study. And this article was written by a dude named Amir Ishaq D. Al something. Jewish culture travel study. The founding of the Abba-Yedea and the creation of a Jewish community in Uganda. A journey in the life of Semai Kakangulu and the exploits of a British Zionism. Semai Lalu Klenzi Wakarenzi Kakangulu was born in 1869 in Kuki, Buganda, and was the son of Simu Wimba of the Ganda tribe. The Kakangulu families were considered to be of Bugandan royalty. According to the British, the Bugandan tribe held the highest order of civilization in all of Africa. So this was the highest civilized tribe in all of Africa, according to the British. From outside sources, and the inside sources is us, the Israelites, so-called black men, that actually has the knowledge and understanding that know that the Israelites reigned in Africa. But reading on with the article, it says the king of the Buganda is known as the Kabaka, and the first Kabaka is believed by tradition to be the king of the Buganda is known as the Kabaka, and the first Kabaka is believed by tradition to be a man named Kintu. An interesting point, but not necessarily relevant to the founding of the Abba-Yedea Jewish community of Uganda. Because why? Because this is the reason. This is a good reason. Is the tribal tradition which traces the origins of the Buganda to the Israelites, and that of its royalty to the line of King David. Yes, that's a fact. That's right. You can see with this article that it even agrees with the scripts that the Israelites are black people. Not only just that the so-called Israelites had a high civilized tribe, which was the lineage of David, located in Africa. According to the Hebrewisms of West Africa, Joseph J. Williams, Herman Norden, this is what he says. Speaking of Uganda, to the west of Lake Victoria and the northeast of the Belgian Congo, it has an organized government. What? It has an organized government with a tradition of 33 kings and a legendary line that traces back to King David. What? The Israelites are found in Africa. according to multiple studies. And we even got this cat right here, Joseph J. Williams, Herman Norton, supports the same thing. We came from Africa. The slave trade was getting their source of slaves from this area also, and from the surrounding area in Africa. Come on now. And watch what they say, because it's going to line up with this right here. This next sentence is about to line up with the scripts when we see in Genesis 13:1. Watch this. I'm going there instantly. I don't care. Genesis 13:1. And Abraham went up. They talking about up because that's the traveling along the river, because that's the direction of the river leaving from Africa. Leaving from Egypt, you will have to go up the Nile River according to the flow of it, the direction of the flow. Come on now. And Abram went up out of Egypt, and his wife, he and his wife and all that he had, and with Lot, and all that he had was a gang of sheep, a gang of cattle. Let's not forget that. He had a gang of sheep and a gang of cattle. So why would Abraham walk his sheep and cattle off into the middle of the desert? First and foremost, that's not making sense. Of course, to leave Egypt, everybody with common sense will go along the Nile. And watch this. And Abraham took up all his stuff and what? Into the south. Abraham went up out of Egypt into the south. He went south from Egypt, not into the east. It didn't say he went into the east. He went into the south. So that's the direction that you need to follow. And this information is about to agree with it right here. It is a proud history. So these people kept this history intact. The legends tells of the Ugandan people crossing the Nile centuries. Did they say crossing the Red Sea? Did they say crossing the Red Sea? They said it crossing the Nile centuries upon centuries ago. That's hundreds upon hundreds, which will equate to thousands, and subduing all tribes whose countries they traversed, just like the story in the Bible. They claimed the highest civilization in Africa, as the Israelites would. Come on now, man. These are dead giveaways. He says, in accordance with tribal tradition and the reinforcing observations of Herman Norton, Samai Kakangulu, the founder of the Jewish community in Uganda, Abyadea, is indeed a descent of King David. What? According to the reinforcing observations of Herman Norton. What? Samai Kakangulu, which is an African guy, the founder of the Jewish community in Uganda, is indeed a descendant of King David and the tribe of Judah. Within the hierarchy of Uganda, the Kakangulus traditionally serve as princes and often married the daughters of the Kabaka. All right. So these people had a hierarchy that they kept intact during a hierarchy marriage. Well, like we see in a lot of different nationalities, tribal constructs. That's not, a concept that's too far-fetched. So moving on in this regard, Samaya Kakangulu was first married to a daughter of Kabaka Mutisa I, of whom he divorced in 1905 and later married a daughter of Kabaka Kalima. Some reports claim that if a Kabaka does not properly fulfill his obligations as a king of Buganda, that he can be replaced by a Kakungulu. This may be supported by recent calls to replace the current Kabaka with the son of the late Prince Badru Kakungulu. Muslims first arrived in Buganda in 1844 during the reign of Kabaka Mutesa I. The religion was very well accepted and became their religion of the court. Born in 1869 to a royal Bugandan family, it can be assumed that Samai Kakungulu was born and raised in a Muslim faith. See, the dudes right here was being infiltrated. That's the reason why their country was in shambles. Because these people were the Israelites. And the Israelites are known to be going after other gods. Had a lust to go after the bullshit. And an unlust to the law, statutes, and commandments. Born in 1869 to a royal Bugandan family, it can be assumed that Samai Kakungulu was born and raised in the Muslim faith. The first Anglican missionaries arrived in Uganda in 1877. 2 years later, in 1879, the Catholic missions of the French followed. So these people over here was flooding over there to them Israelites. Flooding over there. Maranatha, Shalom, everybody out there. Maranatha, B. Brown, AOI, Word of the Apostles, K, the introvert. Peace, everybody out there. Simeon, the atheist killer. Big O, yay, yay. He says, it was during the reign of Kabaka Mwanga II that rebellious tensions climaxed between Anglicans. I don't know why, I don't think I really never heard that word pronounced because I can't say it. It's real simply spelled, but for some reason it just gets me. So just bear with your boy while I just go ahead and just tear that word up throughout the rest of this video. Climax between Anglicans, Catholics, Muslims, with each religion. What? Look at these people trying to come over and take these brothers over, man. Trying to flood these brothers over here with these false doctrines, man. He said, with each religion plotting their strategies to secure power and influence in the region. What? So they was over there trying to drop the religion on these people because they know that these people were very well accepting these damn religions. These God-forsaken religions. But these people knew ultimately what was the results of these people doing it, because they knew that these were the chosen people of the Most High God. They knew that these were the lineage of David. So what they do? Pump them up with the bull crap in order to what? Secure power. What? In response, the Kabaka's religious affiliations and alliances shifted back and forth on numerous occasions. All three groups mentioned suffered extreme martyrdom during this time of religious uncertainty. It was a frenzy to sit here and try to turn the Israelites, in other words, man, to where it was just going down. It became violent. Why are these people over here desperately trying to get these people if these people wasn't the so-called Israelites? It wasn't significant to get these people to believe in your BS. These are all dead giveaways that our people should be connecting the dots with. He said during the 1800s, Samad Kakungulu was converted to the Anglican Church. The British chose to invest their hopes In the 1880s, these people were converted to the Anglican Church. The British chose to invest their hopes in Kakagulu's ability as a competent warrior and hunter who could bring much of the region under their control. And that's exactly what they've been doing over here in the United States with the pastor pork chops, which are Kerflow dollars. Instead of sitting around there trying to have you a direct figure of the so-called white man standing there bossing you around and tricking your mind, because after a while that stuff will become obvious in a dead giveaway that he might not be genuine about what he's saying. So what they do, they use one of your own. They go find the traitors. They go find the high-minded or the mighty, whether it's going to be mighty of mind or mighty of strength. It all depends on the times, whether it's primitively carnal or whether it's right now modernly intellectual. These are the games, man. Ain't nothing been changed. They did it to us, they did it to them, because this is what they have to do to the Israelites in order to gain and secure power and influence. Reading on. Kakagulu, on the other hand, was hoping that the British, out of gratitude for his services, would recognize his authority as a Kabaka in the East. It can be assumed that it was Kabaka Mwanga II's opposition to Kakagulu's vision for kingship and possibly his religious exploits as an assistant missionary for the Anglican Bishop Tucker that motivated the Kabaka to seriously act against Kakagulu by sentencing him to death by furnace. As history records, this fate was averted. As Samai Kakagulu conquered lands for the British, he was for at least a time recognized as a king Kabaka in the regions of conquest. In a later dated April 29, 1901, the British governor, Sir Harry Johnson, reinforces his commitment to recognize Samai Kakagulu as a king of Bikudai. All right? Samai Kakagulu also went on to conquer Basoga, where the traditional tribal rulers were removed from power and placed by the authority of Kakagulu, who in 1906 was declared the first king of Basoga. So this traitor went around of our own people, of the tribe of David. But this brother right here was working with the Britons. The Britons knew that this brother was going to be able to influence those people. And this brother came through replacing the true people that actually would have held it down with the truth, with this convert into Christianity, the sellouts. We always have them now. We had them always back then. That's the reason why it's being said these days that if you are not really trying to commit to the Most High God and love your people as you love yourself, you are like salt that has lost its savior and you are good for nothing. People can't use an individual like that because a wavering-minded individual is unstable in all his ways. And you won't be able to know an enemy in prosperity. It takes for the shit to hit the fan. And then you'll find out that only your friends is the ones that don't depart. Yeah, I go off on sometimes onto the sideline because, you know what I'm saying, I just do that. But I'm focused back up on the article. The entire affair concerning Kakungulu's rise to power in Bosaga and the replacement of traditional monarchy was reported to me in a personal interview with a Bosaga prince, Patrick Kimba. Samai Kakungulu's reign in Bosaga lasted exactly 7 years from 1906 to 1913. Around this time, in response to the European-based Christian churches, a group of Bugandans began to interpret the Bible according to their own understanding. So these brothers was the original tribe that didn't convert into that Christianity. These brothers said, man, they said they saw these, same way us Israelites today, saw these pagan-ass Christians. They saw them pagan-ass Christians too and was like, man, hell no, man, let me go ahead and read this actually for myself. To hell with what the white is saying. I'm going to go ahead and just read too. And then they ended up with their what? Like they say to us now today, own understanding. Oh, that's just what you guys believe. That's how you see it. Man, shut that shit down. That's what everybody calls it when we sit there and actually find out the truth. They want to sit there and try to disqualify and invalidate your new profound reasoning by just saying that is your own understanding. Man, whatever. In regards to this process, what do? They created a black nationalist church which opposed the Anglo-European hierarchy of the Christian missions. In other words, these brothers started Hebrew Israelites. This Pan-African religious sect became known as the Melkite Church, being named after its founder, Malachi Musa Jakawa. Okay, let's try that one more time. Named after its founder, Malachi Musa Jakawa, who in turn was a student and follower of the teachings of the wealthy and influential Bugandan chief Joshua Kate Mugimi. As liberators, Malachi and Mugimi. Malachi and Mugimi likened themselves unto the prophets Moses and Aharon, or Moses and Aaron, while drawing similar parallels between the British government and Pharaonic Egypt, just like the Israelites. That's what we're doing over here in the United States. Same thing. We got, I'm not going to say that we over here, we got dudes that's pretending like they're Moses and Aaron. You know what I'm saying? But that's on a whole nother thing. We got brothers that's walking around talking about they Christ. They think that they J-bomb and shit now. You know what I mean? So you see what I'm saying? You know, that's a whole nother can of worms. But we're not about to open that one yet. But we do have, yes, we got people that's likening themselves to individuals in the Bible, claiming to be individuals in the Bible, we'll just say the least. But at the same time, we be drawing parallels too between the American government and the Pharaonic Egypt and the Baknadonazoneric, the Nabonidonic, Babylon. Man, come on, man, what we doing? You know what I'm saying? If somebody else is up on here, that's where you can help me out at. Help me out with the word, because, you know, I'm not about to be up on here trying to pretend like I'm just hella, you know what I mean, gained over every word and shit. Theologically, though, the sect's teachings were very literal, just like the Israelites. This right here is letting you know, man. This right here was done naturally by these brothers, by them going off reading the Bible by themselves. Not set up by no CIA agents, but actually these brothers getting that Ruach Kadash, that Holy Spirit, that individualized, set apart from every other nation way of thinking. They were very literal in its interpretation of the Bible. They observed a Saturday Sabbath and shunned the eating of pork. In regards to Jeremiah 46:11, in vain you use many medicines, for you shall not be cured. They rejected immunizations and in all forms of medication, considering European doctrines to be Satan's representatives on earth. European doctors to be Satan's representatives on earth. Wow, by using Jeremiah 46:11. I like the way that they use that scripture. You know what? That's mine now. I'm about to take that scripture and make it part of one nation set apart. Man, what? Hell no, I want your motherfucking immunization. Yeah, your COVID-19 shit. What? Jeremiah 46:11 on your ass. In vain shall you use many medicines, for you shall not be cured. Slam dunk. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Bahashan Yahushua HaMashiach. Kahalah Ha'abah. He said the Amalekite church soon numbered 100,000 members. Khan. Ethiopia was the only country in Africa that was not colonized by modern Europeans. Many believe this to be a direct result of the fact that Ethiopia already had their own national church prior to the arrival of the would-be colonizers. What? So when people try to say that these people got that stuff from the Catholic Church, you're a damn lie. You oughta repent. Smack your face. You need to smack yourself, man. You need to stop saying all the foolishness, man. You need to go see that 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1 Samuel, chapter 2, verse 3. Stop letting dumb shit come out your mouth, man. We're the children of the Most High God. Many believe this to be a direct result of the fact that Ethiopia had already had their own national church prior to the arrival of the would-be colonizers. You don't see that formula that's just now been laid out? If you actually held to your actual sticking to your script, like the saying goes, if you actually stuck to the script, we would have never been colonized. We would have never been in slave ships. And still over here in the United States, if we start sticking to the script, you will be liberated, man. John 8:32. And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. That means even against opposition. Fuck that, truth shall set you free. That's not even in the scripts. The truth will make you free. You make it to where you won't be able to be held by the so-called white man. One of the reasons why is because you have enough damn sense to get the hell up out of here, stupid. Fuck you hanging on to this. This place ain't got nothing. That's the reason why, that's the whole reason why Christopher Columbus and all these people were sitting around there doing slave plantations and shit, man. Trying to send Native Americans back to Europe. That 550 Native Americans that Christopher Columbus and them sent back to Europe is because when they showed up over here, there wasn't shit to send back. Diddly squat. What the hell are you hanging on to this place for? You think, man? Similarly, yeah, I said it, man. Similarly, the formation of the Malachite Church threatened the potential for solidifying British control over Black Africans in Uganda. The British completely understood, and that's what we're doing right now. We are threatening the solidifying of the so-called white man's control over the so-called Black Africans in the United States. The British completely understood the danger of the Malachite Church, understood the danger of brothers actually reading this book for themselves, and planned to use their power and influence to destroy the sect. Man, when this has power and influence, just talk about nothing but about just straight COINTELPRO infiltration, man. Watch. 1913 was not only the year in which Semi-Kakungulu's reign on mission in Bosaga came to an end, but it was also the year in which Kakungulu joined the Malachite Church. Considering the anti-British nature of the Malachites, it became quite suspicious that Kakungulu was able to join the Malachites and at the same time managing to continue on the service of the British. He was recognized by the British as the chief Bukidai until 1923 and continued to receive a pension from the British until his death in 1928. In other words, this dude was a straight double agent, man. It is often speculated that Kakungulu's joining of the Malachite Church was merely a protest to the British refusal to recognize his kingship in Bosaga. Although the research that I was able to carry out in Uganda has led me to conclusions which strongly oppose the above-mentioned theory, I do agree that Semi-Kakungulu's conversion to the Anglican Church and later shift of that of the Malachites was strategically, politically, and economically centered, being void of religious and spiritual motivations. Man, that's right. This set of circumstances, and I ain't trying to put nobody on a hot seat, but be careful of the doctrines. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to speak broadly on this one. Be careful of the doctrines that people are trying to get you wrapped up in. Because some of these people might not be religiously and spiritually motivated with their understandings. These people just might have a strategically, politically, and economically centered motivation. Especially if you can at least imagine or consider that some of these brothers could have been paid off by other nationalities that could benefit from you learning lies. We already got enough godless individuals out there to where you can find somebody, you can imagine a person that would take up that offer. What you think? You think that these people didn't see what we doing coming? But we see it right here in the scriptures 100 years ago. That these people saw the British, who are these people? The same people is the British as the Americans. The same faculty was dealing with the same issues. And what did they do? They infiltrated the structure. They infiltrated your awakening. Yeah, I said it. They infiltrated your awakening. They already been through this 100 years ago. There's really nothing new under the sun. This said, I'm just checking to see if anybody wanted to hit. Oh, y'all afraid to hit the link, huh? Y'all better hit that. we need to go on ahead and see if you guys want to join. This is not a closed conversation. If you want to get up in there, you know what I'm saying? What are you saying? Oh, I'm not about to be the side thing. If y'all want to get up in there, you can get in there, man. This is not a closed stream, but don't stifle the information. What's going on, brother?
Peace to you, man. Shalom, man. Peace to you, Black Power. Glad to see you up here. No, I ain't gonna stifle the information, man. Get him, man. I engage. I didn't even see the link out there. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, we in the building, man. Get it in, bro.
I'm gonna drop it one more time. Right on, man. Right on, man. Shalom, man.
Ain't no thing. And if you in the chat, you could pin it to the top of the what's the name.
Like
So
that.
that no. Not on the stream yard, on the actual YouTube app. You know how you go to YouTube, you go to the YouTube, go to click up at the top where it say Argument League, and then press view on YouTube. Yeah, down at the bottom, view out at the bottom.
Okay.
No, yeah. Now that's gonna bring up the YouTube page that's actually showing it. I know you streaming live, it might move slow on you.
Right.
Yeah, but we good.
Yeah, I need to get a longer cord so I can reach it from my modem from over here so I can actually have a stronger connection.
Yeah, we all do. Don't nobody shit run as fast as it's supposed to. That's
For
the
real,
one
man.
thing about computers, bro.
Dang, it ain't trying to come up.
Well, it's cool. It's cool. I'll do it. I can pin it. I got that count.
You could?
Yeah, I can pin it.
Okay, cool.
Go
Yeah, that'd
ahead,
be cool
X
if you
out
can do
that
that for us.
tab so it stops slowing your shit down. Yeah. Go ahead, exit out that tab. Yeah. Yeah. We all. Alright.
Okay, cool. So I'm saying, so we know that these people already have a blueprint for something that they're seeing right now that we're going through, which is the so-called black man reading the Bible for himself. That's a threat. And they showed us back then that right there, that was super duper dangerous to them, and they did something about it. Watch this. This set of circumstances seriously calls into question Kakagulu's motivations for his role in the later establishment of the Aryadea Jewish community in 1919. Because these people were Israelites, practicing Israelites. And they were already recognized by the Britons also, not to even mention that. They were already down with that before, but they wasn't Jewish. When you see when you see these 6-pointed stars, when you see them people wearing all that crazy stuff, let me see. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and pull it up. I'm gonna show you. Higher you spell it. You see how they got the 6-point stars now? They got the Yiddish language. We got the same towel thing that they be wearing. They got the weird little
The
Jewish
small,
hat.
the small hat.
Yeah, right. All that little stuff that comes from the infiltration of this Kakungulu. Before Kakungulu, these brothers was not rocking with these things, and we about to go and see. Like you see how this is a Jewish setting. You can see this same everything in a Jewish. synagogue.
Yeah, boy.
And that right there, look, he even got one up in there with him today. Punk with his old big no Trump ass. Let me see if I can
That's crazy.
get this picture up bigger. You see? Still working with the white. Wearing them tatters at the bottom of their clothes.
Mhm.
That Babylonish garmentry. Yeah, that's Babylonish garmentry, man.
And he think them friends is on.
Yeah, he thinks they fringes.
That's crazy.
Did I spell Babylonian right? The thing is showing me that I'm not spelling correctly anyway. Hold on. So you look at a Babylonian. These pictures are kind of blurry. I'm gonna get a good prominent one. Homeboy. It was something like that. Not really that. Boom, homeboy.
Got that.
That's that Babylonian. That's that Babylonian God shit.
Yeah.
That ain't per se Israelites. Israelites ain't the one that came up with that garbage. That ain't Israelite stuff. That's Babylonian garments. So let me see where. So you see those people with they Babylonian get down, kicking it with the freaking Babylonians,
That's all.
chilling with the white. That's why we see this Jewish community being established in 1919. He says, as a member of the Anglican Church, Kakugunu served as a missionary and assistant to the Anglican Bishop Tucker, converting his conquered subjects to the faith of the Anglican Church and thereby securing British rule. And I say that same thing is happening when you see people trying to teach our people that is that these Mexicans or something is the same people as us. But you being real dangerous with that interpretation because if they're actually not, which they don't appear to be, somehow just looking right at them, you're like, okay, that ain't the same as me. I'm looking for my people. That ain't them. And if that so happens to be a clear indication, you are still solidifying the British rule. You're securing the Edomite Empire, whether you know it or not, unknowingly. This will give you the benefit of the doubt that you're an innocent individual. He said, interestingly, Kakungulu later became a very important missionary for the Melkite Church, supposedly sowing disdain towards the British government and the Anglican Church. Oh, pretending to be a double agent. In 1919, Samai Kakagulu broke away from the Melkite Church. The supposed issue of division was Kakagulu's insistence on the necessity of circumcision. As an Anglican and a Melkite, Kakagulu had been a Bible missionary for 30 years, and considering that his religious affiliations were strategic and political rather than spiritual, why all of a sudden, would this issue of circumcision become important to this man? Okay. You see that? So this dude was pulling the same stuff that was going on in the book of Acts. Probably there was probably some uncircumcised individuals that existed because of before these Malachite brothers, Malachite and what was that brother's name again? Let me get it. Malachite and Mugimi. between Malachi and before, for the time between these people first started infiltrating them, turning people into Christians, and then these brothers Malachi and McGee breaking off. Of course, there was probably some uncircumcised individuals over there teaching them people that they ain't got to keep the laws of Moses with that Anglican doctrine. So this brother coming through talking about the status of people's Peters, and this brother's like, man, what? And you already know you're gonna have some people like, hey, man, brother, you got to hit the scriptures like, hey, man, we ain't got to sit around here and start worrying about grown man's Peter situation because we can't keep the covenant, and you can circumcise your children, but you ain't gonna be circumcising my grown ass. I didn't run around with this same dongism for whoopie whoop, man. Come on now, get up out of here. You know? You like that's how you gonna get some niggas to go off if somebody starts trying to walk up to us saying that, like right now today, if I try to come up to somebody and tell them like, yeah, we the Israelites now, but if you got the elephant trunk, it don't matter if you keep the commandment, it don't matter if you want to keep the Sabbath, you can't, because you got that dongism wrong, and what we got to do is we're gonna have to circumcise you before that happens. You're gonna lose that, brother. You're gonna have some people that's gonna go for it, but then you're gonna have some people that ain't, and you're gonna lose them on that cause. Leave that man's thing alone. And this dude right here, this traitor, came through with that issue. Just like it was in the book of Acts. Samaya Kakangun was a Ugandan royalty. By tribal custom, the Ugandans refused to mutilate their flesh in any way whatsoever. This includes, according to their interpretation, the act of circumcision. Being that Kakangunlu's consisting of religious affiliations were more so strategic and political rather than being spiritually or religiously motivated, combined with the fact that he was raised with a tribal custom strongly opposed to circumcision, now requires a serious scrutinizing and analyzing concerning the motives for Kakangun's desire to circumcise and establish a Jewish community in Uganda. So this dude was causing the strife of the circumcision when these people right here was going off of a non-circumcision doctrine. They believed that they had it like that, which is against the commandments. But at the end of the day, Israel wasn't prophesied that they were going to be keeping the commandments in the state of when they're being in their kingdom destroyed. It actually is prophesied that they won't be keeping the commandments, that they will be serving gods that they don't know, or going about doctrines that they haven't gone about. So when this dude Kakungunu saw that, he saw that as an opportunity to cause strife. In 1903, the British attempted to divert Zionist aspirations for the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine by offering Theodore Hurl, the founder of Zionism, a proposal for establishing a Jewish homeland in Uganda. The British feared that supporting a Jewish state in Palestine would seriously interfere with their own economic and political interests in the Middle East and with the Muslims world at large. In other words, they had a better hunch to go and start that place that they call the Middle East over there right now, the Holy Land. They were going to do that in Uganda first. Because they didn't want to mess up and interfere with the economic and political interests in the Middle East. And I know what it's all about. That black gold, the Texas tea, the oil. Because the largest oil bank is in the Middle East. They showed me a resource map when I was a kid in school. And I said in class, they were showing us that where everybody, what countries have all kinds of stuff. And Africa was lit up pretty good. But what I saw right there in the Middle East, it had a gang of oil, big old oil spot. And I said, who owns that spot over there? And I forgot who he told me, but it wasn't America or nothing. I said, one day America gonna go over there and they're gonna take that place over. And he said, why you say that? I said, because America, America's new gold is oil, and those people have the most of it. So anybody that'll take that place over will control the new gold, which will ensure their power. Man, that teacher, man, you can tell, man, that dude, man, I blew his brains away. That motherfucker did not expect somebody to say that. He was shocked, like, whoa. He's like, that makes a lot of sense. I was like, yeah, it does. Lo and behold, who's over there now? Who got pipelines coming from the Middle East, United States? What are they taking in them pipes? Is it water? No, oil. He says the proposal was brought. The proposal was brought to the table by the British colonial secretary, Joseph Chamberlain. Before I go any further, that probably will give you the reason why they got them a little sanctuary spot set up over there now with the Jewish people, them being their like number one allies. They kind of like that's their surrogate white man thing going on over there. Out of all the Middle East people, all them other people, they all look the same over there, and all of a sudden you got this white man sitting there talking about he the holy people. That shit don't make no damn sense right off the bat. Ain't nothing but just a surrogate United States sitting there, man. He said, and was rejected by the seventh. It was rejected by the seventh Zionist Congress in 1905. The Ugandan plan was fervently supported by the Jewish Territorial Organization, which was led by the British Jew, Israel Zangwill, who was born in London in 1864. Zangwill's enthusiasm and support for establishing a Jewish state in Uganda was so intense that the rejection of the proposal caused Zangwill and his Jewish Territorial Organization to split from the main body of Zionism. What? They caused them to split from the main body of Zionism. Hurls likewise verbalized support for the Uganda plan, viewing it as an immediate refuge for Russian Jews who had just experienced the Kishinev pogrom of 1903. And I don't know what that is, but I think that I'm going to have to go look up what was the Kishinev pogrom. And if anybody knows what that is,
It's gotta be
go
like
ahead.
some type of Jewish persecution, I guess.
Yeah, it sounds like it's the cadence of that. It's talking along those lines. So the Russian Jews, he was like, okay, this right here can be an immediate refuge for these folks in Africa. So in 1904, Hurls died unexpectedly at the young age of 44. In the following year, the Uganda plan was rejected by the Zionists. So there was a Uganda plan. You can go look it up. It's called the Ugandan scheme. I think I put it out there on One Nation Set Apart too. You can check it out. At the end of the World War I, and with the defeat of the Ottoman Turks, the British were now in control of Palestine. This shift in authority aroused the hopes of the Zionists, who believed that they had the access and capability of swaying the British into supporting the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. As the rulers of Palestine, come on, man, the creation, not the reestablishing, not the identifying, but the creating. They started creating it in the 1900s, man. Before the Bellflower Declaration, these people had already intentions almost 40 years prior. They had their eyes on that spot. You don't think that it wasn't enough time to set up a stage? You know damn well that was. He said, and of Jewish homeland of a Jewish homeland in Palestine, create a Jewish homeland in Palestine. As the rulers of Palestine, the British were placed in a very awkward position. On the home front, the British were subject to an intensified Zionist political campaign designed to pressure the government into authorizing Jewish independence in Palestine, while on the other hand, the entire Arab and Muslim world looked at the British with intense suspicion, threatening chaos and rebellion throughout the region because it wasn't their land. Come on, man. The Arabs and the Muslims is looking at them like, what are y'all doing over here? You ain't got no business around here. White folks don't live here. But on the other hand, we need to set one up. We got to stage this shit. We got to have somewhere to stage this shit. It's either Africa, which will be a dead giveaway to the so-called Negro in the United States, and we don't want that smoke, because that'll just be creating the same nightmare. But watch this. It was at this time that the British planned for establishing a Jewish state in Uganda would logically resurface as a most urgent necessity in order to divert what was at least perceived as a potential disaster in the Middle East. The British realized that if the Ugandan plan was to become a realistic option for Zionist settlement, a founder or blueprint for the anticipated African Jewish state, I mean, not founder, Salakia, a foundation or blueprint for the anticipated African Jewish state would have to be erected in order to make it a logical and even preferable choice for statehood. Logical and preferable. In order to accommodate the Zionists, the British realized that they needed to change the location of the original Uganda proposal. Original Ugandan lands proposed in 1903 by Joseph Chamberlain were in lands of what is now considered Kenya. The land was dangerously filled with lions and was home to the nomadic Maasai. Like the scripture says, man, that is going to be having beasts dwelling in the land. They're going to be eating up the children. Man eating beasts. That's lions. Well, over there in Kenya, it's not a coincidence that the word Yah is in the word Kenya also. Oh, what does the word Kenya mean again? God's resting place in their language. That's what Kenya means. Yay. He said, Maasai, who were resistant to accepting Europeans and offered whom would find it most difficult in transitioning to a European lifestyle. As independent cattle herders, they would serve no purpose in the Zionist state, which would need a caste of stable farmers. A what? A caste of stable farmers and workers to serve as a reliable source of cheap labor. This Maasai wouldn't be that. These Maasai, they be squatting. The British, by fate, inherited two major religious problems. In Uganda, the indigenous Malachite Church manifested as a source of psychological resistance to British rule, which was traditionally reinforced through allegiance to the Anglican Church. At the same time, the British were also in desperate need of establishing a Jewish state in Uganda in order to avoid igniting a crisis in the Middle East. And that's crazy because this Malachite Church was infiltrated and joined with the Anglican Church. These kind of, in other words, they kind of had their own little version of a 501c3 popping off over there. So even though these brothers were still considered Malachite congregation, they still had an allegiance with that Christian stuff. And that bridge was gapped, and that link was connected through that Kakungunlu bastard. At the same time, the British were also in desperate need of establishing a Jewish state in Uganda to avoid igniting a crisis in the Middle East. Implementing a solution to solve both of these religious dilemmas would logically be entrusted by Samai Kakungunlu. With British rule firmly established in Osaga, Kakungunlu was now available to be dispatched on a mission to destroy the Malachite Church. In 1913, while still working as an agent for British rule, Kakungunlu supposedly converted to the Malachite faith. Within a short time, he rose to a position of prominence and was placed in charge of missionary activity. So after these people started strongly looking towards building up this Uganda scheme again, after it was rejected, they looked back at their double agent, which was already set up to establish British rule. Now is going to be used to destroy these Israelite practicing brothers through infiltration. And we see the same thing being done today, man. Come on now. Let's not follow after the same footsteps. He said in 1913, okay, while still working as an agent for the British rule, Kakungunlu supposedly converted to the Malachite faith. Within a short time, he arose to a position of prominence and was placed in charge of missionary activity. In controlling an important religious leader within the Malachite church, the British believed that they now held the key to destroying the church from within. By doing what? By controlling an important religious leader from the inside. They had the key to destroying the congregation from within. Come on now, y'all. Look at the twisted doctrines. Look at the stuff. Paul already said, man, he said they do not teach the exact same shit that we teach today. Talk about back then. There was no fucking such thing as the Native Americans, so we shouldn't have that word in our mouths when it comes down to the children of Israel. Those things don't mean the same. We got to stop that shit. Even if you believe that they are, we'll worry about them later. You got to follow your directions that Most High said in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 3 and 5, man. Say, I send you to these other motherfuckers, man. Said, don't you be going around tossing around, giving out your heritage to strangers, man, like it says in the book of Baruch, chapter 2, man. Or maybe chapter 3. But anyways, in the book of Baruch. Don't call me out on that. I'll go there. Maybe I can get it. But anyway, you don't give that. You don't just use that around like that, man. Even like Yahshua said, man. He said, man, the kingdom of heaven is like one that finds a jewel and finds a piece of gold in the field, man. What you do is you take that jewel, man. You hide that, and then you sell all that you got, and you buy that field. You make it literally yours, and you ain't sharing it. You don't tell everybody. You just tell your family that you found that. You don't tell every Tom and Dick, Harry that walks past. That's how you get robbed. What? Yeah, I said it. That's how you get robbed. So coming back up from the top. In controlling an important religious leader within the Malachite church or within the Israelite awakening, the British, the Americans, believed that they now held the key or now hold the key to destroying the congregation from within. The British realized that the Malachites would never accept an Anglican church since its very foundation was created in opposition to the Anglicans. Same thing as we are over here in the United States. the so-called white man knows that we will not accept the whole Christianity doctrine. We never have. I'm talking about the ones that's actually just running out there doing their own damn thing. The mother useless worms, them people are already brainless and useless and weak, and they know that too. But the real ones is us. The real priests is the ones that you see out there busting raps and shit, having the inspiration to say what's on his mind. That's because he's really a priest. Just don't even know he done lost his cotton picking mind. That's all. This is what happens. You run around as a priest, but you just prophesying about a bunch of bullshit all damn day, cursing yourself and your people. That's what happens. That's why they pay us big money to do this shit. Like, come on, don't be stupid now. They ain't gonna be paying you big money to say that a bunch of bullshit if it wasn't actually benefiting them. Get real. Since its very foundation. Why? Because we know that Christianity, like the ignorant still say, even the ignorant say, man, they use that book to enslave us. And they know that, we got a lot of our people with that response. So, just like back in these days, what do they do about it? However, if the Amalekites were to convert to Judaism, it would help them to disengage from having an anti-Anglican or anti-British mentality, whether they knew it or not. That's what it was about. And that's what's happening now. And you say, well, what church are they actually specifically tied to? Some of them are tied to Christianity. But in all actuality, you ask One Nation Set Apart, I'm going to lay down just flat out to you. Some of these brothers are just nothing, ain't just too far from a motherfucking, excuse my language, black ass Mormon. Yeah, I said that too. Black Mormons, man. You just some black Mormon. You say, go. Call my bluff. Pull it up. Check it out. Read about those people. Check out what they talk about. This is their shit. Native Americans, the Northern 10 tribes. Come on, man, shut that shit down. The Declaration Stone and all that, that's them. The Mormons were the first one to say that. These Israelites trying to come to us, acting like coming to the black man, preying off of our ignorance, because they know that we ain't Mormons and shit. You know what I'm saying? We ain't coming from Utah. Ain't a lot of black people out there. So we don't know too much about what's going on in that direction. So they pray and pry on the innocent minded, but the ignorant, man, they innocent, they don't know no better. That shit be sounding real because it's a cadence of a movie. And we them people that has been programmed for a movie response. Everybody sees the happy ending in the United States, man. When you see a European movie and they end with a killer getting away with everything, and he kills everybody, and the number one star of the movie is just getting their head bashed in at the end of the movie, that shit confuses you when you first see it. I was super confused, shocked, couldn't believe it. I was like, this is how these people end their movies? I'm like, damn, over here in the United States, they don't do that. You ain't gonna see The Rock on many of the movies that he play on. At the end, he gets his head bashed in, beaten to a pulp. But you go watch them European movies, and that's how they end. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm here. Yeah, I said, I don't know why I'm here right now. I'm going to go right back to the reading. He says, however, the Amalekites were converted to Judaism. It would help them to disengage from having an anti-Anglican or anti-British mentality. A rift in the Amalekite church would naturally cause dissension and weaken the church by reducing its population. And that's exactly what it does right now. Now they got brothers that's called just the West, one Western, we the one West. You like, why are you calling yourself that? Because y'all don't believe that the Mexicans and the Native Americans is us. And you be like, damn man, why you gonna separate from us though and create a subgroup? You're just not divided. A house divided don't stand according to your understanding in your book that you believe in. But lo and behold, you coming through with these things, and what they are doing ultimately is they're choosing from a toss up. You got to make a choice now. You got to look at this Native American ass motherfucker that you just now walked in through the door with, or gathered yourself up on a corner with. You got to look at this dude, and then you got to look at this brother that needs you and looks like you, and you got to decide, who am I going to literally bring this message to, and who am I going to bring into my home? Am I going to keep this Mexican that doesn't look like me, and I got to go through things to even convince myself that he's me? Or I can look at this guy, and I know for a fact that he's me. Who do I choose? And them brothers, man, a lot of the time, man, they chose they chose the other dude, man. That's some traitor ass shit. Because now you have created your own subgroup. No, we're Israel. You're Israel? Fuck you, man. No, that crew over there is crazy as fuck, man. That's all. Y'all done lost your cotton picking mind once again. Don't you know who you is? You are the most corruptible. That means that you're the easiest to trick. What? Yeah, I said it. Battle Axe did say that. He said that to all black people. Like, what? That's fucked up. I don't care. I'll tell you one more time, man. I said that. You're the easiest to trick. Why? Because you're a fucking blank slate. You don't know shit. You don't know where you came from, what language you spoke. You don't know nothing. So you're just, anybody can fill you up with anything. Blank slate ass, man. He said the conversion of the Amalekites and other indigenous inhabitants of Mabeli and its surrounding areas to Judaism would also lay the foundation for establishing a Jewish state in Uganda. So this was in the early 1900s. They were the same thing that they did in the Bellflower Declaration in 1942. They were already making that move in Africa. Trying to create that same thing. This one, they're establishing. In the Middle East, they use the word create. In 1919, Samad Kakagulum wrote from the Amalekite Church. The reported issue of dissension was relevancy of circumcision. Circumcision was assessed as a potent issue in causing division amongst the Amalekites. And right now we got the Native American thing. As mentioned earlier, the act of circumcision violated an integral part of the Ugandan tribal custom, which prohibits the mutilation of flesh. As a Bugandan created church with a centralized Bugandan hierarchy in Kampala, I don't know where that's at, the leaders of the Amalekites strongly opposed the idea of circumcising, thus affording Kakagulu a fundamental issue to rally around in opposition to the church. On the other hand, it was believed that Jewish recruitment, not the Anglican church, the Amalekite church. On the other hand, it was believed that Jewish recruitment to Mabali would prove much easier amongst the major Bagisu population, who already valued circumcision as a tribal custom. This consideration, these are just other Israelites that didn't drop probably that doctrine, but probably dropped some other doctrine and picked up something else. That's what our people were doing when we left and got ran out of our homeland or our turf, Jerusalem and Judea. That's what we always known to do. Those were the causes in the first place. Only reason why we can get ran off from our turf and that is just because we weren't keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. You break one of them, you can broke them all. He says, this consideration may have been a part of the original British proposal concerning the Maasai inhabited lands, as the Maasai are known to practice circumcision rituals. It was further believed that through an understanding of the Bible that the Bagisi would ultimately shift from a puberty-based circumcision rite, a puberty-based circumcision rite to that which is incumbent on male infants in accordance with Jewish law. All right, so they, instead of doing it as in 13, 14, whatever, you do it on the 8th day. Most importantly, the British understood circumcision as being a sign of a Jew. Therefore, a circumcised indigenous African Jewish population would be much easier to incorporate into the planned Jewish state. The new circumcised sect was initially called Kabayana Kaya Bayadea Absiaga Katonda, meaning the community of Jews who trust in the omnipotent of God. In time, they simply became known as the Abba Yudea, the Lugandan variant of Jew. In regards to British involvement, a number of Malachite informers reported an understanding that it was the British who started the Jewish sect known as the Abba Yudea. What? The British started the Jewish sect known as the Abba Yudea. So this was after conversion and dissimulation of Jewish doctrines. The decision of the dissension, I can't say that word, dissension, the dissension and disorder caused by Kakangulu in regards to the Malachite movement was soon followed by a direct British campaign designed to dismantle the church. In 1919, the British placed a number of restrictions on the wealthy Malachite mentor Joshua Kate Magume, thus forcing him out of his chiefdom. Then in 1926, Mugume and Malachi were both exiled to Lugbarbaland, being accused of sedition. In exile, Mugume and Malachi were able to gain a small following amongst the Lugbara, causing the British to impose further restrictions. Malachi responded with a hunger strike from which he died in 1929. Following Malachi's death, the British attempted to further break the movement by imposing health regulations, medicines, and vaccines, which opposed some of the fundamental doctrines of the church. That was Jeremiah 46 and 11. The Malachites responded with riots. Under the leadership of Kankagulu, the Abba Yudea grew to a population of about 3,000 members. Within a short time, a number of Jewish visitors were sent to the community, each visitor teaching the Abba Yudea a new level of Jewish practice in preparation for the anticipated arrival of the Zionists. In 1926, the same year in which the British sent the founders of the Malachite Church, Joshua Kate Magume and Malachi Musa Jakawa, come on, into exile, come on, I'm not going to say the name, man. I'm tired of this. I'm not going to keep on doing this. Lugbarland, whatever, a strange character named Joseph mysteriously appeared amongst the Abba Yudea. Joseph stayed with the Abba Yudea for 6 months, teaching them the practices of Judaism. Joseph is accredited for cleansing the Abba Yudea of New Testament influences and transitioning them into a complete Old Testament-based faith. Joseph was at times accompanied by another Jew named Moses. So what happened? This mysterious dude came through, some other dude, Joseph, thought that these people gave him the title and the acknowledgement and acknowledged him as the dude that really cleaned up the whole doctrine. Ain't that what we see now with these Old Testament brothers? The Old Testament only, the Torah only? Come on, man. This is what they did. Just like the Jewish people. The Jewish people don't believe in the New Testament either. Here we go again. Going through the same old shit, man. Falling for the same old trick. Joseph was at times accompanied by another Jew named Moses. Come on, man, what? In 1929, a third Jew named Isaiah came along and replaced Joseph in continuing the march towards Judaism. On November 4th, 1928, Samai Kakagulu died at the age of 59. Immediately after Kakagulu's death, all of his children were taken away from the Jewish community, as they were to be raised in the Anglican Church. Instantly? You know what that means? That dude lived and died as a British double agent. As a man of royal descent who had married the daughters of two Kabakas, a military conqueror, and a supposed founder of a religious community, it would be expected that a man of this stature would leave instructions for the financial, academic, and spiritual well-being of his surviving offspring. In regards to the later, it would at least be expected that the followers of his faith would secure the spiritual continuity of his children. But it didn't happen. Kakangulu obviously maintained his loyalty and allegiance to the British governing authorities and that of the Anglican Church. The abrupt removal of his children from the Jewish community, of which he supposedly founded, and their immediate initiation into the Anglican Church was obviously done in fulfillment of the plans and wishes of Samai Kakangulu, who was being rewarded for a lifetime of dedication and service to both the British government and the Anglican Church. Anglican. The exploits and services of Samai Kakagulu on belief of the British. Hold on, man. Hey, Suave, you still there? Do you know how to say that word I keep struggling with? Hey, Suave, you still there? If so, your mic is muted. Where you at, Akmalat? Do you know how to say that word, man? Who can at least help me out with that word one time? I'm sick of that damn word. Because I can tell that I'm saying it wrong. Y'all ought to not have your brother sitting on there, man.
It was
What's up,
Angelican.
Akmalat? Do you know how to say that word?
Angelican.
It's Angelican?
Yeah.
Okay. See, man, you see how bad I was messing up through the whole video, man?
My bad. I'm here, bro.
No, I hear you, man. I just messed up, man, on this word. I can't get it.
Which one
Akmalat.
is it?
Oh, Angelican? I guess it was Angelican. What is that right there?
Highlight it. I can't see it. Which one?
That one.
Oh yeah, Angelican.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, my bad. Anglican.
Anglican.
Anglican?
Anglican Church. Yeah.
Okay. Anglican. Okay. Okay, the G is strong. Anglican. Okay, the exploits and services of Samai Kakungulu on behalf of the British and the Anglican Church include the conquest of large parts of the territory of the country now known as Uganda for the purpose of promoting and securing British colonialism in Africa. The spreading of the Anglican Church as a militant and conquering missionary, accompanied by the brutal destruction of large Muslim populations who became the victims of Kakungulu's war for the British flag and Anglican cross. In the service of the Anglican Church, Kakungulu's act of espionage helped to weaken and ultimately eliminate the threat of the Pan-African Melkite Church, whose membership at one point climaxed to a staggering 100,000 followers. As a servant and potential savior of British foreign policy, which sought to divert Zionist aspirations for establishing a Jewish homeland in Palestine, Kakungulu pioneered the foundations for the establishment of an anticipated Jewish state in Uganda. In order to psychologically prepare the Abba Yudea for the coming of European Zionists, the following scripture was used to emphasize the destiny of the community as it relates to embracing European Jews. Let's see what it says, what they used. Zechariah 8:23 of the Old Testament. Thus says the Most High of armies, in those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all the languages of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Jew, saying, we will go with you, for we heard that God is with you. So they went and about using that doctrine to get us to embrace other nationalities. But ultimately the European Jews. And that's probably the reason why we see that picture with this white man standing with them, looking like them brothers is over there learning from him. Don't look like he learning from them. Got this dragon. Got her claws wrapped around one of them babies. One of them Israelite babies. Get the hell up, man, get up out of here, man. You damn serpent. After the death of Kakungulu, the British continued to hold on to hopes of diverting Zionist efforts for establishing a Jewish state in Palestine.
Let my other account in right quick, Battle-Axe.
Huh?
Let my other account in. I'm in the back.
Okay, all right. Con. He's at. And hope they continue to hold on to hopes of diverting Zionist efforts for establishing a Jewish state in Palestine to that of the Ugandan plan. As late as the 1940s, Winston Churchill promoted the idea. Although the Bellflower Declaration outlined a plan for establishing a Jewish state in Palestine, the British continued to limit Jewish immigration to that country. British resistance to Palestinian Zionism remained strong right up until 1948, the year of Israeli independence. In fact, okay, it was 1948, the Bellflower Declaration. I was tripping. In fact, the British only stopped resisting when the Jewish militias began to seriously target them and what the British perceived as a campaign of terrorism, which ultimately resulted in the British departure from Palestine. The British also held some serious concerns about the Zionist alliance with Russia and feared the establishment of a communist Jewish state in the Middle East. October 1947, Ernest Bevin, British Foreign Secretary, writes a private letter to an aide, Hector McNeill. I am sure the Russians are convinced by immigration they can pour in sufficient indoctrinated Jews to turn Palestine into a communist state in a very short time. The New York Jews have been doing their work for them. Man. So this is all just has been a straight plot to try to pick and choose to create a Jewish state for these bastards, for the imposters. They never mention in here that these are the Jewish people, these Caucasian are the real Jews.
Bring it out.
They already said that the tribe of David was the Bugandan people. In 1937, an English-speaking Jew from India named David Solomon inherited the task of Judaizing the Abba Yudea. Isaka Kizoto, a close associate of Kakungulu, who likewise transformed from an Anglican to a Malachite and then to a Jew, was appointed by Kakungulu to be his successor. Kizito refused the appointment and was replaced by Yiko Yasi Kawiki. In 1944, Samson Mugami became the community leader, although the British continued to resist the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. They must have come, Jewish state in Palestine, they must have come to terms with the impotency of the Uganda plan. And as a result, the mysterious foreign teachers of Judaism suddenly ceased to appear amongst the Abba Yudea. Samson Mugami now inherited a Jewish community, which for the first time existed without British interest and manipulations. They soon developed into a legitimately independent sect whose fate, like all others, would be naturally impacted by their own actions and that of their environment. The British plan to establish a Jewish state in Uganda had an extended impact in other parts of Africa and in the Americas concerning African Americans as well. All right? In their attempts to convince the Zionists that Uganda was a logical and preferable choice for statehood, the British realized the need to demonstrate Uganda as a compatible and successful model for Jewish resettlement and integration. It wasn't just resettlement, a Jewish resettlement and experimental resettlement in Uganda would soon find its recruit amongst African Americans. What? This is where we're about to get good. Now we're dealing with specifically us. In 1916, the British sent a Ugandan prince named what? Kaba Braga to the United States, where he was to recruit African Americans for a resettlement project in Africa. In 1918, Prince Kabarega wrote a letter to the principal of Tuskegee Institute, Mr. R.R. Morton. In the letter, he mentioned that he had been active in recruiting African Americans for resettlement, which would now require the purchase of a steamship for implementation. As a Ugandan, Kabarega was limited in his ability to reach African Americans on a large scale. This task appeared appears to have been entrusted to the Jamaican-born Marcus Garvey. To who? To the Jamaican-born Marcus Garvey, who in 1919, just 1 year after Kabarega wrote a letter to Tuskegee Tuskegee. I know I'm saying that wrong too. To Tuskegee, dated April 23rd, 1918, announced his plans for establishing the Black Star Line. So the Black Star Line was in direct
Yeah, that was
connection.
Tuskegee. Tuskegee.
Huh?
Tuskegee.
Tuskegee?
Yeah, Tuskegee. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys gotta bear with me, you know what I'm saying, and have a little bit of grace for your boy because I didn't really go too far in school. So yeah, I do have some pronunciation issues. But bear with your boy. He says and you see me struggling, feel free to help me out.
Con.
The the Black Star Line is directly tied and connected to the reestablishment of the so-called black man being in Africa as Israelites. That's what the whole Marcus Garvey thing was actually about. He was entrusted with the task that came from a man named Prince Cabarega in 1918. He says this task appeared to have been entrusted to Jamaican-born Marcus Garvey, who in 1919, just 1 year after Cabarega wrote a letter to Tuskegee, dated April 23rd, 1918, announced his plans for establishing the Black Star Line. The Black Star Line was a steamship which was to be used for the purpose of resettling African Americans on the African continent. Born in St. Kitts of British West Indies, Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthew came to the United States, New York City, in fact, in 1914. In 1919, he established what is now the oldest African American Jewish congregation known as the Commandment Keepers. Rabbi Matthew worked closely with Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford, who was born in Bridgetown, Barbados, and was the son of Edgar Ford and Elizabeth Augusta Braithwaite. Rabbi Ford had at one time served in the Royal British Navy.
In the back.
Huh? Would you say, okay, well, you probably wouldn't talk to me. He is remembered as the first African American rabbi and is accredited for helping Rabbi Matthew in transitioning the Commandment Keepers to an Old Testament-based congregation, ridding of its earlier New Testament influences, which were for the most part superficial but yet highly visible. During this process of transition, Matthew eliminated the title of bishop and amended their documents of incorporation by removing all references to Jesus, J-bomb. As you see still today, Rabbi Ford was an important member of Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, the UNIA, which sought the resettlement of African Americans to Africa. Religiously, Marcus Garvey and the UNIA, I was going to say the UNIA, promoted the newly established African Orthodox Church. The African Orthodox Church was founded in 1919 by African American George Alexander McGuire, who was an Anglican Episcopal Episcopalian. The Episcopalian. Damn.
Yeah, that's it. Episcopalian.
An Episcopalian priest
Yeah.
who suddenly decided, man, I struggled, but I got it. Whew. An Episcopalian priest who suddenly decided to break away from the church to pursue his ambition in creating an independent African church, which in turn became the African Orthodox Church mentioned above. The African Orthodox Church, which built on fundamentals of self-reliance rather than theological or practical differences. It was in design a black conversion to the Anglican Church and was less confrontational and oppositional to the British than that which was professed and practiced by the Malachites. However, like the Malachites, who were expected to ultimately convert to Judaism, in following the example of Samai Kakagulu, the establishment of the African Orthodox Church would serve as a point of transition to Judaism. And that's exactly what we can actually see has transpired within this about last 10 years with the so-called black man's awakening to him being an Israelite, so to say. It has diverted our people into complete and utter Judaism. But you gotta always remember that they didn't even consider making any of these moves without knowing the fact that these were actually the real people. First and foremost, they knew that the people in Uganda was actually the tribe of David. The tribe of Judah, the lineage of David. So there wouldn't be no guess and no confusion to see why these people are over here pumping that bullshit down on us now. Got us running around wearing Babylonian garments. Only reason why we don't be wearing those little strange little hats that them people's wearing, because most of us got hair. We got frozen and shit. Braids and all that. Dreadlocks and shit. The little things ain't gonna fit on that big old bush brothers running around with. But they one step away from that. It's because there is an infiltration that the so-called white man actually plays on. Ain't that what the serpent did in the garden at the beginning too? Came through infiltrating? Showing up, making it seem like he's speaking on the behalf of the benefit of the crew? When he had nothing but your detriment in mind. Yeah, that's right. The serpent was an infiltrator in the beginning at the garden. He said in 1925, two Ugandans by the name of Reuben Mukasa and Obadiah, I'm not even going to try that one, by Basa Jack. I'm not even going to try it. I'm done. Screw that name. Were placed in contact with Marcus Garvey. They soon developed a serious relationship with members of the American-based Orthodox Church. Reuben Mukasa, also known as Spartus, claimed that he was joined to the church and to start converting Ugandans. In 1932, one of Garvey's African Orthodox bishops arrived in Uganda, where he ordained both Mukasa and Basa Jakatalo as priests. Mukasa and Basa Jakatalo as priests. Yeah. The Kabaka of Buganda lent support to the mission by donating land at Namunguna, Church membership quickly rose to 5,000 Ugandan members. Marcus Garvey, who inherited his resettlement mission from the Ugandan Prince Kabarega, was now solidifying the Uganda connection by establishing the African Orthodox Church in Uganda. Although Marcus Garvey and the UNIA were centered around the African Orthodox Church, they were likewise heavily influenced by Black Jews who dreamed of a Black Zionism in East Africa. What? Although Marcus Garvey and the Union were centered around the African Orthodox Church, they were likewise heavily influenced by Black Jews who dreamed of a Black Zionism in Africa. Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford, who founded Congregation B'nai Abraham in Harlem 1924, was responsible for making the Black Jewish dynamic an important component in Marcus Garvey's UNIA. He is accredited for authoring the Handbook of Regulations for the Paramilitary African Legion, of which he clearly modeled after the Zionist Jewish Legion. In addition, he served as the musical director of UNIA. Another Black rabbi. Hey, can you turn the AC on? Can you turn the AC on? Another Black rabbi by the name of Mordecai Herman, who was the head of a Black Jewish congregation known as the Morris Zionist Temple, was also an active and influential member of UNIA. In 1918, an English-speaking Jew from Bombay, India, named Rabbi Horace Hassan, founded what is now the oldest Black Jewish temple in Chicago. From India, named Rabbi Horace Hassan. He was the first to start the Black Jewish temple in Chicago in 1918. It started out as where is Abba Bivens mentioned in all this? Nowhere. It started out as the Ethiopian Hebrew Settlement Workers Association, and eventually evolved into what is today known as Beth Shalom B'nai Zaken Ethiopia Hebrew Congregation. There is very little historical information on Rabbi Horace Hassan, other than his arrival from Bombay and his role as a founder of the Congregation Association. The lack of information available was confirmed by the current chief rabbi of the congregation, Capers Funyun. Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthew, who founded the Commandment Keepers Synagogue in 1919, was very instrumental in the very development of Beth Shalom, the House of Peace. Interestingly, Rabbi Matthew, Rabbi Ford, and Rabbi Hassan all arrived in the United States from British-possessed and obviously English-speaking lands to establish Jewish congregations in the midst of African-American communities. What? Same way that they were targeting the people in the Abba Judea? It's the same way that they were targeting, it's the same way they targeted us. They start sending these same Black Jewish rabbis. Ain't no telling where some of these brothers is coming from. He says, perhaps Rabbi Horace Hassan of Bombay, India, was the same person as the Indian Jew David Solomon. That's pretty heavy. Perhaps Rabbi Horace Hassan of Bombay, India, was the same person as the Indian Jew David Solomon, who taught the Abba Judea Jews of Uganda in the 1930s. Man, Probably. With such little available information on either of these mysterious characters, almost anything would be mere speculation or conjecture. Although Black Zionism often centered around Ethiopia, it was commonly understood that the biblical Ethiopia was inclusive of present-day Uganda. What? The biblical Ethiopia was inclusive of present-day Uganda. In this regard, the British could easily divert any African American settlement intended for Ethiopia to that of Uganda. The Rastafarians in Jamaica are commonly thought of as being Ethiopian, centered due to their admiration and at times reverence of Haile Selassie. However, the oldest sect of the movement, which was founded in 1930, is called Nya Bingi, being named after a legendary Ugandan queen. In 1913, the British arrested a woman healer named Muhu Musa, who claimed to be divinely possessed by the spirit Nyabingi. Under this supposed possession, she led a revolt against British authorities. The African American resettlement movement to Uganda was planned by the British and initiated through the arrival of the Ugandan Prince Kabarega. It further transitioned under the leadership of Marcus Garvey and was to be religiously inspired through the formation of Black Jewish congregations, the African Orthodox Church, and the Ugandan-centered Rastafarian movement of Nyabingi, or Nyabingi, Nyabinga. The religious identities mentioned above would be used as a source of common ground in promoting the unity and acceptance of African American Zionist pioneers in Uganda. 1919 was also the year which Black Jewish Israelite sect in South Africa, which was led by Enoch Magima, gathered at Natabalinga in defiance of the white governing authorities. They intended to build permanent settlements and reclaim lands which were served for whites only. What? So in 19, this was led by Black Israelites. These brothers were Jewish, of course, infiltrated, but nonetheless, these were Israelite brothers. These were self-acknowledging Israelites, running up these white folks up out of their land, just like it says that the tribe of Dan is going to do. Dan is going to be a horn that pushes up against their enemies. Boom! They intended to build a permanent settlement and reclaim lands, which were reserved for whites only. The African American government responded to the crisis by dispatching 800 police officers to the scene where tensions escalated into conflict. The government estimates that 100 Black Jews were killed, while the congregation itself counted 800 amongst the dead. So the white man said that they only killed roughly around maybe 10%, maybe even less. I'm not good with math, but they only a small percentage of what these people are actually saying they killed. These people came over here and tried to eradicate these people. You kill 800 dead bodies outside in the streets, man. That's a lot of people dead. Hundreds of people. Man, come on, man. White folks went up over there. United States went over there and beat up on our people because of that shit. The Black Jewish struggle for land and the resulting tragedy. So that'll let you guys know too, man. That's another thing, man. Time after time after time. If you don't keep the commandments and you start trying to resettle yourself anywhere, but you are a Black Jewish I'm not saying you a real Israelite. I'm talking about you be coming through with that Jewish shit. Go look at the Jewish people. And if you're doing what they're doing, especially if it's not in the Bible, like six-pointed stars, like tatters hanging off of your garments, like praying to that damn rock over there, you denying Yahushua HaMashiach, that's all Jewish. You're just a black Jewish Israelite. And when you start trying to go ahead and buck up against the white man and reestablish and do your thing, here comes the white man coming down to put a can of democracy down your throat. You got to wake up and realize, man, one of the main things that we got to be always looking for in this awakening is the extras. We don't need the extras, especially if it's already laid out. And then you go and look, and then you got some for real. You got some nigga over here. He's an Israelite, I guess he calls himself, but he ain't too far from just another nigga, man. Because you're just a Mormon. You got this damn modern day Mormon, black Mormon, coming up over here talking to you about some of that bullshit. And you say, man, what the fuck, man? How you come to this damn conclusion? My nigga. They say, oh, I got this other book. Oh. Like Battle Axe was trying to tell us the other day. The extras, huh? I don't know, man. Just historically, just to be historically accurate, man, you know what I'm saying? We gotta walk a fucking straight line. Fine line. I don't think I'm gonna go ahead and just do these extras. Y'all niggas, and matter of fact, run off like you guys say. You guys want to go to the Middle East? You can get my phone number. Holler at me when you need jewels and shit. Cause I'm gonna be over there in Africa, making real connections. He says that the government estimated that they only killed 100 people. While the congregation itself said, man, y'all done killed 800 of us, man. The black Jewish struggle for land and the resulting tragic deaths of hundreds of the sect's followers would reasonably create a willing and needy community that would benefit from the British-backed Uganda Zionist program for the resettlement of black Jews to Uganda. An experimental phase of result. So that right there, that action served as a move. They can use that for their benefit. An experimental phase of resettlement intended to create an active and successful model for Europeanism in the anticipated establishment of a Jewish state in Uganda. So if you guys don't get what's really going on, this is what it was really all about. It was about control, maintaining the control over there in the Middle East. Who was it going to be? Was it going to be the United States or was it going to be Britain? Britain didn't want to cause no funk. Britain wanted to maintain it, but without any drama. That's why they were just saying, let's just position these other folks right here in. Let's position the white man right here in Uganda, so we can maintain control over there. They didn't mention in this article the reason why they would want control over that area, but over there is highly loaded up with multiple resources and minerals. The British was over here trying to have lock on both parts. But their number one problem, which it always was, even when they were over here in the United States during the Revolutionary War they had over here, It's between the Brits and the Americans. He says the black Israelite sect in South Africa was an offshoot of an African American congregation known as the Church of God and Saints of Christ, which was founded by William Sanders. The establishment of the congregation in 1896 coincided with the founding of the Zionist movement. In other words, it wasn't never even this whole knowledge of the Israelites, the black people being Israelites, actually rooted in the 1900s. It was from an offshoot from the African American congregation known as the Church of God, the Saints of Christ. He says Nathan something introduces the term Zionism in 1893. Hurl publishes the book The Jewish State, 1896. 1897, the first Zionist congregation held in Basel, Switzerland. 1903, the year in which the British proposed the establishment of the Jewish state in Uganda, Crowley purchased 40 acres of land in Suffolk, Virginia, calling it Canaan land. In 1905, the year that the British proposed to establish a Jewish state in Uganda, a Jewish state in Uganda was presented before the 7th Zionist Congress. Crowley sent missionaries to South Africa. A congregation was also established in Lesotho, Zimbabwe, which remains active to this day. As mentioned, in the words of some of his close associates, Theodore Hurls, the founder of the Zionist movement, envisioned a joint venture in which African Americans would be resettled in Africa under the leadership of the Zionist movement. So they know that we are the Israelites, but they were trying to maintain power over us. And that's exactly what they have been doing still to this day. Why they've been teaching our people that is the Holy Land over there, and they're there. If you saying that is the Holy Land there, and let's say the shit hits the fan and gets worse over here in the United States even more, as it's, you know what I'm saying, as it seems like it already seems to be going in that direction. And let's say that spot over there is a spot that our brothers is thinking about going off to for refuge. That would be putting you up under the Zionist control. You will be leaving so-called United States government, democracy or whatever, and you just go and be under the white man, thinking that you then inherited your Holy Land. This is all to maintain rulership over us. They are trying to infiltrate the so-called black man. Because if he's sitting around there reading all these Bibles like they were noticing in these paragraphs I just mentioned right here, all these religious sects, all these churches that was coming up, Black Jewish Temple in Chicago, the Ethiopian Hebrew congregation, all these things, Beth Shalom, all that. They're like, okay, these niggas right here, these niggas is waking up. We got to infiltrate these things. We already know that they're gonna find out they're Israel. It doesn't take that hard. They already seen it happen over there in the early 1900s with that dude over there with Mugabe and Malachi. Where were we at? Okay. It says, Hurls, like the British state, like the British Jew, Israel Zangwill originally supported the British proposal to establish the Jewish state in Uganda. Although the Seventh Zionist Congress rejected the original Uganda plan, a minority of Jews did respond to Chamberlain's proposal for resettlement. The first of these Jewish settlers arrived in 1905. By 1907, there were approximately 15 Jewish settlers who later went on to form the Nairobi Hebrew Congregation and Burial Society. 1919 also marked the founding of the British Israel Federation, which advocated the British to be descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. What? They also marked 1919 also marked the founding of the British Israel Federation, which advocated the British to be descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. This may be implemented with the intent to divinely reinforce the need for the British to retain full control of Palestine and to reject the perceived spiritual necessity of establishing a Jewish state in Palestine. The Abu modern developments in Judaism. In 1971, Idi Amin Dada came to power through a military coup, which ousted former Ugandan President Milton Obote. One of the Amin's objectives was to create a self-sufficient nation that would function independent of post-colonial European domination and exploitation. In order to promote this agenda, Amin implemented a policy that would reduce the number of non-governmental organizations and religious sects due to the fact that the majority of these entities were controlled by foreigners at central locations outside of Uganda, particularly in the United States and Europe. Amin reduced religion to a limited number of nationally recognized churches and mosques. In the process of Amin's, Idi Amin, man, I'm saying this shit all wrong. Okay, Idi Amin, that fucking crazy ass nigga. Idi Amin, that's that crazy ass Hamite. Let me show y'all a picture of this crazy ass nigga if y'all don't know what Idi Amin looked like. This nigga is a crazy killer, man. He was killing Israelites like it wasn't shit. Watch this. This nigga. This Hamite. Idi Amin. The real Africans. Idi Amin reduced religion to a limited number of nationally recognized churches and mosques. In the process of Amin's bureaucratic reformation on religion of the Abyadea Jews, along with hundreds of other religious sects, were forced to close down. With no access to open and free practice, the majority of Jews, Abyadea, converted to Christianity or Islam, thereby seriously reducing the population of the community. The remainder of Abyadea either abandoned practice and observance, being reduced to a superficial, secular Jewish identity, or secretly maintained Jewish observance in defiance of the governing authorities. Since the fall of Idi Amin Dada in 1979, the Abyadea have resurfaced with a gradual revival of Jewish practice and identity. By the 1990s, an American Jewish organization called Kaluna became active with the Abyadea in an attempt to draw the community closer to world Jewry. The vast majority, they still keep working these people. The vast majority of American Jews visiting the Abyadea were of the Reform and the conservative branches sects of Judaism. However, on occasion of Orthodox Jews, such as Rabbi Warks, did visit in an attempt to expose them to Orthodox Judaism by teaching for extended periods of time. Following an example of their pluralistic mentors, the Abiyadea likewise embraced the sectarian divide as a community split into conservative and Orthodox factions. In 2002, divide and conquer every time. In 2002, a conservative religious court, Beth Ben, came to Uganda and converted a few hundred of the Abiyadea. Sometime later, Gershom Sizomu, a grandson of the late Samson Magombe, was accepted for rabbinical studies at the University of Judaism in Los Angeles. Come on, man. He is expected to graduate and be ordained as a conservative rabbi in June 2008. After graduation, Gershom will return to Uganda, where he will teach in a yeshiva. Yuri Katula, another grandson of Samson Mugambi, is now leading a group of Abiyadea who ultimately hope to be converted in accordance with the halakha of Orthodox Judaism. Yuri believes that Orthodox Judaism is more authentic and sincere than that which is practiced by the conservative Jews. Yuri is the rabbi of the Puti synagogue and professes to have ultimately 150 followers. Although conservative Judaism has demonstrated itself to be more tolerant and accepting of the Abiyadea, it has brought about a number of controversial social disruptions which by traditions were alien to the Abiyadea, and as a result has caused further division and discomfort in the community. And we've had that, and when you see and look at us, the so-called black men, with the awakening, it's the same thing. Because we got a lot of awakenings happening. We got camp at the camp, and over here, then we got people that's not even really just, even camps, are just individualites. And that's what we got in, like a plethora of doctrines, but the plethora of doctrines comes from the individualites, which is turning themselves into Torah only type cats, which that ain't nothing but just rabbinical doctrines. That comes from rabbis. That's the rabbi way of thinking. That's actually what those people did to these same people that was that laid out our footsteps that we're actually following after. They went to the same thing in the early 1800s late 1800s and early 1900s. These people was already Israelites. They weren't keeping all of the commandments like the Israelites who prophesied not that they won't be doing, but at the end of the day, man, when these brothers started actually reading the Bible for themselves, that's when the shit got fishy. They started having infiltrators and traitors, people coming up with strife and different doctrines. And the same thing is when these people were trying to re-attack themselves after everything is ended. These people, why they just 150 followers strong and all that, these people got people flooding them, still trying to sit there and make sure that they can guide them towards the rabbinical type of doctrine. Rabbi Elliot Dorff, a mentor of Rabbi Gershom Sizomu at the University of Judaism in Los Angeles, is considered to be one of the major architects for the acceptance of homosexuality, same-sex unions, and the ordination of homosexual rabbis within the conservative movement. Damn. That is horrible. Rabbi Dorff's daughter recently revealed herself to be a lesbian. I don't know why they're recording all that information, but that's a damn shame. That's why we know that those people ain't shit with the freaking devils, man. They ain't God's people. These people over here, God's people don't be sitting around there getting down with that. What the fuck you talking about? In accordance with the American Jewish experience with conservative Judaism, liberal standpoint on homosexual acceptance, a number of homosexuals and lesbians have come to visit the Abba Yedea at times, demanding accommodations and advocating recognition of their lifestyle. One lesbian woman proudly circulated pictures of herself and her partner. Some Abba Yedea later expressed concerns about the woman since she was acting in the capacity of a big sister to one of the younger Abba Yedea girls by sponsoring her education. Man, what? Trying to turn these people out, knowing that these are the people of David, trying to turn them out into faggots by trying to sponsor them for school and education. Fuck your white education. Although certain members of the Abba Yedea have claimed to have confronted some of the more aggressive homosexual visitors by speaking in opposition to their lifestyle, it appears that they are more so reluctant to openly express opposition for fear of losing funding. What? For the fear of losing funding for the community. Damn, man. Selling out. The acting rabbi at the conservative synagogue in Nabagoyi.
Let my other account in the back. I'm gonna drop off on it.
Oh, my bad. Hey, shalom, everybody. My bad. The acting rabbi at the conservative synagogue in Nabagoyi, Aaron Kentu Moses, stated that his brother Gershom had better not implement any teachings that promote homosexuality when he returns from the United States as an ordained conservative rabbi. However, on a recent visit to the United States, Aaron himself was taken to a homosexual synagogue in Washington, D.C. A homosexual synagogue in Washington, D.C. without his prior knowledge or consent. Trying to turn his brother out. During the course of my interview with Aaron, he was able to express his sincere disappointment and disgust that he felt upon entering the homosexual synagogue, an act of which he vowed never repeat. But yet, he had made no mention of expressing these feelings to his American Jewish sponsors who scheduled the itinerary for his visit. The conservative Abba Yedea seemed to be struggling to define morality in the midst of the extreme liberalism of their American Jewish sponsors and mentors and the traditional cultural norms of the greater Ugandan nation. To summarize the whole thing, the evidence presented in this research do suggest that the Abba Yedea Jews of Uganda, who were founded by the Bugandan prince Samai Kakagumlu in 1919, were actually the manifestation of a British plan to create a Zionist Jewish state in Africa. Between 1919 and 1944, the 19 Abba Yedea were manipulated in the Zionist aspirations of the British in regards to the Ugandan plan. Towards the end of World War II, the British seem to have abandoned their plans to establish the Jewish state in Uganda due to the Zionist refusal to respond positively to British efforts, Salakia, because they responded to American efforts. Under the leadership of Samson Mugabe, 1944, the Abba Yedea began a natural development from which they were solely influenced by their own actions and that of their environment. The plan to establish the Jewish state in Uganda, which by 1919 centered around Samai Kakagulu and the creation of the Abba Yedea Jewish community in Uganda, also began to impact African Americans. This manifested in the creation of a number of black Jewish congregations in the United States who were unknowingly being prepared for possible resettlement in Uganda, in accordance with the mission of the Ugandan Prince Kabarega. The mission of Cabarega was to transition under the leadership of Marcus Garvey, the Universal Negro Improvement Association. In addition to the core issue of resettlement, Union promoted the creation of an independent African Orthodox Church. The African Orthodox Church was founded in 1919 by an African American Episcopalian bishop. Episcopalian bishop George McGuire, and was later established in Uganda as well. Black Jewish congregations, the African Orthodox Church, and the Ugandan Center Rastafarian movement of Nyangangi were to collectively serve as a point of unification for Black Zionism, and Uganda, which sought to incorporate African Americans into a model Zionist project in Uganda. By the 1990s, American Jewish contact with the Abba Yudea resulted in division amongst those seeking to identify the conservative Judaism and those gravitating towards the Orthodox. A number of controversies, and we go through the same thing now. New Testament Israelites versus Old Testament Israelites. The controversial social issues imported by American Jewish missionaries. And then regular Israelites, Black Israelites against the Mexican type people believe in Israelite. Come on, man, what the fuck? Let's just be Black. Fuck it. A number of controversial social issues imported by American Jewish missionaries, such as the acceptance of homosexuality, abortion, and birth control, have seriously impacted the Abba Yudea, who are struggling to define their sense of mortality in relation to their so-called liberal Jewish mentors and sponsors and their more traditional Ugandan neighbors. In addition to the British plan to establish a Jewish state in Ugandan, the Germans sought to create a Jewish state in Madagascar, while the Japanese initiated a plan for a Jewish state in Japanese-controlled Korea, known as the Fugu Plan. The Russians were also active in the creation of a Jewish state in the Russian-controlled parts of Manchuria, which became known as Byrodizm. The purpose of this research project is to explore the origins of the Jewish community of Uganda, known as the Abba Yudea, from its earliest history to the present. And Battle Axe use that into accordance and parallelism with the awakening of the so-called Black man today, calling themselves the Israelites. Because the fact stands as this: we are the Israelites, and there is a reason they have incentive on why they are flooding us. Seems to be before any of us can actually get to us. That right there was a perfect plan that these people have actually been executing, but has tweaked on and refined it by beating us to the punch first now. So when you have brothers like Battle Axe, Akmalak, seeming like they have a different, more literal doctrine and understanding, because they're just reading it literally, they were seeing like it'll be okay to outcast these dudes and demonize them. Demonize people that is speaking separate from the norm, because the norm now was the first thing that came out, which was the lies, the disinformation. 80% truth, 20% lie, 90% truth, 10% lie. That's how you do disinformation. That's how you slip a lie in. Oh yeah, y'all the Israelites. Look at the curses. Yeah, that's you. You be like, okay, that's cool. Here, put this on. Now you Jewish.
Babylonian garments. Star of Moloch.
Star of Moloch. Not believing in Yahushua HaMashiach. Because I'm gonna go up and tell you.
12 tribe chart.
Those doctrines are rooted in the Jewish people. That's where that comes from. Because if you read this book yourself, if you just read the book yourself, like you are a person that read this book yourself, you would have it'll be impossible to come up with that conclusion. It's impossible. You would be literally knowing the book the same way that we know. You would know it. You'd be like, of course, Yahushua was sent by God. Of course, when God says, there ain't no Savior besides me, he didn't mean that in the way that you guys are trying to understand it. He was saying that like, he's claiming responsibility. Like, what the fuck?
That's right.
Like, come on, nigga. He says that shit in the book of Joshua, chapter 3. Plain and simple. He said, God sent them saviors, and he saved them. What are we doing? Why do you think you're cool? You're not cool. You totally fucked that one up. Like they say, you totally shit in the bed on that one. You shit the bed. Like what? You shit the bed.
They ain't been going to school, man. They ain't been learning.
Huh?
They ain't been learning the truth. They ain't been going to school, so they ain't cool.
Right.
They ain't been going to the Israelite learning, teaching, man. They ain't been reading, studying, seeking the word diligently, right. Man. They just been regurgitating information that they heard that's been passed down.
That's right. Like the scripture says, man, they didn't have enough itching ears. They only been learning and listening to people that's speaking along the lines that be scratching that itch. They already have an issue. You know, they come up and they hate white. You know, for real. I hate white J-Bomb. But they don't know how to say that. They end up just saying they deny the whole New Testament.
Yeah.
I'm like, nigga, we ain't feeling white J-Bomb either.
Clown.
What you talking about? But those two, white J-Bomb in the New Testament, aren't actually mutually inclusive. You can't just literally say one is speaking upon the other. They don't. They really don't. What we have understood and learned and come to actually acknowledge as the Messiah or the New Testament or anything about that, it ain't even that fucking book. It's not the New Testament. You go and read the New Testament, and you be like, nigga, this shit ain't none of the. Has nothing to do with what the fuck they've been saying. Christianity they're just using like phrases, maybe some ideas, maybe even some settings. They'll use that from throughout the book, and they have derived a completely different doctrine. They've made it, well, not even a doctrine, they've just made a religion. They made a religion by using some of the details in this book. But just going through it, it doesn't take too much. You find out, you be like, man, let's get real. I don't know what the hell we doing over here trying to deny anything in this book. This is a book. Come on, don't be prejudiced to a book. That's some weird ass shit. I can judge a book after I done read it. But you can't just judge a book by its cover, and you can't really disqualify anything with false information. Like, I didn't deny the Muslims or nothing like that. And I just walk in my life without the knowledge of the truth. I thought that, you know what I'm saying, the Muslim brothers was just as correct as a Christian brother. I didn't think that neither one of them, you know what I'm saying, was in particularly on the wrong side. I read their book, and me not understanding neither one, you know, but being able to get the gist out of them, I had no problem with it. But then when I come into the knowledge of the truth and I know now, I'm like, oh, okay. The Bible That's the covenant. That's a contract. That's clear. And it's telling you what happens when you don't abide by the terms. There are some repercussions, and some of those are recorded. Okay, that's cool. I can grab that. That's complete stop. Then I go in the other books, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, it ain't really. It's not a covenant. So, and if it's trying to tie itself to this one, I'm definitely not acknowledging it because it ain't got nothing to do with the covenant. If it came from God, God came through with the covenant. So I just go ahead and just set that one down. I still got it. I still got all these crazy ass fucking books. I ain't about to be sitting around there teaching them because I know that they bullshit. I know that they're not the real thing that I need. I need to figure out how I can get my people to lead this motherfucker. And that they God want them to do that. And that we got somebody that's a whole lot more smarter than Pastor Porkchop and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Yahushua HaMashiach, the God of the Bible, also have laid out these things, man. It is known through these scripts on how to get exactly what the so-called black man needs. You're in need of a country. And you're in need of a system right now. We don't need time. We're not in need for more time to figure that out and what we're going to do. No. We need to go on ahead and abide by what a lot of us is already trying to do. Let's work with what we got. Just like today, who are the black men? Like today. To anybody else. I'm talking about so we can just go all the way up and down our neighborhoods and our streets. Regardless if you live in a white neighborhood or a black neighborhood. If you go and ask any of the people, hey, where is the Negro at? Where's the black man and the black women and the black children? And if they just point to you, like, for real, man, motherfuckers that's kind of looking like, ranging from like, I say what, Scottie Pippen to Wesley Snipes. If they showing you people like ranging from Colin Kaepernick to fucking, if I said that nigga's name right, I probably said it wrong. But range from Kaepernick to Wesley Snipes, if that's who they pointing you to, nigga, we need to go on just focus on that obvious first, and we'll worry about all these other maybes. Come on, man, fuck the maybes. We ain't got to worry about that right now. Like we gonna have some time, maybe. We might have a time, maybe, to deal with the maybes. But as of right now, there's so much confusion, chaos, and lies that we might as well just go off of the obvious. Like, why? Can't go wrong with it. You say, who was on the slave ships? Who fits Deuteronomy 28? Who fits Deuteronomy 28:68 and Deuteronomy 28:54? You're right.
Black so-called black man?
Yeah, you like black people? You're right. What color was those people? I know that you just said black, but I just want to hurry up and get this one down. What color were they? Like they were black people, you know, like African Americans, what you call today. Fantastic. So, with that being said, there wasn't people in there looking like Lou Diamond Phillip?
Nope.
Like, what does Lou Diamond Phillip look like? I don't know. Let's check it out. Did these people? Was there anybody on that boat looking like this cat?
No.
Like, no. No.
No.
He wasn't on them slave ships with us.
There wasn't nobody on that boat that looked like that, bro.
No.
What was it? Hey, Hey, what was them niggas at, man? What was?
Where were they at? That's what I'm saying. Like, he wasn't there with us. So with that being said, I'm like, when he says, go into your people of the captivity, you know what I'm saying? They ain't tossing Lou Diamond Phillips off that.
Yeah, if Lou
You
Diamond
know,
Phillips was on that boat, they would be the same. He would be the same color as the motherfuckers that's tossing them niggas off the boat.
that's right. Lou Diamond Phillips would have been sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
Look at that. Where
Man,
the
come
Lou
on,
Diamond
man.
Phillips babies? Where's Lou Diamond Phillips babies in that?
Nowhere.
Where the East Indian at?
Not up in there.
Ain't no Arabs. Ain't no, for real though, ain't no, nothing near a Caucasoid. I don't know what the hell, I don't know where the hell these people getting off trying to say that this shit didn't exist. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know what this, I think that's a drawing. My bad. Look at that. There goes your Lou Diamond Phillip.
Yeah. Con. The
Them damn
soldier.
Yankees.
Right.
Did I say that right? Were those Yankees? Are those Yankees? Damn Yankees. Shit. Yankees, the people that be yanking people up off their land.
Yeah.
Damn Yankees.
Yankees.
Over here trying to talk about them our people. No, thank you. I don't want the gene pool dilution. You can't show me none of them niggas that can slam dunk. I don't even need all that. People over there trying to be sentimental, thinking that you being for real, thinking that you showing some type of act of compassion, and that you really a prominent divine member of God. Man, I'll beat you upside your head with a rock. Shut your ass up. Don't know what the fuck you talking about. Type in this, man. We ain't these people. We ain't doing stuff like this. I don't hug and touch. I ain't kissing and wishing around.
Man,
we ain't all about smiles and
that
cheesing.
Cross, man. They bowing down to that damn stocks that the Most High hate.
For real.
It's abomination.
Fuck you think I'm one of these people? Man, I'm a soldier, man. Soldier up. Hell no, I don't think like these people. No, I ain't that nice. And I've been said that. I always tell everybody. I'm like, I ain't even that cool. Like, what? Like, you don't really want to live with me. Like, why? Because I'm not that cool, man. You start doing some shit and nigga, I'll start getting mad. And you'll start noticing, like, man, this nigga's rude. He's being really awfully rude today. Like, no, nigga, I'm tripping. So when you sit there and look at me and say, hey, man, well, these people right here, I'm like, hey, man, I'm not even really all that cool, though. Like I'm not that cool. Don't you just be bringing in anybody around over here. I'm not that type of homie. Call me before you show up and let me know who the fuck you bringing. Don't just drop by. Because keep it real, I might not even be fucking with them type of people. Real talk. Watch this. That's what I am. That's me. That shield and that thing in his hand, whatever that is, that bat, that's my books. But everything else, the blood, the might, the straight out, man, you know damn well he ain't fucking with nobody but people that look just like his ass. That shit, yeah, that's me. That's me. That's my wife. That's my sister. This is how the homies show up. This is when we cheesing. We cheesing because it's gas up in the air. You ain't gonna be seeing around me throwing up the peace sign with the motherfucking bifocals. Sitting next to a cross.
That's right.
We ain't Christians. We're the soldiers of the Most High Power, man. Let me get that soldier right here. Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier. No man that wars entangles himself with the affairs of this life, that he may please him who has chosen him to what? Be a soldier. Not no damn tiptoeing through the tulips. Let me get that too. Motherfucking tiptoeing through the tulips. Not this cat. Not him. This Jewish tiptoeing through the tulips. You ever heard that song? It's horrible. Straight devil himself. This ain't us. Because this guy is actually this guy.
The devil.
The damn devil. You see how
He knows
everybody
that's why he, you know what I mean, draws himself as a devil. That's because he knows who he is.
That's real.
Sinister us.
Look what these people do.
The minister and sinister in us.
Insidious.
That's them.
They know that they the devils. Red skin, blue eyes. Who got red skin and blue eyes?
Esau, the Edomites, the white.
Ain't that crazy?
That's who got him. That's who
They
got
really
him.
know. Yeah, man. Yeah, y'all got anything to say? You know what I'm saying? You can feel free to go ahead and throw it in. I presented the article that I came to present. I'm done with that. I think that stone has been unturned.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was some hard information. Yeah, that was some real good
hard.
information, bro.
It was really, really hard to find it. I stumbled across it years ago, and it took me a long time to find it. I had to type in that dude, that Norman Herdick. Once I typed in that name, I was able to get the article. But before that, before I typed in that white man's name, I couldn't get it. I'm talking about
It
I couldn't
wasn't
get
coming up.
nothing. No, I couldn't get it.
Yeah, in America, you can't type in Negroes' name. They ain't gonna give you them Negroes. You gotta type in white people's name. They give you their history. That's why it's called history. It's his story. You gotta go by his story.
Right. Yep. And they always is filtering through YouTube. I know it's like, I'm not trying to bring up the flat Earth, but I remember when I first came into the flat Earth stuff, man, there was a lot of information that supported the flat Earth. Now, man, just forget it. Forget it. You're never going to get the information to actually fucking prove that shit no more. It's never going to happen. You pull up flat Earth on how to debunk the round, no matter how you put it, no matter how you word it, it's going to always show you how to debunk the flat Earth. You'd be like, damn, all right. They just censored the shit out of that one. But when I first found out to it, man, when I first got onto it, man, that shit was running wild, man. Every flat Earth video had hundreds of thousands of views. I was like, damn. Now you can't even find them anymore. I'm like, man, where's all them fucking experiments and all that shit? They were telling me about a lot of shit. Now you don't get anything. And they're doing the same stuff with the information that leads you back to finding out who
Yeah,
he
they
is and
getting
all
that.
that shit.
They getting that flat Earth shit up out of here.
They really did.
they,
I'm
No,
keeping
they
it real.
they
did.
ain't gonna
They
let you
didn't
keep
get it.
playing
They
with
got
that.
it up out of there.
You don't hear me talking about I want to debate you on that. I've seen her just looking like shit. I ain't bringing it up. I'm like shit. I ain't bringing it up. Oh my argument, I thought I had it. It's not
Yeah,
there.
Claim wanna have that debate with me next year.
Claim got that debate.
Damn, boy.
You said Claim got that debate right now.
Yeah, he wanna have that debate with me. No. We setting it up for next season.
Oh, okay.
Me and him.
I wonder what he gonna come out with.
Me too.
Man,
It's gonna be interesting.
I have no
Cause
idea.
you know,
I hope he don't.
Hey, Swab, though, you
You said
remember?
what, bro?
Hey, remember when last time we was talking about that flat Earth, though, and you was talking about how the sun is always in a certain spot at all times, and I showed you
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's something. Remember that? He's like, it's always light in this certain part of the area, and I was like, yeah, that's because.
You tell me.
Huh? Oh shit, yeah. Like I was saying, man, he was like, he
No,
was like,
man.
man,
And you
oh,
got beat up on that, Akmalak. I know what you talking.
all right. Well, you got to fight on your hands, brother. You got to fight on your hands.
I want to see what he's gonna bring up because I can't meet up that challenge. I don't think I will be able to come up with enough information.
Yeah, enough convincing information to
Nuh-uh.
convince everybody. Come on.
I wouldn't be able to. Only thing I'll be able to do is try to have people conduct the live experiments that you know that you can do from your own point of view and shit. But come on, man, you got to use that. And you gonna have to stand up against people flying off in outer space. It's not it's not something that I'm gonna think I'm gonna be able to just turn people into flat Earth believers. I'll just be able to state my reasons why I believe it, but proving it to you now, they actually did the best that they could to make sure you wouldn't be able to do that. That's why I'm definitely going to be curious
And
about
my
what the hell
boy
they're
can
going
do
to
out
bring
the
up.
delay.
Huh?
I got
What
a
you say?
delay. I think my signal messing up. Okay, hold on. Let me mute up.
Is there a delay on? You getting a delay on Malak? Malak dropped off. What's going on with you, Solar? Solar the commissioner. What's happening in Solar Mine? Where's Solar Mine at? Shout out to Solar Mine.
Shout out to the commissioner, man. Solar Man. That's him.
Yeah, man. Allowing us to put this together. That's a straight up
Man, I
brother right
appreciate you wanting to.
there. Yeah, hey, I appreciate you letting me on here too. Cause this the argument lead, that's yours, huh?
Yeah.
Swap. Yeah, man. Thanks for letting me on. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
yeah, yeah. I think I got a delay though. I think I got a delay right quick.
and it's possible that it's from. Let me say about this.
Motherfucker back.
No, there ain't no reason why you should have a delay. And I thought it was because on my part. Usually when I'm sharing the beats in the
Man,
background,
I'm
it
inside
don't
the
come through.
store. I'm inside the store. You know these stores don't got no love for your signal.
Right, right.
Yeah. Nah, that was some cool information. Yeah, man. I don't know what claim would do to prove flat Earth. I have no idea.
No, no, man. It's going to be interesting, man. You know, I want to see y'all's debate. That's going to be dope. Next
Yeah, me
season we
too,
want to
big
see
bro.
that.
Me too.
Y'all should still have like some oh, you know what I mean? Something for the losers, shit. For the niggas that lost, like shit. Let them niggas still get some in.
Yeah,
At least
y'all could have been setting stuff up. Y'all could set up debates anytime y'all want, bro. You could have been set up a debate with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Had it on Solar Vision Debate League.
right. Just because we're not in the
Yeah, the debates don't stop.
cool. Yeah, man. Because I'm still trying to get some in. Oh, Jake said drop the link. There you go. Oh, my bad. I sent something else. Hold on.
No.
Drop the link for the brother Jake. There you go, Jake. I put him out there.
Who, Jake the Great?
Yeah,
Shout out to Jake the Great, man.
Jake the Great in the house. Where you at, Jake? He about to get in right now. Yeah, Jake the Great about to rock with us. Let's see what he about to bring to the table. And sometimes me and Jake the Great would jump somebody, but then sometimes me and Jake the Great would start swinging at each other too. So you, you never know how it's gonna go.
Hey, that's how I got. Hell
What's going
no.
on with you, man? What's
Going
going on,
on?
Jake?
What's going on? What's going on with y'all?
What's
How you doing,
good,
man?
Jake?
Peace
What's
to you,
going
man.
on, Mr. Suave?
You got it.
Yes, yes.
So,
We're gonna
so,
hit you
so,
with a
so,
swab.
I got a question. Who talking about flat Earth?
Oh, it's going to be a
I,
debate between Suave and Clean coming up in the near future.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Why you
What
believe
side are
in
you
flat
on?
Earth?
All
I'm a
right,
glober.
all right. Well, I'm gonna give you. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. So, I don't believe in the globe Earth. It just don't work.
Flat out.
It
What
just
you mean?
don't
What you
work.
mean it don't work?
Um,
What do you
the
mean don't work?
the theory of the globe, the theory of there's a curvature, all of that stuff. I mean, I haven't seen the curvature.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't work when doing what? What?
The so-called pseudoscience, because that's what it is. The
Uh
pseudoscience
huh.
of a curvature doesn't exist, or it does exist, but it's false, according to my understanding.
It does exist, but it's what?
But it's false, according to my understanding.
Yeah,
So you think
I
all the
believe it.
pictures that NASA got, all the video that NASA got is fake?
You didn't know that?
No, I know it's not fake. I'm just asking your opinion. Okay, so you believe it's fake.
No, no, no. I
But
know it's
why
fake.
would they lie about the shape of the earth? Okay, why would they lie about the shape of the earth, bro?
To get you to believe in what they're in in their religion called science, and most of it is pseudo.
So you think they had in the earth for a religious cause, bro?
When you say religion, religion doesn't really specify as spiritual or even having to do with a so-called God or being. So I call it the religion of science because they want you to believe in it. Like they want to tell you that the sun is way, 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 way out there, and I don't believe that.
I mean, do you
Right.
see how many what's going on? Do you see how many experiments they do to try to figure it out? And do you see the lack of experiments that biblical believers do to prove their stance? They just tell you believers, and then you got NASA shooting stuff into space, shooting lasers, getting the coordinates, recording the speed, the distance, the rate at which it travels back, the dark matter, all of this stuff. You think they doing all of that just to be funny, bro?
What was that last part again? Say the last part one more
Mike
time.
check. You think they doing all of this stuff just to be funny?
Yes.
Why? To have that the black people are the real Jews?
I mean, I don't. I'm not gonna sit here and count that out, but I don't think that's like the main issue. I don't think that's the main reason. Cause see, you see how they want to push around globe, right?
Right.
Uh-huh. I
Now,
mean, they didn't want to. They don't want to push around, bro. They just noticed the Earth was round. They're not pushing it. What do you mean?
okay, well, if you look at the symbols, because symbols are important. If you look at the symbol of the UN and the symbol of, if you look at any national symbol, go Google it up, Battle Axe. Just the UN symbol. The symbol of the UN, it represents a flat Earth. So why is it not, why is
No, it
that not the globe?
doesn't. That's not true, bro. The
That's
symbol of
not
the
true.
UN is a flattened. No, the symbol of the UN is a flattened out globe. That's why it has the lines. Anytime you see them lines that start in the middle and they close and then they spread apart, that's showing you the distance between. It's a globe, and when you flatten out a sphere, that's what you get, bro. That's crazy. Y'all keep doing that, man. You keep saying like a
Well, well,
map.
well,
A map is a true depiction of the Earth because it's flat. Like, come on, bro. That is crazy.
no,
That is
I don't
desperate. They
think
trying
that
to
the
hide.
United.
They trying to hide
I
that
don't,
they trying to hide that the Earth is flat, but they use it on every representation of the Earth. Come on, bro. If they were trying to push the globe, the UN sign would be a globe.
I just think that
Like,
that
what the
UN
hell?
sign. I think the UN sign. It
Uh,
might have served for what you are saying. Yes, it's possible. Highly possible. I'm probably like 70% sure that most people that look at that is interpreting that as the just a globe laid out. But it is an exact concordance, though. That's the crazy thing about it. It is in perfect alignment with what the flat earthers actually say the earth is in position of. Just like that. The continents
the
arranged like
flat
that and
earthers
everything. That's how
haven't
they.
done any goddamn work.
Okay, hold on.
Um,
Hold on. Now before you guys go back and forth, Battle Axe, you can look up some more symbols. Look up like so that was the UN. You can look up
Uh-huh.
I think the CIA. Try the CIA. Try try just national national institutions, and they all have the same kind of symbol. And you know that just happened to be interesting coincidence.
right.
But can you
You see that?
answer me this, Jake? If they trying to push a globe, why do they depict a flat Earth? If they trying to push the globe, why aren't all these institutions signed a globe?
See,
That don't
they
make no
taught you
sense
to
to me. You say they
believe
trying
in.
to push the globe, but yet they openly have flat Earth map for all these institutions signed. That's not relatable, bro.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Why do they have you believe in the globe, but all of their symbols are flat? That's
What? How I do you? That's not logical, bro. That's not logical, bro. You just
I
said
agree.
they're trying to push the globe Earth. If they're trying to push the globe Earth, they would never show you a depiction of a flat Earth. It's not like the UN post-dated reality, and it's an archaic institution, and they couldn't change the symbol. They made the symbol modernly. The people that's trying to push flat the globe Earth made a flat Earth sign in your perspective modernly. That's not logical as hell.
Okay,
But
okay. How
do you
about
see that
this?
picture, anybody?
How about
Y'all see
which
this
one?
picture I got on screen?
Oh yeah,
That couldn't be possible if the sun was
What
93
piece?
million miles away. That I got on the screen. Can y'all see that?
yeah. We can see it. The one on the
Oh,
right
with the
hand side,
sun.
Swab.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
see
wouldn't
it.
be able to make a hotspot if it was 93 million miles away. It wouldn't be
That
able to do
doesn't
it.
look like a hot spot. That looks like a reflection, like it's
That's a
reflecting off the
reflection, bro.
surface of something. But
The Earth,
okay.
but there's nothing to
And
reflect.
that's correlating,
It's a clock.
and that's correlating to your position, and that's relative to your position. That spot will move as you move.
It wouldn't move as you move. That's the crazy thing about it. It actually doesn't. The hot spots, they don't move.
It that's
Like
not a
that too.
hot spot for one.
That's a hot spot.
And that line that you see will move as you walk across. That line will start hitting other objects on that surface.
Yeah, you could see
Because
that
it's,
like
it's
on a
based off
flat
your
plane or a
perception.
flat surface. Like if it's a hot day and the sun is out, you notice like that same kind of light following you as you keep going. Like you can keep walking for miles and that same brightness, that same reflection you can still see kind of following you.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a
So
fact.
I'll give
Look,
you
that's
I'll
a
give you
hot
another
spot,
example,
man.
Suave. I'll give you another example, Suave. So when you let's say I'm standing at the beach, right, and I'm right at the shore, right where the waves crash, where it just gets to the foamy part, right?
Look at that. There is no curvature,
Are
and
you
there
following,
is
Suave?
a hot spot. So as soon as somebody mentioned the word flat Earth, that we gotta go
Can
to
you
it.
turn that music down, brother?
Oh, my bad.
Suave, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? I think I just went through a rough spot.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello? Okay, good. Okay, you said when you at the shore, right where the water meets the sand, what happens?
Yeah. Okay. So, according to to perspective, when you see the boat going, let's say it's going towards the sun, right, and the boat disappears eventually, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you understand that to be going over the curve, right?
It's going past the curve. It's not over a curve. I don't like that verbiage, but yeah, it's going past the curve. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what if you can get a
Yeah.
telescope or like a binocular, and you can just zoom in, and then you can bring that boat back to your vision? What would you say then?
I would say
You
that
said
you
a
had a pretty
boat?
nice. I would say that you had a pretty nice camera, and that the boat did not go past the horizon completely. I saw that.
If you watch a boat, if you're talking about a boat ascending into the ocean outwardly, you would watch the mast of the boat look like it's beginning to sink. That's what
That's right.
actually happens. If you're talking about physically watching it, that's kind of the point of curvature. It's like another way to kind of see that the boat is not going in a straight line, but it's going in a curved line, or it's going at a curved angle, not a
Oh
curved
yeah,
line like
yeah,
you would watch a
exact.
curved
Or it's
line.
curving as it's going straight. It's going straight into and then curving.
Okay.
Or
Okay. So when it
So do
curves
you do
all the
you
way out of
observe
hold on,
lunar eclipses?
hold on. So if it curves out
Okay.
of your perspective of your eyesight, but then you get a camera or a binocular and you just zoom in and you bring that boat right back into your vision, would you then say the curvature doesn't exist?
No, because
At least,
what you
at
fail
least
to
as far as
realize is that or refusing to acknowledge or whatever. Um, your sight has a limit, bro. And as you look at that boat as it go out, you get to the point you say, dang, I can't see it no more. And then you use a tool to bring it back into view. That doesn't disprove the curve. That just shows that 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 just shows that I mean that
Eventually, the
that
boat got to
laughing.
go
Hold on, hold on,
over
hold
the
on, hold on,
curve eventually.
hold on. Let's do this right quick.
How can you
Cause
bring something back to the view that disappeared? How can you bring
bro.
something back to the view?
Hold on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Cause that laughing is childish and it's annoying as fuck, and it's not bringing out any information. So whoever is wasting
Hella
our
with you.
time, so who's ever
I got
wasting
a
our
question,
time with
Bob.
that
How
ad
can you
lib, like I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like real talk. But
Brother,
the
brother, we're talking
the
about a boat that has
all right,
disappeared
fuck
over
it,
the
bro.
horizon, bro.
Okay, I'm finna jump on my computer. I'm finna stop talking. I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm finna jump on my computer and show you.
That's hilarious. You got me busting out, dying laughing.
I absolutely don't. You had the predetermined mind to do that.
The
But
brother asked
it's
you
cool. I'm
what
finna jump
happens
on my
when the
computer
boat
and I'm finna kill this
disappears
flat
over
earth
the
shit right
horizon.
quick. Hold on. I'm finna
It
have
doesn't
y'all
disappear. You're
instead
saying
of
that it
laughing.
disappears.
Instead
No,
of laughing,
I'm
I'm finna
not
have y'all.
saying it. This is y'all claim. This is the globe heads claim that boats go over the horizon and go out of view because
But
it's
it's not
under the
that it
horizon.
disappears.
It
It
goes
doesn't
under
give
the
the
horizon.
illusion
Oh
of
my
it.
fucking
No, it
god!
does not give the illusion of a disappearance. It looks more like the ship is sinking.
Sinking, correct, exactly right. Which
Yes,
is
but it's not
sinking below
sinking.
the
No,
horizon.
hold
Right, so it gives an appearance of sinking below the horizon where the earth curves.
Where some
Uh,
kind of natural phenomena takes place.
I see
Yes.
natural phenomena takes place. Yeah.
Okay. We
This
gonna
is
call it
why
natural
I'm the
phenomenon.
final
Hold on,
boss.
claim.
Unless
Hold
we're
on,
This is why
claim.
I'm
unless
the
Hold
we're
on,
final
claim.
coming
Now,
boss
hold on,
unless
player.
we're
claim.
coming in
Now,
at the
now you just
perspective
said
that
it's
the
a
boat
natural
flies away.
phenomenon. Hold on, sir. You
The
just said
natural
it's a
phenomena is the
hold
curve
on,
of the
sir.
earth.
Hold on. He said
Unless
it's a
we're saying
natural
that the boat is
phenomenon.
not
Okay,
operating
sir,
on top of water,
sir,
then we're bringing it outside of a natural phenomenon.
sir, sir,
But I'm
sir,
still
sir, sir,
listening,
sir.
brother
Wait,
or
sir.
sir
If
or whatever you are.
sir, if you're saying that it's a
He
natural
don't know the
phenomenon
gender.
that the
He
boat
don't know the
disappears
gender
when it
of
Come
goes,
on, man. Let's get the information out,
hold
man.
on,
The man
man,
trying
hold
to
on,
say
man.
something.
So if you're
he
saying
said
it's a natural
he said
phenomenon that
whatever you are.
when the boat goes out, as far as it goes, and you can't see it with the naked eye, and I get a tool, and then I can bring it back to my vision again, does that natural phenomenon disappear?
It does not bring it back to your vision. It just brings your vision closer to where the event is happening. So in
Okay,
essence, the ship will still look like it's sinking. You'll just have a better view of that.
okay. See, you say it'll look like it's
Hold on.
sinking. The ship isn't meant to sink. So, like, I don't understand what are you talking about.
That's the point. If we all know that the ship is not sinking, but it gives the illusion, if we're looking at in a straight line, that it is sinking, we would have to use our deductive reason and say that something is happening naturally. What is happening? People describe it as curvature. You're saying that there is no curvature. So what you're insinuating is if I look through the binoculars, I will never lose sight of that ship, and that is incorrect.
No, I'm not insinuating. I'm telling you that's a fact. That's a
So you're
thing.
telling me that from standing on a beach, you can watch a boat go out
Over the curvature
30
or the natural
miles,
phenomenon that
Yes,
you're talking about, yes, that is exactly
30
what I'm
miles?
telling you.
that is a fact. He
Okay.
is bringing up a straight, real fact. No one actually tries to refute that. They
I
can't
would
refute
like to see this done. I would like to see this done in real time because I,
that. What
in
do you
real
do?
time, can do the exact same thing at any beach. And if you have time next week, I'll go to Galveston just for you, and I can show you through my binoculars what that actually looks like.
Hey, we can do that because you're gonna
I've
be
done this
amazed.
on numerous occasions.
We can do this.
I lived on the beach for a while. I'm from Florida, brother. So I've gotten the opportunity to see this with my own two eyes. But I'm more than willing to do it online.
Oh, he
All
like
right, here we
right
go.
near the
Okay.
beach. Yeah, where you live in Florida,
I got a
right?
question for those for the round Earth dudes. You know what I mean? So when you're on the at the beach and you're looking
You
at a
looking at
boat
a
and it seems to disappear, and then you take binoculars and then you can still see that boat. How do you explain that when that boat was actually supposed to disappear through the curvature? Even if you have binoculars. Oh, Steph, what's
because
going?
the
What's
binoculars
going,
act
T-Law?
as a apparatus for extending my vision. So where my
right.
vision would have fell short,
No, it
the
extended vision that you
the
couldn't see no more, right? It extended
yes,
past your vision.
because
But
humanly
according to you
possible, I
guys,
could not see that.
according to,
So I would need an instrument to
but
extend my
according
sight and vision.
Oh, yeah. So you
That's
wouldn't be able
what
to see.
binoculars do.
Went
but
They
under the
So
according
there's
to
no
curve.
curvature.
Went
you
under the
guys,
That
There
curve.
doesn't
it
is
went
no
over
This
the
is
curvature.
where
that
your
curve.
doesn't
logic breaks down.
that
It
doesn't
went
mean that
under
it
the
goes under a
curve.
That
curve.
is
How?
exactly what that means. The
That's
curvature is
exactly what it
based
means.
on the
Watch your
curvature
view.
is based. Listen, man, this
Y'all
whole
not
science.
listening to us. Y'all act like y'all
Check it out real quick. I haven't even got to say something, but I have to say this. The
you
curvature
don't. That's the
is.
problem,
No, let me say
Corey.
this real quick. I haven't said nothing. It's my first time saying something. But the curvature is based off of that specific principle. That is what it was founded on. They founded that whole thing on the boat going over the horizon. That is what it's founded on.
Okay,
I got to throw my hands up on that.
So
okay.
what you're implying is when
Right,
you
right.
use binoculars, you no longer see the boat going. The boat no longer gives the illusion that it's sinking. What you're saying is then once you use binoculars, that you can see the
Yeah, it
boat
no longer gives the illusion of
wherever.
it sinking.
Hey, share
Then
this.
Yeah, it's
why
still
can't?
going straight.
By the
Okay,
way,
then
by the way,
I have to ask one question. Why can I not see a
And
boat in London right now from any port in America? Why can we not
because
see one with binoculars? If what you're saying is true.
London
Binoculars
isn't
can't
straight
see that
ahead of
far.
you. That's why. Because London isn't straight in
Binoculars
It,
front of
can
you.
only see a few
well, if the
blocks
earth
Come
away.
is
on,
flat,
man. Y'all can't double
if
answer,
the
bro.
earth
Can
is
we get some
flat,
order?
there
Brandon
should
Pay, my
be.
bad. Brandon
Oh, I'm
Pay, time
sorry.
out, please. Can we keep order, please? Like, can we, like, one person talk and then the next person reply and the next person?
Yeah, and so
Because
Jake the
we
Great
can't,
is
you
the
cutting me
main
off right
speaker.
now. You're doing it right now, Clay. We can't do that. When I shut up, let Brandon pause his question, and then y'all could take turns answering it, bro. That's how conversations go. Go ahead, Brandon.
So hold
Oh,
on.
just let
Let
him
me help
address
you
who
with
he's
the
talking
order.
to.
Let me help you with the order because the order is that Jake and Brandon are the main speakers. It was Jake. It was
Oh,
Jake and
went
you.
out.
It still
Brandon.
is Jake. It still is Jake and me. It's just
All
they're
right.
having a conversation. Yeah. Can you
There you
share my
go.
screen, by the way? It's what I'm
So
trying to share.
they're the main speakers, and so when he says a question like why you can't see a boat in London with binoculars, I may have to answer that because Jake may not realize that binoculars can only see a few
Okay.
blocks.
But you can't save Jake. That's the thing. We're not defending
I'm
flat
the
earth.
final boss,
Hold on,
We're
hold
nigga.
on,
not
hold on, brother.
defending.
Hold on,
I'm the
brother. Hold on,
final
brother.
boss.
Come on. But this is the shit that brings bullshit to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all playing, because y'all know the earth ain't flat. I'm serious. Because my people believe the earth is fucking flat. Y'all know y'all on bullshit. So you don't mind shucking and jiving and doing all this extra shit. Me,
We
I'm
know the earth
serious.
is flat.
Because my
Who
people
said
are
we?
saying the earth is flat and that NASA is lying, trying to hide whatever the fuck they can't wrap their mind around. So I would like to keep this a little bit mature.
We ain't
Man,
playing. We serious too.
we ain't.
No, no, no,
We
no,
are
no.
dead
Okay,
serious.
so let's get the information and then reply to the information. Let's get a back and forth on information. You make a claim, we disprove
Okay.
it. We make a claim, you disprove it. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
Well,
All the
that
rhetoric is
sunspot
needless.
started to prove
It,
that sunspot that I
I was
showed does
telling
not.
you how far our binoculars can see. He asked the question. He said,
And I
"Why can't
want to
I?"
hear him die. And then you can
Well,
answer it,
okay.
bro.
Well, I'm
Stop
answering it right
trying to
now.
save niggas
You
because you think
screaming
they
as
yo
loud as
because
you
they believe
can.
in flat.
he said, I
You
want to
screaming as loud as you can.
Because I don't want the
The
stagnation,
answer
brother.
to the Brandon's question is that
Hmm.
binoculars can't see to London, bro.
Okay. Nor neither can human eyes. Thank you for your answer. Anyone else
But
care
it
to
can
answer?
see, but it can see to the moon. We can
Right.
see the moon, but we can't see the coast of Europe from the coast of
Right.
New York. Duh.
Oh, a telescope. Yeah, I mean, you can see
Yeah, no,
the.
I got you, bro. I
Hold
got
on,
you.
Yeah,
you can
Now
see
you
the
read
right.
it to
moon
the
with
So
your
telescope.
eyeballs.
thank you for
You
your
can see the
answer, but
moon with your eyeballs.
I would like other
Okay,
perspectives, and
okay.
there's
My
other
point is
brothers
that
on the
we can see
panel.
the fucking year, bro. Now, peep this out, bro. This is a clear curve. This is all water, so it's level. This is a bridge over here. This person is using a drone. As he goes up, a whole city comes into view. This is not a mirage. He's going up and he's able to see past the curvature of the earth, bringing more land into view. Now, as he drops his drone back down, this further view is going to disappear due to the fact that it will be past the curve, bro. There's
Hold
no
on, let me
trickery. Hold on,
explain.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Peep the evidence first,
We
please.
seen it. We see the evidence. I'm looking at your
No, you
answer.
haven't. He's not. No, he's not. He haven't.
I'm looking at
Please let him
evidence.
finish what he was saying and present.
I just really want y'all to like genuinely look at this shit, bro, because it's not hard to look at. You see the bridge. You see the city past the bridge. As he lowered the drone, the city disappears and part of the bridge disappears. That's a curve on water, bro.
Listen, now let me say this now. That right there is not a curvature. That is
Oh
you
wow.
from let me say it. That is from your perspective. From well, that's called um
Perspective.
depth in perspective. Depth in
Huh.
perspective. That is not actually a
Akmalak,
curvature.
Akmalak.
It's
Let
Yeah.
me
just
show
saying,
you why.
hold on,
This
hold
is
on, hold on,
no, no,
hold on. Let me
no,
finish.
no, no,
See
no,
how
no,
he
no, no.
calling on
Hold on, hold
Akmalak.
on. I want to reply to that.
You see
I
how
want to
he
reply to
cut you off,
that.
and
You're not
Plain,
gonna let me
stop.
finish.
He's
got
plain, plain. Let off
why
to
you
him,
cut the
bro.
brother off and then
It
say
matters.
Akmalak?
Stop thinking he look, bro. Stop thinking you gotta say these niggas can leave how you believe. God damn. Control your conversation. Let me to that nigga.
You just cut a grown man off
I
in the
don't
middle
give
of his
a
speech.
fuck. You cut
Right.
off
You
too.
out of order, nigga. You are out of
Okay.
order.
You cut off, man. Let's get it. So now it's not a
You did
perception
cut me off, man.
because
I was
you can clearly see the building to the
hold
left.
on, but you gotta let me finish saying what I was saying.
No, I don't.
It's
What you
called, it's
just
called
said.
depth and perception, brother.
What you
Let
just
me say
said
this
is
real quick.
better
Let me
way.
say this real
Better
quick.
way. Oh, let's have a
Hold on.
conversation, bro. Y'all just like saying shit because you think I don't know
You
what it is,
just say
but you
good.
can clearly see. You can clearly
Come on.
see the building
Okay,
to
hold
the
on,
left.
relax. You gotta cool out.
God
Here's another thing
damn, shit is
to
crazy. This is why
to
y'all still believe the
touch
earth
on
flat
this.
because y'all can't have a conversation. The
No,
building
you
to the
cutting the
left,
man off.
the
No,
building
he
to
cut
the
Suave
left,
off.
the building to
No,
the
he's going
left,
crazy. Is what
the
he's doing.
building to the left is clearly in view. That's not depth bomb cutting them off. Because if it was depth perception, you wouldn't be able to see the top of that building, bro.
No, if it's death perception,
Now,
it starts at the bottom. You start not seeing the bottom before you not see the top.
why? Why do you fucking not
Because
see the
it's
bottom?
the bottom is closer to the ground. When you're going down a straight road and it's
Uh-huh.
very long straight road, you will not be able to see the end of that straight road because that road seems like it's disappearing, but you can still see the mountains because the mountains are over the road. You can still see the mountains, but you can't see the road because the road.
Bro, that's logical. You threw a bunch of words together. Tell me why the bottom of this building
Man,
disappears. You can
I
still see
told you.
the top of the
because you're
building
only
is
seeing a
Because
the
partial
it's
of the
top.
building,
vertical.
man, because the ground, as it gets farther and farther, it gets smaller and smaller. The objects
Huh?
Why?
get smaller.
This
Man, don't
this
cut
the
me off. Man, I know how to draw. I gotta fucking know these things, man.
Now here we go.
To
Other
be able to draw
so
and do
battle,
animation,
battle
man.
way, battle,
Listen, man.
battle
No,
way.
let me
this the
So
finish.
you
rental.
Hey,
telling
I'll
hold
be back in
on,
about 10 or
God
15.
You
damn,
don't
bro.
realize that
He's
you're
in the
speaking from only just what you're seeing from here, but you're not understanding any of the elements about depth, perception,
Bro, please
distance.
stop
You're
telling me
not.
to understand.
You're not
Please
including
stop telling
none of
me I
that.
don't. This
Boss,
stop
stop cutting
preaching,
them off,
bro.
bro. Just stop cutting them
Stop
off, bro.
preaching. No, stop preaching to
He's not
either
preaching
come
it.
a point.
He's eating you alive.
Listen. Bring a point, prove it, or
Like
let
right
me
now,
bring my.
look at it. You see how in this? picture right here where you got right here where you got it stopped. You see how that bridge is stopping, but it doesn't curve. It just gets smaller and smaller until it disappears. That's because that's depth in perception.
Huh.
You
Now,
can't just sit here and
now,
just like
god
just
damn, see, here we go.
eliminate.
This the extra shit. This the extra shit.
Suave. Try to
You're
let him finish.
eliminating the fucking shit, man.
No,
To
listen,
hold
bro.
on to your tactic. You
Bro,
can't do that
can I please talk,
because
bro?
because
Stop
because,
preaching to
because
me,
what you
bro.
got to do
Stop
now is
preaching to
explain to me
me.
why does
Stop
that
preaching to
bridge
me.
disappear
Stop
in the
preaching
middle
to
of that
me.
water?
God damn, bro.
Why
Stop
does that
preaching to me.
bridge
Stop preaching
disappear
to
in the
me.
middle of that water?
Stop preaching. Stop preaching. You made your point. Let me respond. Stop fucking preaching to me.
When anybody just
How,
slam dunk on you, just
how,
preach.
how did the bottom of the building get so far you can't see it, but the top of the building is still in view and at the same distance from you, bro? Either that whole building is gonna disappear or that whole building is gonna be in view.
First
That's
off,
depth perception.
that building is hundreds of feet in the air, first off. Secondly, it's doing the bottom of it is doing exactly what the bottom of that bridge is doing. It's disappeared from the distance and perception. It's just that the bridge
Over
is
the
closer to you. So you can see
battle
it
axe,
disappearing.
battle axe,
But,
battle axe,
but that building
mm,
itself is
mm,
not as
mm,
close to you as that bridge is. So you
battle
don't
axe.
see the end of
How
you don't see it disappearing. You just see that it has left with the rest of the background. But
battle
if
axe.
you go up, you will
God
realize that it's
damn,
all
bro.
there. If it was on a curve of a bar, there would still have to be a lot of a portion that you just don't see because it went over.
Okay, can you put a period there, please? How is the building still in view, but this part of the bridge is closer to you and it's disappearing? Now, listen to the question.
I
This
just
part of the bridge is closer to you than this building, but you can see this building, but yet this part of the bridge is disappearing. So you telling
that's a
me that part?
skyscraper.
What?
It's not just a building, it's a fucking skyscraper.
What does that
Stop
got to do? We
minimizing what
talking.
it is,
See,
first
now
off,
you
because you gotta
deflecting.
tell us what it is. It's a fucking
Now you.
it's hundreds of feet in that fucking air.
What the fuck that got to do with how far it
That
is
got
from
a
you?
lot to do with depth and perception. When
What
you're
the
taller,
fuck does
you
that
gotta
have to
know
do
that
with how
shit.
far? Bro, so
Whoa,
you telling me the
whoa.
taller, so you telling me the taller a building is, the closer it is to you?
No, the taller a building is, the further you can see the top of it. Duh.
Why? Why is the question?
Because of depth and perception. The higher things go,
So you
they
telling
become
me
more
the top of a
visible. I
building
didn't
is
say that. You're
closer
not
to you
listening.
than
You
the
don't
bottom?
listen. You
I'm
don't
not finna
listen.
have
That's
this
why you
conversation,
don't
bro.
need this
Y'all niggas
bullshit.
retarded for real, bro.
Because the higher
Just
you
listen,
go, the
Suave.
more
Damn.
you can
No,
see.
I'm not
And
listening
that
to no
goes for
stupid
buildings
retarded
just
shit.
in
The nigga
just
just
in
told me the top of the building is closer
listen.
because it's taller.
The higher you go, the
No, it's
more that you can
higher. He
see.
didn't say
And that's all.
because it's
Listen,
taller. He
man,
said because
stop
it's
cutting me
taller.
off. You
Akmallah,
said,
what the fuck does
hold on.
higher got to do with it?
You
My
If
said
he's
bad, dog.
I
saying,
was supposed to
if he
do a
is saying,
conversation.
if
You
he
said
is
I was supposed
saying
to do
the
a
build,
conversation, but you didn't do it. You just used that
if
philosophy to do the conversation so you can just fucking talk. And then when anybody else
if
has
he,
anything to say,
I'm
you
getting
cut
to
us
the
off.
information, bro. You trying to talk to
You're
my
not
heart
getting
or
to
some
fucking
whole ass shit.
information. I'm informing you on
How
your fucking
is
picture.
you're wasting our time right now, bro?
You're
How
showing us
is
a
the top?
picture. You
How
showed us
is the?
a
God
picture
damn,
and you
bro.
showed us a video of a drone going up in the air. But you did not like there was no information more. I'm adding information onto what you're saying. I'm saying, well, yes, that building is hundreds of feet in the air. It's a skyscraper for first and foremost. That's informing you on that. That's called information.
Bro, you're
Hold on, I'm
listen.
not done, man. Hold
God
on,
damn,
man.
how many times I gotta listen?
Because
I
I'm not
can't
fucking
remember every fucking thing you said. Let's
I
reply
don't
to
even
each
care. Hey,
other. You
Listen
trying
you're
to
not
until
kill
done
he's
an
yet.
done
answer and
talking,
shit.
Suave.
Wait until I'm done talking because I'm
Bro,
gonna smash
bro,
every
you
fucking
need to
thing.
learn how to talk then. You bring up one or
Because
two
when
points. You
I'm
don't
gonna
bring a
smash
whole
everything.
spiel. I brought up
I'm
one
gonna
point
smash
and asked y'all to
everything.
reply.
Just listen. Sometimes you gotta listen.
No, bro, you just don't listen to niggas just spew 12 goddamn points.
Yeah, you do.
Nigga, I'm not
You gotta listen
I'm
to the
sitting here
whole matter of
Like
a
I
person,
said,
then
bro,
respond.
like I said,
Listen to his
how
whole
the
matter,
fuck,
then respond.
if it's
That's
depth
all you gotta
right.
do.
perception, if it's
What you just
depth
heard was
perception,
your ass being whooped.
if it's depth perception, the whole building would disappear no matter how tall it is. The
Eventually
only
it will.
reason, look,
Hey,
but
eventually
he
it
teach me to
would.
listen though. I'm supposed to listen to niggas that don't listen though.
I ain't gotta fucking hear
Y'all
you say
niggas
that shit
preach
over and
shit.
over.
Y'all niggas preach shit, but y'all don't live by it,
I ain't gotta hear you say that shit over and over. You ain't saying shit.
bro.
I'm sitting here trying to
The
explain to
point,
you what the
like,
fuck was
man, can
going
you
on with
stop
you.
doing Battle X? What's up, bro? Goddamn.
You gotta let me finish what I had to say. You did not let me do
Bro,
that.
you was done. I said a half a sentence. You was done.
No,
I'm
you keep
done.
cutting them off.
Yeah,
Bro,
you
like
don't
I
realize that
said,
you
Just
won't
let
cut
them
me off.
respond,
Adam,
Swab, and then
man,
you
what the
respond,
fuck is
brother.
going on? Bro, I don't
Let
give
them
a fuck if
respond.
both of y'all retarded. I'm not cutting him off. I'm responding. He just cut me off. I'm
I did. Well,
responding.
yeah. I cut you off after you
It
cut me
doesn't
off.
matter. The only reason how tall the building is comes into matter when you talking about if you can see it is if
Wait a
it's a
minute, but you're not
curve.
allowed to talk about the
God
building before you let me
damn,
finish.
bro.
No, no. You're not allowed to talk about the building before you finish. Let me say what I had. I brought up the fucking building.
No, I
I'm
showed
sitting
the
there saying
fucking
about the
video.
building.
I
I'm
showed the
bringing up the
video. I
building.
brought up the building. Battle
And
Axe,
then you're
man,
trying to
come on,
debunk
man.
what I'm saying
For
about
real, bro. This ain't how you do
about my
shit, bro.
response
This
to
is
the
not how no
building.
fucking information come out. This ain't how shit
No,
done, bro.
you believe in the
This
flat
ain't a
earth and the
Walmart
black earth,
parking lot.
but you never won't let nobody even to school your ass.
Bro,
You're being
I'm
schooled right
trying to
now.
reply to what you said, bro. You just
Swab,
said 12 things. How am I
Swab,
not listening to you?
And you're
How
being
am I not
schooled.
listening?
Everybody can
How
hear it.
am I not
Everybody
listening
knows
to
I'm
you?
schooling you.
How am I not
yeah,
listening to you, but
everybody
I'm
knows that
responding to you?
you're being belligerent. All you
You're
gotta do is
being
respond
schooled.
just like everybody
How
else.
am I not listening to you, but I'm
Because
responding to you?
Oh,
you're the
going
only one
crazy.
talking.
Oh,
How am I
y'all
not
gotta
listening to
show
you, but
y'all
I'm
gotta show a lot
responding
more
to you?
patience, man. Suave is going
How,
crazy today.
how
He's
am
having a
I,
bad day. This ain't
how,
Suave. This ain't the normal Suave I'm used to seeing every day.
how
Y'all
am
gotta fall back and let him vent.
How am I not listening to you and I'm responding to the things you said? That mean I listened to you, I heard you, and now I would like to respond. And you
You
cannot
gotta
let me
hold your
because I get,
response until he's done talking.
but you don't.
That was
I'm
fair.
just letting you know. I'm just letting you know, brother. You gotta
I'm
hold your
saying, but
response
you don't.
until you're done.
I'm
Okay, my
saying, but
bad.
you don't.
That was my bad. That was you right. I was wrong, and I admit it. So can we just move on? Can we let Battle Axe finish, and then you can
Yeah,
respond,
go
brother?
ahead, Battle Axe. Go ahead,
All
Battle Axe. Finish, bro.
Okay, when you go up higher, you can see more. That's exactly what that thing is actually showing. It's not proving the curvature. It's actually debunking the curvature. That your very video. I don't even know why that was even used because it shows you that the higher you go, the more that you can see. Same thing as the further you go, the lower things will appear. But the things, and if the something that is really really tall, the taller it is, the more of it you can see of it, even though the bottom of it has seemed to disappear. But if you had binoculars, you would be able to see the bottom of it. That's the thing. See, that thing is not using binoculars to zoom in from ground level. It has to go up to actually get the same thing that you would get if you had the enhancement of the eyes. That's what the binoculars do. That's why I'll say 32x is 32 times your original view. 32 times that. So you didn't see a curvature. What you just saw was depth of perception. That goes with art and everything. You got to do that. Like if I was going to draw a bird coming from that same area, I would have to draw it as nothing at first. Then I would have to draw it as a little tiny dot. Then I have to draw it as a
Suave
bigger
trying to
dot.
get in.
Then I would have to draw the wings as it got closer and closer. It's not that it's going over a curvature. It's that it's just getting closer and closer. But when I'm drawing it, making it go farther and farther
Uh
away,
huh.
perfectly straight, it'll turn into just a dot. And yes, it gets lower and lower.
Hey,
Because
Suave trying to get
if
back
I make it
in.
go perfectly straight on the screen, listen, if I make it go perfectly straight on the screen, it will appear as if it has risen up really, really high.
I
But to
feel
make
you.
it appear as
Suave
if
trying to
it's
get back
still,
in.
listen, if I'm showing you a bird that's drawing at 30 feet in the air, I would make it just turn into a dot and then just disappear. Not a curve, just
Yeah, see,
that
that's
part.
what artists know that kind of shit, bro.
Yeah,
Suave
anybody
ain't no
that
artist. He's a goddamn eater, nigga. So what you gotta do is fall back, be hella more patient because Suave is having a bad day and he don't like to hear about no goddamn flat earth. So let Suave in and y'all got the final boss of flat earth. And that's just the bottom line.
oh, wrong day to bring this one up.
Right. So you gotta know what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying?
He's yeah, he ain't feeling the flat earth.
He brought it up.
I said it. I actually like said it first, but I was like, I'm not saying it to
No, you
bring it
said
up.
you said something about some. Oh, you said flat Earth, right?
I said the word. I didn't even try to get on it.
Because
But then next thing you know,
he said I want to debate him on flat Earth next season. So that's
yeah,
the case
okay, yeah,
because you brought it up first.
right. I brought up the
Yes,
filtration
Beto
of
had brought
the
it up
internet. I was
first,
like,
and
I
he was
can't find
bringing
no
up
information on how to
how
do
when
it.
you go on the internet,
Yeah, you
you
can't
can't
find flat
find
Earth information
information on
no more.
flat Earth.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and I couldn't find the article that I just now dropped either. I couldn't find that either for like 2, 3 years. Every time I went to look for it, they kept on giving me other shit, and then I was like, damn. So I had to like go through my notes that I found because I was in between moving, and I ended up finding a notebook that I ain't seen in years either. And I wrote and I took notes from that article on that notebook. So I was looking through those notes and saw a white man's name because when I was typing in the black people's name, it was getting me everything else. But when I typed in the white man's name, then it gave me exactly what I was looking for. I was like, there we go, bingo. And then I came into, I was like, wow, man, this is some real good information. Because now I'm even more, what I'm saying, capable of handling that information. So now I was able to read it a lot better. And I'm like, man, it was going down. It's all about what I said about the year 2021, man. It's all about fucking traitors, man. The word for 2021 is treachery, traitors. That's what I have learned about, and that's what is the biggest problem to the so-called black man. That's the
Mm.
traitors is what makes deadbeat dads. He traded against his family. Traitors is what makes, for real, the traitory is what makes sluts,
Mm.
fornicators. Because you don't commit to nobody, because you ain't shit but a real just fucking traitor. And these same people are godless. Why? Because they're just ultimately they're non-commitment type of people. They don't have that mentality. They're traitors.
Mm.
Straight fucking traitors. Man.
Somebody who don't like to commit is a
Yo,
traitor.
yo,
Yeah, that's a traitor.
Now
did
that's a
hey
good
did
lesson
Suave get
right
the
there.
hey Suave, did you still wanted to respond on that flat Earth? Did you get what he Battle Axe was saying about the how why it seemed like it was sinking or disappearing?
Bottom
Yes, I
up.
understood why. I comprehended him. I understood him.
So do you have any problems with that?
Yes, he's wrong, and he's teaching that shit to our people. That's my
How
problem.
is he wrong? You gotta explain. Now you gotta explain to us
He
why
don't
does
teach
that
that to his people. He don't teach that to Israelites.
I don't know who to respond to first. I don't know. I
No,
don't
he
know.
don't
Maybe
teach that
I
to
can have one
Israelites.
conversation, or I could have
You might want to answer the
one and a
most
half.
important question first. That's your concern that he's teaching it to Israelites. He don't teach flat Earth on his channel. Never have, and probably never will.
I don't care if he ever held
No,
a class on it, but he's clearly. T- Fuck it, bro.
like I already said, like I can't prove flat Earth. Saying me myself, because I had other information that I was reliant on, and I don't have that information no more, nor access. So me myself, I have forfeited that advance. I'm not saying that I don't believe it. I know that it is, but can I prove it? No. No, I can't just sit around here and just pull your ass all day and give
They don't
everybody
even
like
gotta be
5 minutes.
proven, bro. All we gotta do
Only thing I can just tell you
is
is like from sensory physicians and shit like that, but that don't seem to be enough for a lot of people. So at the end of the day, they want to see something else. They want to see me fly out in outer space and fucking come back with a picture of a flat Earth, and I'm like, damn,
Why you can't do that?
till then what? What am I supposed to do?
Why you can't do that?
bro. First of all, y'all require the same shit of us. And then the people
Uh-uh.
who did go up there and get pictures and video, you say they're God damn, bro. This shit
They're
is
paid
fucking
agents.
Nobody
cancer
cut you
fucking
off.
developing, man.
The NASA
You
paid
just
us.
did, bro. You just fucking did, bro.
Nigga. They the government. They're paid agents, and it's a hustle. They're hustling you, swab, and you don't give a damn.
They not
You like being
hustling
bought.
me, bro. Y'all hustling me, my nigga. They not hustling me. I don't know
Uh,
NASA. They put the video up there. I
what
click
money
on it
is
if
we
I
getting
want
out
to.
of you?
No,
Sarah
you
asked you, what money
not
are we getting out of you?
hustling.
You're
Well,
not
man, I
gonna
really
answer
want to
the
have a
question.
conversation with
It's
somebody
too
who's
logical.
right in the brain, bro.
It's too logical. What money are we hustling out of you?
Bro, I never said money. Stop assuming. That's ignorant.
Okay,
Cause
so how we hustling?
NASA ain't getting no money out of me neither.
Is you crazy? You pay taxes, don't you?
Nigga, that shit go to the street and all type of other shit, man.
No,
Like
taxes go
NASA,
to
y'all,
NASA.
like for real, all we gotta do is just stop being cowards about this shit, bro. And just
Taxes
look
go to
at this shit.
NASA.
Just look at this shit. You will sit here and let a motherfucker tell you the top of a building is closer to you because it's taller,
No,
and a
nigga, skid
bridge that's
mark.
closer
Taxes
than the
go to
Skid
NASA.
building
further
is
away.
Now you
disappearing.
see,
See
you
what I'm
keep
saying, bro? See what I'm saying,
deflecting.
my
You're
nigga?
deflecting. You're
See
going
what
to
I'm saying,
another
my
topic.
nigga? That shit is
Taxes go to
crazy,
NASA.
bro. Why I can't
Taxes go to
I listen
NASA,
to
brother.
him again for another 15 minutes? I
NASA is
listen to y'all
funded
for
by
another
taxes.
15 minutes.
I
Taxes
know
is
this.
funded by
Get another 15 minutes of
NASA is
y'all
funded by
talking,
taxes.
and
NASA
then
is
I can
funded
say
by taxes.
another half a sentence.
NASA is funded by
If y'all
taxes.
compile this video,
We're not talking about no top of no
I don't know
building.
why
NASA
y'all
is funded by
is
taxes.
that not an agent? Is that not an agent? Is that not an agent? Is this not agent material right here?
Yeah,
Goddamn.
NASA is
If
funded
y'all
by
compile
taxes. That's
and
right.
edit this video, if y'all edit this video right, you
NASA
can
are
actually get a
agents.
good conversation if you just clip my half. If you clip my half of sentences out and put them together, you will actually learn something.
This nigga don't wanna accept the fact that NASA is paid by government taxes.
Who doesn't accept that fact, bro?
You just said they're not paid by that. You said taxes go to
Bro,
streets
my
and
taxes
schools.
gonna happen you too,
You
nigga.
idiot.
You get a
You're
tax
an
too,
idiot.
nigga.
Are you an imbecile?
Do you know my taxes that I pay go to you too? So you scare me on money just like
Man,
NASA.
don't go.
I
Ain't
pay
no
my
taxes go
taxes.
to no
Some
damn YouTube,
I
bro.
pay my taxes. I pay my taxes. I pay my taxes. Some go to NASA.
Don't no taxes
Some
go
go
to
to
no damn
class.
YouTube. Taxes
So
only
both
go
of
to the
y'all
government.
scare me.
Taxes only go to the government, brother.
And the
You better
government takes
you
care.
better learn that
And the
information
government
real
take.
fast.
And the government takes care of that street. And,
You
okay.
better
And
learn that information real
goddamn, bro.
fast.
I promise. This the
Taxes
only way
only
y'all can
go to the
even.
government. YouTube
Can
does
I
not
speak
get
now?
taxes.
So I can't speak now. So you gotta
YouTube does
repeat it
not get
again,
taxes, nigga. You just said YouTube
bro.
gets your taxes.
Claim. I didn't say YouTube. Goofy.
You did say
I
it.
said you. No, I
YouTube.
did not.
You want to rewind the tape?
I
You said
said
YouTube
my
and
taxes
Google
go to
and
you
and
too.
and some of the taxes go to me.
Claim, bro. Claim. Can you
Man,
stop doing this, bro? I
Oh,
said
what you just
my
said?
taxes go to you too.
Oh, you
You
too. You
also.
also. Oh, gotcha.
God
Okay,
damn, like how do y'all be so comfortable being wrong?
man, because you wrong at all times.
Was I just wrong? Or was I right? When I said
You
you
was
too instead of you too.
exactly correct.
Okay, then so I'm always wrong. Y'all say whatever the fuck y'all gotta say, bro.
So,
Like
but
shit is
taxes don't go
crazy.
to me. You still wrong because taxes don't go to
Goddamn,
me though.
bro. Do you use stoplights, curbs, water, streetlights? Taxes go to that,
Taxes
bro.
go
That goes
directly
to
to the
you.
government, nigga. Taxes go directly
And
to
the
the government.
government take care of the infrastructure, and the government takes care of the infrastructure that you use, the power grid, the water grid, the streets, the street signs.
So you,
Taxes,
okay, so you're a
bro.
government fan now. You
Man,
bang on
y'all
the
niggas really don't got shit, dog. For real,
America
y'all
every
just run
day,
around with this
but
bubble
nowadays
gum,
you're a fan of the
popping
government.
bubbles and shit.
Now you're a fan of the
That shit's
government.
crazy.
Now you're a fan of the government.
Y'all don't give a fuck how
That's why
y'all
I'm the
look,
final
bro.
boss of the flat Earth.
Bro, you're not even in
It
a
don't
video
matter to
game, my
you who
nigga.
you scream over. You don't even give a damn that I'm the final boss of flat Earth, and you is screaming at the top of your lungs
You
this
not
whole
even in the
show,
video game. You not even
nigga.
in the video game,
You
my
is
nigga.
you
Niggas just
don't
heard it.
care.
You
You don't
believe it
give a
for that.
damn how loud you scream about
Niggas is because
defending
niggas is
and offending
consecutively
your own
wrong.
brothers,
Niggas is
as if we are
consecutively wrong.
directly
God
offending you.
damn, bro. And then y'all got nothing but needless words. And y'all know this ain't shit. You just saying
You see
shit,
how
bro.
you
Just
keep
have
repeating
mic
yourself?
time. You're not saying shit. You're just repeating yourself to have mic time.
No, you're
When
the
did I say
one
that
repeating
before?
yourself. Oh my fucking god!
No, when
I've
did
been,
I repeat myself? I never said that before.
boy, you've been screaming at the top of your lungs for 30 minutes,
What
nigga.
screaming got to do with repeating myself? Am I screaming? Am I repeating myself? Because your last accusation was repeating myself. I said you're just talking to have mic time. When did I say that before? So once again, you wrong. Shut the fuck up.
Not at
Listen to the
all,
niggas that's
man.
right.
See? It's
God
all
damn.
disrespect at all times. You see what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up for what?
No, it's
Why?
not the
Why would I do
disrespect.
that?
It's y'all talking over me,
Why the fuck
cutting
would
me
I shut
off,
the fuck up?
saying that I'm saying stuff.
Hey man, I just
You're
asked you a
accusing me of
direct
stuff I'm not
question,
doing.
brother. I said, why the fuck would I shut the fuck up?
You're accusing me. You're accusing me. You're accusing me of stuff I'm not doing. You're lying on me. You're over talking me. You're misquoting me. That's disrespectful.
And
At
nobody's
least
over
I'm getting
talking you
what
at
you're saying,
all.
right?
Nobody's over talking you not one time in this conversation.
How, bro? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let that be reality. No reason y'all believe the earth is fucking flat.
Right, because we're intelligent people.
Not
And
in
you's
that
a
manner.
psycho. Brother, you's a psycho, bro. You
Not
sat
in
here
that
and
manner.
you sat here and
Y'all got
disrespected. You sat here and disrespected four grown black men because you want the earth to be a ball. Is you
no,
serious?
because
That's insane.
I want y'all to stop being liars. I want you to look at shit for what it is and stop trying to push your fake ass agenda. That's
Hey,
why.
just because well, you got to debate it and beat somebody. Sanchez ain't nobody. And y'all didn't even have that shit
That's to you. That's
judged.
the rhetoric you gotta push.
Y'all didn't even have the
That's
shit
the rhetoric
judged.
you gotta push.
You didn't even have it judged. Your debate was
That's
not
the
even
rhetoric
judged.
you gotta push, bro.
You
What
need to
that gotta
debate
do with it, man? I wish
3,
we could get to some
4,
information, bro. Niggas just trying to convince niggas of shit, bro. Bring some
because
information and
I'm
proof.
trying to get your
Stop
I'm trying to
preaching.
I'm trying to get
Stop
your
preaching.
behavior to
Stop
mature
preaching.
right now.
Stop it.
I'm trying to
Stop
get
it.
your
Stop it.
behavior to
Stop
mature.
it.
Nigga,
Stop
you
it.
on
It's
here
not gonna happen.
disrespecting us, nigga.
It's
Nigga,
not
you was
gonna happen.
disrespecting us. Calm
Stop
the
it.
fuck down,
It's
nigga.
not gonna happen.
You was
It's not
straight
gonna happen. Stop it.
disrespecting us, nigga.
It's not gonna happen. Stop it. Until niggas start
Nigga,
bringing out some
you is
fucking
straight
evidence and supporting
disrespecting
that
us,
shit.
nigga.
Tell you that's why when you was
You
reading,
Man,
was
I don't
100%
give a fuck, bro.
disrespecting us.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't give a fuck,
see,
bro.
no,
I
it ain't
don't.
no, they don't have to. Hey, you
Until
don't have
y'all
to, you know.
bring out, until
You
y'all
don't give
bring,
a fuck that you
until
just
y'all
said.
bring out some,
What
You
kind of
ain't gotta,
maturity is that?
you ain't
till
gotta
y'all
start
bring out some
preaching.
evidence, till y'all bring out some
You don't gotta start not
evidence and
caring, brother.
prove
Listen,
something,
man,
bro. All y'all niggas
brother.
doing is preaching, man. Y'all in
You
the
care about the
pulpit with
ball
this
that
shit.
much.
Sorry, you
You
ain't
care
gonna
about
chill.
the ball
Y'all
that
in the
you care about NASA
pulpit.
that much.
Y'all in the
You care about
pulpit, bro.
NASA that much, nigga.
You didn't like that depth and
You want to
perception on that
disrespect
ass.
Where's
grown
that lighter
men
fluid at? I thought I just said
because
that.
you in NASA. You a NASA
Man,
fan.
y'all like, man, you ain't grown just because your ass survived for 30, 40 years. Grown
Oh
is
no,
an
we was
amount of knowledge and wisdom accumulated.
Yeah, well, we have
The
that.
fuck? Call
We
a nigga
have that.
grown just because he grew hair on his face, and a motherfucker sitting up there talking about some depth perception is the bottom of the building leaves
Oh yeah,
before
you
the
looking
top.
like, hey man,
Because
You
it's
don't even know
taller.
looking
what
like
depth
Nigga, you not
perception
grown.
Swag, don't be looking like a sore loser. You got
is,
your ass
nigga.
kicked,
You don't know what
and
depth
now you looking like
perception
a sore
is.
loser.
I don't even know
Show
what you
some more
talking
sports.
about,
And now
bro.
you're crying like a
I don't even know
baby.
what you talking about, bro.
Yeah, man. You show, man. You got your ass whooped, and
Hey,
now
look, at the end
you
of the
throwing a
day,
tantrum. Show some sportsmanship,
yeah,
and
okay,
realize
fine.
when you get your ass kicked, and move on, so you don't bring
Oh,
too much
oh,
focus to that
oh,
ass whooping.
that's
Yeah, you
fine. But
getting
at the
way
end
too
of the day, the
disrespectful,
earth
bro.
is a globe. We have video,
All right,
pictures.
man. We don't give a fuck that the
Man,
earth is a globe
whatever,
in
bro.
your mind. We don't give a
Yeah.
fuck if the earth is a
No
globe in your
shit.
brain, bro.
No
Right.
shit. But
Right. So it's
yeah.
okay to have
Yeah, okay.
It's not.
a
Yeah,
normal
yeah.
conversation about it. You straight disrespecting, nigga.
Yeah, I'm not straight disrespecting. Now, if a motherfucker feel offended, I don't give a fuck, but I'm not being disrespectful. I feel offended too,
That's what
and
I'm
I'm not
saying. How you
asking for
can't?
no special attention.
How you feel
I'm not
offended
asking for no special attention.
because we're having a
Man,
conversation
that ain't
about the
even the
globe?
point. I don't give a fuck about being. I don't want to talk about being offended. I want to talk about the flat earth. I don't want to divide the conversation some
Yeah,
bullshit.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
here you go.
Yeah, we have
I want to
concluded that
talk. I want
that
to
is
prove
wrong.
or disprove flat earth.
Man, I need a formal apology right now. You've been called talking crazy, reckless, suicide.
I
Your neck shady, bro.
don't have
What
one,
wrong
bro.
with you, dude? You don't have a neck.
I don't know.
Well, you've
I
been
want
talking
motherfuckers bring
mad
up.
reckless, bro.
I want niggas to bring up some evidence and prove that shit. And don't just
I
say
want you
shit
to
out your ass.
apologize before we do that.
I don't have no apologies, bro. I don't know what I'm
All
apologizing
right.
for. I don't got no
All right, then.
apologies, bro. I
Man,
ain't
you talk.
disrespect no
You been
motherfucking body. If a motherfucker
how
got
you didn't
offended, they got
disrespect
offended. I'm
nobody? You've
offended.
been screaming over us for 30 minutes, and you've been telling us to
I
shut the
just shut
fuck
up then.
up.
I just shut up then.
Telling
I just shut
grown
up.
men to shut the
I
fuck
just
up.
shut up. I just shut up, bro. I'll shut the fuck up. I'll shut the fuck up. Good.
Good idea.
Because what the fuck that gotta mean? Do with
Yeah.
anything. You feel disrespected. Bro,
What?
I don't give a fuck about that
Yeah,
shit, bro.
I do.
I'll
Right.
shut the
I get
I'll
you.
shut the
What
fuck up my
do?
goddamn self.
That's a great idea. It's a great idea. And I'm not finna allow you to disrespect us all this for 15 hours straight. You crazy? At some point, you gotta calm the fuck down, bro. I know you had a bad day or something, but goddamn, you going way too far, nigga.
Yeah, Swallow, you can't bring that flat Earth up. I mean, yeah,
At
I,
all.
I, you can't bring it up. Some people, man, but keep it real. He
That
ain't the only
demon
person
in it.
that responds like that with me with this topic. I get a lot of crazy ass shit popping off over some flat Earth. People that believe in the globe, people that believe in the globe will end up like flipping out on you because you know that the Earth is not a globe. That shit will piss them off.
You feel me? Your own brother.
Yeah. It'll piss them off.
That's
I'm
what
gonna get
that's what Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel did that. That's what happened with Cain and Abel. They had a globe Earth flat Earth debate, and Cain got mad and killed Abel. Psychotic motherfucker.
for real. That's crazy.
You won't
Yeah,
kill me believing in no goddamn ball. I be done goddamn blew the whole city up. Fucking with me.
real
Fuck
talk,
the
man.
ball. Nigga, you not finna goddamn send nobody to me because you believe in a ball. And you finna press every button in your phone to get me knocked out because you believe in a ball. Fuck you.
Right.
Shit ain't gonna happen. Fuck that shit, bro. You not
That's
finna
real.
goddamn disrespect nobody around here. 1, 2.
Man, if people be communicating.
It's incumbent upon every human being to do everything possible to try to respect everybody in the world.
Man, people be in communication with evil spirits that claims that they're from these other worlds that the Bible does not
Because you
support.
believe in a ball.
Yeah, that's from the ball,
Exactly.
because the ball concept is laying on the foundation of outer space. That foundation of outer space always leaves open to the suggestion of other life forms around in other solar systems, which always leaves open the door for people to accept communication. Some people will be thinking that they are in communication with beings from other planets when they're just in communication with spirits. And that
All
is
right,
real shit.
all right. So I
That's
just
that
came back.
anonymous spirit. Anonymous is a bald head.
Okay, I just
And
came back.
he told him, I dare you to say something about I dare you to go against the ball, Swab. That's what Anon told Swab. I dare you to go against the ball.
Okay, so
So
I
he's
came back.
going crazy.
Y'all was getting turned up while I left. Do you mind sharing my screen, Battle X? Now, Swab Boss said he wants to see something instead of just talking.
Hold on, before you do that, before we start sharing shit and doing all this other shit, Let's be for real here. Claim.
Who that Domo?
When niggas gotta complain about respect and their opinion, that's only because they can't rely on logic. You can't rely on nothing else. You can try to whine and complain that he was being disrespectful and all that other shit. You're saying some stupid shit. Like there is no evidence. Like even whatever old boy about to show, that's evidence to him. That's some shit that he didn't created in his head that makes sense, and he gonna try to explain it to us.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ain't no real conversation. If niggas, all right, I'm gonna present my evidence. Oh, your evidence is fake. Oh, your evidence comes from this people. Oh, your evidence. There is no real conversation. Niggas is acting like they giving legitimacy. Oh, well, yeah, nah, I could explain that away because NASA is the man. Nigga, what?
Okay, Domo. So what you're
Hold on,
saying
hold on, hold
is,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Because I don't need you to repeat what I'm saying. I don't need you to re-articulate what I'm saying. Niggas can hear me as I'm speaking. What I'm saying right now is when niggas hear this flat earth shit and just say flat out, it's dumb as hell. That ain't no disrespect to anybody as a person.
You ain't
That's
said
disrespect.
not one
That
piece
is
of evidence. You
literally
just over crying.
that is really like
Where
flat
your
out
evidence at?
the
Stop
truth.
crying, nigga.
That is flat out the truth.
Where your evidence at?
Like you see how this nigga has to
The truth
yell like
don't
this
matter
nigga like
in
to
a
yell
debate.
like an idiot
The
because
truth
he
does not
knows
matter in a debate.
there
The
is no
truth does not
conversation of
matter in a
evidence.
debate.
There
You
is no
have to show
conversation of
evidence
evidence.
for. You have
There
to
is
show
no
your evidence.
conversation of evidence. That
You
is a
have to
lie.
show your
You're
evidence.
lying because you don't
You
have
have to
no
show
evidence.
your evidence.
Your only response to evidence
The brother
is
was
it's
about to show
NASA and
evidence.
it's fake.
The brother
Why
was
the
about to
fuck would
show
anybody
evidence. The
waste
brother
any
was
of their
about to
time
show evidence.
trying to logically have a conversation
The
with an
brother was about to
idiot?
show evidence, brother. The brother was about to
You have
show
a
evidence,
set
brother.
list of the things. All you do
The
is
brother was about to
NASA
show
is a
evidence,
lie.
brother.
NASA is a lie.
You said all
NASA
I
is a
do.
lie. NASA is a lie.
The only
NASA is a
reason I'm
lie.
on here
That ain't no
talking
real
about it
fucking
is
argument.
because
That shit
Suave
is stupid
said
as
that I
fuck.
want to debate him about it next year.
That shit is stupid as fuck.
So I
You don't
figured we
deserve no
have a
respect. You don't deserve no respect. You deserve
little
to be
slap
treated
boxing
like
session
shit.
now.
You deserve to be treated like shit to
You an
get up
idiot,
as a grown man and say the shit that you saying. I'm gonna be for real,
man.
and this ain't got to. You
I
don't deserve
don't
to be
give a
treated like
damn
shit
how
because of
I
what
don't give a
person
damn
you
how
are.
much you try
Then
to
stop
disrespect
bitching
me. You
about
definitely
respect.
ain't
Then stop
shit at
bitching
all.
about respect, nigga.
Now
Stop
all
now
right,
bitching
all
about
right, all
Suave
right.
respect.
Can we
did
get
You
back to
don't
the
I
deserve
had to
topic?
no
show
This
respect.
is going
I had to
left.
show
You don't
Suave the
deserve
utmost
no.
respect because he
I
got
don't give a
power.
fuck,
You was
nigga. I don't give
oppressor.
a fuck, nigga.
Hey
I
man,
don't give
Domo,
a fuck,
why
nigga.
you
And
gotta
the
be
only
that
power,
negative?
It's an
Why you
absolute
doing
hold
that?
on.
pussy.
The only power the power that Suave have is the fact that he bring you around, nigga. We fuck with Suave. We
This
don't
ain't
fuck with you.
Suave. This ain't Suave show. This Battle X show. You fucking fag.
Bro, it don't matter. It don't matter. Battle Axe a debater. The fuck is you talking about? You a quitter.
My point is that you're telling me
Yeah,
that the
nigga. What the
only
fuck is
reason
you
I'm
talking about?
around is because Suave got a show.
Yes,
I can
yes,
get on any show except for
yes,
yours
yes,
and
yes, yes, yes.
just yours. That's
Nah,
it. Cube, maybe.
you can get
You're
on my
two
show.
peas in a pod.
You can get
You
on
and
my show.
Cube are two peas in a pod.
Nah, Q quit. So we ain't even if we peas, we ain't even in the same
You
pod.
and
Q
Cube
quit.
are the same peas.
Cube did
Matter of fact,
actually. You and Cube did the same thing. You and Cube quit. Not only did you and Cube quit, you and Cube quit and still came around. So who's really the two peas in the pod with Cube? I'm still in the league. You not.
Okay, Battle Axe. Well, I still got a video right here on my share screen. Throw that up,
But
and I want to get you
Because
guys opinions.
listen, when we talk about when we talk about before y'all get into y'all echo chamber, y'all can have that. You know what I'm saying? Because like you not because let's be for real, you're not actually trying to hear an opinion. You actually just trying to hear somebody that agree with you, and you'll get that. You'll get a nigga that agree with you in just a second.
Almost came to say Suave.
You'll get a
what a
nigga that agree with
crybaby bitch.
Suave is just a nice nigga, bro. And you know what I'm saying. But when a nigga out here
You's
talking
an
like bitching
absolute
and whining
crybaby.
about respect, nigga, stop saying
Stop
stupid
fucking
shit.
crying, nigga.
Stop saying stupid shit, nigga. Stop surfing niggas' couches. Stop being a fucking bum. Stop getting cussed out because you too loud on
Stop
YouTube,
fucking
nigga.
crying.
How about you do that,
You was a
nigga?
weak ass nigga.
Hey,
You little
man,
pussy.
come on,
Okay,
Fuck is
man.
you
well,
talking
Come on,
about?
why are you
Swab,
why
did
are
you
you
see the
giving
Fuck
him
video?
up.
that?
What you talking
Fuck
about?
is you
You a
talking
goddamn
about,
pussy.
nigga?
Why are you dissing
Fuck
this
is you
brother,
talking
man?
You
about before
heard
you
what I
get put
said. You a
out,
goddamn
nigga?
pussy.
Before you get put out, nigga. Shut the fuck
You a
up.
goddamn pussy.
The fuck up. And you a quitter, nigga. What?
All right,
You a
Swab.
Okay,
couch
Did you see the
surfer.
video, Swab?
You a
okay. I
couch
get
surfer.
it.
Okay, so
Plain,
this is
plain,
I'm
Domo,
forced to
Domo.
show suave respect. But you, fuck you,
I don't give a
nigga.
fuck. I don't care.
You a pussy.
You was like a
Hey, we ain't
bum.
even gotta
Like
get
if
into
like,
you
all
come
that.
on, like
you a
this
Hey,
nobody.
ain't got
y'all, we
nothing
ain't
to
gotta
do with
get
what
into.
we're
Hey,
talking
like
about right
Swab
now.
You a
said, man, let's get into
nobody.
that
Bleeding
So like
pussy.
who
information.
cares?
You know.
So who cares?
You's a
Hey, yo,
bleeding
we ain't
pussy.
gotta get into all that.
Yeah,
We ain't
Plain,
gotta do all
Domo.
You's
that.
a
Hey,
bleeding
plain.
pussy.
Listen, hey, plain.
Stop
Domo.
bleeding.
He's disappointed that you left. This is just his way of saying he don't want you to go. Come back and join the competition.
Nah, I wish this nigga would not come around at all.
No, man, come
Like
on, Domo.
that
Nigga,
nigga's
you
a
don't give
waste
a
of he a
fuck what
waste of
you want.
space.
Nobody
He a
gives a
waste of
fuck what
space.
you want.
He a
Pussy.
waste of
Domo, man,
space.
come on, man.
Okay,
Nobody
You know you
gives a
Nah,
don't.
for
fuck what
real,
you
bro.
want.
He don't he like that's what I'm saying. Like even
I'm
this
for real too.
conversation, he
You's a
don't
pussy.
add nothing. Even
Nobody gives a
the
fuck
nigga
what you
that go
want,
out
nigga.
his way to defend this nigga, he treated that nigga
Nobody
like
gives
shit.
a fuck what you want, pussy.
That's what make him a bitch ass nigga.
okay,
Like
okay. Well,
the
Nah, we
nigga
ain't
that
gotta do all that.
hold on. Niggas keep saying this okay shit. Like the whole point that y'all niggas can't like that Suave brought up that y'all niggas refuse to deal with is stop talking about having conversations about evidence when the only way that you refute your opponent, like the other side of the argument, is by saying NASA fake, NASA not real.
That's not what happened though, Domo.
Niggas could
If
bring.
if
That's
you check out,
exactly what happened, bro. Like,
no,
cause
but if
when
you listen
Suave
to
say that
if you
they
listen,
got
go back 30
videos.
minutes ago. No, hold on, go
What
yeah,
30
that was
video?
minutes
30
ago.
minutes
You
ago.
see
Swap
that
out of the
Suave
video
goes.
of a dude in a drone, and I'm trying to
No,
show
hold
a
on,
different
before that
video.
drone
Like,
thing. Yeah, I
Right, but
mean,
that's what I'm
before the
saying.
drone,
So
Suave brought up.
how is showing a different video responding to the video that he brought up? You just saying,
Well,
okay, I'm gonna show you
He
hold
something
on,
else,
responded.
but
hold on.
niggas
I
this is
ain't
did.
showing how that
well,
shit is.
the video's going to
Hold on.
explain it. I don't have to say anything if you would just let
Bro,
the video
no,
play.
no, bro, that ain't how it works.
Right.
Like
All
that's
right.
not evidence. That's
I
not
did.
evidence.
Listen. I did respond. I responded and I gave him all the reasoning behind the illusion that he was seeing. And I explained it.
Huh.
And I gave him
To this day.
an actual example through art because I have to do that stuff, especially like right now. I'm studying. Right now, I'm in the process of doing 3D digital animation. So I got to do things according to this grid that is set out, a 3D
Hold on,
grid for the
but see,
background. So everything
battle
is
axe. What I'm
so you know that
what
at
I'm talking about.
And the grid is flat.
But battle axe. What I'm
right,
talking
the grid
about
is
is
flat.
when we
But
start
as things
talking
get
about.
further away, you have to not only as things get further away, you have to make them lower. But as things that are real tall, you have to make them disappear
You got
from
a
the
But
whole
background
hold
a
bleeding
lot
on,
pussy on
later.
the
but
grid.
You got to
but
make the
battle
top
axe. What you're
disappear
And
later
he's
describing.
from
from the bottom.
Battle
And
axe.
I'm talking
like,
about
no, you might
Battle
be
axe.
doing
What you're
more.
describing, though, you're
Might be
describing
one of your
is how when you're creating images, you have to
no,
mimic
this is
how the.
true.
Hold
This
on.
is this
That's
is
my point.
no.
When you talking about
What I'm
creating
saying.
images, yeah, when you talking about creating images and you trying to
Hey,
show
Domo,
depth and
what's your
perception,
last name, Domo?
yeah, that's how that shit works, nigga.
My
You
little
have to
brother
draw
Watch
it. You have
want
to
to know
draw
what
it a
your last
particular
name
way.
is, Domo.
Look, well,
You
Ain't
have
it
to
look,
draw
Brown?
this
like
brother right
fuck
here.
you and
Look,
your brother, nigga. How about that,
this
nigga?
brother Jake.
Ain't it Brown?
Check it out. Domo,
Yeah,
this
it's
brother Jake
brown.
right here.
It's brown.
No, it
It's
ain't.
He about
brown.
to see.
He ain't
Look,
gonna
Yeah,
tell
nigga,
it's
he
you.
about
He
to
brown.
scared to
prove.
tell you.
He
He
brown.
scared to
Look,
tell you.
It's
you about to
brown.
see
And I'm
Jake
not,
prove
bro.
this.
Like, why would I give my name
It's Dominique.
to a bum?
You're a
Why would
pretty
I give my
motherfucker.
name to? Why would I
Yeah,
give my
hold on.
name to a
You might know
bum?
him. Hold on. Let me show. I
Domo,
gotta
watch
show
this
you a
video,
secret.
man. Suave, watch this.
The fuck
hold on,
kind
hold
of
on.
Okay,
weirdo
cause my
shit
little
is
brother
this?
is
Okay,
they
Hey,
the same age,
Hey,
so
my
Prince,
he might
brother,
know you.
my
let
brother,
Domo and
He the same
Battle Axe
same
build
age.
right
talking
quick.
Real
about,
talk,
nigga?
bro. Real talk, because I'm
Asking me
shutting the
these
fuck
stupid
up.
ass questions.
I'm shutting the fuck up, right? So please do not address me with no material if I cannot have the conversation with you. That's it, bro. I don't ask nothing ridiculous. All
Nigga
I'm saying
talking
is
Hey,
about
if
let
man,
me
you
have your
trying to
in that
last
say
name,
conversation.
bitch,
swab,
nigga.
if
The
you saying
fuck?
swab, see, if you saying swab, look,
Get my name in no
I'm a
fucking scam artist,
I'ma
nigga.
look, I'ma listen to your point, and then I want to be listened to. I don't want to be cut off at the first sentence, bro. So don't even
We
waste
cool
your
with that?
time if you can't
Yeah,
do
we
that.
can do that. We can do
Okay,
Okay,
that,
I give it a
Claude.
chance. You got
Hey,
one
Swab,
Suave.
sentence.
we
Well,
agree with that.
I ain't cut you off or nothing like that. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
All right,
No,
so
no,
you know what I
no.
mean. Let's talk about this.
Jake,
Let's talk
Jake,
about this
Jake,
video then.
Jake, you jiggy, bro. You jiggy, bro. But I'm letting you know now because when people agree with you, they think they on your team. And so if these niggas on your team, get them in order, bro, or ask them to let you make your point alone, my nigga. Please, bro. Because I can't do it, my nigga. I can't. But I will watch the video that I've seen dozens of times, and I will listen to your expression. Go ahead.
Yeah, 2 dozens of times.
Go ahead, Jake.
Okay, go
All
ahead.
right.
Oh yeah, you got it, Suave.
So you
Shit,
can tell the dude
I wasn't about to
zooming
let
in
this
with his
bitch ass
camera.
nigga
There's
claim
a
act
big
like I
old
don't
boat in
know.
the back.
You got it.
It's a long boat right there. It's two. I think it's two smaller boats. Now you see he zoomed in. Now he's going to zoom out. Now look when he zooms out, it gets smaller and smaller, and then it disappears in what you guys would call a curvature. Correct?
Right.
So how did that happen?
Hold on. No, that's not what happened. You clearly see it's not disappearing over a curvature.
Exactly. That's what
Why
we're
would
saying.
you?
So if we were
Okay,
standing there, if we were
well,
standing there in the 1700s when this dude came up with that experiment
see
and
what
said,
I'm
"Hey, you guys, I
saying? You
found it,"
see what I'm
and they
saying? You see what I'm
documented that.
saying? Now he think
Hold
he
on,
got to
Battle Axe.
teach me right quick. He think he really got to teach me.
No, but that's what
The
that means.
ship.
That means we would have debunked it
God
that day, and that shit would
damn,
have never
bro.
took
All right,
hold.
I'm done, bro.
Yeah, hey,
It would have
Battle
never
Axe
took hold.
Swab don't even want he want the funk with my aunt. He don't even want to debate you about this right now. He wants to debate my aunt or Jake.
All right, go ahead.
Please stop
Go ahead. I'm
talking
from
for
you.
me. Please stop talking for me. Y'all would know what I wanted if you just fucking listen. I don't care who the fuck I'm having a discussion with. Stop cutting me off at one sentence.
Go ahead, man.
Jake Suave, go ahead.
I mean, he said that if we would listen, he would tell us what he wants. So we're listening. Okay, well, after the video played, I asked him where did the boats disappear over the curvature, and then he said no, there is no curvature.
You don't have to. Con. So if we were actually standing there at the time when that experiment was first conducted, and it was actually documented as proof of the curvature in the round Earth, if we were standing there with binoculars, we would have been able to easily correct that dude, that white dude, and say, "No, you're wrong. It's still there. The whole damn thing." They, here, use these what we call binoculars,
Mic check, mic check. Okay, I see the post.
and it would have never, ever, ever took hold. The curvature doctrine, yeah, I said it, doctrine was founded on that experiment. The whole house crumbles when that foundation is removed. Don't give a damn about what else they said after that. We already know
Yeah,
that there is no curvature.
I mean, all of us, we all grew up, we all grew up knowing that or believing that the Earth was a globe, round, and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, it's not like we just came out of nowhere and just like, you know what, we're all just going to team up and say it's flat. How about that? Like, it was
Man,
just it was just some things just didn't add up. And then when you like, okay, now Domo, he came on here and he want to say that NASA is fake or that NASA is real, and NASA is fake only because we don't believe in NASA. That's not necessarily true. When you if you guys want to bring up any NASA photo, but like, do you bring up any circle globe, picture of the Earth from NASA?
Yeah, let me see if I can get this.
Yeah, they all been checked with the Photoshop filter and all that
I mean,
stuff,
I mean,
and you
I
see that
yeah,
they have been photoshopped.
yeah.
That's
I mean,
why we don't accept those pictures.
there's a lot of things wrong with those pictures. You know, that's number one.
Wind on the moon. When you put the bouncing astronauts in regular speed, they look like they're bouncing in regular speed.
Hold
All
on,
that
I'm
shit.
trying to get my shit. Nah, man, I'm having problems trying to pull it up. Can Akmalak, can nobody use no Google and pull up these photos of the Earth?
Drake the Great, no, he can. He just fronting. I don't know why he doing that.
Well, I don't want them to think like I'm just I'm just the one choosing photos for my evidence.
Just pull it up
I don't want it to seem
and
that I
share
don't
it.
want it to seem that way. All right, let me just
Yeah,
It's your evidence. You presenting it, so you gotta present it and explain it.
okay. Let me see galleries.
All right, so while niggas doing whatever it is that they doing, hold on. I'm gonna give you the real explanation because whatever he said, I don't know what the fuck he talking about what I believe and all this other shit. But hold on.
All right, no one said anything about what you believe. What you told us, you came on here saying that Suave had a claim that NASA has legit photos.
That's not what the fuck I said at all. I didn't say that at all.
Okay, okay. Did anyone else hear Domo say that Suave had a claim that NASA has legit photos and we have no rebuttal for that? Did he not say that?
No.
yeah.
So you telling me what the fuck I said?
Okay, notice you
Hold
said
on.
no, but Battle said yes.
Yeah, you said that we don't have no rebuttal to the shit that he showed us. We just said that NASA doesn't exist. Basically, we didn't invalidate it. We just disclaimed the whole thing. But when he showed that video, we said of the thing going up into the horizon with the bridge and whatever, it was completely debunked with a logical explanation.
I heard
It's
him say
only
that shit. I heard him say that shit.
Yes, see, Domo, you can't just come on and just you can't just do that, man.
Yeah, I heard him say that shit, man.
And then you gonna tell me, oh, you gonna tell me what I said? Like, yes, brother, I'm listening to you, brother.
All right, that's enough. All right, I got you. Check this out. What the fuck I said is that you niggas can't talk about no fucking evidence. Let me explain why I said y'all can't talk about no fucking evidence. It's because you don't have any. Fuck what Suave talking about. I'm talking about period. The only way that you respond to any evidence is to say that a motherfucker is trying to trick you. That is it. And then you do what you did, for example, is
So we examine the
you just show
evidence to
another
find out
video,
whether or
you
not
show
it's
another video,
Photoshop.
and then you say,
And
now
then
see,
once
look,
we discover
the
that it's
issue that you
Photoshop,
niggas
then
deal
it's
with
over for
is
that
y'all deal
evidence.
with confirmation bias. Y'all don't do no real fucking research. Niggas
Damn,
talking about y'all looking, you ain't looking to a motherfucking thing. You niggas is amateur Google scholars that
damn.
sit around looking for some shit that confirms what you already believe. That's why.
no
That's why
man.
your
Listen, bro.
main argument is that there's a big
Oh man,
lie.
you gotta stop
That's why
saying
that's the
what we
best.
doing.
That's
I ain't
the
no
Like what
Google
you
that's
doing
the
is
scholar.
being
best thing.
ad
That's the best thing that you
That's hurt
niggas
my
can
feelings.
say. That's literally the
normal.
best thing you niggas can say. It has to
Normal.
be this overall belief. Hold
Is
on,
that how
hold
you
on.
do it?
It has to. Hold on. It has to be this overall belief that there's this big lie. right? That's the overall arching understanding of the criticism. Is that
Okay,
it
hold
can't
on.
be a
There is a
broad
big line.
because the
This
science,
nigga
it's
is
like
a
you niggas
Biden
ain't
flunky.
not a near
He's
nigga
a
on
flunky
you,
of
ain't not
Biden,
a near
dumbass.
nigga on here
You can't take him
actually
serious.
engaged and indulged in the fucking sciences
Be
Okay, hold
to
on,
patient.
hold on. Okay,
understand what
hold
this
on.
shit
Listen,
truly
Let him
means.
let him get it all
You
out.
niggas
Let
is
him get it all out.
amateurs. What you mean, nigga? Let it get it all out, nigga. I'm gonna
Hey,
keep going. I'm gonna keep going. It ain't nothing to all get out, nigga. This is that real work. That's what I'm saying.
he
Ain't no
ain't got
real
nothing. All
conversation
he
to be
doing is
had.
talking shit.
come on, Dumbo, let
And
it out.
Ain't
Let it
you
out.
ain't doing
Come
nothing.
ain't
He
on.
is a big
who
Let it
lie.
out.
who are you? Who are you? We don't even know
Let
who the
it
fuck
out,
you are.
Dumbo. Let it
There's
out,
a
Dumbo.
random nigga. Like, what are you
Come
talking
on.
about? Who are you?
Let
Everybody
it
Who are
out.
knows
you?
Jake the Great. Everybody
Who are you?
important knows Jake the Great. You idiot.
Who the fuck is
Everybody
Jake the
important knows
Great?
Jake the Great.
You not
That's his
important,
name,
nigga.
Jake the Great.
You not
Everybody
important.
important knows Jake
That's
the
what I'm
Great, and
saying.
I'm very
Okay,
important.
Fucking
okay.
weird.
Now,
Like, bro, I'm telling you.
okay.
Hold on.
What
Ain't no okay
what
now, nothing. I'm
website?
not done.
What
I'm not done. I'm
website?
not
Okay,
done.
not done.
I'm not
Okay,
done. Don't
my
ask
bad,
me
my
about
bad,
no
my bad,
website.
my bad,
Don't
my
ask me
bad,
about no
Domo.
website.
My bad,
Don't
Domo.
ask me
My
about none
bad,
of the
my
shit.
bad,
Don't ask me
my
none
bad,
of the
Domo.
silly
My bad, Domo. I'm gonna let you
niggas
have it.
wasteful
I'm gonna
time
let
with
you have it. Go.
every
I'm gonna let you
fucking
have
day
Gotta
it.
when
let
y'all
him
be.
Go
Well,
finish.
not
ahead.
every day on here,
The
but when niggas
Bible
be
Okay.
having
says
these
when a
conversations.
man is
This ain't, you know what I'm saying? Because at the
when
end
a
of the
man is
day,
grieving,
y'all
not
niggas
nothing he
really
can
be
say
trying to
can make
take
him feel
niggas
better.
real fucking time like these stupid ass conversations. Like
Bro,
you
you
not
just meant that
proving nothing.
you are going out there to trigger
There's no real
conduct.
evidence. Y'all
Okay.
niggas is
So
trying to
okay.
prove
No
something that
real
was
evidence.
Here's real
disproven
evidence.
No real
already.
evidence. The
We
NASA website.
just explained
None.
it, Domo.
None, bro.
Let it
You
go,
just got
Domo.
you
Y'all
just
niggas,
learned
bro, y'all
that.
niggas
There's
sat
nothing
around,
you
Okay.
can
y'all
Now
say
niggas
that
look.
make
sat
him feel
around
better.
patting each other
But then
Okay.
let it
Now
go
look.
then, Domo.
saying, "Oh,
Okay.
man,
Now
what the
look.
fuck you mean?"
It's
Okay.
therapy
Listen,
for him.
I'm
Gotta
not
be
holding on to
quiet.
nothing. I'm not
Okay.
holding
Let
on
him
to
Go,
nothing.
Domo.
let
Y'all
him
just
go. Let him deal with
this is just how
all of
y'all
it.
react to somebody fucking up your echo
Don't
chamber.
respond
When a
until he
nigga
No,
finished
when a
this is
nigga
what
talking.
that don't
happens
when a
when
nigga
this is
don't sit
all that
around
happens when this is a
when a nigga
dude,
don't
this
sit
is a dude
around
that
and
has
just
no
agree with none of that
information
same bullshit.
against the information that has been brought out against him. So now he resorts to ad hominems because he doesn't have any
Mhm.
information. Domo, that's what you're doing. You don't have any
That's
information
right.
against it, so you call it stupid because you can't beat it. Why don't you beat what Balak
You
brought
ain't
out
brought
between that hold on, between the quote unquote curvature and what's really going on in real life is just that depth in perception, man.
Con.
Go, that's everybody knows about depth and perception. Get past
why
depth
would I need to
and
beat a
No,
dead
perception.
only
horse?
If
artists.
you
No,
can't get
You
no,
past
no.
dead.
that,
Correct that.
You
Only
dead,
artists
bro.
know about depth and
You
perception.
shit
Only
is
artists
dead.
know that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You niggas is talking about depth and perception. like,
Only artists know that. He
what are
don't
you
know
Okay.
that.
laughing at? That's
Can
what I'm
He's a
saying. That's all you
fag.
can do is
Fags are
ad
okay.
not artists.
hominems it and go
Hold on.
around because you don't
Hey.
have any logical information against it.
First of all, the water to Aqualad.
conversation. This
The
ain't a
water
logical
to
conversation.
Aqualad.
What the fuck is you talking about? You want me to
Okay. Now
bullshit.
is it
Ain't that
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. You got no
it
information.
I got a question for the panel. Is this the NASA
there is no
website? Yes or
information.
no?
There is
It's
no
a
information
national
being
website. It
spread though.
certainly is.
Is this a NASA website? Yes or no?
Yes, it is. NASA is
Okay.
a national website.
Okay.
This is
Now
like literally,
this is
niggas pulling shit from their ass and then saying
what okay. So look, so this is a NASA website. I went in their gallery. This is all the pictures that NASA claims to have. So we're gonna go all of these outer space pictures.
even this Jake the Great
So
nigga
look,
said himself. He said himself, I'm not gonna explain it. I'm gonna just show the video. The fuck is
so
you talking about? How is niggas talking
Oh,
about they not gonna
okay, how about
explain? Just
okay,
look.
Domo. Do you have
why
an
That's
don't
what I'm
inclination
you
to
saying.
the
why
And
don't
video?
you
niggas is
go
talking
why don't
about
you
they
go
bringing
against the
out
stuff we
arguments.
did explain?
Stop fucking
Go
playing,
against
nigga.
the stuff we did
Niggas is
explain.
goofy as hell.
You goofy.
I'm
Go
not gonna
against
explain it.
information
Just
that was
look.
just brought out.
I'm not gonna explain it. Just look. Fuck is you talking? And you
Hold on. That's
Go
funny how you
ahead.
said that. That's funny how you said that. But when I played the video, the first thing I said was, okay, he's zooming in. There's 3 boats. He's going to zoom out, and you notice that the boats disappear behind what you guys will call the curvature of the Earth, right? And then Suave said, wait, that doesn't make any sense. There is no curvature. So what are you talking about, Domo? See, you just going off the lip because you're not really saying nothing.
Nah, Jake, you
sure
just
I heard.
lied on me, and I gotta check you. You
Hold on,
just
Suave.
lied
Hold
on
on,
me.
Suave. Hold on, Suave. Hold on,
No,
Suave.
no, no. It's real quick. It's real quick, and then y'all can go back to y'all 30 minutes, whatever. I did not say there's no curvature. I said the boat did not disappear because of curvature. It disappeared because of atmosphere and your distance from it, bro. That's what your eye, bro. This is what the camera is showing you. It did not.
Duh.
Y'all assume. Hold on. Last sentence. Please be patient with me.
That's
Y'all
our
doing
argument.
great. Y'all doing great. What I'm saying is that you assumed
You using our argument
disappeared,
though.
and now you're horrible.
He's
I just
stupid. He's
patted y'all on the
stupid.
back. I just patted
He's
y'all on the
dumb.
back, bro. I encouraged y'all. I'm not your enemy, my
This
nigga.
shit is.
So what happened is you and everybody else who believes that assumed the ship disappeared because of curvature. It didn't. It didn't.
No, the
God
ball
damn it.
head say that
And that's exactly our argument.
right, exactly.
The argument.
You gotta stop using our argument as your rebuttal. That's where you keep getting frustrated.
Bro,
Because
and this is
it
why.
sounds like we're not listening to you, but it's just that you keep saying what we're saying.
Well,
And we
he's
just
saying,
like, come on,
You see, like you see how, like you.
what Suave is actually saying is that is based off of the distance. That doesn't make the Earth flat, though. It's just like, it's just not. It's a certain level, like, as far as even with your eye, even if you have 20/20 vision, you only can see a certain distance. Even if you're
right.
looking straight. So that's what he's saying. That doesn't make the Earth flat, is what Suave's saying, though.
And I understand that he doesn't. He feels like it doesn't make the Earth flat, but I wasn't really trying to prove that the Earth was flat with his evidence. I was taking his evidence and disproving that it wasn't a
Bro,
curvature at all.
but
That's what I was telling him.
Battle Axe. What you missing?
The conversation was he was saying that the one guy Jake
That nigga
yeah,
Jake
he was
said
saying
that
that
shit.
that was that proves that you believe that it's a curvature. That's why I was saying no, that doesn't. I don't believe
Right.
that.
And he tried to lie and say that Suave said there was no curvature.
Didn't
Because that's what
Swab the first
that's what
thing he
niggas
said
got
was
to
there
do.
was no
Hold on.
curvature?
Hold on.
What the first thing he said?
Hold on. Why y'all just
Niggas
gonna
just
skip on
be
the fact that
lying,
Summer act
bro.
like he didn't know who Jake the Great was when he was on a panel with Jake the Great many times on Battle Axe show.
Look, this nigga
That's
sounds
insane.
stupid.
Who
Look, this
said that? Who
nigga
said what?
sounds stupid. He's stupid.
He tried to act like he didn't know who Jake the Great was when you know been on Battle Axe show with Jake the Great on there 100 times.
Hold
What are you talking about?
Hold on. So you guys are telling me that Swab
You
didn't
heard
say
what I
that there was
said?
no curvature?
No, he said that what you
What are
were
you talking
saying
about?
about curvature.
I just
No, I'm
reiterated what I
talking in
said.
solar.
I just reiterated what I said. What I
See?
said.
Hold on. What are
and
you talking about, Clay?
Nothing,
I
Solar.
said you have
Man,
been
please
on
don't
the
get Clay
panel
this dumbass
with
attention,
Jake the
bro.
Great on Battle Axe
Damn,
show
this nigga
many
See?
times.
man.
See?
How you
Nothing.
forget that fact?
Nigga, man.
I never said
Stop
that I didn't
screaming.
know
I
who Jake the
told
Great
you. I
was.
already
Right,
told you.
he's
Stop
just being a
screaming.
weirdo, bro. He's just
I
looking
never
for
said I
attention.
didn't know who Jake the Great was. I
I
never
already
said
told you
that.
to stop screaming.
I never said
He
that I
just
No, you
didn't know who
saying
Jake the
whoever
Great
this
was.
guy. You saying whoever this guy is. Whoever the guy is.
Well,
You just said that.
name on there is not Jake the Great. It's May Azon. So I don't know him by that name.
Goddamn ego. I don't want
No, you
who
said
Jake is.
whoever this
I know
guy
who Jake
is.
is.
Yeah, his
See?
name is not
Now
Jake the
who
Great,
Jake
bro.
is.
His name is Jake the Great.
It's not on there now, though. But what are we
All
talking
right,
about?
bro. All right, can we get back to the conversation, man?
You tried
Like
to
I
act like he didn't
said,
know who it was.
I didn't say
Nah,
it was no
y'all niggas
curvature.
goofy as hell,
I
man.
said the reason why the ship disappeared was not because of the curvature. The curvature is there, but the ship is not past the curvature. The ship is out of your view. And the Nikon brings it back in the view. But if you look at that same ship, the bottom half of it is gone. Why is that? Why you can't see the same bottom half of the ship that you would if it was closer to you? Why did Nikon didn't bring the bottom of the ship back in the view? Because that part is past the curvature. You all set
Show that
up
video again.
a false argument in concrete.
Show that video again.
Nobody ever said the ship disappeared because of curvature. Y'all retarded. Actually,
Well, you
No,
brought up that other
all
video.
bald
You brought up the
heads
other
Bro,
say
but
video
that
with the
the
that's all
skyscraper.
these
difference is
niggas
over the
do,
curve.
bro.
Hold
That's all
on.
these
This
niggas
dude
do,
brought up
You
the
bro.
might
other
not have
video
said that,
with that
but every
skyscraper,
other
and he
bald
was trying
head
to
in
say
the
that
world says,
skyscraper was under the
hold on, here
curvature.
go the answer to your question, brother. Here go the answer to
That's
your
all these
question,
niggas
brother.
do is
man, I
make
never
shit up,
asked
bro.
you
Here go the
nothing,
answer
bro.
to yes, you
I
did
never
That's what
ask
I'm
us
asked
a
you
saying.
question,
nothing.
brother.
I never asked you
Here
nothing.
go your
I never
answer.
asked you nothing.
You did ask us a question,
I never
brother.
asked you
Here
nothing.
go
Yeah,
here go
bro.
the
I'm saying,
question. Here go the answer to your statement, brother.
Hey,
Here He go to answer. He go to respond to your statement, brother.
Listen, I'm telling you.
He go to respond to your statement, brother. He go to
I'm
respond
telling
to
you,
your
I
statement.
don't give a bro.
Hey,
The
this nigga's
response to your
terrible,
statement
bro.
is that
This nigga's terrible. I couldn't even believe in flat Earth just because a
you
nigga like
said
this believe in
every bald
it.
head in the
I
world
couldn't
says
believe in it because a
every
nigga
bald
like this
head in the
believe
world.
in it.
Every bald head in the world says that our boats must go over the horizon, go under the horizon,
Listen to this
in
stupid
order to
shit.
go out of sea. That's what they
Bro, you don't
say.
even know
That's
what the
what
fuck
every
you
bald head
talking
in the
about,
world
man.
says.
Bro,
You
he
talking to
just
the wrong
talking,
people, bro.
bro. He just
You talking to the
talking.
wrong people. You don't even know what the reply to what a nigga said. If you gonna cut a nigga off, at least what the fuck we talking about.
He
The
can't,
I,
bro, because
I'm
he
video I
replying.
can't.
showed y'all,
I'm
the
replying, but you're
He
too
video,
goofy
can't.
to
the
listen.
video I showed y'all
Too
showed
goofy to
a
listen.
clear curvature, a disappearance of a bridge and a motherfucking apartment building. Now
Some
tell me
fucking
why that not
Israelites
tell
on
me
YouTube.
now tell me how did the rest of that bridge and the bottom of that building come back into view without zooming in? Without zooming in.
You
Go
want to
over
hear the
bodies
answer?
and talk about all
No,
this
you don't.
bullshit.
You don't want to hear the answer.
They gonna ask you to play the video again,
You
bro, and they be
don't
like,
want to
"Look
hear
with
the
your
answer.
eyes.
Of course you
Look
don't want
with
to
your
hear the answer.
eyes.
Why would
Look
you
with your
want to hear the
eyes.
answer? Why would
You
you
gotta
want
see
to
it
hear
with
the
your
answer? The
eyes."
answer makes too much sense.
This shit
The
goofy,
answer
boy.
makes too much sense. There's no reason to listen to the answer.
Hold on,
Domo,
hold on,
you acting like your eyes aren't
No,
witness to
what is your
what you
eyes
see.
for? What did
hold on,
God give
hold
you
on,
two eyes
hold
for?
on, hold on.
Domo,
Let me
Domo, what
let
did
me play this.
God give you
Let me play
eyes
this
What am
about
I?
for?
10.
What am I? What
Hold
am
on,
I
let me
eyes
play this
for?
Like, no,
10
bro, what is the
second
purpose
clip.
of your eyes?
Wait, what is my to see? My eyes are to see.
See what?
My eyes are to see the
To
glory
see
of the
what is
glory of
what
the
is
glory of the
to
Most
see
High.
what is
My
actually
eyes
in
are to
front of
see
you.
the glory of the Most High. Yes.
Oh, to see what's actually in front of you.
Oh no, for somebody like you, my brother. For somebody like you,
So then your eyes is made to see
our eyes aren't the same, my brother.
what is actually you're
We
beholding.
don't have the same vision.
Your eyes
We
have a purpose.
we don't have the we don't have
This
the
is the
same
most
vision, my
stagnant
brother.
Brother, we ain't
conversation.
talking to you,
Like,
brother.
how do y'all have
Battle Axe,
any? How do y'all even learn about the
ba-
Most High like this, bro?
See how
Battle
you,
Axe.
you
Y'all
Hold
see how
on,
have
you ask
any
a question about
hold on,
history?
hold on. Let me play this. Let me play this a little 10-second clip,
Hold
and
on,
I want
take the break.
this is
Bro,
a little
hey, these
reminder.
niggas got
Take
clips
the
This is
out
a
the
break.
little.
ass,
Hey,
This
take
is
nigga.
the
a
break.
little
These niggas
reminder.
Take the
got
break.
clips out the ass, nigga.
Take the break.
All right, let me get
What's wrong
another
with bringing
YouTube
out a
video
source? I
to
don't
Chris.
I don't see the
Let
problem
me
with
get
somebody
another
bringing out a
Why
YouTube
source,
don't,
Domo.
video
why don't y'all
to
hear three
crystallize
points,
my
bro?
point.
Bring that shit out.
And then
What's
it'll
up?
be the fourth, bro.
Elmo, can
If
you
dude
please
kind of
like
Bro, nah, fuck you, fuck this shit.
can you please like you feel me like
Nah, bro,
if
cause
you're
it's
not really
bullshit.
bro,
like
It's bullshit.
bro,
It's bullshit.
ain't
I'm
nobody really
sorry,
here
bro.
disrespecting ain't
hold
nobody
on,
really here
time out.
disrespecting you like
And I'm
that.
not
So
and I'm
like
not disrespecting you. I'm not disrespecting
why
you.
is you
Jake,
Because I
like
think this is bullshit. I'm
Jake,
not disrespecting you.
Jake,
I'm not calling you out
Jake,
your name. I'm not disrespecting you
Jake,
as a person. What the fuck
Jake.
is you talking about?
Well,
Before you
you
play
did say
another,
people that believe and had the
Talking
spirit believe.
is
But
a
I gotta
form
respect
of
it. You can
disrespect,
believe what the fuck
you
you want to believe.
idiot. Over talking is a
I don't give a.
form
Hey,
of
I don't give a
disrespect,
fuck.
you idiot.
y'all know y'all can
I don't
disagree
give
with
a fuck.
Pharaoh if y'all don't
I
want
don't
Right,
give a
to.
so
fuck.
you don't understand what respect is.
Y'all know
I
So
y'all can
don't
fall
care,
disagree with
the
son.
fuck
Pharaoh.
back,
So
I
if
you
don't care.
y'all want to
And
pussy.
you
have,
and you don't care. And you don't know what
can
being
we stop being
useful is,
personal,
nigga.
bro? Can we stop being personal and get to the information, my nigga?
When has some
Con,
information been brought out?
yeah, Swab. That's right. Let's
Where's it? Show me. Where's the
You can
information?
leave. Why
just let him
you here
bring
to
out
argue with
something and we
somebody
can
you don't
critique it.
like?
Right.
Jake,
I know that's what you want.
Jake, hold on, time out, bro. Cut the bullshit, my nigga. Before you play another clip, explain to me why that bridge and that building disappeared and reappeared without zooming in, but going up. Can you explain to me that, bro?
oh that's simple. The point of view is different.
I know that's really, really easy.
Duh.
You guys are like
Bro,
that was
hold on,
crazy.
time out, man. God damn, bro.
The higher you go, the more you can see. They're
Listen,
called watchtowers.
battle wax. Hey, battle wax.
You ever heard of a
Oh,
watchtower?
Battle wax.
Have you ever heard of a
The man,
watchtower? You know what the reason of a watchtower is for? So you can see further. Not over the curvature, but just to see further over the flat land. What the fuck?
can you stop talking? Battle wax. Can you let me
All right. The simple stuff
Hey,
though, but that's
battle
the one
wax.
that they get offended on.
Battle
That's the
wax.
one they try to say you're stupid
Battle wax.
about. You like, but it was simply
bro, please. Please don't take my laughter as offense.
Like it's
Yeah,
simply explained.
fall back, Battle Axe. Come on, man.
Battle axe.
Let him talk.
I'm not even on them like that. I'm just like,
No, just stop talking. Let him talk.
Battle axe. What the fuck is wrong with the
you can't hear this
goddamn phone?
dude.
No, they can't.
Hey,
We
Swab,
can't.
turn your mic up. Swab,
Hey,
turn your
Swab,
mic
Still
up.
talking.
your mic is like
Nobody
messed
hear
up,
me,
brother.
Mike. Listen, bro. I'm not turning my mic up. Stop fucking over
It
talking
don't
me, bro.
matter if he turns his mic up. We can't hear you. We can't
Stop
hear
over
him at
talking me,
all
bro.
because
When
y'all still
there's
talking.
when
You
there's
can't hear
three
him when you
people
don't talk.
goddamn on the G, bro. This shit here. When there's two
Okay, now
people
we can hear you.
talking, when there's two people talking, don't be the third. And when there's three people talking, definitely don't be the fucking fourth. Conversation happen, bro.
Can anybody hear this guy?
Yes, we can hear him very clearly if you stop talking.
It's a little low.
So like
It's a
I
little low, but
said,
he can be heard.
I can't
so
hear
like I
this
said,
dude.
so like
That
I
means you
said,
gotta mute your mic
oh wow, bro.
because everybody else
Just
can hear him.
stop. Hey, just stop. He can't he's stupid. You stop being the fourth voice. Just let me talk, bro. I don't give a fuck if you hear me. I'm not even talking to him. I'm talking to Jake. So yes, Jake, I agree with you. It's perspective. But what changed about that perspective that brought the bridge and the bottom of the building into view, bro?
Again, perspective. It's the same answer.
I
You
know
can't.
that. I agree with you. But what about that? Listen to the question. Don't get thrown out. What about their perspective changed that brought the bottom of the building and the rest of the bridge, the further side of the bridge in the view? What about their perspective change? You can't just say perspective. Tell me what
Okay.
happened to their perspective.
Okay. I think I understand your question. So the drone was obviously the drone is closer to the water. So for the most part, the water is what it's going to catch because that's directly under it. And there's going to be a point where the water that's directly under it is going to overlap either the building, the bottom of the building and the rest of that bridge. Now, I bet you if the camera was good enough and let's say the drone went higher, I'm pretty sure it'll bring back the rest of the bridge. And um, if it's really good, you can probably see the bottom framing of the building. But
Okay, so
since the water, oh, go ahead.
why did he have to go higher? Because when you saw it in the video you played, they was by the water too. And guess what? It didn't do the same thing that you explaining. The water was clearly
The
below
higher you
you. This
go, so
what
Swab, the
the
higher you
fuck,
go, the
bro?
more that you
Stop
can
trying to save him, bro. Stop trying to save him. If you want to talk, somebody will talk to you. Let me talk to this man right quick. Please. Thank you. We clearly saw the bottom of the building come back in view when he went up without zooming in. So the need for zoom is not there. The reason why that bottom of the building was not being able to see is not depth, is not distance. Because we can see the top of the building. The top of the building is the same distance from us as the bottom of the building. But upon rising the drone, the bottom of the building came back in view. What's the only thing that will explain that, Jake?
Like I said again, the opticals, or I guess I didn't say this the first time. The opticals horizon, everything depending, whatever you can see through has a horizon. Now, like I said again, the bottom, whatever is closer to you, that's going to fill up all the way to the horizon, which you will call like the middle line of your center of vision. Now, just like how you said, it went up, so now the center of vision or the horizon is different.
How does that bring the bottom of the building in view, bro? On a flat surface, that doesn't matter. Only way that works is if you're on a curve. Do you understand
hold
that?
on.
Only way.
Wait a
Well,
minute.
hey,
That's not true.
hold on, Battle
That
Axe.
actually worked because it
Man,
was
this
on a
nigga
flat
here the
earth, man.
worst, man. This
Hold
nigga
on,
the
hold on,
worst.
Battle Axe.
Nobody's talking to you, Barrett.
Hold on,
Once
Battle Axe.
again,
Hold on.
But still, information is information. Fuck it. Why are you playing the game about it?
I, I'm talking to him. You
The
don't know how
fuck?
to talk to people. You
You
don't
got
know
to
how to
be
listen to
conditional?
people. You don't know how to listen to people.
You talk
Yes,
over
I do. I
people,
heard exactly
and
what
your
you
answers
said.
are illogical. Now, he has
I kicked
more
it in
of a
right in the
structure to his
fucking nuts,
conversation.
man.
His points are just as illogical, but at least he knows how to construct the conversation. So, to
Man,
save
whatever,
my
man.
health,
don't try to put me down
to
because
save to
I'm
save
fucking answering the
to
question.
save my health,
You talking
I would
backwards.
like to talk to him. Now, what
I
was
don't
you
care.
saying, Jay?
He's saying the same fucking shit. We're saying the same thing.
He
What
is
you
saying the
just
same shit.
explained, Jake. What you just explained, Jake. The center of view changing, bringing the bottom of the building in the view, would need a curve to happen. On a flat surface, the bottom of the building would be in view the whole time because there's nothing to rise above, there's nothing to look over. You have a straight view of the bottom of the building. Now, in my scenario, what you have in your way, what you have to look over is the curvature of the earth. Could you explain that to me, bro? How did you get that effect on the flat earth?
Okay. I mean, I can't give you a different answer than what logically makes sense. Like it,
No,
I
I'm
understand.
not
I
asking you the
understand.
same question. Why do y'all
I
do that?
understand.
I'm not asking you the same question. I asked you a question, you answered. And now I'm saying that only happens if you have something to look over. That's why you have to
You can't say
right.
that.
That's why you have to raise your center point of view. Why
No,
is that happening? This is not the
man.
same question. All you have to do is
Okay.
explain to me why you would have to raise the camera on a flat surface, bro.
Okay. Maybe I'll answer it like this. Like I said, the horizon at a lower point is different from the horizon view of if you're somewhere higher. So again, if you're on a lower, if you're let's say you're at the let's say that drone was more towards the bottom as it was the first time. Its optical view has a certain horizon where it can only see just because it's at that one position. But if you raise it up, it can now see further and steeper. So that's why when the drone went up, like you said, then you can see more of it because the horizon is different. Now,
That
now look.
that only
That
works
was the
on
These
a
reason why
niggas,
hold
bro.
curve,
on,
bro.
Now,
hold on,
hold
That
on,
only
hold
works
on.
on a
That
curve.
was
I'm
Kill
not
him,
done. I'm not
Jay!
done.
These
I'm not
niggas
done.
Kill that nigga, Jay!
he
I'm not done. I'm
said
not done. Now look.
steeper. We're
Now
getting
the reason I
steeper.
showed the only reason I showed my video is because that person is you can tell whoever cameraman that person was. He was just standing right there at the shore. He zooms in and you can see the boats. And then when he zooms out, what you're saying is the curvature blocks your vision of the boat. And that's
Nobody
why I
claimed
showed
that
that
Oh,
the
video.
curvature.
don't put
Nobody.
no words in his mouth. He don't
No,
say that. Every bald head in the world says that. Not him.
no globe Earth looked at that
Oh
video
man.
and said. Nobody that believes in the globe Earth looked at that video and said that that boat
Y'all
disappeared because of
niggas
curvature, bro. Nobody ever said that. We have common sense. We can clearly look at it and see it's been proven that hey, it's a boat right there. What the fuck, bro? You're setting up an argument nobody on Earth made. Do you understand that? Nobody on Earth looked at that video and said that boat disappeared because of curvature. Nobody. You will find nobody quoting this, doing the video trying to prove it, bro. I showed you an example of things disappearing.
anyways. No, you didn't. You didn't show shit. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna
Hold
tell
on.
you exactly
Wait,
what.
I got a question. I
Google
got a question for
Scholar.
the
Hold on. I'm
panel.
gonna say
What
something.
makes
Fuck all that. Hold
what
on.
Why
makes
you
something steep? What
Hold
makes
on.
something
Before
What's
you
up,
steep?
go any
Google
further.
Somebody
Scholar?
tell me that. What
Before we
would
go
make
any
something
further.
steep?
Hold on. Before we
Hmm.
go any further.
Your goddamn ego would
Y'all
make
got
something
flat
steep.
earthers on the globe, huh?
Your goddamn ego
I
would
ain't
make
talking
something
about. I'm
steep.
not using the word steep. I'm gonna say that you can see. You can see further. Your point of view increases. Which was the need for watchtowers in the days of the old times when people didn't have binoculars and drones. People still was able to see
Hey nigga.
further out by building up posts that were
Hey
higher,
nigga.
knowing that it increases your view. I don't know why y'all acting like what I just said don't make sense because that's some old wicked ass shit. Because nobody needs to see you and try to be scientific
Bro.
with you niggas.
But no,
Hold on,
but
I'm not trying.
nobody, but
Some niggas
nobody's
just still
saying
gotta
that.
be
No,
scientific with
nigga.
some niggas.
So what? Nobody, but you arguing
Like
something
we
that
still
nobody's
playing
saying.
fucking simple
Nobody's
around
saying
here
that.
because we want.
Nobody's
Hold on,
saying
I'm
that
not. Hold on.
height doesn't change perception. Nobody's
No,
saying height doesn't change perception.
height increases distance in
Yeah.
perception.
Nobody said.
No, the fuck it
And
don't.
Nobody's
taller
disagreeing
No,
with
the
things,
that.
fuck it don't.
taller
Jake,
Hold on,
things
hold
and
on, hold on.
distance
No, Suave.
no,
Hold on,
increase
Suave.
Jake.
distance.
No, it don't. Jake, hold on. Jake, answer that, Jake. Does the higher you are, the further you can see? Does being higher increase your distance vision, bro?
Yes, it increases your
Jake,
sight of
Jake, I
vision
heard your
because of
answer.
your
Jake, I heard you.
like
We
brother
heard
said
you,
from
Bad
your
Wax.
perspective.
We heard you,
From
Better
your
Wax. I'm responding to
perspective.
you. Jake, man, listen, bro. We heard you, Better Wax. I'm asking Jake, does being higher increase your distance view?
I'm going to say it doesn't increase your distance view, but it does
Okay.
change your perspective.
I agree with that, bro.
But that's
What that mean? Now listen to what that means, Jake. What that means is that you cannot see further, but you can see things that are over the curve as you get higher. But if it's too far away from you to see, you still not gonna be able to see it because you climb up
Why
a
you
ladder,
answer like
bro.
that? Because
Okay.
the higher you go, you
Okay.
can see more.
that's
That's
a
the
Okay.
body
logic.
Okay.
bag, bro.
Okay. Got you.
Why
That's a
you
Okay.
body
answer
So
like that?
bag.
Because
hold
that's
on.
not
Hold on.
true.
Hold
The
on.
higher you
Okay.
go, the more you
So
can see.
okay. So let me ask you this, Swab. So let's say I'm standing on one side let's say I'm standing on one side of the curve and you're standing on the other. And since there's a curve, I'm not supposed to be able to see you, correct?
Yes, if the scenario you just said didn't have any tricks in it, you're across the curve. We're across the curve from each other, so we cannot see each other. Yes.
Okay, so if there was a way to enhance the vision and then we can end up seeing each other, would that eliminate the curve?
Yes, that would eliminate the curve.
Then I don't know how that video wasn't enough for you. I don't know what it was. These niggas is. I'm talking about. There's something wrong with them.
So there's
They just
no
hell bent
I
on
curvature
mean,
doing
in
that
it.
listen,
shit.
listen. But
That's so stupid.
listen,
That's
because
so stupid. And then come around
like
trying to say we're stupid
y'all not
and thinking because you beating us to the punch
hold
by calling
hold
people
on.
stupid that you're gonna actually actually to be able to solidify that we dumb. You're fucking dumb. You dumb as all shit. You ain't nothing but the motherfucking a parent of the white man. That's just their shit. That shit came up from fucking
Huh?
Nicholas Copernicus, man. Shut that fucking
Huh?
punk ass Greek bullshit down. Sun worship doctrine.
Hey,
Fuck y'all
bro.
niggas
Hey,
talking about.
bro. Hey,
Crazy ass niggas
hey.
think y'all smart.
That's
Just
No,
fucking
wise as
sun
hell.
worshipers.
proud,
They're sun
just because you
worshipers,
proud to
dog.
believe in some stupid shit. Just because you proud to believe into some stupid shit, bro. Like, come on, be for real.
What
The fact that you
Domo? Go
calling
get
niggas
the
dumb
information
and
I
you
was
talking
brought
about
up.
the earth is flat, nigga.
Ad hominems.
No,
Nigga.
I'm
Prove that
really
it was
Bro,
stupid.
offended. I'm really offended because he called me white. I don't give a fuck about the
listen.
dumb and stupid shit. The nigga called me a white man, but it's
He
cool.
didn't call you a white man.
How is that the worst disrespect you could possibly call Slav? Now check this
Yeah,
out. This is Domo. You gotta
this ain't
ignore
information.
Domo.
Y'all call like yeah, niggas really think this
He's
is
just here.
information.
He's just here
Niggas
because he
really
sees drama. He's here because he sees drama and he wants to add to the drama to try to make it worse. So you gotta ignore
I'm
Domo.
here. I'm here as I'm here. MVP.
Yeah, they heard what I
I'm
said.
here as a representative. I'm here as a representative of the league. MVP. How
No,
you
no,
doing,
they
right?
heard what I said. They heard what I said.
MVP, MVP, MVP. Nigga, you need
MVP,
to
most
fucking. If
vulnerable
you an
person,
MVP of the, you need to know that there ain't no
the
fucking
most
curvature
vulnerable
down the
pussy,
earth. Niggas call
That's what I'm
niggas call it
saying. What do you do around here, Clay? The
the
nobody.
most vulnerable pussy.
The nobody. Nigga. I mean, because at the end of the day, bro, it's like this isn't a
The most
scientific
vulnerable
conversation.
pussy.
Especially if niggas is sitting up here talking about now from the perspective. If I'm gonna judge the Earth based off the perspective of a human on Earth, you niggas can't be serious. Talking
The
about as
most
far as the
Bro,
eye can
like that
see,
shit is
that's how we
crazy,
judge.
Nigga,
bro.
vulnerable
that's,
pussy.
nigga, that's all that
Like
exists
motherfuckers think,
on Earth.
and then
You don't
let
hear
me
it from a
ask
fucking
this
bird.
then, and let me
Niggas
ask
is
y'all this:
ridiculous, bro.
who
Now, could
who
you see if
who
you
is
could see this
behind?
far? The fuck? Go ahead,
Let
Swab.
me
My
ask
fault.
y'all this:
Who? No, ain't no thing. My bad. Cause who's behind NASA?
Behind NASA, you have what is it? German scientists, and also some American highly top official type people.
Okay. Let me ask
Yeah,
you
the
about this.
people of NASA,
Who's
NASA was actually created
who's
from the Nazi scientists. They actually took the Nazi scientists and they brought them over here to the United States and gave them the actual company called NASA.
That's correct.
NASA.
That's out here.
Absolutely
Mercedes
correct.
Benz,
They don't know that.
nigga?
They don't know that part.
You niggas just
But the fact that y'all think that's hey, how you going the fact that y'all think y'all saying something like out of this world, like NASA was created by Nazis, nigga,
don't
that's
care.
World
You don't
History
care.
Channel information, nigga.
You're a parrot of a white man.
Nigga,
But
anybody
listen,
that watched the
niggas,
history,
listen.
You came
But
from their
anybody that
institution.
watched the History Channel,
You came from their institutions and you parrot their information. And you think that you're smart. You don't know shit.
Yeah, that's
You
all
really
you
don't know
doing,
shit,
Domo. You
nigga.
bro.
parroting
Hey,
information
so
instead of going off
oh,
of what
okay,
you
that's
know. You going off of their
fine.
information instead of going
That's
off of
that's
what you
fine.
actually
That's fine.
know to be true. You know
Bro,
Yeah.
that's
you know that
fine.
a road, that a
That's
straight
fine.
road
So I'm
that
just
goes
looking at
That's
that
the
goes
fine.
very long, it
NASA
seems
can
to
be trusted
disappear, but it's
100%.
actually not disappearing. It's just death in perspective. Perspective.
Bro, bro.
It's that
When we talking
simple.
Am
about
I
like when we
lying?
literally talking
Don't
about
you know that?
They mad
when
because
we
you
Don't
didn't
talking
you
hear
know
about
the
that?
hold
question.
on, hold on.
They want
When
you to
we're
talk like a
talking
witch.
about when
They
we're
want to hear
talking
you. They want to hear you talk like a witch. They want to hear all that like high-minded, sophisticated breakdown because that's how they had
I'm
to
a
get that.
witch, I'm a sorcerer, I'm a
No,
witch,
no,
I'm a
no.
You're a
sorcerer.
female witch. That's
I'm with
exactly
all of
right.
that. I'm
You're a
all of that. I'm a
female witch.
witch, I'm a
That's
sorcerer.
exactly right.
You're used to.
No,
That's
Listen,
exactly
A
what
you're
you're
female
going
witch.
off
here.
of these people, not
listen,
the
Bring it out,
actual
that
listen.
lad.
witch them.
I get it that y'all niggas, you know what I'm saying, finally got the mute button. Niggas is
Bring
finally
it out,
paying
that
y'all some
lad.
attention. So you having
He's
fun.
a female witch.
Like
Bring
You
it
I ain't
out,
ain't
gonna
that
mute
shit on
lad.
nobody.
I ain't gonna shit on your fun because I ain't gonna shit on your fun because you
No,
I ain't gonna
I
shit on your
definitely
fun
do
because you
this.
playing with the mute button. I ain't gonna shit on your fun because you playing
They
with the mute button. That's cute. That's cute, right? Cause y'all in the off season, y'all ain't got shit else to do. You know what I'm saying? So
We
you
ain't
gonna mute
muting.
niggas.
battle
That's
wax,
cool.
Yeah, so
battle
let
wax,
us have our
battle
fun.
wax,
Nigga,
You female
the
witch.
nigga definitely
battle
muting.
wax,
The nigga
battle
definitely
You the
muting.
wax,
wickedy
battle
But
witch
wax.
of
look,
the
hold
Midwest.
on, real quick. Let
Oh
me say
man.
this. Let me
You
say
the
this. Hold on.
wickedy witch of the Midwest, nigga.
Okay. Thank you,
Bro,
couch sir.
bro, bro.
Thank you, nigga, coming from the
This why we
couch.
can I talk about some? Can we talk? Can I learn, bro? Can I get proven stupid or smart, bro, instead of just being insulted, bro? Please, because
Yeah.
that's not how you do
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
shit. Okay, so I'm asking you, who's behind NASA that's trying to hide the Earth from
He
being
just told you.
flat? God damn.
Lord have
Pagans,
mercy.
the sun
He just
Hold
worshippers,
told
on.
you.
the
Okay,
Nazis.
listen, bro. How we been on here 3 hours and y'all still ain't chilled?
That's crazy.
Now,
You ask for
The
answers.
you
Nazis.
When
hold
somebody
on,
starts
bro. That
answering,
was a hypothetical.
how you gonna ask a question, and then when somebody starts answering your question, you're not ready for the answer yet? What the fuck is up with that?
Man, y'all niggas
He
for
just told
real,
you it's the
bro. Either
Nazis, man.
on drugs or neither. I
No,
know
you
that.
clearly on
I just
drugs because you didn't hear what he said. He said it's the
explained.
Nazis. The Nazis
You're a
founded
fucking
now.
liar. I was finna repeat it.
That's
I'm
what he
getting
said.
back. Bro, can you
I'm
stop
glad
talking
you
now and let me
hosting this
talk?
thing, Battle
Can y'all stop
Axe.
talking
I'm
and let me
glad you
talk, bro?
hosting Battle Axe.
All I'm saying
In this house. Niggas
is
not even
who's behind who's behind NASA
The
trying to
Nazis.
cover up the earth. Bro, god damn, man. Y'all doing this shit on purpose, my
How
nigga.
many times we got to answer the question?
Why you gonna
I'm
ask us
not
that question
asking.
over and over? This is
God
your
damn
third
it, look,
time.
he jumping in. Now he
You don't know
jumping.
what we're gonna say.
What is wrong with y'all? Bro,
Our
can
answer
I
ain't
just
gonna
chill out
change.
30 seconds? Watch what happens. Watch what happens, y'all. Watch how
Don't ask
conversations
the
happen.
same question again. Ask
Can
another
you just
question.
give me 30 seconds or you want to scream in your goddamn bathroom?
Ask another question.
I'm saying, listen, sometimes people ask hypothetical questions. Sometimes people put things in the form of a question, then answer them as y'all answered it, and then proceed to move his point. But y'all don't have enough fucking, I don't know what it is, to see that happening. Stop cutting me the fuck off. So now I ask, who's behind NASA? Y'all said the Nazis. You see how it works? That happens sometimes in life. People ask the question and then reiterate your answer. God damn. So now, why the fuck would German Nazis be trying to hide that the earth is fucking flat.
For
German
money.
Nazis now, the same people behind
For money.
bro, they print the money, bro. Who they trying to get the money from?
From the people.
How the people get the money? From the Germans. The
No,
Germans
from the
got money,
Americans.
gave it to us, and
NASA
are they
is an
still gonna
American
give it
company.
back to us?
NASA is an American
Bro,
company.
you just
They're
said
getting
the
their
fucking
money from
German
the Americans.
Nazis is behind. You just said the German Nazis was behind NASA, right?
Right.
Right? Okay. So the Germans are trying to get money from us, is what you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, who print the money?
The bankers, the Jewishers.
The Jewish bankers.
So
that was in
who's the
Germany.
arch? Who is the arch? Hold on. Who is the arch enemies of the Nazis? You idiot.
Black people. You idiot.
No, the arch enemies of the Nazis are the Jewishers. That's why they tried to exterminate every Jewisher on the planet.
Not the truth. That's
in their
not the
country.
truth. That was a movie. That was a
Idiot.
movie called News that you believe. That was a movie called
Oh
News that you believe.
shit!
Yeah.
Here we go with this lie. Here we go with this lie.
Okay.
They
Okay.
tried to
Hold on. Okay. So
exterminate the Jewishers because they're our enemy. You idiot.
So the Holocaust was true.
Hell no.
Hey, Battle Axe, I'm in the back.
About?
I'm
Why you
asking
asking
you,
me
was the
that?
Holocaust true? Was the Holocaust true, or did they lie about the Holocaust?
They inflated the numbers.
Did they lie
You
about the
idiot.
Holocaust?
Battle Axe, let me in.
Yes.
Did they lie about the Holocaust, bro?
The answer is yes. I don't know why you're not listening
because you trust them on one end,
to the answer
but you
to the
call them a
question.
liar. That's like saying the FBI is a lie, and I'm gonna prove it by putting this FBI file.
I'm not
asking the people that you said lied about the Holocaust. You're bringing me the information from the people that you're bringing me the information from the people.
What? No, I have not done those.
Y'all won. I guess it's me. Y'all
Yeah. Do the anonymous technique and say, saying you just gonna be quiet because you don't want to listen to the answers to your questions. That's fine. That's the best technique to do because anonymous is a master manipulator.
And you a master of running your fucking mouth.
Okay, well, if you guys are going to be off that topic, then I'm going to bring up these NASA images and show you why I don't take them as credible at all. So we got this first one. We got this,
let's sit back.
We got this round globe, and you got these stars back here. It's real nice, beautiful stars. You got the space station, I guess, or whatever this is right here. All right, beautiful. So then we have this next picture. I believe this is the same curve, maybe. Supposed to be the same curve. You got a bright sun somewhere right here, but you got no stars in this way. Maybe the sun is too bright and it's too bright for these stars to be shown. Who knows? Let me just keep scrolling.
So if you don't know about the picture,
now
if you don't know about these pictures, what are we doing?
Now, I mean, these are NASA's pictures.
That you don't know what
these are NASA's pictures. I'm not.
I know.
Okay, cool.
I know they're NASA pictures. But you're looking at these pictures and you're saying you don't know what you're looking at.
Here we got another curve.
You know the answer to this.
We got little objects in here that don't look like stars. They're not really stars right here. If you guys, I don't know if you guys can see, but it's the same. If you guys can see, these are the same little things copied and pasted everywhere.
Jake.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Jake.
Yes, sir.
You can't. What happened? A yellow bird. Where?
Okay, he distracted by the yellow bird. See how that works?
Where is it at? I'm distracted by my God, my woman, nigga. That's who just.
Yo, God.
Okay, now here we have another.
Jake, the reason. Let me just give you the information on that, so you never bring this dumb ass shit up in public again. The reason you cannot see the stars in pictures because the resolution set to daytime, nighttime. At nighttime, the focus, the lens opens up only so much because if it stays up for too long, it gets flooded with too much light information and you get no picture. Anytime you got a picture taken at night, the resolution will knock the stars out because it's not opening up long enough to pick that information up. In a day, I mean, it's so in the daytime, man, who the fuck folding up foil?
That's a
Like
good
somebody
question.
stripping shine off out. When you look, when you taking a picture, when you taking a picture in the daytime, it has to be quick because it's a lot of information. So when you watch videos in the daytime, when people use a video camera and they walk past a car or a store, look at the headlight or the tail lights. They flickering because they're damn near not even getting picked up by the resolution, bro. That's an easily Google answer. Y'all could at least Google the answer to y'all questions before y'all come on here and so boldly ask me. You could do that yourself with your own cell phone. I'm
Okay.
dead. Anybody, you could go, and I see it all the time on them walking tours. I watch a lot of walking tours on YouTube. When people walk past stores, the store lights flicker. They appear to be flickering, all of them on the same rhythm because the eye of the camera is not opening up long enough to get all of that light information, bro. That's why you don't see no stars, bro.
It's that easy.
Okay.
It's that
So
easy.
so in the other pictures when there are stars, you're saying that they shouldn't be there?
Really. It's a
No, in the
different
other
aperture, bro.
listen, you're smart. You're smart. If I just explain to you why they want there, could you critically think and guess why they're there in the other pictures? Could you? I just want to
Well,
see if
you
you
said you said
capable of
one
it.
was in the daytime, and you said in the nighttime
Oh, this boy
the lens
is
needs to be
slow.
open so it can take more light. But then in the daytime, you said it needs to be quick, right?
He said in the mode, it's a nighttime, daytime mode that allows a certain amount of light to come in. Because if too much light comes in, you get no picture. So that means if you change the setting under different circumstances, you'll see stars, while other settings and other circumstances, you don't see those stars.
Oh,
You
that's
won't
why
be
we can
able to
see
see it.
stars during the day and during the night with our naked eyeball, but you can't see it with a camera because he's right.
Now,
No,
claim
because
what
cameras
we're
are not
talking,
eyeballs.
Hold on.
hold on, that's what I was about to say. What we're hold on, real quick. What we're talking about right now, specifically, are the images that were displayed on the screen. We're not talking about when you go outside. We're talking about pictures in
Yeah, that's
space
all it is, Jay.
of space.
That's all it is, Jay.
Okay.
They set the picture. It's nighttime
Have
resolution and
you
it's
ever been to
daytime
outer
resolution.
space?
In the
Have you ever been to
daytime,
outer space? Have you ever been to
Okay.
outer space?
hold on, I can't hear you.
Have you,
Somebody, you said, have I ever been to outer space?
yeah, you ever been to outer space?
Technically, you in outer space,
Twice.
No,
nigga.
but have you ever been to outer space? Like, let's not play games.
Yes, twice.
Why don't you just be
Wait, are
honest and
you
say, no, I'm not an astronaut.
Yes,
are
I've
you
been.
asking have we been?
Listen, okay.
You're
You
not an
asked me a
astronaut. So now,
question.
so
You
the next
asked me a
question is,
question. I'm going
my
to
next
answer it.
question is, have you ever been outside?
Space. I've been to space.
I ain't about to entertain that bullshit. The next question is, have you ever been outside?
But you want me to entertain this bullshit?
Come on now.
I've
Have you
been
ever been
to
outside?
space twice.
Exactly.
Jay,
It was actually a rhetorical question. You didn't
Have
need
you
no
ever
answer.
blinked? Have you ever blinked twice and
That was
seen
a
the sun
rhetorical
move in
question.
two different?
That was a rhetorical question where you don't have to actually have an answer. Everybody looks right at you like, this nigga just squashed you. Like, you ain't never been in outer space. You can't contest
No,
about any fucking thing
but
this white man told you and showed you about outer
you
space.
oh, what the white man told you and showed you about outer space.
Who showed
Okay.
you about outer
Yo,
space? Who
I, I
showed
scary
you
got
about
ass
outer space?
nigga.
I got a question
Who
for
showed you?
Suave
Who
and
the first
Domo.
one who went there?
Do any of you have a professional camera?
I do. I got two.
Okay, have you tried that the daytime thing and nighttime thing mode yourself?
Man, and I'm supposed to take this shit serious.
It's a yes or no question, sir. I mean that wasn't an answer.
Bro, I'm not taking pictures in space, genius.
I didn't
I'm
say
not
I didn't
taking
say
tech. I'm
space.
not taking.
I didn't say space.
But why? So why are you comparing the pictures that we take?
Well,
Hold on. So why are you comparing? So why are you comparing the pictures that we take on professional cameras to fucking pictures from NASA, who's probably using much more significant, sophisticated technology than what we're using at home.
Okay, we can talk about
We
that.
don't have natural
Okay,
settings on our computers.
we can talk about
Like that's what I'm saying.
we
Niggas
can talk
ask
about that
stupid
technology.
questions to try to prove they
The
point,
only
bro.
reason I
God
asked
This
you
is
damn
is
it,
not
because
bro,
Suave said
realistic.
that if you
listen,
have a
bro. The
video
quickest
and
way,
you pass a light, the
I'm
light
gonna
is flickering.
try to prove what you
yeah,
saying by taking what you saying and then
bro,
making it confuse. Nah, bro.
Because
It's not that. It's
okay,
bro,
not that. It's not
what
Jack.
that
kind of
difficult.
camera do
I
you
don't, I
have,
don't,
Domo?
I don't understand. I don't understand the confusion, bro.
Got
You getting the
a
answer you
Canon.
want,
Let
but
me.
yet you going the
Hold on.
path of most resistance. That is crazy to me, bro. That is crazy to me. Like you're avoiding the path of least resistance, my nigga. I've been to space twice, and I did the experiment with my camera. Okay, all right, no conversation.
I mean, if you said you did it twice, I mean, if you said you did it twice, I don't know, sir.
I
I
thought
mean,
you
me,
wanted to know something, though. You're not gonna take benefit of me being in space twice. You have no fucking questions.
hold on, you gotta say that again. Your mic is like cutting in and out, sir.
You trying to say that he's an
I'm
astronaut?
saying. So
I thought the Google
so
Scholar
now
had
that
some
I got,
professional shit to say.
God damn, boy. So
He
now
begged to
that
get in here and said, "Can I
we
get in?
found
I got
out
a few
I've been to
questions."
space, now that I've been to space twice, you don't have any
You ain't been
questions you
to
want to
space
ask me to
never
take
in
a
your
You
tangent
ain't
life.
from
never
that?
been to outer space. You a lie. Get out
You're
of
a
here with that lie.
goddamn liar.
I don't even like. I don't care about these type of stupid ass fucking responses when people want to play like that. You like, come on, man. Do some serious
Hey,
ass.
bro.
He just got done from saying
And
he's
so, and so,
serious,
you, and so you,
and
you
then he
you know
gonna
that
turn around
disgust,
and he's in
So
outer
this is
space.
that
what really
disgust,
happens.
that disgust
This
that
is
you
y'all
feel.
okay with being this person?
Uh,
Y'all okay with being these people? You got all these
yeah,
questions. You run into
clearly they
somebody who
are.
actually did the shit, and you got nothing but ridicule.
Nigga, you're a
They
liar.
didn't do nothing.
You're a broke faced
This is
liar. You
crazy.
just sit around here and lie.
That's
Like,
why. That's
bro,
why I'm here, Suave.
just
That's
gonna
why I'm
lie.
here,
They
bro.
didn't
That's
do
why I'm here.
nothing.
It's
You just
balance.
lie.
Jake,
You're not an
It's
astronaut.
Jake,
balance.
Jake, you don't have no questions, Jake.
Okay, if you're an astronaut, then
Jake,
you
you
won't
don't got
mind
no
telling me
questions
your
for a
first
person
and
that been to
last name.
space twice.
If you're
I'm
an
Hold
actually
on,
just
astronaut,
dog.
then
waiting
you
for
don't
everybody to
mind
talk.
telling me your first and last name.
All right.
Alex. Hold on, Alex.
So I can look up.
Jake
So I can look
is
up black astronauts
Jake
in
is
your
keeping
face.
Suave calm, Alex. Let's let Jake deal with Suave.
What's good, man? What's up with y'all, man? Quadruple master teacher up in this bitch. What's cracking?
Ah,
Wait 1 second, Taz. You talking about you was over there correcting the manosphere. Hold on, I had a gripe with you. I can't even remember what the gripe is
I
right
was gonna
this
say,
moment.
write that shit down,
I've
bro.
been
I add
drinking.
that shit to the list.
I've been drinking. I can't forget.
The goat in the building.
I'll
So
come
you
back when I write it
The
down.
goat. Hey.
you caught that smoke. Somebody sending some smoke signals your way. You caught that,
Yeah, man. You know, niggas smoke
Taz?
signals my way. I can't help it, bro. Like, I know niggas' names died and shit years ago, but you know what I mean? Look, I've been waiting for a conscious community nigga for a while. So, yeah.
Okay, no, I remember what the problem was.
I want to chase
Yo,
that smoke
yo,
down.
yo,
I'm gonna
yo, your
fire out.
best.
That's what I'm
Hold
gonna
up, Taz. Your best friend-in-law said that no men on earth, because of one damn dumbass dude, no man on earth deserves respect
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
and submission.
What you talking about?
Your best friend-in-law, Cynthia G,
He clapped.
Oh yeah,
He
said
clapped
that
you.
I
no
don't care about
man
that.
on earth deserves respect and submission.
Yeah, you better stop listening.
But she was using your
Facts.
argument
That's
to
all I can
prove
tell you.
her point. She was using your argument to prove her point
Right.
that
That's
no
all.
man on earth deserves
Listen.
respect and submission.
Yeah.
She
Was
used your
she
template.
playing that audio of the dude I was talking to yesterday?
Yeah,
Right. Okay. Yeah. The dude who said he
yeah.
want a white woman to build it.
So you enabled her to say that shit.
Who
This nigga said
enabled that black
enable
man to
her.
get on that phone and say he want a white woman to mold him?
No, you enabled her.
Right.
She said at this
Not
point.
listening.
She said at this point we shouldn't even deal with black men at all. moving
There's
forward.
a nigga on
Zero.
the phone sitting there saying that he doesn't want to deal with black women because white women will build and mold you. Nigga, I'm not standing by that motherfucker. I don't give a fuck what she say, nigga. The fuck you talking about?
Okay, hold on. Before you guys get into whatever whatever you guys are talking about, Domo, when you said that we don't have the
Who is
we,
that?
we don't have the I go by
Bro,
brother
Who
Jay.
please,
is you,
please,
bro?
I'll
I
go
please,
by
please.
I'll go by
recognize your
brother Jay.
voice.
I'm not
Don't
the
talk
I'll
to
go by
me
Jake.
brother
like that,
Jay.
Jake, I'm
nigga.
not that nigga, bro.
Conversation.
Jake,
That's
Jake,
Jake the
I'm
Great.
not that nigga, bro.
That's Jake the
Jake,
Great.
I'm not that
Yeah,
nigga, bro. I'm
yeah.
not that
Okay,
nigga.
cool.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
yeah,
So you were
yeah.
saying that we don't have the
No. What
technology
I'm saying
that NASA
when I
has.
say that I'm not that nigga, when I say that I'm not that nigga, what I'm telling you is do not go down. I don't have anything except like Claim says, but at homonyms for niggas that talk about the flat Earth. I don't waste my intellectual capacity engaging in those conversations.
Okay,
So
that's cool.
I'll probably say something that you find offensive if we go down this route.
Okay, cool. So what you
Yeah.
said was that we don't have the technology that NASA has.
I'm saying you
The
asking me
space
a
technology.
dumbass question.
I
I'm
didn't.
saying
I
you
didn't ask
asking me
you
a
anything.
dumbass
I didn't ask
question
you
to
anything yet.
lead
I
me
didn't
into
ask
a
you
dumb
anything yet.
conversation. So
I didn't. I didn't. I
your
didn't ask
best
you
bet,
anything yet.
your best bet is to take whatever
Jake
stupid
the
ass
Great. Do
conversation.
not engage the fag.
Listen to your boy.
Talk to the real niggas on the.
Listen
Talk
to
to
your boy. This
Paul.
conversation dead,
Talk to
bro.
Taz.
This
Taz is a
conversation
bald
dead.
head too.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
This conversation dead,
Who is
Yeah.
nigga.
All
that?
Ain't
right.
no
Cool.
like
All right.
I mean
Cool.
because
So.
to keep it a buck, bro. Nobody gives a fuck what you talking about.
All right. Cool.
That's why the only
You
reason you're
just
on
said
this
my
panel is
name,
because
bro.
niggas. Hold on. The only reason you're on this panel because like niggas don't see you on panels and shit. You don't hop on panels over here like that. So clearly you over here with Ak and them, and that's cool because this battle axe panel. You feel me? But I'm gonna let you know, bro. This shit gets ridiculed. Like you not about to say nothing smart. You're not about to prove no fucking point. You're about to ask me some stupid ass questions and then draw a conclusion based on confirmation bias. Shit that you already believe.
All right.
So don't
Awesome. All right. Awesome. So according
ask
to
me
you,
shit about that. Don't ask me
you
shit
said
about that.
that
Got to go
we.
on with
You
who
said.
got
All
whatever
right. All right.
technology.
Yeah.
You
Cool.
know what I'm
Cool. Cool.
saying?
Cool.
For
Cool. Cool.
real.
Cool. Cool.
Like,
Cool.
cause,
Yeah.
cause
Okay.
this is
Cool.
some,
Yeah. Yeah.
and for
Yeah.
you to
Yeah. All
continue
right.
to ask
Yeah.
me some shit,
All right.
I'm just gonna
All
get
right.
more
All right.
disrespectful.
All right. Yeah. I know.
Cause when you start doing
So.
this type of shit, that's when I say and you acting like a bitch now.
All right.
Because I
So what?
told you, because I
All right.
already
Cool.
told you, you
All
don't
right.
need to
Cool.
go this direction
So
with
what
it.
He
happened was.
told you don't
So are you
engage
What
going?
him.
So you
happened
can. So
was.
you can. Are
You
you gonna
just
act? Are
said.
you?
You
So you
just
gonna act like a
said
bitch? So you
that
gonna act like a bitch and
we
ask me some shit that
don't
I said?
have the technology that NASA has to even create
No, he's
any
talking
kind of
to the
thing
real
to
men on
come
the
from
panel now. He's
space.
not talking to you at
That's
all.
what you're saying. So what if I told you that NASA themselves said they don't have that technology anymore? They quote unquote lost it.
We lost it. We lost it. We lost
These
everything.
questions. What if I said you brought up nothing but stupid shit
He's
since you've
not
been on this
asking
panel?
you, don't dumbass.
What if? That's like we can play these what if
He's
games,
not talking to you,
but
dumbass.
we don't have to do that. Like you know what I'm saying?
You see how we
Like
did that?
we don't got to do that.
He's talking to the real men on
We
the
don't
panel,
got to do that.
dumbass.
We don't got to do that.
You see that? Now, if NASA themselves claim that they no longer have that same quote unquote space technology that got them there in the first place, they lost it. What does that mean?
You sound stupid, bro. Like you sound like an idiot. If NASA said that they
Hold
lost the
on. Jake
technology
the
to be
Great, are you
NASA,
still talking
that's
to
stupid
Domo
as
or
fuck.
what?
Why
That's
Okay,
you
so
stupid
doing
as
Are you
fuck.
you
still
see
talking to the political
he has
plug?
insults or he doesn't have an answer.
Brother,
But
why are
he
you
Bro,
talking?
you take it either way.
but he fucking
Take it either
told
Talk
you
way.
that.
to him then.
He told you
Take it
Talk
either
that.
to him
way.
and swallow.
Take it either way. Either you can take it
He
as I don't
told you
have an
that.
answer,
He had nothing
or you can
against
take
him.
Talking to me, I'm gonna do you worse than that.
Yeah, that's cool, but
Hey,
don't talk to the
I was
political
trying to be
plug.
polite.
At the political plug, don't talk to him
I was trying
about
to be
flat
polite.
Earth.
Right, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
say, I'm just not gonna tell you don't talk to me. I'm gonna tell you a dumb as fuck, you're a fucking idiot.
Okay, there you go. Don't talk to Taz either. Swab likes to be talked to.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the subject matter counts. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, if you got people up here who ain't even in the league talking, it's like, bro, what are you talking about?
And that's what's going on, bro. It's like, well, I mean, I'm this is Battle Axe and Ock panel, so it's, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, they doing their thing,
Oh, what they
but
dumbass is that? Hey, dumbass battle ass, stupid ass
What's going on,
aqua.
Taz? What's up, Taz? Y'all see you
What a dumbass.
God damn.
there?
Taz on one. Swab had a bad day. Domo was just born a bitch.
I didn't have a bad
And
claim. I
yes,
honestly
you
didn't even
did.
have a bad day. I'm barbecuing.
So the
I'm barbecuing. I'm
flat
just
Earth
listening.
only makes you crazy. You didn't have a bad.
No,
You had a great
bro.
day.
It's the
You
fact that
heard flat. You brought up the flat Earth
right
topic.
there, that's what it
I
was.
came
That's what
on the panel and you
that's
went
what it
crazy.
is right there.
Okay.
Claim. That's what it
Yeah,
is right
last
there.
fall off
You
that I
continue,
had was
and there you go.
last
There
time I had a
it is.
fall off
Okay. But you
That's
still
what it
with
is.
Suave. Last time I had a fall off with Suave,
How
it
do you not
literally was
see
over
what it
flat Earth.
is, bro?
Me and
no,
Suave.
The
I see
last
it
time
now.
we talked
I,
like this, bro. What is the factor? What is
it's
the
a flat Earth.
factor,
I
bro? What
get
is
it.
the factor,
It's
my
a flat
nigga?
Earth.
You see
The
what I'm
flat Earth.
saying?
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys want to get back into the
bro.
German
I
Nazis
just
or no?
explained. First
No,
of all,
bro. No, niggas is moving
first of
on
all,
from that
What
shit.
y'all talking about with the Nazis?
listen, I'll
Bro,
answer that
NASA
The
because
and flat
first
Earth.
of all,
Nazis
it's the fact that
founded NASA.
NASA and flat Earth. Oh my
Yes,
God.
dude.
What?
The
Nah, fam.
Nazis founded NASA.
Bro.
Under
Yeah.
Operation Paperclip, they smuggled in the Nazis
I
who
thought
were
you
killing,
said,
exterminating the Jews,
Bro, that's all.
claim,
We all know that, bro.
but
and
claim.
Bro, that's what I'm
and
That
their
don't have
arch
saying.
shit to do with
enemies,
no fucking flat Earth,
and their
bro.
arch enemies
But
are
I don't
the
know
claim,
what the fuck
bankers,
y'all
which are
trying to
the
do
Jews,
with
and their
Operation
arch
Paperclip.
enemies,
claim.
Bro,
are the
Paperclip has
bankers, which
nothing
are
to
the
do with
Jews,
flat Earth, bro.
and their
NASA got
arch
some
enemies are
Nazis.
the bankers,
Bayer
Claim,
which
got
are
some
the
claim,
Jews.
claim,
Nazis.
claim.
IBM has Nazis. I
Bro, come
mean,
on,
we
claim.
could
Stop
go
spewing.
on.
Stop spewing
IBM is
facts,
owned
bro.
by the
Let us talk.
Chinese government,
Stop just
you
spewing
idiot.
facts. Let me talk
Oh,
to
you're
you, bro.
dumb.
What the fuck are y'all
Oh, you're dumb.
doing?
IBM is owned
This
by
is
who?
the shit. It's not have a bad
IBM.
day. Y'all create a bad
The
day for me,
Chinese government
bro.
didn't
I
own
can't hear
Like
you
niggas
because
shouldn't
there's
be
a
paying
pussy
attention,
talking.
and
1944.
you're
I can't
purposely
hear you because there's a
confusing us,
pussy
bro.
talking. Go ahead.
Like that ain't how you do this shit.
I didn't purposely confuse nothing. Domo's confusing you because he's a pussy.
Yes,
And
you
pussy
did,
confuses you.
bro.
You
You
like
just
pussy.
asked me. You
You're
said. See
infatuated
what I'm
with pussy.
saying?
You put my gene.
Listen, bro. I said you asked me. I said I didn't. Come on, man. What the fuck is that?
Miami.
You said you had. I said I didn't have a bad day. You said, "Oh, the subject." I said, "No, it's the." And then you continue to talk and tell people what it was instead of listening to the nigga that you need to get the answer from. It's the fact that Battle Axe is on my answer's ass. You can't get a complete thought out, and then you gotta sit here while a nigga act like you not letting him talk. Why he talk for 15 minutes, and then once again you can't get nothing but a half a sentence out. I don't like when people purposely play slow, like you're doing, and I know you're smarter than, but you sit back like you have no idea what's going on.
That's what he's doing.
Y'all niggas
Y'all
is
ain't
crazy.
asked nothing that confounded.
Y'all crazy,
Y'all
man.
ain't asked, first of all, none of y'all has shared your screen but Jay.
Right.
So none of y'all ain't saying shit.
What he
So
say?
it's no reason to even
Cheerlead.
act like the conversation is tough.
Everybody was fucking bum cheerlead.
What he
Ain't
say?
no
Ain't
reason to
nobody
act like the
do that shit.
conversation is tough.
Followers. These niggas ain't leaders. That's
Nobody
why
did
they
anything. Nobody did what?
I don't
Jay?
know.
black men gotta be leaders and stop
I don't
following.
know.
That's the
Hey,
problem.
he said nobody did what but Jake?
You niggas don't know a motherfucking thing. Ain't nobody share their screen but Jake, but you ain't listening because you're dumb.
Brother, I did share my screen.
We don't need no leaders neither.
I
We don't
shared
need no
my screen. I
leaders.
showed them the
I don't
hotspot.
know if you did or not. I don't
They
know about that
immediately
part.
rejected it by trying to say, oh, that hotspot will move if you move. You're like, but it wouldn't exist if the sun
But listen,
wasn't if the sun was 93
okay, I
million miles away.
apologize.
It
I
wouldn't be
apologize.
there. That hotspot actually
I
contains heat.
apologize. I was
Hot
wrong. I
spot.
shared
It's
your.
not just an optical illusion from the light. It's literally there.
Y'all niggas be talking like y'all been
A
up
field
here.
photo, which ain't telling us shit.
No, these people have already man, people have tested the temperature of the hot spots in the ocean and shit,
Man,
knowing
listen,
that
listen,
they're
listen,
not the
listen.
same as the
Hey,
rest
listen,
of
Jake,
the temperature in the water, man.
Jake,
This fucking shit is facts.
Jake, to
It's
your
just that
We're
y'all
point.
don't
talking
sit
about
back
the
and let
volume. We're
Jake,
talking
nobody
to
about
your point,
explain.
bro, because
Y'all don't sit back and let nobody
volcanic
speak
vent.
on nothing
you actually got a point. He just,
because you want
We
to
talking about
automatically run out and
volcanic
say you're
vents.
fucking stupid.
I'm
Oh,
trying to
you're
have a
dumb.
discussion.
Oh, you instantly want to jump at it,
So,
but you don't
Jake,
even let a
like I
person
said, bro,
fully even explain to you.
Jake, can
So
you
you're
hear me,
never
Jake?
going
I
to
just need to know
understand.
you can hear me. I could talk over.
I'm just
I really
saying this,
can't hear
brother.
you. You got like the lowest voice
Okay,
on the
bet.
panel, brother. Or
Yeah,
I
that's
think
because
it's just your mic.
my microphone is kind. You know what I'm saying? But
What
listen, bro.
did you call him, bro?
Nobody
Nah, that
believes.
that
Listen,
motherfucker cheat, nigga. That ain't
that shit
kind.
is crazy. Listen, oh
You
shit,
called
it
him.
might be cheap, but it costs a lot.
I'm talking
Listen,
shit, bro. Go ahead. I'm talking.
but I know. I'm just saying, still cheap. They just put Apple on that shit, and the motherfucker assumes some shit. Listen,
That's not a rapid fire mic.
we
I
don't.
do know that.
I
That
don't.
mic is
I
not
don't.
going to work in the rapid fire round.
Oh no, on the G, I got a mic on the way. I ordered that bitch. That motherfucker supposed to be this. Hey, that bitch supposed to be tomorrow, my nigga. Hey, I would think the motherfucker what's the name on my life. After I watched the face up, I ordered me a mic. That motherfucker be here Tuesday on my Amazon list. But Jake, don't nobody give a fuck about NASA, bro. We not trusting NASA, being loyal to NASA. I know that white people have lied, and I'm not just making but I know that institutions have lied, bro. You understand? When a motherfucker telling you, hey, I got $100 million to whoever get in space first, and all it takes is for you to convince them they've been in space, you get the money, niggas are lie. I'm not saying NASA uniformly all across the board has told the truth. Anything that's up for scrutiny, which I'm not
I
mad
didn't
at,
clean them.
put it up for scrutiny. But
I
once
didn't
it's
clean them in
been
that dishwasher.
scrutinized, you
And
cannot
put
ignore
them in that
what
dishwasher.
just happened, bro. Because you want to prove
I mean,
NASA
he
a
has to.
liar. When somebody show you a video over half of a building, and then the person go up and the rest of the building come into view, that's not depth perception. You should have checked him on that. You didn't. You're showing allegiance to your belief.
It is depth and
Then
perception,
when
brother.
you
Don't try to lie.
okay,
That's
okay,
depth and perception.
okay,
Everybody fucking
and
knows. That's why
then
they
when
made
you
watchtowers. Same concept.
okay, I accept your
It's
answer.
just that, it's
And
just that,
then
it's just
you
that
show a
that
video,
drone turned into a
and then when
watchtower
you
right
show,
before your eyes.
come on, battle
And
man,
it
let me
shows
finish
you.
my thought, bro. What the fuck are you over
I don't
talking?
care. I'm gonna say what I gotta say. I don't care. I'm not gonna show you no extra fucking shit because you're fucking special. Because you special
Okay,
ed.
I'm
I'm
not
not gonna show
stopping
you
you
no
from
extra
saying
attention.
what you want to say. You stopping me, bro. Nobody attacked you. You attacking me.
So you keep on
For example,
recapping. Why you keep recapping?
bro, what the fuck? So what can I talk about, battle ass? Can you give me the guidelines? Because I don't want to do nothing
All
further
right,
than
I'm
coming
out.
out on your
Okay,
panel.
I'm gonna mute. My bad. I'm muting.
God damn, a nigga can't recap. So when you sold your video and presented it as if somebody ever claimed that that chip was past the curvature and that's why it disappeared, that was disingenuous. So then when a person points that out, you will never find a globe earther looking at something so simple and resting the laurels of globe earth on that, which is so easily dismissible. You should have accepted that. For real, bro. Like, I don't mind the scrutiny. But once a motherfucker prove this shit legit, move the fuck around.
There was no way and no instance where you proved that shit legit. When I came through and I gave up the explanation about the depth and perception, that still has yet to been debunked. That is still the fucking stand-in and the affirmation against what the fuck you presented, man. You can't get around that shit. Everybody knows that is exactly what the
I
fuck
appreciate your
transpired
presence.
in your
Yeah,
video.
Suave. You keep getting past
Big
that right there, man.
big whoop.
I appreciate your
Shalom,
presence.
fam.
Your
I
information
appreciate
wasn't
your
heavy.
presence. I
Your
appreciate
shit
your
was
presence.
easily
Shalom,
I
KLT.
debunked.
appreciate your presence.
Yeah, shalom, peace, KLT.
I appreciate your presence in the league, Barrett. That's the
Shalom,
only
fam.
reply I got for you,
Shalom.
bro. I'm not engaging in your information, bro. What's up, KLT?
Shalom. Shalom.
Oh, I'm
What
gonna
y'all
say
what
shalom
y'all
to you,
about
Shalom,
this
brother.
this earth?
Shalom, KLT, what's up?
shalom,
Shalom.
Shalom, brother.
dween.
Shalom, battle axe, Malak. Peace to our brother Swab. I don't know who all on here. To our brother Clan. Yeah,
Khan.
the earth, man. I
Okay,
got a little
Montez,
different
Plain, Domo.
aspect of the shape of it.
okay. Well, okay, Suave.
I don't know if
I
y'all
can see. Oh, if you want to go, go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, I had a rebuttal for Suave, and then
Yeah,
oh,
let
you
me
got
hear
it
what
real
he got to
quick.
say, bro. I just want to
okay,
see, bro. Maybe
okay. So
my fingers are crossed.
okay. So when you said no, when I said about the video, when the camera zoomed out and then you couldn't see the boat because the water was in the way.
You won that race?
And I did assert that was your understanding, because if it was the other way around, if the boat was closer to the person with the camera, and then it went away and it disappeared, you would have said there's the curvature, right?
Not necessarily. Why are you acting like I didn't say what I said twice? I said the boat never disappeared because of curvature. Nobody ever narrated that photo, that video. Nobody ever set it up as proof of a curve. You're debunking an argument that don't exist. Somebody zoomed in on a boat that was too far to see with the human eye due to atmospheric pollution and distance, brought it into view with a camera, and then said, see, I just debunked globe earth when no globe earther has ever set that up as an argument, bro. Do you
How you
understand?
gonna speak for all globe workers on the face of the planet, dude?
Hold on,
So
claim.
we
Hold
can't
on. Hold
so
on,
we can't
claim. Hold on.
so you can't talk. So you can't talk. This shit is crazy.
No, you're
Do
not
you
allowed to
understand that,
speak
bro?
for every
Nobody
globe worker
ever,
on the face of the planet.
Hold on, claim. Let me
You're supposed to speak
deal
for
with
bro.
it.
yourself.
All you gotta do, listen. Hey, Jake. All you gotta do is disprove me by finding one globe earther that's setting that video with the narrative that you destroyed. You won't.
But
Nobody
isn't
ever
isn't
said that, bro.
isn't that the narrative that you can't see it because it curves? Isn't that the narrative?
That is the narrative, yes. But that don't mean you could just click, paste,
Right.
copy any fucking video. Nobody ever agreed that, bro, what do you mean right? The reason
Your
you can't
video.
see,
I mean,
the
all he did
reason
was just
you
prove that
can't
he arguing
see,
with a straw man.
yeah, the reason you
Right.
can't see the Statue of Liberty is due to curvature. The reason you can see that boat is due to distance and atmospheric pollution, bro. There's more
That's
than
not
one
true.
reason why you can't see shit when it's far away.
Hey,
So
Balax,
which
share
one
my screen
means
right
so?
quick.
Why
Balax,
don't you apply that same concept to that same video you showed us?
share my screen
Oh
right
man,
quick.
listen.
Balax.
Look,
Check it
we're
out.
good. We're doing good. We're
That's
doing
called,
good.
bro. That's
We're
called
good.
dunce moment.
Battle
Dun.
axe. We're doing good. Stop causing division. Stop
Share
causing
my
No,
screen
no,
right
division.
no.
quick.
Jake,
On the Disney cartoons, it'll say
please share
it'll
claim.
say
Share
on the
claim
Disney
screen
cartoons
during my
they'll
conversation.
go
This shit is
dun.
crazy,
What's
bro.
wrong with Balax? Why
Y'all
Balax
supposed
can't hear? Balax, share my
now
screen.
Jake. Battle axe. Battle axe. Share claim screen, please. Now, Jake, what did I say that wasn't true, bro?
Well, I don't know because when I gave my explanation, you agree with me. So I don't know.
That's because he was
Hold
arguing with
on,
a
Jake,
fucking
Jake, Jake, Jake,
straw
Jake, Jake,
man for
Jake.
the last
I just
hour.
said, I just said, I just said, the reason you can't see the Statue of Liberty is because of curvature. The reason you couldn't see that boat in that video is because of distance and atmospheric pollution. You said that's not true. Do you remember that?
You know what? I don't
Jake, you
remember, but
there?
I'll go along with it. I'll say, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Hold on. You don't remember just saying that's not true? I need to know this. Is that what your brain does? It says something and then don't remember?
Man,
Oh, okay.
you act like I'm the only one that did that.
Nuts
I
then.
got you with the same thing earlier, brother. So we can get past it.
No,
If you say
no,
I said it,
no, I
if you
didn't.
say I said it, I'll
No.
run with it. How about that? If you say I said it, I'll run with it.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay, so that's all I'm saying. Yes, there is a narrative that the curvature hides things, but no one ever set that video up as proof of that. So you destroyed something that didn't exist, bro. I showed you a example of things disappearing during the curvature, and y'all left it alone. You're talking about
So
the
why
bottom of it disappearing because of distance, but the top of it you still see because of distance. Like, get
why
around that.
couldn't
I
it
need you to
have
fix that
disappeared
answer
for the
first
same
before
reason
y'all
that you
move on
said
to
though?
another question.
What would be the first part to disappear inside of something view as it's getting further? Would it be the bottom or would it be the top?
What?
If something was disappearing, if something was leaving over the horizon, what would be the first thing of it for it to disappear? The bottom or the top?
The bottom.
The bottom.
Correct.
So
Correct.
with that being said, the higher things are, that'll equate to the longer you'll be able to see it versus the bottom, right?
Yes, because there's a curve. Yes, because there's a curve.
No,
Goofy.
Is
wrong.
that always the truth,
Now,
or
now
does not
you
things?
okay? Now
Hold on,
you
hold
tell
on,
me. Now you
chill
hold on, hold
out.
on. Now you asked me 2 questions,
What the
bro.
fuck? I didn't even.
You
You
just
said
asked me
your
2 questions.
answer, and I
Now I'm
didn't.
asking you one. No,
Wait a minute. I
no,
wasn't
no,
done though. I
nigga.
had a series
You
of
can ask. You can
questions,
take a question.
and it's
You
only
can
fair
take
if
a
you
question.
participate.
You can take a question.
I have a
I
series of questions,
didn't
and it's
agree.
only
Hey,
fair
I
if you
no,
didn't
no.
agree
participate.
Flat.
to a
You
series
got to
of
remember,
questions. I
flat
didn't agree.
Earth drives them crazy. He gets
Wow.
I
possessed
didn't.
with a demon
Now what drives
when
me
he hears
crazy
flat
is
Earth.
needless
So you got
talk.
to be patient.
Needless conversation. Needless conversation drive me crazy. You interrupting it is driving me crazy, buddy. I'm talking to him. I'm having a whole enough time, and then you think he has the attention span to listen to you. Like, come on, that's a potential whole other conversation happening. Let me just walk through the shit. I didn't never agree to your series of questions, sir. I answered 2. You can answer 1, and then we can get back to your series of questions, sir. Is that okay? Who do y'all be waiting to get y'all answer from? The Most High? Boaz, you not there no more? All right.
I didn't. I'm sitting. I'm waiting for you to finish. That's all.
God damn, what the fuck is you doing? You
Okay.
dumb? You don't hear the whole
Yeah, we
conversation
can't
happening?
really hear you,
So now
Suave.
you asked us to bring up. You asked us to bring up one flat earther on the planet that says that boats disappear over the horizon, right?
Clang, shut the fuck. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Shut the fuck.
Lying
No, I didn't.
bastard.
You're lying on me. You're lying on me. No, the fuck I did.
Hey, Swab, this is why we be talking shit to
That shit
you,
is
bro.
crazy what y'all gotta do to try to be right.
This
This is
dude
why
is
we be
a
talking
lying
shit to you.
motherfucker. He said,
Yeah.
pull up one flat earther. I mean, one bald head that says that the boats disappear over the horizon. That's what he told.
Bro,
Yeah.
I said, show me one. I said, so that you'll be right, man, and I'll be wrong because I care about you. I said, show me one globe Earth that used that video and said that boat disappeared curvature. You won't be able to do it.
Not ain't
I
nobody
said,
gonna
a
use that
narrative.
video. They explained that boats disappear over the horizon.
Conversation was about that video, though.
Okay, then you would have to show an actual. Then,
Yeah, but he put a
then what
special
you would have to
condition
do
on
is
that
find a
video.
boat.
He put a special
No,
Then
you
condition
what
can
that
you
you
can
would have
video
to
fool
do
the
is
judges
find a
with that
actual
type of
video of a.
argument that we talking about that
Damn.
video, but what we're talking about is boats disappearing over the horizon,
Now
not that
claim,
fucking
now
video.
claim, now
That's
claim,
right.
now claim. Now does that mean that because
I
somebody
don't
mute
give a
that?
damn
Somebody
what you think
that
about the earth being flat or not.
whoever
I
got
live
that
with a
man
bald head.
with the fryer,
I live with 15 bald heads. Now listen
bro.
carefully.
What's up, bro? Can somebody mute?
Why do boats
Can
disappear
somebody mute
over
that
the
shit out, bro?
horizon? That's the information that
Can
you
somebody
wanted
mute
to
that shit out
find.
so we,
It don't have
bro?
nothing to do with that video.
Claim you're setting up another false argument. You're setting up another false argument, and you're finna try to knock it
Wow.
down. That don't prove nothing. You have to actually engage what I said, bro.
Okay, so you
That's what
want
you
us
have
to
to do.
find somebody talking about that video. How? How do you find that?
Bro, what the fuck are you challenging it for then?
No, you're
I,
putting it. What it's called is that that's called an indecent
What are you
proposal.
challenging?
You can't come up with an indecent proposal. The dude showed the video to show you his explanation on why he believes that the right things are disappearing in the horizon. You have to accept.
Everybody
Hold on, man.
agrees with
Hold
him.
on. You got to
Battle
accept
X,
that
no
that's what
Battle
that.
X.
You got to accept that that's what he put that out for. You can't come
X.
up with an indecent
Now
proposal after that.
listen to the ink. Now listen.
You
Now
got to say
listen
like,
to
well,
the right
that didn't
words
happen.
that's being said. Battle X. Battle
he
X.
said the
Battle
right
X.
word.
Man, bro, who background is that, man? You clearly got
Nigga,
your
that's
shit
called an
wrong.
indecent proposal. You can't ask him to, you can't put a special condition on the evidence.
I can't even hear this nigga, man. Somebody at a baseball
You're
game
not
or
You
allowed to
something.
do
can't.
that.
You cannot put a special condition on the evidence. The
You're not
real
allowed to do that.
conversation is why do boats disappear over the horizon? That's what every bald head in the world says that
Because,
happens. And you don't know.
because,
Don't try to explain it now. You
ain't
said it don't
nobody,
happen. You say you never said that before.
bro, you're lying again. You're consistently wrong, Clay. Stop it.
Oh my God. You done
What is
said that
retarded,
100
man?
times today that
We
you
can go,
never said
bro, bro,
that boats
bro.
disappear over the horizon.
We could go back through the video. You know this shit is recorded, right? You know this shit is recorded, right? You know you've been
Yes.
consecutively wrong. You're not used to
Not
that
at
shit.
all.
You're not used to that. This is a bad look for even you, bro. Stop
I'm
telling
not.
people that.
I'm not wrong. You
You
said that
are.
you
You
personally
said
never
things I
said
didn't
that
say.
that boats disappear over
You're
the
a fucking
horizon?
liar. Jake, are you there, Jake? Because
Okay, let me ask you
your
this:
voice
do
makes me
boats
believe you
disappear
have
over the
something to say.
horizon? Do do
Let me ask
boats
you
Yes,
something.
disappear
I've
over
said
the
that.
horizon?
I've,
You say yes,
Jake,
right?
Can
you
you
Right.
showed that
have a
So
video,
it just
curvature?
shows
and
you
I said
evidence
the
that
same
boats
thing.
don't do that.
Hold on, bro. I'm running. I'm running, bro. You smarter than me. You won. Jake, when you showed that video, and I said that's not why that boat disappeared. You said so. The narrative is in boats go behind the horizon. Didn't I say yes? That's the narrative. Didn't I admit that?
Along the
Yeah,
lines,
you
yeah.
did.
I said I said boats disappear behind the curvature of the earth. But I said that video is not an example of that. You can't make me
No,
one.
but
You can't
Jake asked you after
make
that. He asked
you
you a
can
question. He said, if we can see, further, will there still be a curvature? And you said no.
you don't even know what the fuck he said. He said if we're both behind the curvature and can't see each other, and then we use a tool and zoom in and we can see each other, does that eliminate the curvature? I said yes. He went silent and never said nothing else. I don't know why, but I'm telling the truth. If I'm looking,
He said, "I don't know why."
if I'm looking at, hold on, time out. For real, I can do that background. Somebody is sitting right up on the TV, bro.
Somebody
Y'all know I'm serious.
motorcycle is just
Please,
annoying as hell.
please, bro.
That's
Please,
my
bro.
car. My bad.
All right, please, can you mute out? Please, bro. Please, bro.
He called your car a
He's
motorcycle.
begging you.
I got, I got, I got, I got a question. I got a question for you.
He's on his knees. He's literally begging you right now.
Listen,
God damn.
listen,
I got a question for you.
listen, bro.
Can
Listen. Go
can
ahead,
you have
bro.
a curvature on a flat Earth?
Man, I got too much
Who that
I
question
got too
for?
much respect for
Me?
KLT. I got too much respect for KLT, man. I'm
Yeah,
gonna step out of this one.
that's for
That's
anybody.
the
I'm just
homie.
asking. Can you have a
What you
curvature
say?
on a flat Earth?
What you say, KOT? What you say,
Can you have a
bro?
curvature on a flat Earth?
Yes, you can have a
You
curvature on the
asking
flat
the
earth.
flat earthers that, correct?
No, he's asking
I'm
the
asking
ball
everybody
earthers.
that.
Yeah, yes,
Okay, so the
I got
answer is
delay
no.
probably.
You can't have a curvature like they describe, which causes the ball to curve onto itself. It has to come back around in a circle in order to fold up on itself. You cannot do that on a flat Earth. The only curves you can have is like hills and shit and
Nobody took
mountains.
it that far. He didn't
No,
say
that's the question here.
disappear,
They
disappear,
asked
bro.
you, big dummy. He just asked us a question. Everybody in here. So that's my answer and perspective.
He
God damn.
okay, but you're not answering his question. You're not answering his
I
question
did
on a
answer his
flat Earth
question.
claim. Can there
Hold on. KOT,
claim?
did I
Listen,
answer your
bro. Listen
question?
to the question, bro.
Did I answer your question, KOT? Hey,
Not in the
KOT,
context.
Yeah, it's
hello.
Not
for
in
everybody.
not in the context.
Yeah, it's for
Not in
Did
the
I
everybody.
answer?
context that he asked.
All right, but did
Not
I
in the
answer your question?
context. Not
That did I
not
give
in
my
the context he
perspective?
asked it.
Did I
Not in
give
the
my
context he asked it.
perspective?
Yeah, that, yeah,
Not in
yeah,
the
that was
I
your
did,
perspective. I'm
right?
just
context he asked
asking
it.
you have a curvature
Not in
on
the
a
Thank
flat
you.
Earth.
context he asked it.
All
So not
righty. Now we're
Yeah, I know.
talking
so
truth.
listen.
Yeah.
So KOT. So KOT. On the way he just been
Yeah,
answering
I hear
some
you.
other shit, bro. You wanna be real?
Yeah,
You just had
yeah,
an
no,
example.
no. I'm
You
just
just
no. Like what you saying is what I'm asking, but he giving his perspective, which that's good
damn
too. I'm just saying.
claim. That shit is crazy. And y'all wouldn't let the same walk away. I'm caring for him. You gonna let him why? Cause you scared of him? No, you're right. You cannot answer the question. You heard the question wrong and answered what the fuck you wanted to hear. There can be curves on a flat earth. When you're talking about a flat earth, you can have hills, mounds, a curved horizon. That don't form into a ball. That just means that there are shapes on the surface of this motherfucker. Why would you say no? You act like this shit gotta be a table, smooth. We have mountains, we have valleys. There's clearly curves. Whether you believe it's flat or fucking not, bro.
That's exactly what I just said. You idiot. Now,
So what was your point in asking the question?
let's get back to what's over the horizon. For a long
Well,
time,
no, what was
sailors
the point of
wondered
you
why
asking
boats
that question,
disappeared.
KLT? No, he had a point, bro. What was the point of asking that question, KLT?
Because I'm just saying, if a flat Earth can have a curvature, see, my shape of the Earth is a disc-shaped UFO, so it's got a partial curvature on Earth, but on parts of the Earth it won't have a curvature, and towards the center it would. That's why you have videos where there's no curvature and a straight horizon. That's why you have videos where there is a curvature, even though we know they use these fisheye lenses and stuff. But if people with correct lenses, you can still see towards the midpoint of the Earth
There ain't no fucking
there's a
curvature.
curve. But on the outer layers of the
You
Earth
ain't.
is
Show us
flat.
a video with the curvature on it.
Now you finna argue with your brother.
He's the one that making the claim that there's
Not just,
videos with curvature.
I
So
just told.
show us.
He's still saying it.
I told you
He's still saying it's not a globe.
my shape of the Earth is
He's
a
still saying it's not
my
a
shape of the Earth is
The
globe.
UFO
a
say
disc-shaped
disc. I
UFO.
heard you,
It's not a
nigga.
globe,
Now
and it's
show
not
us
flat
the
like a
video.
table.
Okay, now show us the video with the curvature. Hurry up. I'm getting impatient. Now, for a long time, sailors wondered why boats
Now,
disappeared from our view.
Swag can show
You
y'all
see
that
how
because he
y'all
agree with
trying
the
to
curvature,
drown
so
out the information?
he can show y'all the curvature.
Why are you trying to drown out
But
the
you can show all
information?
the videos without the curvature.
Brother,
That's what I'm explaining on the disc-shaped UFO.
the main
Earth.
speakers
There's
are
parts of,
Jake the Great, the new guy to the show, and Swall Boss, the vet to the show. The most important person on the show. Now listen carefully. You come in here talking crazy. You don't never get on here with us. Never. So now, I'm not going to allow it to happen. So now it says here, for a long time, sailors wondered why boats disappeared from our view out at sea. But with modern science, we now know the answer. Now, the real conversation that they was having a mini debate about was boats disappearing under the horizon because the earth is curved at 8 inches per mile. 8 inches per mile. So when you go so far out, the earth curves around into a ball shape so that it gets back to its other side and complete the ball. That curvature is
no, it
what
don't do that.
the flat, right. That's the curvature that flatheads say don't show. Evidence after evidence that we never seen it, and y'all never show no evidence for that. But what you show is a goddamn close range, local goddamn bridge over some water that looks like it's curved a little bit. And then say in one other sentence out the other side of your neck, you say that's atmosphere that make it look curved.
Claim.
On the water.
Y'all really need to try to fucking. Y'all need to stop drinking already.
Claim
brain
made a valid statement on what you
At
did.
this point, it's brain damage. Because I showed a bridge locally curved during my
Because
debate.
the rules don't
Man,
apply
shit, bro.
on both videos. It only applies
again.
when it fits
Watch.
you on one video.
Watch.
But on your video, that rule doesn't apply. That shit
That's
don't
what
make
he
no fucking
said.
sense. That's not a double standard.
You know what happened is you're stupid and you can't understand words.
See?
That's what's going on.
And then
Well,
you
the
go straight
domo
to the
technique,
argument
the
because
domo
you're
technique is not accepted.
Hold on.
and then you
Because
retiring
you
all
add
the
homonyms
my
is
shit
not
is the
effective,
Earth.
bro.
Man, goddamn, bro. I'm talking to him, my nigga.
It's effective.
Goddamn. The fact is,
What to stop calling people names?
Because you're slow.
Stop calling the bros names, man. Anybody.
Stop telling me what to do. Stop telling me what to do.
That's how the conversation gets destroyed. So you're doing it on purpose.
I don't give a fuck.
Right,
Yeah,
you're doing it on purpose. Exactly.
environment.
You don't give a fuck because you're doing it on purpose.
I don't give a fuck. Stop telling me what
You're
to
making
do.
you're making the
in
environment
my conversations. Stop getting in my conversations with other grown ass men, bro. That's your fucking problem today. I'm talking to him. I don't need you to hold his hand. I don't need you to answer his questions for him. I don't need you to tell me how to talk to him. I need you to appreciate the respect I show you and get the fuck out of my life.
But you didn't show me no respect earlier today, and I demanded a apology.
So like I said,
and you didn't apologize. You said I'll give an apology. So why would I respect you right now in this moment?
Okay, I accept that. The problem is your comprehension skills won't allow you to have the conversation. We say one thing and your brain takes a shit with it. And then you reply in a manner that isn't even applicable. That's the whole problem here.
I demand an apology.
Share my
And
screen.
you're gonna get the same one you got earlier.
Share my screen.
Don't cut him off. I demand an
Yeah,
apology.
yeah. Let me see it. Where's it at? I'm waiting.
Yeah, pause.
Okay. Can you see it?
All right.
That's my shape of the earth.
You know what? That's a good one though. Be honest with you, because a lot of people like Lance say that the closer you get to the North Pole, the higher elevation it is. So you come up with a slight curve like that,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Towards the
but it's
center, you
definitely
get your
not a
curve, but
ball.
around the edges,
Hmm.
flat. Yeah, it ain't no ball. That's what.
Hmm. Right, right. See, that's how you
Yeah,
set up a boss.
that's a better
You
explanation
tell
than
you
the
tell
ball.
you
That's not
tell you tell him to apologize to you. Boss ain't gonna do that if he's not humble. He's just gonna stay in his pride and just be quiet
bad.
and never apologize for the disrespect all day today.
Yeah, cussing everybody out.
Because
Yeah,
it
I'm
complete. It
trying to
live
show you
inside the
guys,
earth too now.
you amateurs. I'm trying to show you amateurs how to deal with a boss. You know what I'm saying? I'm the big dog. I'm in the big leagues. You know what I'm saying? I'm forced to respect them, and I have the entire time. So that's why I said I demand a apology without disrespect at all. Never disrespected them one time because I know how to deal with bosses.
If you know how to deal
Man,
with
that's a
bosses,
good living.
when I'm talking to battle axe and you answer the question, is that boss like? No, that sounds
Oh,
like
say what?
somebody scared to hear what battle axe got to say. So let me jump in front of it. That's
No,
what that.
brother.
That's not a boss, bro.
You've been disrespecting us all day. I said ain't no conversation with you
Y'all
with a
been
disrespectful
disrespecting
person.
me. Y'all been disrespecting me.
How?
Y'all been disrespecting me. Now watch this.
How do we do that? So we can apologize. You a goddamn liar.
Nigga, I'll quickly apologize.
Swiftly, instantly apologize.
What's up there, Ten Commandments? Y'all up.
Hey, what's up, man? What's up? Peace, peace. Oh, a man of reason
Shalom,
up
brother.
here. He don't even. He's a bald head, but he's the
No, in
respectful
order to
bald
win, no,
head.
hold on. I see this comment
Swole is a
DJ Black trying
disrespectful
to put
bald
up
head.
there. He tripping. After everything we just explained to
DJ
these
Black
people
Charm is a goddamn
about the
queen, nigga.
the, the, the death and perspective about the death
He's
and
a
perspective,
trucker
and these
guy.
people still are trying to hold on to that damn shit. It's cool though, man. That's Negroes, man. Stiff necks,
That
stiff neck
nigga be shucking and jiving, bro. Nigga be dancing like the coon on Tariq's show. Tariq Nasheed's show.
Yo, man, what? Look, hey, you know what? Y'all need to love everybody on earth, man.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you
you,
now.
Suave.
Okay. Now watch this. Watch this, bro. I need you to share my screen. I'm finna show something.
All right.
Okay. There it is right there. Okay? Watch this.
They punch a train causeway from 15th. See, I didn't I say a bridge over some water with a tiny little bit of curvature.
Claim. I did not ask you to present my information for me, bro. You see what I'm
I
saying?
said that before you even pulled it up.
I'm saying this the shit. This the shit. This is the disrespect. I just wanted to stop, bro.
Well, you apologize first, nigga. I told you I'm not
I'm not
respecting you until.
apologizing. I'm
All
not
right, then.
apologizing.
Ain't no respect, nigga.
Nor am I asking for an apology. I disrespected you. You disrespected
All
me. We
right, then.
even.
Ain't no.
Okay.
How am I respect somebody that
Okay.
disrespects you
So
that don't
so
respect
so
me?
how long?
How
So
can I
so how long?
possibly ever respect anybody that don't respect me?
Oh man. Okay.
That's insane.
Hey,
Y'all
Why
I
would
see the
would
I have
like to
to
curve?
respond
respect
off of this
anybody
Do
point,
that don't
if I
respect
do
me?
can.
y'all do y'all see? Do y'all see the
Yeah,
curve of the bridge locally? Locally. Okay.
yes, I
Now
would like to
watch.
respond too after you're done.
Okay. Okay. That's what I'm doing it for. All right. Now watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Battle Axe, can you bring that up, please? Battle Axe, Akmalak, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Battle
Can you
Axe.
tell Battle Axe to pull that up for me?
He's confused. Battle Axe is confused right now.
Hey, Battle Axe.
You gotta text him.
There
My
it
Okay.
is.
bad.
There you go.
My bad. I stepped to the
Okay.
bathroom.
No problem. Okay. Another bridge. Locally. I want you to look. I want you to look.
Zero curve. Zero
All right.
curve.
Now, pull this up. Share this, please.
Oh.
Share this, please. He must be busy. I'm sorry for having you share so many things back to back, but
Oh my god. Come on,
I
Battle
need
Axe.
to. Okay. Now watch this. And then I got one
You can
more.
fast with this.
And then
That's why you're looking
no,
at
I
me.
got one.
I'm not distracting you, bro. I'm
Okay.
just talking.
Now
I'm on the phone.
I got now. Now share this one. This the last one that I pulled up. I have more, but share this. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, you want me to tell you one thing about every one of these
Uh,
pictures you done showed? Every one of
hold
these
on. Hold
pictures
on.
was
Hold on. Hold
actually.
on, bro. Hold
Hold
on,
on.
bro. Don't be the. Listen. Let it get
I just
out
want to say
first.
something. When I noticed
Zero curve.
these pictures,
I brought
everything
it
was
up for y'all to say.
very,
Listen,
very
bro.
blurry.
Battle Axe. I brought it up for y'all to say something. But can you at least look at it and receive it first, bro? Like I know
Right.
you're
And
looking
then
at it.
and then
I
come with
know
a
you're
response.
looking at it. I know you're looking at it with 100% to not even consider it to be
Damn.
real. You just want to dismiss it. But I'm asking for the crowd.
Damn.
Can you just not try to cheerleader this one into deception, please? Let the people look at it, take in the information, and then we can reply to it. But there's no reason to try to narrate it deceitfully. Please, thank
I can tell you the explanation of
you.
that.
Okay, can you just let it get out, and then we could go to you, bro?
Okay, go ahead. What's up? You got nothing to say?
Uh, It's a video, bro. I don't know why
That
you're
You know
fuck.
acting
that
slow.
you
How
know
is
that
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 a
camera
fucking
is
video?
zoomed in.
Why the
You know
fuck
that
is the
camera is
Oh
water
zoomed
shit.
moving
in
around
really,
like
really
that?
hard.
Tell me why the water's moving.
No, I'm not.
Right, because that's fucking fake as fuck.
All right, bro. I'm done. On the G, I'm done.
That was fake. That picture was people actually
That
going to spots
ain't no river.
specifically, I guess, to
Why the
try
fuck
to
the water
show a
moving?
curvature. But that right there was there was too many things that was wrong with that video. First off, it was out of focus in every shot. When it was showing all that wavy stuff, that's when you get real far away. It looks like the ground is moving. Looks like the ground starts turning into water. That's what it was actually viewing things from that same perspective. It zoomed in to see that and then look through things from that perspective. That's not hard and far fetched. Things start waving and shit because that's light diffraction is what you're actually looking at. That wasn't anything. Yeah, I said it. That was light diffraction. You weren't showing us anything. That's the reason why everything was distorted and out of actually focus on purpose. It wasn't bad cameras. Not the worst cameras in the world is the only cameras that you can use to get the curvature with. The bad poor camera shit is how you're gonna pick up all that other diffraction. It is fake, sister Kyra, Kyria. Yes, it was fake.
Listen.
And I got
Lake,
something to say too
lake,
about bridges
lake,
being curved,
right? Lake
but damn.
water doesn't move. Okay, only river water moves and stream water moves. Lake water doesn't move. So, water in a reservoir is an artificial lake.
That's right.
That shit does not move anywhere. So why in the fuck in the
Yo,
tunnel
yo,
is it
yo,
gonna be turbulent like a river? Go ahead, Google Scholar. I've been waiting on
yo,
you to talk since you got questions for the
yo,
flat earth.
peace to everybody. I just wanted to ask a few.
Peace,
I
peace,
just
man.
wanted to ask a few questions to the flat earthers.
Shalom.
Okay, so peace to
Now
everybody.
don't
On
forget
the
you talking to
first
the final
question,
boss of the flat earth now. Don't forget that now. You better have
oh,
some very advanced
no, I
questions
won't
here, brother.
forget.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me a chance. I'll ask you the questions. Now, my first question is the sun on a flat earth. How far away is the sun?
What you
Anybody?
saying, brother?
On a
He said,
flat earth,
how
how
far is
far
the
away is
earth
the
away
sun?
They said that it's
from the sun? From
93
how far is
million
the earth
miles
from the
away.
No, no, forget what they say. I'm asking how far away it is in your model.
How can you go and
Shit,
measure
man.
that?
Yeah, the only thing I can say is it's probably roughly somewhere within 30 miles away, man.
30 miles?
Maybe shit, fucking man. Hey, like Jake said, he said, how could you measure that? You have to be a master. You got to be a mathematician in trigonometry and calculus to figure that out. There's a formula, but
So you
I'm not
don't,
smart enough to figure
so
that
you,
out. There,
Okay,
there's
dude.
okay,
people
so
who
you don't know
Are
how
you
far.
are
All right.
okay? Let me ask you
there's
this,
people that
Google
came out with
Scholar.
that answer.
Hold on, Balax. Let me ask you this, Google Scholar. Are you interested in the correct answer,
Mm-hmm.
or you just want to engage Jake the Great and Balax?
I'm sorry. Am I what?
Are you interested in
I
the
didn't get the
correct
question.
answer?
You kind of cut out for a bit.
Are you interested in the correct answer, or are you only interested in engaging a Balax and
No,
Jake and
I'm trying
Mazan?
to apply. I'm trying to engage with you guys and apply a little logic to the conversation because, in my opinion, it's lacking a bit of logic.
Yeah,
What's
I
lacking
agree.
logic? What's lacking logic?
Uh,
Logic.
No. The problem is that they're asking questions that skip
the mod.
around in logic. They're not following logical questioning. That's what he's saying. So we're
Right.
coming up with
So
answers. You know what I'm saying? We have to
so
skip
that's
around.
why. Okay, so basically, you don't know how far the sun is. Do you know
There
what
you
it
go with
is?
there we go. There you go with that bullshit. I just asked you specifically a question. I said, do you want to deal with
I
Ma'azan
answered your question.
and Balax only, or do you want to know the correct answer to your fucking question, brother?
I want to ask the questions to the flat earthers. Are you a flat earther?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so the question goes to you as well. Do you want to try to answer it?
I ain't gonna try to answer. I'm going to answer it,
Oh,
and
so
you're
you
in
don't
here
know?
twice. Did you know that?
Yeah, I don't know what
You must
happened.
be from
I'm
another
on my
country.
phone and it cut, sort of kicked me out.
Yeah, you clearly from
Okay,
another
so we're
country,
gonna
so
take
you
that
should.
route. So we don't want to answer the question.
Yeah, I do.
Are we?
I'm waiting on you to
Can
shut the
we?
fuck up.
Can we get a try at answering the questions?
Yeah, I'm waiting on you to shut up so I can answer.
My feelings aren't hurt, by the way. You can just answer the question.
I said I'm waiting on you to shut up so I can answer.
Lame. He's just answered the question, brother. He was quiet.
Now, no, the quiet don't mean I have free reign to speak. He needs to give me permission to speak. He's an idiot. He don't know that. But at any rate, this is how I go, right?
Yeah,
whenever we triangulate, that's how you find the height of things. You triangulate. Whenever we triangulate the distance of the sun from the earth, we conclude that the sun is 3,000 miles above the earth. Problem is, that can't possibly be correct because the reason 3,000 miles can't possibly be correct is because the earth distances are not properly uh, uh, presented to everybody in earth. So when you look at a map, the earth distances are skewed and it's easily proven that they are fake.
Y'all see how I do
So
that?
that's your answer. Is
okay.
that whenever we
So was that
triangulate it, it's
that's your
3,000
answer?
miles. Turn the music down. Oh my God. Why do we have to scream over this
No, that's not
music
me
at
playing
the
the
whole
music.
show?
That's not me.
I know that,
What you
but the
saying?
brothers, we don't like screaming over the music, bro.
I play beats in my shit. I be driving and I be listening
All
to
right.
this shit.
So
I don't like just
basically,
listening to people's voices, especially when people start yelling and
if I
getting
can
rambunctious.
understand what you're saying
At
is,
least thrown out to the beat. But
We're
y'all see what
yelling
I got
because
on
the
the
music
screen?
is on.
There was 100 proofs. Look at this. Fuck all that other shit this dude's trying to come up with. Fuck them speculating questions. Look at this. There was 100 proofs that was documented back in 1885, man. 100 proofs that the Earth is not a globe. The standing water level proves that the Earth is not a
okay.
globe. The flow of the rivers of the Nile. We can go into these. The
Yo,
lighthouses
yo, yo,
prove that
before
the
you
Earth
go
is
into
not a
all of that,
globe.
you want to try and answer one question before you go into all this spiel? I just asked one question and I didn't even get a definitive answer.
You're not really asking
I
a real
did give you
specific,
a
definitive
definitive
question.
answer. No, I gave him a definitive
No,
answer.
your question was,
Both of you guys
you
say
said,
you don't know, and I told him that whenever you triangulate the distance of the sun from the earth, then we conclude that it's 3,000 miles away from the earth. The problem with that conclusion is that the distances on the flat level of the earth are not properly represented to the public. Such a simple answer, but it's above your head. Only geniuses can understand the
that's not a
answer.
simple
Now
answer
go ahead.
because you're saying,
Yeah, Clint, you can't tell him what's the things about
okay,
the heavenly
I'm,
realm. He don't
I'm,
understand the things on the earthly
I'm,
realm.
okay, I'm not a
You
genius.
gotta understand
So I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
exactly.
You said if you triangulate it, it's 3,000 miles, but it's not because I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Is it or is it not 3,000 miles? Anyone?
My damn God,
3,000
give
miles?
him give him understanding of the English language, please. For Heavenly Father, give him understanding of the English language. I just told you multiple times that whenever we triangulate the distance of the sun away from the earth, we conclude, and the triangulation calculation shows that the sun is 3,000 miles away from earth. The problem with the calculation is that flat the land distances are not properly presented to the public.
He said this a lot of times. I hope he got this.
Okay.
And do not ask the question
Okay,
again.
let's move on because
Next
okay,
question.
let's move on. Can we move on, please?
Sure.
Do any of you know what the sun is?
You don't got to you don't
How
got to know
come it
nothing like that.
shines? What it's made of?
The sun
What?
is Jesus Christ. Now, what else you want to know?
Okay, so are you a comedian?
No, Jesus Christ
Brother,
is the actual
why are you asking these foolish questions, brother?
What else you want to
When
know?
we're talking about flat Earth, why you go from the Earth to the heavenly realm when you
It's
don't
Yeah, what's the
foolish.
understand
next
the
question?
It's
on the Earth? You don't understand the order on Earth. So how can you try to understand the things that's in the heavens when you don't understand the orders of the things that's on Earth?
You don't even
okay.
get that.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was a question for you.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I asked you a couple of questions. The reason for me asking you a question is to try to get you to see that the path you're taking is not logical. But I don't know why you have this hostility towards the question and you don't even know what I'm trying
We
to build
haven't
to.
showed
You
you
just
any
know.
hostility. Oh my fucking god, we haven't showed you not one piece of hostility at all. The two brothers that you're engaging said they don't know. I know. I gave you the answer.
Right. I knew that it had something to do
Okay.
with 3
And
and 0. I knew
I
it,
asked
but
another
this brother said
question.
3,000. I'm gonna take that. 'Cause I said 30. But
Right.
yeah, that makes a lot more sense. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, and he said the same thing. I said there is a calculus equation, and this brother, when he started using words like triangulate, he's speaking way above my motherfucking algebra knowledge. So I think that might be some calculus or trigonometry talk he talking. Sounds like he talking with exactly what I said. Why are you
Okay.
guys acting like you like we ain't saying what the
O-
fuck we just said?
Okay.
I
But
said it in
but
like the
but
layman
you're
terms. This brother
assuming
broke it
what
down. What the fuck? What more do we have to do? Like
I'm trying to build to
we
some.
can't give you a flat earth. That's what you're really asking us for. You guys are asking, we'll
Hello,
give you a flat earth.
I'm trying
Hold on,
I'm
share
trying to
this
build to
right quick,
something. You
because
didn't let you
he
didn't
seems to
never
not
give me a
understand
chance.
what I said. Share my screen right quick,
No,
bro.
I know because I'm from another country, so I don't
That don't mean
understand the
shit.
English. So
No, that's
but
not
Okay,
it, brother. That's
but
not
let me
it.
okay,
get to
that's cool. Okay,
let me let
hold
me
on.
get to
Just
the
calm down.
question.
Hold on,
Let me get to
pause.
the question.
Did I say pause or not? I think I said pause. So the height of an object, such as a tree or building, may be determined using a technique called triangulation. This method involves creating an imaginary right angle. One angle of a triangle is 90 degrees, in which the observer stands at a distance, an unknown distance, from the point that lies directly underneath the object. So we find the height
Okay,
of the sun
I accept that.
through a process. Okay.
I accept
And
that.
they
I
use that
still don't
same
understand what it has to
process
do with my question. Though.
for the sun. That he uses that same process to get 3,000 miles with the sun when especially at high noon. That's when you can
Okay,
really
but
tell.
Hey, that makes
I've
sense.
already
But if it
passed
was
that
round, it
question.
wouldn't work because
I
only
have
90 degree and it
already
works on a
passed
flat
that
surface.
question.
Correct.
Dang,
I've
that's smart.
already passed that question. No,
Yeah, yeah,
I
that's
the
what I'm
next
saying.
question I
Like people
asked
got
was,
past that shit. And look I'm trying to
You
show
asked
y'all something.
you asked us what is the sun, and
do
I
we know
told you
what
that
the
the
sun
sun is
is?
Jesus Christ.
Can we answer that question? So that's
I
what
mean,
we're
it's a
going to
No, I'm
ball
not
of
going to answer
gas
discuss.
that question. No, I'm not
that
about
is
to
on
answer.
fire.
I'm not about
And
to
so
sit
what?
around here and try to pretend like I know what the fuck the sun is. All right, I'm not going to play that game. Can't nobody sit around here and actually say that they know
Okay,
what the
so
sun
one
is.
person
You can't.
one
The only
person
thing you're
says
gonna be
it's
doing is
Jesus.
regurgitating and relying off of fucking third party information. That is not like anything that we can go off of. But check this shit out. Look what it says right here. At number 4, it says there are rivers that flow for hundreds of miles towards the level of the sea without falling more than a few feet. Notably, the Nile, which is in 1,000 miles, but falls only 1 foot.
Okay.
He says the level expanse of this extent is quite incompatible with the idea of the Earth's convexity. It is, therefore, a reasonable proof, not unreasonable proof,
reasonable proof that Earth is not a globe. Come on now.
Okay,
Look at
can we
this
get
one.
back to my
Surveyors,
question?
operations in the construction of railroads, tunnels, or canals are conducted without the slightest allowance being made for curvature. Although it is taught that that
Okay,
this so-called allowance is absolutely necessary. This is a cutting proof that, once again, Earth is not a globe. And if this goes down
okay,
to
can we get
100,
back to the question now?
no, your question, you
I,
asked the
I did
question.
not bring that up, so I don't know what.
We're talking
I,
about the
I asked a
Earth
question about
being
the sun,
flat.
and you're telling me about the Nile.
I don't care about that. We're talking about
I'm trying.
the Earth being flat. I don't care what you use to try to disprove or prove what you're saying. I'm bringing this to the information to shut this whole fucking conversation down.
Yeah, this is
No,
a
you
very
can't shut
long
this
conversation.
conversation,
We
the
didn't went too
conversation
fucking
down with.
far. We done been too far believing what the damn pagans then said about fucking every damn thing in outer space that can't nobody, including themselves, contest. No one can actually go up there and say, well, that's not
Bro,
true because I felt that I felt
bro,
that Mars was made out of this. And can nobody say it? No one. They're just sitting there speculating from
bro,
here too.
bro.
So what I'm gonna do is come
You
fuck
just
what is
talking.
the sun made out of? All right? But we're not gonna
Do
entertain the
you
foolishness. The scripture says, man, it says, do
do
not
you remember when I
entertain.
used the
Listen, man. It says, do not. You're fucking rocking with
Do you
Israelites.
remember when I used the word
Listen,
logic?
you're rocking with
Did
Israelites,
you
and
remember when I
it
used the
tells us,
word logic?
don't
Hold on,
entertain
go scholar,
vain
go
and
scholar.
foolish questions.
Let him get it all out, man.
Yeah.
Let him
The scripture
get it
says,
off his
do
chest.
not entertain vain and foolish questions. That's a foolish question. That's
Right,
unknown.
we're actually like breaking Torah right now by entertaining you
A
clowns.
foolish question because it's gonna show that you don't know what you're talking about. That's
You're
a
asking
foolish
about
No,
question.
the sun is
because
brother.
it's
Listen,
foolish.
it's not foolish.
You
You're
don't know
talking
it.
about
You
something
don't even know the
that
fucking
you can't
answer.
fucking say. You
It's
can't tell me
foolish.
right here.
It's
You can't
foolish
tell me
because it's
without a
gonna tell
reasonable
you
doubt.
that it show everybody that you don't know what you're talking about. So you don't want to
You
Do
hear
can't
it.
you
tell
know?
me.
Do you know what the sun is made out of?
Bro,
He can't prove without a reason to doubt what the sun is made of.
He's a
So he
fool.
shouldn't
That's
ever
what.
ask that
bro,
Silence
fucking
means
question.
fuck no. He don't
He know
bro,
that
That's
his
that.
question was
That's how
stupid.
you
bro,
know that this dude is foolish. He's asking foolish questions. He's asking foolish
That's right.
questions to get a foolish answer.
you
Sit back and listen, man.
you can't answer. You can't answer the question, so it's foolish. Is that it?
Bro, you're off topic. Stay on topic about this earth. Do not go into the heavenly realm where you don't even know how to conceive what's on this earth. You can't tell me
Bro, I
how
was
how did the
building
most
to
high
something. I was
hey, what was dirt made out of? How did dirt come together?
hold on. Let's give him a chance like we gave
what?
Suave a
How
chance.
was dirt
What?
made? How was dirt made, brother?
Hey,
Domo didn't engage in the flat earth conversation at all. It just
Yeah, he
threw
did. Oh
ad
no, he just
hominem.
resorted to
But
ad
hold on,
hominem.
yeah, right. And you allowed him to call us out
yeah,
our
and I
names
came on most
for 20
respectfully
minutes.
No,
and
Yeah.
asked a
against
couple
that.
of questions,
This
and y'all
doing being
start.
extremely respectful.
Us
Hold
for
on,
Let him
Bible
lots.
let him
scholar.
let
Us
First
him
for
of
say
all,
what
lots
he needs
spoken
to
you're
say.
not
against
gonna come
Domo.
on here and act innocent. You're gonna call somebody mentally
no,
attacked. All right, so we
no,
gonna
let,
cut that shit out.
hold on, no, let him, no. That's
Call
the
what?
other show. This show right here, he's being extremely respectful.
No,
So let
no,
him
no,
go.
no, no, no.
No, you can't
See,
hold that
how you gonna say I'm holding it from another show when I just read it
against
in the
him. That was
chat?
the other
You
show.
were just
That's another episode.
listening.
That don't
How
have
you
Domo
gonna
nothing to
wasn't
tell
do with
me?
this
asking
How
show.
you
foolish
gonna tell me
questions
when I
I
though.
just
don't
seen it?
give a
He called
damn.
me. He called it
Let
to me
him
though.
talk.
So what show was
Oh,
that? He
let
called
him
it to
talk.
me,
What,
Clinton.
what
Let
did
What
him
I
show
say
was
say?
what
that?
he
What did
said.
I say? What did
You,
I say?
you said brother Jake is mental, and when I meet you said mental, pretty much mentally retarded. That's what
I
you
never
just said.
said that.
That's
Right.
not.
I
That's
said
Which
not even.
means
special. I
you're
said
a flat
special.
earther.
All right, bet.
All bald heads call
I
you
said
mentally retarded. So calm the fuck down and let Google Scholar talk.
All right, cuz no, fuck
they
this.
don't want me to talk because it's
We
gonna
already
show
let
that they
Google
don't know
Scholar
what they're
talk, and he's
talking about.
asking
They
the
just
question
heard
about what the
something.
sun is. You gave him the answer. He didn't accept your answer. He wanted to fucking pose his question once again, insisting that we
It don't
come up
matter.
with
He
another
moved on.
answer. And I listen, and I was fucking done. I don't have
No,
time to be
we
sitting out here
debunked.
entertaining
We
fuck
I
debunked his
niggas,
moved on
first
from
answer.
that
Hold on.
question.
We
especially
I
debunked
especially
his
when
moved
first
on
I
from
question.
that
came across
He
question.
some information.
realized that his first question was stupid, and I showed him that his first answer was stupid, and then he moved on to the next question.
Hold on,
So let him
Clay. Hold
go.
on, Clay. Give me 1
No,
second.
he asked you
Battle
about the
Axe, share my
sun. I
screen.
answered the same
Share my
shit
screen, Battle
twice.
Axe.
Let me
Share my
ask
screen,
a
Battle
question.
Axe.
So now we're gonna share
Let me
the
ask a
screen.
question
I can't.
between.
Nobody's gonna.
Share my screen. Can you guys see the chat on my screen?
No, they're
I want
not
to hear
gonna
what
let
you
you
got to say.
talk right now. You gotta be patient, Google Scholar. My bad. I tried my
Does this
best.
not say Jake is special, and I mean special needs? Is that not Google Scholar at
No, they don't
250?
want me to talk because
Is
they
that
realize they
not
don't
Google
know
Scholar
what
at 250? And you want to claim it's another show?
It was this show when he said it in the chat, but chat
250 said what?
comments don't
Okay.
have
So it was this show.
chat,
So he
right?
did
What
say
did
it to
I
me.
say in the chat?
No, hold on.
It's in
Hold on,
blue. Can
Google
you not
Scholar.
see
Hold
it?
on, Google Scholar. He's
Say what I
addressing
said.
me.
Read it.
Hold on, Google Scholar. He's addressing me. So now, chat comments
I
have
can't
nothing
see
to
it.
do with the respect that he showed
I
on the
can't see it.
panel when he's talking.
You're saying that because he didn't disrespect you.
Maybe you're right. Listen,
Like,
man,
come on. Like, what are you
What was
talking
it?
about?
listen.
Like, what are you
Hold on.
talking
What was the
about?
Yo,
disrespect?
you might got a
Like,
point.
what are you talking
Man,
about?
listen. This is all
Hey,
about
man,
learning.
ask
Why
Google
y'all
Scholar a question.
Y'all getting caught up over
You can have a
petty stuff.
point there,
What was the
Don't get caught
disrespect?
up over petty stuff. Y'all gonna teach us or not, man? We want to learn.
right. The fact is, he's on the panel and he's being respectful as he's talking.
So then let's teach.
Hold
When you're
on.
chatting in the chat box and typing, you got to be as provocative as possible to get respect and to get people to let you on the show.
Google Scholar. Can you see the screen? Yes or
What shape
no?
is the Earth? Google Scholar.
I can't see the screen. I'm
It's
on
a
my phone.
ball.
It's real small.
According to
Okay.
him,
Can
Everybody is
anybody
a
else see the
Google.
screen then?
Everybody is a Google scholar, man. Everybody is.
Just
Come on,
read
man.
what it says. I tell you
Can
if I
anybody
can't.
else read the screen? Okay, Google Scholar. You say you can't read it. I'm making sure that you know I'm not making this up. Can anybody else see the screen?
Yeah,
Can you see what's highlighted in blue?
we can't read it out.
What
yeah,
it
you're
say?
special needs.
Say it again, Clay.
You're special needs.
It says you. Who is it? It doesn't say you.
It says
It
that
says Jake is special. I mean
Jake
special
is
needs.
special.
So you
Right.
didn't write that, Google Scholar?
The chat
I
has
wrote that.
nothing to do with
Oh,
verbal
okay. So
speech.
you did insult me, right?
That's
Yeah, you
somebody
still
being
insulted
funny.
me.
You want to take it as an insult? Fine.
Verbally or non-verbally, you
If you
assaulted
want
me.
to take.
You insulted the dude, man.
Okay. Oh, so it's funny. Okay, so you make jokes about the special needs children. So that's your kind of joke, making fun of people that are special.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
went
you're
way to
fucking
the
sick,
That's
bro.
he went
insulting to you.
way
You're fucking sick,
to
bro.
the top of the comments. Now listen carefully. Allow the man to speak. I'm a proponent, a
You're
champion
not
of
gonna
free
allow
speech.
me to speak.
Let him speak. There you go. Let him speak.
We did let the brother speak. The question was redundant. He kept asking you actually the same question, and he's looking for a different
How
answer
can you determine the question is redundant? How can you
because
determine
you
the
asked it
question is
twice.
redundant when I have
Because you
see,
asked it
I
twice.
have moved
That's
on
the
from
reason
that
that
question.
was redundant.
I said let's move
Ask
on
him a
from that
question on what he
question. I said
believes.
that like
Okay,
10
and
times.
then when I moved on, you try to repose your question again. I moved on and showed information. You went straight back
No,
to your question.
no,
No, it didn't. He
Yes, you
went to
did.
no.
the
I
what
had
is the
another
sun made
question.
of question.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
That's a different
And you say
question.
you don't know. I said let's
That was
move
the
First
on
exact
from
same
question
that.
question that
is
I came in and
no.
interjected on. When
His
he asked
first
that
que-
question initially,
Oh my.
I said, "Fuck that,"
his first question was how far is the sun from the earth? His
and you
second
answered
question
it.
was what is the sun made of?
And you answered it.
I didn't answer what the sun is
Yes,
made
you
of.
did. You said it was made out of Yahusha.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I said yeah. You're right.
You answered it. He didn't like your answer. He wanted a better one for fit for what he
But
wanted to
yeah,
say.
but let him speak.
You get what I'm
Let him
saying?
go.
And
Let him
and
go.
and so I wasn't going to allow him to
Yeah.
just go ahead and just control the whole narrative with his little nitpicking questions. It was like,
No,
are you here? Because as
let
of
him
right
keep
now,
asking his question.
I can't even tell if he's a flat earther or if he's a globe earther because of
He's a
his questions.
bald head. Let him
No,
keep
how can you
asking his
tell? How
question.
Let me
can you
ask you a
tell when you're
question.
even afraid to let me ask a question?
I can't tell because
Right.
your questions aren't they're called indirect questions. You're not being really specific from your stance. Your questions
My
doesn't actually let me know where you're actually coming from. So I'm kind of sitting around in suspense, trying to see what the fuck you're coming from.
Why you beating around the bush?
Come on, man.
Um,
Hold
are
on.
you
Let him
gonna?
say what he's trying to say, man. God
He
damn, what are
already
you doing?
did claim. Why are you
I
keep
did.
he
I was
Because
just
he
done.
only
statements?
asked two
I was
questions.
done. Listen, I had something better to show. Fuck the questions. I was showing information that you can come up with questions on. How about try doing that? Let's
So
present
No,
information
so
and have
you're
this
afraid
is
questions
of the
about
not
that.
a
questions?
flat earth. This
You
is
don't
a
I
sound.
don't
this
want
is
to
a
answer. I don't want
hold
to
on, hold on,
entertain
hold
questions
on,
about what the
hold on,
sun
hold
is
on, hold
made
on,
out of.
hold on.
That's
You
a waste
sound
of
like
time.
a
Hold on,
man that
Google
be,
Scholar. Hold
Let me
on,
ask
Google
you a question.
Scholar. Hold on, KOT.
Let me ask you a question.
Listen, Ballet, this show, you prove that Africans, the Israelites came from Africa. That was this show was about.
Fine.
So this is not no flat earth proof. This is just a discussion, a slap box about flat earth. So let him talk about whatever the fuck he want to talk about so we can slap his ass, slap his face off.
All right, man. Let that dude speak, man. It's
Yeah,
just,
go ahead.
go. Let's entertain this foolishness. Come on.
Now we're breaking Torah for your punk ass. So
No,
hurry
I'm
up and
not
say
breaking Torah. I'm not finna answer that dude's questions.
No, yeah. I ain't breaking through. I ain't finna answer that.
Shaping the earth, Google Scholar.
so don't ask,
yeah.
don't answer, don't entertain foolish questions. But go ahead.
No,
Ask,
if I'm gonna ask a question and nobody gonna answer it, what's the point?
okay,
Ask
no.
ask your question and
Aqua Lock
see
said he
if
ain't
it's
doing it.
valid. Ask a valid question and see if you get an answer. I bet you'll get one.
Okay. How far
Pertaining to the topic we was talking about, brother. Stay on topic.
we're talking about the earth being flat, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. My question is, how far do you believe that the human eye can see, can resolve an image, or can see?
I believe I can see as far as they say I can.
Uh,
I think what is it? Did they say what 30 miles? I don't know.
30 miles.
I'm not sure. I can quickly pull it up. How far can the human see?
Yeah, look it up
It's
No, I
not a
mean,
wonder.
and show him since he don't know.
How far can the human eye see? The answer to that is based on the curve of the earth, standing on a flat surface with your eyes about 5 feet off the ground, the furthest edge that you can see is about 3 miles away. That's what they say.
3 miles.
3
That's
miles.
What?
healthline.com.
That's looking directly on the earth. That's the horizon that humans see on the flat on the earth. But when you look up in the sky, you can see much further.
Right. But standing flat, you can only see 3 miles away on a flat
Uh huh.
surface.
What
And
is it? What?
it's crazy how they worded that answer too, because they said it starts off saying based on the curve of the earth, and then it says standing on a flat surface. So they can't even speak about the curve of the earth without being on a flat surface. Standing on a flat surface with your eyes about 5 feet on the ground, the furthest edge that you can see is about 3 miles away.
So, do you have an explanation as to why when we look up, we can see further than 3 miles, but when we are standing on the ground, we can see further than that?
Because there's
Wait,
no.
you said the first? Yeah, say that one more time.
So, do you have an explanation of the why is it that we can look up and see the sun at 3,000 miles away, but we can't
It's
see further?
from depth and perception. The sun is
Mm-hmm.
big. The sun is not really small. You
How
get what
big
I'm
is
Right.
saying?
it?
And it's suspended. Things that are suspended, you can see them a whole lot more than something at eye view. That's why with this formula they gave us, it was saying standing flat on the surface, and this is the suspension in this formula, 5 feet from off the ground. All right.
Right.
So if you're 5 feet from off the ground, you can see 3 miles away. But if something is 3,000 miles in the sky, that you know what I'm saying that equation goes ahead and it breaks down to where you can see it even further because it's higher.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's super high.
Okay.
It's 3,000 miles high.
So, so if you look at the International Space Station and you look at, if you take a image of that of the Earth, It is more than 3 miles, and you can see the Earth.
What an idiot. We just
I,
said
I,
that height adjust
No, you didn't say height. You said
the
things are up in the
what
air.
you can see. No, we
did,
said
did you
that height adjusts what you can see. You idiot.
right? And then size actually plays a big factor in that also. That's what I had to bring up first and foremost. Was well, the sun is really big. So is the Earth.
How big is the sun?
No. The
30
question
miles.
would be actually, how far do you have to get away from the Earth to not see it? That would be the better question.
How big is the
But that'd be a
sun?
question that I think none of us actually be
30
able to answer
miles.
unless we're mathematicians.
How big is the sun?
Hold on, hold on. Let's flip the question. You tell
30
us
miles.
what shape the Earth is.
Ball.
The
Goose
Earth, as
Scholar, what
I
shape the Earth is.
understand it, the Earth, as I understand it, is a globe. It's according to science, it's an oblate spheroid.
What color were they?
A pear shape.
What
He's
color
an
were the
idiot.
scientists that were depending off of? What color were they? They came up with that.
I don't know what color was the scientist. It was scientist. It was
Yeah. How you ever
science.
heard? How you ever heard of Nicholas Copernicus?
Yes.
That was the one that came up with that equation. He the one that solidified and it made it more intact. Before that, it was always broken.
And
You aware?
I
What's
just
the
want to
point you're trying to
respond to
make?
the. I want to respond to the brothers in the chat real quick. Just as a side note, if you want to learn about Yahusha and the Son, go to Ezekiel 1 and read that. My bad. Now y'all can go.
Okay,
Right.
so
Hold on. Look in the chat. We
Hey,
attracted the quitter, the former MVP, the former Triple Crown King that threw all his trophies in the dumpster, in the green dumpster.
yeah, so back to my question. How big is
Anthony
the sun?
bitch made Chris Harris.
Oh,
he
there he
got some
is.
30
Look
crazy
at.
miles
answers.
in diameter.
Oh,
30
yep. There he
miles in
is.
diameter?
Ain't seen this dude's
Can you
face in a
can you
while.
prove
There
the
you
Earth is a globe?
go.
What?
Chris knows I ain't
Can you
tripping on
prove
him.
the Earth is a globe?
Prove the earth is a globe. Well, all the evidence points that the earth is a globe. Do
What
you
evidence?
what? Okay. Well,
Why
first,
do the flat earthers got evidence then?
the flat
So what
earthers,
that mean?
no, the flat earthers disregard evidence that prove them wrong and things that it is what they call confirmation bias.
That's funny.
If you show a flat earther
Is that
something,
not vice versa?
no.
Okay, so what are the evidence?
So
Well, first of all, we have
Funny.
pictures of the earth, we have videos
No,
of
you
the earth.
don't.
As a matter of fact, we have a satellite in space
No, you
launched
don't.
not by NASA, by the Japanese government that
No, you
takes a
don't.
picture of the earth every 8 minutes.
Well, show us.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that thing?
It's called Imawari 8. Look it up.
No, don't ask him the name. Don't look up what he wants you to
You
look
see what
up.
I'm saying? Everything that disproves you, you dismiss it. Everything that
How do you spell that?
No, what you need to
Imawari,
do, show
HIM.
yourself. You making a claim, so you need to show the evidence for your claim. You idiot! Don't tell us to show. Don't tell us to look up a goddamn thing. Don't
I
you
never said
understand English?
I never told you to look up anything. You asked me what the
You
name of the
said look
satellite.
it up.
I never said the words out of my mouth.
You said look it up.
I
You
never
idiot.
said look it up, you dumbass.
Hold
Since
on.
you want to get
Use the
Hey,
I see.
man. Hey, my motherland
No,
brother.
let him back in. Let him. Don't do that. What are you doing?
I didn't kick him out. He left.
I
No,
didn't
he's right
leave.
there. He's right there. He
He
he's right
didn't
I,
there.
leave. He
I
didn't
didn't
leave. Hold
leave.
on.
He called me an
Oh,
idiot twice. I
Yeah,
called
two.
him a dumbass. What's up?
Hold on.
oh yeah. I
I
was
want
like,
to
come
show
on,
him.
my motherland brother. Why you gonna do that, man? But just know this one,
Hold on.
man. Just because you from
He just
Africa and
said
we want to get back over
I'm
there,
not
don't
from
think that you're
Africa.
gonna have some
2 seconds
special
ago.
treatment.
I'm
You're gonna get
African, but
tripped
I'm
on.
He
not
just
from
said
Africa.
2 seconds ago to look it up. He said look
I
it
never
up.
said
That's
look
what he
it up.
said.
I said we have pictures of the earth and videos. You said what
Right.
pictures?
I said no.
I said there's a
Hold on, Clay. Let
satellite.
him speak. I'm
I
trying to hear what he's
said
talking
there's a
about.
satellite that takes an image of the earth every 8 minutes. You said it's a lie. The other brother asked me
No, I
what's
didn't
the
say it was
name.
a lie. I said show us the Japanese images, and you said look it up.
I never said look it up.
This dude's a fag.
Not one time did I
Are
say
we
look it up.
allowed to entertain fags?
You can rewind the thing. I never said look it up.
I can't rewind it because I can't hear the external video.
Okay, so what's the name of this thing again?
It's called Imawari 8. I'm not even sure of the spelling, but it's Imawari. Something. You
See,
put
I
it
know what
in
you're
Google.
talking about.
Look, they
Uses
not
a
even give
fisheye lens.
you a exact source.
Okay, well, you said it's a Chinese space object or
Japanese.
Japanese?
No,
It's
it's
a
a
Japanese
Oh my
satellite.
god.
Okay, Japanese satellite. Let me see what that's talking
Just
about.
type in
Yeah, with a
Imawari
fisheye
8.
lens.
They will never
You,
come save
I
us.
will type it in, but you say you don't know how to spell it. So how am I gonna learn and spell? How am I gonna type it in when you don't even know how to spell it? Come on, man. You teaching me?
No,
HIM.
no, type in Japanese satellite takes image of Earth. That's all you gotta do, man. Come on, man. You guys spell that correctly.
I mean, these guys, I told you that's how they do. Everything that goes against what they believe,
Hey,
they
shut
dismiss.
up. Hey, bro.
You shut up.
Hey, while we're looking up this bullshit that you can't show us, keep your mouth closed.
You keep your mouth closed because you're not looking it up either.
He's looking it up right now.
Yeah, but you are not. So stop.
Why would I look up any bullshit that you say and you can't show us your fucking self, you fucking clown? You're not finna waste my motherfucking time. You'll waste Jake the Great's time, but you're not. I'm not finna do your work for you.
Because you know, right?
No, in a debate, you
This is
don't
not a
look
debate.
up. You don't look up. You are debating us, you fucking fag.
No. So you know I'm a fag now, huh?
In a debate, you don't look up the opponent's information. They got to present their own proof and evidence.
This is not a debate.
You are debating us. You think the Earth is a ball, and you're asking us questions, trying to prove us wrong.
I'm
But
not trying to prove you wrong.
And then you're offering statements as if we're supposed to automatically believe what you say. You refuse to show us anything.
I'm not debating you. You think the sun is Jesus and he goes away at night. I'm
You
not debating
refuse to show us anything.
All I did was ask a few
So
questions.
since you refuse to show,
and since
right,
you don't want
not,
to answer the questions because
we have
because,
answered every
logic.
single one of your questions. You've only
Hold on,
asked
Clay.
three fucking questions.
Hold on, Clay. I got a few questions.
Hold on, Jake the Great. Don't ask him no goddamn questions. You just asked us three questions. We answered all three of them.
Okay, so I'm watching the Japanese airspace thing, right? So how come in this video, number one, there's no stars in this sky or in this universe? Because I guess we're outside the Earth, so there's no stars in this universe whatsoever. And then number two, I see a light moving from across the Earth that's supposed to look like the sun, but then again, I don't see any sun. So can you explain that?
Can I explain why you don't see a sun in a picture of the Earth?
No, it's a video.
You're looking at a video?
Yeah, it's a video.
Can you put the video on the screen? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
You said put the video on the screen? Okay.
Yeah, you're looking at something and asking me to explain.
Okay.
Why?
Well, I mean, I thought you would understand because you're the one. This is your source. This is
Man, just do it.
This is your source.
You people are slow. For no conjecture in between presentations. There's a question and then there's a presentation as an answer to the question. Since he refuses to show us any evidence of his goddamn flappity black lips.
What I really wanted to ask is why can we see the sun, but we can't stand on the shore right here in New York and see London?
Hold on. We're on the last question that you asked us, you idiot. Don't move on to the next question until we answer the question.
Whose drunk uncle is this? Whose drunk uncle is this that I'm talking to?
It don't goddamn matter. What I told you was that whenever you ask a question, you wait for the answer. That's the only way to talk to
You gotta
people.
lay off that bottle, man.
Huh?
You gotta lay off the bottle.
How you know that? That was a good one. You got me on
All right,
that.
Battle Axe. If you don't mind, I'm sharing screen right now.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was doing some stuff too. I wanted to see this brother, like he was sitting there trying to hang on to his doctrine. I want to see why he didn't have much to say at all about when I brought this up right here. There are
What?
rivers. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we see it.
There are rivers that flow for hundreds of miles towards the level of the sea without falling more than 100 feet. How is that possible?
Rivers
In the
follow.
curvature.
Run and follow according to elevation. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I know.
so
So
you
how
won't
is a
find a
river?
river
How's
going
a river only
uphill.
falling? Listen, I'm asking. How is a river not falling, but only 1 foot that's going for 1,000 miles? How do you explain that?
What do you mean? How
It's
do I
supposed to have
explain
been.
that?
Listen, look,
It,
because right here, the curvature with the curvature, like say something at 40 miles. All right. It says it ought to be 900 feet higher than the level of the sea than it absolutely is. So
then your calculation is
so so
wrong.
so you should so the Nile should increase or drop, whichever direction you're looking at it from. It should
No,
increase or drop by
no,
900 feet
your
within 40
assumption
miles.
is wrong.
Isn't it like a 3 feet drop every 8 feet out or something like that? Ain't that the
No,
calculation?
that's the
I thought it
calculation that
was
flat earthers
like
love to
every
use.
I think
But
it was like every miles it was a 6 inch drop or every
that's the
6 miles.
calculation that flat earthers love to use. But it's not accurate when
No,
trying.
no, there is a
Okay,
definite breakdown of the curvature. It's supposed to be like if I'm not wrong, I think it's every mile's supposed to drop 6 inches.
and if you're saying we're wrong about our calculations, since you're the globe earther, tell us the calculation.
I don't
Right,
know what the
global.
calculation is.
Oh, you don't.
Then how the hell you want to sit here and say anything about what we're saying? And you don't know if we're right or wrong. You have no
You're
fucking clue.
you're reading from a flat earth website or
No, we're
document.
not.
Or
We're not reading. We're
what
reading
website
from
are you reading from?
facts.
What
I
website
could
are
go
you
to. I
reading
don't have
from?
to go to
It's
the
a
Flat
book.
Earth website.
What
I don't have to
website
go.
are
This is
you
a
reading
book
from?
that came out in 1885. This book
What's
came
the
out
name of
long
the
ass
book?
time ago.
In when?
It came
When?
out in like 1885, man.
And what
This
year is
book.
it? What year is it today?
Look, that's
No,
showing you that these people even understood back then
no.
in
What year?
1885.
What year is it today?
Man, we
That
know
doesn't
what year it is.
necessarily.
Like, come on, don't act stupid.
So you're bringing me a book from
That doesn't
1885
make it.
as
When did the fucking globe Earth come into play? What year was the globe Earth actually accepted as truth?
do you know of do you know of a
What year
Grecian?
was the globe Earth? See, don't ask me a question. What year was the globe Earth accepted as truth? Because it wasn't always accepted as truth. So what year was that?
I don't know.
And
Then
you
how the
don't
fuck
know
you want to
again.
try to
What
talk shit
the?
to me?
You see how this works? You
I
ask them the
don't
same
know.
question. I don't know. I don't have
I
an
don't
answer.
know what year it was accepted as truth, but that doesn't matter if it's the truth, right? That should
Yes, it
not
does.
matter. Why should
Why
that
are you?
matter?
Because it does matter when you're trying to invalidate the information I brought up based off of the date that it
Hello,
actually was
hello.
recorded.
There was a time when people thought the volcanoes were gods, right?
But did you hear what I'm saying? You're trying to say exactly. So the flat Earth came around the time when people were teaching that type of bullshit about volcanoes. I mean, the globe Earth, same thing.
Hello. If you let me get my
The
point
globe
out,
Earth ain't something that they came up with 20 years ago.
can I get my point out? I'm saying if the earth is flat or it's a globe, it shouldn't matter when it came out. All that should matter is what's true. What
Then
can
that's
be
what I'm trying to say. Then take your same information and listen to what the fuck I just put out there. It doesn't matter that it came out in 1885 based off of your logic.
hello
Thank you. So I'm going to use your logic against you and show you
hello
that this information is still
hello
logical.
hello.
Because you try to say, when did that come out? But
We
then in the
have
same fucking breath, you're going to turn around and say, it doesn't matter when the information came out. We should just go off of truth. I'm like, exactly. That's what I'm doing. You see how you're a waiver-minded individual? No matter what, you can't win with you.
and every step of the way we're just
when
wrong.
we have pictures of the
That's
earth?
how you know you got an agenda. That's how you know you're just trying to maintain your doctrine. You're
Do
trying to
you
convince
think
yourself.
How hot is the
do
sun, Google Scholar?
uh, how hot is the sun? The sun is about 5,000 Kelvin,
How far is the sun
approximate.
from Earth?
It is approximately 93 million miles. Uh,
93 million
What
miles.
instrument they use to measure that?
approximately. Well, they use different means to measure the sun.
Which
The
are
distance. Well,
which are
they can use
We
parallax.
don't give a damn. We don't
Or
give a damn about the variety. We said what instrument. He asked you what instrument did they use to measure the distance of 93 million miles. What instrument does that?
okay, they use different methods. By looking at a telescope, you can see the sun. They use what they call a coronagraph to block out the light of the sun, and they can measure the distance by parallax for one. Do you
Let me
disagree
ask
with
you
that?
this. Not
You
exactly,
believe that?
but I just want to ask you. Do you realize that parallax is a
Let me ask
is
you this.
2 points
Not
of
exactly. You believe that?
but I just wanna Malak, I need you to do something. Now, parallax. Do you realize that parallax is just 2 points of triangulation?
Yes.
Oh, but you just learned what triangulation is 20 minutes ago.
Who says I just learned what triangulation is? Because because
Oh my
you
fucking god.
because you read something you said something about triangulation. Nobody else knew about it before, so you invented that.
I didn't say nobody knew. I said you didn't know
Or
because
how
when
do
I
you know what I
when I
know?
mentioned the word triangulation, you didn't. You said I don't know the English.
Wow. You know, you read something and you said something about triangulation, and I said I accept that. That those were my exact words.
You said I accept that, even though I don't know what triangulation is.
I never said that.
okay. Hold on, Clay. Let me get to what's on the screen right here. So this is the Himawari, right? Is this
Mm-hmm.
the Himawari?
Yes.
Okay, you see how black it is around the globe?
Yes.
Where are the stars in the other constellations and universes that are missing from this
That's
video
a
right here?
video.
Yes.
Play the
Where
video.
where is the universe in this video?
Play the video.
Uh, let me see.
That's is that are you saying that's a live video?
Whoa.
Yeah, that's not a live video. That is a produced video. So more than likely, the background noise has been taken out to in order to properly see the image.
Okay,
That is
well,
that is really easily be able to be detected as CGI.
Right.
Like I
That
just said
is
once
CGI.
again, I am literally in the process of learning CGI.
So
That's
what's
what that
wrong?
is.
What's wrong if it's CGI? It's a CGI of an actual image.
No, CGI, that means it's fake, computer generated image.
computer generated image.
You can CGI an actual image.
CGI is not real.
You can take
CGI
a
is what they use to make Transformers and X-Men
listen to what
superpowers.
I'm saying. You can take a picture of something and you can enhance the picture using a computer graphics interface.
No, what I'm saying is, yes, I know that is the truth. But what we're seeing right here
Yeah,
today in
but
front of
this
our
is
eyes.
what
Hold on, don't cut me off. I already said, yes, that's what you're saying is true. But what we're seeing today is not exactly what you're talking about. We're seeing CGI in whole. Thank you.
you. So
Go ahead.
your claim is that
Go ahead.
we
Hey,
made.
what's up,
Wait,
y'all?
wait, wait, wait. Your claim is
What's
that
going
we
What's
made
going
up
on,
the
on, Lance?
entire image. That's what you're
I thought
saying.
that was just.
Hey, let me show y'all what that is right quick. With that,
Go
I
ahead.
do I do this quite often. Let me show y'all exactly what that is. And if I didn't had this experience, let me see something. Where is it at?
Can y'all see my screen?
I'm not seeing anything yet. No.
This is exactly what that is, bro. Y'all see it now? Y'all see my screen?
Yeah, it just popped up.
Look at this. You see that? That's you
What's
see that?
that?
That's what NASA's doing. That is a panoramic or like I forgot how you say it. It's like
It's a
a view
360
from the top
degree.
of the world. A view from the top of the world, right? And this is I mean, of course, this is a consumer's toy, if you will. But this is what NASA's doing. They go into the top of the earth, and no matter what the shape of the earth is, the view that they give with this particular effect is going to give you this globular view from the top.
I don't understand what that has to do with the picture of the Earth from the satellite.
It's not this. This is what they're doing. You see
No,
this
but
effect?
this satellite is a Japanese satellite. It has nothing to do with NASA. So you're telling
Do
me
you
about
see this
what
effect?
NASA is doing. I
Well,
see
I'm
that
telling you
effect.
what they're doing. Right. This effect right here. You
So
know the earth is, so this is not the extent of the earth. This is not the finished portion of the earth. This is one portion of the earth. Only like a
okay.
small portion of it, yet it looks like it's finished off. It's rounded off. This is what they're doing. All right. Go ahead, y'all.
Dang. Yeah, and I was gonna ask too, you know what I mean? Those people that's in that, yeah, that was a good one right there. Lance, that was a good one right there. You know what I mean? They got the lenses, you know what I mean, that makes the what they looking at seem to be round.
But
Those
notice
are
how it
fisheye
finishes
lenses.
off.
I know.
It's no more left, but you know it's way more world to that optical illusion. But it's
Right.
no, but to that illusion is no, it's cut off. It's like rounded off. Well, that's just what they're doing, man. And then they're just
So
blacking it out. They're putting the green. They're masking out the atmosphere, and it
Yo,
just looks like it's black
Suave
around
is
it.
really
so are
mad
we saying that's the
that
same thing
Flat
that
Earth
that
is
that
getting
that that
airtime. Suave is really mad that Flat Earth is getting airtime over here. So y'all be careful. Super mad.
this is crazy.
No, bro, it's not crazy. Why would they hide? Why would they fake the Earth is a globe? First of all, we know the Earth isn't a globe. It's the atmosphere and its relation to
What do
the
you mean we
magnetic
know?
field. Well, the atmosphere is round, and it's the relation to the magnetic field of the Earth that causes the luminaries to keep their position, which is like a round, like a magnetic. When you look at a magnetic field, it's like it's rounded. It's like a star going crazy all around, but crisscrossing, but it's rounded. So that's what the luminaries are doing.
Nothing you just said right there make any sense.
I take that as
What's a
The
luminary?
Earth has the Earth has a
This is a
magnetic
desperate
field that
attempt
keeps the luminaries in their position.
at the end. Hey, and y'all know what? This is a desperate attempt for those round earthers, you know what I mean, to hold on to the fact that the earth is round, even though that stuff got beat up today just by, you know what I mean, depth and perspective, man. It's been already exposed. They've been exposed that curvature stuff that they talking about isn't actually a curvature. We gotta just move on, man. The earth is flat. It's a flat plane, and things are on that foundation. There are things like mountains and hills on that flat foundation.
Well,
Just
the
like
Earth
this
can't be flat
foundation.
either, bro.
Hey,
And
Globe,
another
Here's a
good
Globe.
thing,
question.
and another good
Hey,
Here's
thing
a
hey, hey,
question.
hey,
is
Globe
this too,
Scholar. Hold on,
that I agree on.
Balak. Hold on, Balak. Globe Scholar. Can you show us some proof that the Earth is a ball? Some evidence?
Well, I can give you a
One piece
logical
of
evidence
evidence?
that it's not flat.
How about some
Okay.
No,
tangible
just show
evidence?
All
us.
right.
How about
Here's
how
Just
one
about
show
some
us.
piece of
Show
tangible
us
evidence.
to the
evidence?
Hold
globe.
on, hold
Listen,
on, hold on, hold on,
listen,
hold on.
listen.
This
You
is
gotta
their
listen.
technique.
You
This is
can't
their
ask you
technique.
something and then talk.
Hold on, mute that man, mute that man. This is their technique is to go crazy. I asked you a very simple question. Show us one, not 1,000. One piece of evidence that the earth is a ball. Not one piece of evidence that the earth is not flat. One piece of evidence that the earth is a ball, nigga. Hurry up.
Fine.
I'm getting impatient.
Hurry up. Get them pieces.
All right, y'all see this pic
He just
while
put it
he's
on the
getting his
screen,
proof.
but were you not paying attention?
Y'all see this
He
picture
showed
right here.
you. He showed you an image of the earth.
Yeah, we see it.
There are thousands of images of the earth on the internet. All right. There's also this evidence. If you go to Dubai and you stand at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa, you can watch the sun set. You can then take the elevator, go to the top of the building, and you see the sun and watch it set again. How is
Okay,
that
great.
possible on a flat earth?
Great. No, don't ask us no goddamn questions. Now the
Listen to this.
question
Look at my picture.
hold on, Lance. Now what is it what I'm asking you? You showed us a picture of the sky. You did not show us a picture of the earth. Okay, you said that this is evidence. This is one piece of evidence that the earth is a ball. Now, this is my question to you, brother. From a flathead perspective, we
Hey,
that
you
the
broke up, man.
sky. Who broke up?
You did.
Okay,
So you said
all
I ask
right.
you a question.
I'm black, right? I'm black, right? So now the picture you showed, flatheads think that the sky is moving. The sun, the moon, and the stars move over top of a stationary earth. And that's how we explain that picture. Now,
That's exactly.
since we debunked that first picture, please hurry up and show us one piece of evidence that the earth is a ball, bro. Not no sky. The earth, nigga.
I just gave. Are you listening, or are you too drunk to
I don't
understand
give
what
a
I'm
fuck
saying?
about no sky, nigga. Show us the earth is a ball. Hurry up.
Right. You didn't show us the earth. You
I
showed us the
just,
sky.
I just said, if you go to Dubai, you stand at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa on the ground, you can see the sunset, and then you
Go to
take the
Dubai.
elevator up to the top floor. See, so you
Why
can't
the
even listen
fuck
to
would
my answer.
why the fuck would we want to go to Dubai, nigga?
Hold on, Claim.
That's a piece.
He's
That's
bringing
a
up the
piece of
same
evidence
example
that the
that
Earth.
Suave brought up. When the drone was at the bottom of the water, you couldn't see the building. When the drone went up, then you can see it again. Again, it has to do with perspective and the horizon. Because if the
What
earth
are you
was flat,
talking about?
hold on. If the earth was flat and you seen it go away, or you seen it set at one part, and then if you went higher, if it went away under the curve, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. But you just said you
Yeah.
can go higher and see it again. So how does that help you?
Right. That doesn't help you in any way,
That
shape, or form.
shows that. Let me ask. That shows that when you
It
go
actually shows that
up,
you're not able to. It shows
you
that you're
can
not
see
visualizing
further
what
over.
you're saying.
Oh my God. Listen to what I'm saying. On a flat earth, how does the sun set on a flat earth? Explain that.
It goes around a circle. It sets where Asia starts.
Come on now.
I mean, I'm
It
sorry.
can't set
It's
on a
set.
flat earth because if it's above the
Listen.
flat earth, it's like if you take a plate and you
It
put it
goes in
right
a
above
circle,
that.
bro.
There's no
It go-
way it can set. It can only
All
go
right,
down
listen to
low
this.
and
Listen
come
to
back
this.
up.
Listen to this. Watch this. The sun rises where? It rises in the east,
In the east, and it
and it
sets in the
sets
west.
where? And it sets in the west. So if you think about it, the last place to see the sun is the west coast of America, which is California. but at the same time, simultaneously, it becomes a risen sun in Asia. Therefore, Asia is right next to California. India, all of that is close because that is where the sun rises and it sets. It goes around like a
So
clock,
is the
brother.
sun going under the earth?
It
Is
go
it going
no,
under the earth?
it doesn't go under the earth. The sun,
Bro, bro,
no, it doesn't go
bro,
under the earth.
use
It
your
doesn't.
logic,
Let me
all
show you
right?
why.
Let's use some logic, right?
Hold on, you
Let's
gonna let
use
me
some
explain?
logic. If this
You're gonna allow him to
No,
finish
because what you're
talking,
saying it
Google
doesn't make
Scholar.
any sense.
Hey, Google Scholar.
Let's
See,
Okay,
let's
hey,
use
Balak, see, that's your
let's
problem.
use
You
some
don't know how to use the
listen,
mute button.
listen. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I want to explain to me
He don't want to
how the
hear something
sun
on your
above a
talk show.
flat
his
disk.
He
psychology
don't
is
want to
starting to
hear
break up.
something on your talk show. You see that, Balak? You need to learn how to use that mute
Go
button.
ahead and
That's
talk.
Yeah, I
it.
see that, man.
Go ahead and talk.
No, man, I'm
So you
listening.
can mute me, but not you.
Oh no, go ahead,
Hold
Lance.
on,
I'm
hold on.
trying to hang
Look,
on to this.
that's because Lance was speaking. I'm not gonna let you cut Lance off, clown. This is a free speech platform, nigga.
Oh, so as long as I agree with you, I can cut you off. But if I don't,
Hey, boy,
then
you can't say
We're
I
done
don't want to
regular.
it
hear
is
this
what it
and
is.
then keep
Hold on,
screaming
claim.
over and over again, talking about I don't want to hear it and just drowning him out. The nigga was speaking.
Like, first of all, Google
Because
Scholar,
I don't agree
you
with
ran
you. But if I did agree, then it would be okay.
Google Scholar, you ran from my
I
response when I
ran.
told you. Google Scholar, we're going to sit here and acknowledge that you ran away from my response when I told you when you were at the bottom of the hotel, you can see the sunset, and then when you go up, you can see it set again. Now, if it was behind a curvature or so, whatever you believe it is, how would you then be able to see it after it set the first time?
Because if it's behind the curvature, right, it
Ah,
goes a you see what I'm talking about? I can't even answer.
No,
Listen,
I was just
if
putting
it's
on my that's right.
listen, listen. If it's behind the curvature and you're standing on the ground, it goes over the curvature. The higher you go, you'll be able to see a little further. If
So
you're
you can
on a
see.
flat disk, if you're
Okay,
on a
so
flat disk,
go
then
ahead,
no
go ahead.
matter how high you go, if you're on a flat disk, no matter how high you go, the distance you will be able to see would be the same.
See, that's what
That's
no,
why
you
that's why
That's
I
still
brought
you're
up
behind the
the
curve.
point
assuming.
about
That's what you're assuming because if
wait.
again, if it fell behind the curve, how can you then go somewhere else and see what's on the other side of a curve? You optically that doesn't make any sense. Like, like how can you do that?
It makes more sense. Let's think about
How?
this logically, right?
How?
If let's listen, listen. Let's say there was a big ball and you're below the ball, and the higher up you go, you can go up until you can see the top of the ball, right? Right?
Okay. Okay.
Let's say you're on a flat plane. Unless you're under the plane, you shouldn't be able to go up and see any further because you're already on top of the plane. So if you're going up, you're only seeing the same thing, but it's just your elevation is changing. So you may be
All
looking
right. Let me
down
ask you
or
this.
you may be looking straight, but it's still the same point. But if it's a
Let's
ball, you can actually see further if you go up.
Okay, so let me make sure this is right. So if I'm on a flat plane and I'm looking straight, and it goes the object that I'm looking at, it gets so far away that I can't see it, and it goes behind the curve, right?
Judas in the back, he said.
No, not on a flat plane. If you're on a flat
No,
plane,
no, I
there
said on
should
the
be no
curve.
point where you're not
No,
able to
Hold
see
on,
the.
Jake the
no.
Great. Hold on, Jake. Hold on, Jake the
What I'm
Great.
saying is,
Hold on, Jake the
what do you
Great.
mean? What you mean? Hold on, I'm talking. What you
No,
mean?
no, 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 no. Because I need you to understand something that he's doing that you're not recognizing. So your illustration is a normal size 5 foot to 7 foot human. His illustration is a goddamn is somebody living somebody in space or either a goddamn 9,000 foot giant. looking at the whole Earth. He's comparing the Earth to the size
Who
of a
man is this?
ball,
Okay, no. I'm sticking with his
a
example with
What?
75,000
I'm
foot giant.
I'm sticking with his example with the sun setting and the high rise building. I'm sticking with that example. So let me get this right. So let's say the sun sets. So wherever I'm positioned at, it's curving downward, right? Because if the sun went down, then that means the curve must be going down too, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So if I go up, I climb this building and I get to the top of this building, somehow
Mm-hmm.
that's going to help me see down a curve. How do you do that?
It's gonna help you see. It's gonna help you see because you're higher. It's gonna help you see farther behind where the curve would be if you're standing on the ground.
But if it curves down, how can my vision curve down with the atmosphere
Your
if I can
vision
only
is
see
not
straight?
curving down. Your vision. Listen. If you're standing on the ground, the curve is gonna block your vision of the building, right? But when you
No,
go up,
not the
you
building,
go
the sun.
above that. So the sun, it's the same thing. It's like it goes behind. So because you can see over that, you can see. But when you go up, the higher up you go, the more you're able to see behind that. So you can see the sun. Now,
Okay,
how
but
do you
what
explain that
about
on
the
a flat
curvature?
disk?
You're missing out the curvature. You're saying the sun sets, it gets behind or around a curve. So you're saying when I go up and instead of seeing straight, like how I was seeing straight on the ground, now that I'm higher, I can see around a curve. Is that what you're saying?
You can
Yes,
see
and
over,
let me tell
over.
you why.
Yes,
Let me tell you why.
that's what I'm
Wow.
So
saying.
let me tell you why. When you're on the ground, you're anywhere between 5 to 7 feet tall. Okay. When you're in a skyscraper, you're goddamn 500 feet tall, so you can see farther.
Yes, so you're able to see further.
Judah watch.
So that vision helps me
So you're able
see
to see
around
further.
curves and around curves.
What? No elevation help you to see over the curve. That's what I'm
How
saying.
can I see
But
over a
explain this
curve?
to me. How does that how does that observation make sense on a flat disk?
How does
Go.
it make sense on the flat disk? Well, see, there's something called perspective. If you are in the middle of a road that goes straight, it looks like that road goes on forever. When truly, if you would just go down the road, that's not really how it works. So it's the same thing on a flat plane. The further an object gets, the more it gets what you will call the horizon in anyone's vision. And once it gets under the horizon, it looks like it's disappearing. But if you would use a tool or an optical lens and you can zoom up, you can bring that object, whatever figure it is, you can bring it back to your sight. So if I can use an object
Okay,
or a
okay.
tool, if I can use an object or a tool to bring it back to my sight, where did the curve go?
I got my hand up,
Listen,
posing one question.
I understand your question, but let me clarify here. Are you saying that if you're standing on the ground and the sun set, you can use a telescope and bring it back in focus? Is that what you're saying?
You know what? I'm gonna say yeah.
Then I have to tell you you're wrong.
My man, that was the right answer. I can't believe you answered that correctly without
I thought about it.
without
I'm like, yeah,
fear.
actually, yeah. To be
Yeah,
honest,
But
that's a
let me
good
pose
one.
a question to y'all who
You
believe the
can
earth is
bring the
flat.
sun back in focus in a telescope after it's set.
No, it depends on where you're standing. But
So
let me
why
answer
can't
this
you
question.
bring
Let me ask you a
land?
question.
Why
Let me ask you.
why
No,
can't you
you
bring
answered the
land into
question.
focus
You
at
answered it
3,000
with
Hey,
miles
hey,
away?
hey,
accuracy,
after
Jay.
Brutal
Lance
scholars,
don't know
John,
what he
we're gonna
talking
get to
about.
Judah.
I do know what I'm talking
I'm
about
gonna eat
because if
this.
you're in the east coast of America and the
No,
sun is
you just
setting,
said the
and
sun will not
Hmm.
come back into focus with a telescope. You
it won't
idiot.
come back into focus depending on. I said it depends on
I
where you're
know
standing.
what you just said. I understand your position. I'm just backing up Jake to make sure that he solidifies in his head the conclusion that he just logically concluded in his mind. So when you see the sunset, If you pull out a strong enough telescope that can see that far away, then you will actually see the sun.
All right. Well,
Right.
I'm gonna let
You
you
Ain't
have
no
that
cannot.
answer
bird
real
gonna
quick.
block
You
the
made
sun
that
from.
up.
That's not
Y'all
true.
made that
That's
up.
not
That's
true.
not true.
It's not true because the sun go. All right. Let me pose this. If you're in the South, anywhere on the so-called planet Earth, in order to go north, you go up in elevation. To end up beneath the
No.
Polaris star, you have to rise up in elevation. It's true. You go check
What are
it
you talking
yourself.
about?
When you're standing in the
No,
South,
that's not true.
it's true. If you're in Florida and you got to get to Canada, you got to go up in elevation to get to Canada. That's the bottom line, bro. Sorry. It don't matter
No.
where you stand. Yes.
No, that's wrong.
Okay. So I'll pull
That's
up a
wrong.
map that shows the equilateral lines and show the longitude and latitude
Do
lines,
you know
and they will have
do you know
numbers
what
next to them to
elevation
show you that
means?
you're going up
You're
in
using the
elevation.
word listen, you're using the word elevation wrong. I don't think you mean elevation. Because elevation
I
is
totally mean elevation.
All you gotta do is just show me the sea
elevation.
level in Canada.
Elevation just means the distance from sea level. That's
I
what
know.
elevation literally means.
No,
The
it doesn't.
distance from sea level.
We know sea level doesn't change.
So there are places in Canada that are below
Did you
sea
know that?
level.
Did
So
you know that the
how
sea
do
level
you
doesn't change?
explain that?
Did you know that the sea
Bro,
What?
level
if you
doesn't
go
change?
to it says the action or fact of raising or being raised to a higher or more important level.
Hold
State
on, hold on, hold on,
location.
hold on, hold on. He asked
Hold
a
on, hold
very
on. Somebody's
he asked a
background is noisy.
he asked a very valid question, and since you guys can't answer it, you wanna move on to something else.
What
What
he
you guys?
asked.
I wasn't even part of that thing. I'm just listening too.
Right. So mute your dad game and let's answer the man's question because he said a very valid question. He said, "How do you explain below sea level on land?" And since you guys don't know the answer, you just want to ignore it like
This
his
brother,
answer is
I
just
never heard that
simply,
brother answer that. I mean, ask that question. He said, "How does he explain? How do you explain low level on land?"
he said below sea level. In
That's a
Canada, he
rare
said,
occasion.
I don't give a damn, brother.
It's rare.
He
That's not in
said,
Canada.
Listen,
he said, this
listen,
is
brother.
his
It's
exact
easy.
question. Shut up. His exact question was, in Canada, there is below sea level. How do you explain that? Ha ha, I gotcha. Or he didn't say that part,
No, the
but
question I
that was
asked,
what it was
he
in his
asked the
mind.
question from a question. The question I
I
ask
don't give
is
a damn what
if
you
you're
ask,
south, no
Lance.
matter where you
Hey,
are
Lance.
south, in order
Hey,
to go
Lance.
north below the Polaris star, you got to go up
I
in
can't be quiet
elevation.
because he's over talking me. Hey, Lance, shut up and mute your dad game.
Somebody
Whoever got
background is
the
noisy.
lively, beautiful, gorgeous baby, mute it. Right. Thank you. Now, listen carefully, Lance.
No, you ain't shit.
Did you, hey, Google Scholar, didn't you ask that question?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Yes,
the
he
answer,
said that if you're in Florida.
right, hold up. The answer to your question is,
He
brother,
said that if you're in Florida.
I want you to be quiet. I'm answering your question. Let's imagine you got a bowl sitting on a table. You got me? Can you imagine that? Is your imagination that powerful?
He went out.
Holy shit. Can you imagine a bowl
Y'all see my screen?
sitting on a table?
There is no land in Canada that is below sea level.
Is your
Ha!
imagination?
Gotcha. Ha!
so, he,
Gotcha.
so, he, so he lied about that. Anyway, but that's cool. It don't matter. It don't matter if he lied. I'm getting ready to kill him anyway. So listen.
He lied about that.
Hey, Google Scholar, Can you? Is your
Yeah.
Canada is
imagination?
north.
Hey, boy,
It's higher in
I just
elevation.
told you to shut the fuck up. Hey, listen, Google Scholar, is your imagination
Yes.
powerful enough to imagine a bowl sitting on a table?
What bowl?
A fucking bowl that you eat out of, eat cereal with.
Okay, yes, I can imagine that. What's your point?
All right, I'm getting to it. Calm the fuck down. Don't ask me that question ever again in your fucking life. Now, since you can see the bowl
You
sitting on
hard,
the
bro.
table, since you can imagine the bowl sitting on the table, imagine that the rim of the bowl. Do you know what the rim of the bowl is? Let me ask you that first. I got to take you baby steps.
Just ask your question, get
No,
to it.
I'm not going to ask no question that's above your understanding.
Are we gonna get to it sometime
What
this week?
is the rim of the bowl, nigga?
What do you mean? What is the rim of the bowl? What's the point you're trying to make?
Right. You don't speak perfect English. So what is the rim of the bowl?
I'm from another country. Remember that I'm from another country.
That's why I asked you what is the rim of the bowl.
It's the rim of the bowl.
Meaning what?
I don't know what that means. What are you asking? I don't know what you're
You don't know
asking,
what that means.
sir.
He said,
You
"What
don't
is
know
the
what
rim
that
of the
means.
boat?"
You see? That's why I'm taking you baby steps because you don't
Imagine a bowl
comprehend.
sitting on a table. It has a rim. What's the rim? Is that even a question?
Yes, it's a question, and you clearly don't understand what it is. So that's why I'm asking you these questions slowly.
Anybody else understand this question?
And
Yeah,
everybody that speaks English understands my fucking question, bro.
yeah, we understand this question, man.
Maybe you can, since your English is so good, maybe you can break it down into like kids' language.
No, I'm gonna break it down in pictures. How about that? Okay. So now let's go here and share my screen, right? As the Jordans say, we're gonna share my screen,
What was the
right?
point about the bowl, though?
I'm not done talking
What was
about the
all that about
bowl.
the bowl for?
Hey, is you an adult or what? Are you an adult?
Well, sometimes I can be.
Okay, well stop acting like a baby.
Looks flat to me.
Keep asking me about the bowl. Hey, listen, share my screen. Stop sharing the
Oh, my
bad
bad.
screen.
Mr. Perspective
That's
said it
flat
looks
right
flat
there.
to me.
What? Yeah, I said it.
All right, now look here. Now hold on. I want you to concentrate. Use all your possible brain power to understand this. This area that's at the top of this bowl, where it says 10 centimeters off the, that's how tall the bowl is. This is called the rim, R-I-M. That's an English word that means something. A particle of mass of the reach from the rim, a
That's
bowl.
great. I learned
This
something.
is the rim. Now, okay, now let me show you some more pictures. Hold up, because I want you to really grasp this. This is the rim of the bowl. This is the rim. You get
This
that?
is painful, bro.
That's because you're
Did you
dumb.
get that?
I'm trying to do it super duper slow so you can keep up with the conversation, nigga. You understand this? This is the rim of the bowl.
Okay.
Now,
Okay, the bowl
now,
has a rim.
now,
The bowl has a rim. Who knew?
all right, now be quiet. Now listen carefully. I want you to imagine. I know this is very, very difficult for you. Your imagination is useless. I
No,
want you to
I
imagine,
might hurt myself.
right, that the rim is at sea level. That means everything outside of the fucking bowl is water, and the water cannot get over the rim into the bowl. You got enough imagination power to imagine that?
I'm trying really hard.
Oh, the fucking God. Water. All over here is water. These two bowls are sunk in water, and this bowl is just a hair above the water, goddamn 1 centimeter above the water. And the water cannot get into the fucking bowl. Do you understand that?
Okay, I understand now. What's your point?
The water outside the bowl that we just imagined that's sinking these other two bowls and all around it, everywhere outside of this bowl that cannot get into this bowl is sea level. You stupid nigga. Everything up under the bowl that the water cannot get into the bowl is below sea level. You stupid nigga. You understand that?
My mind is blown. Now, what's the point?
Your mind is blank. What's the point?
It's
What did you say
blown.
before
You
you
blew
asked me
my
the question?
mind.
Okay, I blew your mind. Right outside of the bowl, right 1 centimeter below the bowl, because the water cannot get into the bowl. All of this water outside of the bowl is sea level. Anything, all this empty space and dry land, this is representing the earth. This is
What
all
is
dry land.
your point?
I'm telling you my point right now, you stupid fuck. The dry land inside the bowl is representing dry land. You dumb fuck. All the water outside of the bowl is sea level. So whenever you get into the bowl, you will notice that the bowl, the dry land, goes beneath sea level. You idiot.
What is your point?
You asked, how do we explain below sea level? And I just explained it
I
to a baby.
never
I just explained it to a
asked
baby
that
that don't
question.
even speak English yet. I just explained it to a baby that hadn't even said his first word yet.
You know, the problem is maybe the Holy Spirit is talking to you, but I never
Brother,
asked you
I
that
just
question.
explained your question, the answer to your question, to a baby that hadn't even said mama yet.
Let me explain to you what we're talking about sea level. Somebody says to go up, to go to the North Pole from anywhere on the earth, you have to go up. I
On
explain
top
why
of
that
my
is
perfect
false.
explanation,
Because
Balax just proved that there is no such thing as below sea level in Canada, which you just lied about. That was your fucking foundation of your thought.
Yeah,
okay,
we did
okay,
just now handle that.
okay. I can hold my hands up to that. I can accept I may be wrong on that.
She's
But the
not gonna hold
point
my hands up to
I
that.
was
That's real
trying to
cool.
make
Fucking idiot.
is
I'm sorry I had to go the long
I
route on
just
that.
did.
But hey man,
Did
Because hold
hey
on,
man, I like your
I've heard
sincerity.
of below
okay,
sea level
okay,
before, Balax. So
okay.
it got
There
me
is
But I
back
like
on
nowhere
your
in
where
Canada
sincerity
it
and
that's below
integrity. I
sea
like
level.
that. That was cool, man.
Hello.
is.
Hey, brother, Google Scholar. I like how you was able to just go ahead and just keep it real, man. That was some real shit, man.
I, my point was when I said there's how do you explain somewhere in Canada being below sea level was I'm trying to explain that is idea that the further north you go, the higher you go is wrong. Now I may have been wrong on that detail, but the point still stands because if he's right and you're say and you're in Ethiopia and you want to go to the North Pole, you'd have to go up, right? So then that should follow that Ethiopia would be lower would be lower than Israel, right? So here is somewhere that I know that is below sea level is the Dead Sea, and the Dead Sea would be above Ethiopia. So the Dead Sea could not be lower than Ethiopia. So its point does not make sense. It's wrong.
Well, one of the
So can
flattest places
you
on Earth,
admit to that?
one of the lowest places on Earth is actually over there in that area, though, in Africa, near the Sahara Desert by Ethiopia. So that
Yeah,
wouldn't be a really good.
but
That
do
wouldn't
you
really
get the
be good.
point? He said the further north you go is the higher you should be. So there should be nowhere south that's lower than somewhere north. Do you get my point? Or that's higher, I mean.
Hold on. You still not comprehending the concept of sea level, above sea level, and below sea level. That's your problem.
Don't
So
go over that again, please, because you
what?
don't
No,
understand.
I'm not finna go over it again.
This is
Hey,
kind of
hey,
beyond right now.
don't cut me off, you stupid nigga.
Don't talk like that.
I'm not getting ready to repeat myself.
The point is,
I'm not no
if we
goddamn
start
globe
at the
head.
equator,
Hey, hold
if
up.
we start at the
Hey,
equator
man, mute that
and
dude.
hey, just stop shouting, man. You're drunk. Stop shouting.
Man, I'm talking. Okay, so listen.
My point
You
was,
don't understand the difference between sea level, above sea level, and below sea level. That's what's not in your mind clearly. So let's say you drill a hole on land in Texas somewhere. Sea level, you got sea level, then you have below sea level. So if I were to drill a hole that was 2 miles deep in Texas or whatever fuck country you're in, and you drill a hole 2 miles deep, the water that's at sea level cannot get into your hole, so therefore the hole is below sea level.
what are you talking about?
Hey, can somebody translate what I said to this dude?
You no need to translate because
Battle
the
Axe, mute
problem
out,
is
mute out.
you
What's his name? Somebody yelling in the back. Mute out one of them dudes. Whoever's yelling.
Who's yelling?
That's GTA
no
5.
somebody background is maybe he watching TV or something.
Oh no, I don't see.
But my point was, if we say the equator is the center of the earth, right? We can all agree to that, can we? I hope.
I'll ride with
No, on our
Okay.
model, on the flat Earth model, the equator is a central point between the center of our disk and the edge of our disk.
All right.
It's
Yeah, that's
halfway
right.
between the
Yeah,
center
that's
and
right.
the
That's
edge.
right.
On your model, it's also halfway, but your model is a ball. I hope you understand that, since you don't understand no
So
type of
if
comparisons that I've been making all night.
no,
God damn.
no, listen to the point that I'm trying to make. Listen to the point I'm trying to make. If you're at the equator, right, and you go north, you're supposed to go higher. That's what he said. You go higher in elevation. Do you all agree with that?
Not really, but it makes sense.
I didn't
It's
ask if it makes
understandable.
sense. Do we all agree with that?
No, we don't. That's Lance telling us, and KOT says the same thing. But
Okay, so
we understand it. You don't. We understand
that's
that
not my point.
they are
Do
saying
you
that.
agree with it?
That
Is
was a
my
perfect way
point.
of answering that.
How many
That was
times I
real.
gotta say no?
That was a good way of
God
answering
So
that
you
damn.
question.
don't agree with
Yeah.
it. So you agree with me. That's wrong.
Why the fuck would we ever agree with a bald head?
So you don't
And
agree with
remember
them and
what
you don't
happened to
agree
them
with me.
kids that
So
was making fun of that bald-headed dude, man. They got killed. They got mauled by bears. By the bear.
I mean, I know I got an accent, but He don't agree with Lance. He don't agree with me. What are you saying? It's a binary choice. He said if we go north, you go higher in elevation. I'm saying that's wrong. Are you saying that's wrong too?
He was saying that it makes sense. That was
Is he
information
saying
that
that
was
it's
presented.
right or is saying
Well,
that
it was
it's wrong?
that information was presented by Lance, and Lance ain't no longer here to elaborate on how he came up with that information.
But he was going on about sea level this, sea level that, the bowl this, the bowl that, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Lance's his information that he dropped out isn't totally invalid because it is as you appear to go more north. You know, it does get colder. They have all kinds of other explanations for that. You know, about the tilt of the Earth. But with Lance, he's saying it's not the tilt of the Earth. He's actually saying it's just the rising in elevation. As we do know, the colder, the higher you go, the colder it does get. That's why we said like, okay, it makes sense. But do we
Okay, so
know
then
that that's what he said is actually a fact? That's something
it,
that we got to look into.
no, but what he's saying doesn't make sense. That's what was my point, that it doesn't make sense because what he was saying makes sense, then everywhere south should be lower than everywhere north, and we don't see that in all cases.
No,
Okay, you know what? You know what? He's right about this because if you go further north, right, and Lance and KOT theory is right that it's higher elevation in the north, and you still have sea level, which all water is level. Now, there ain't no argument about that. So when you go further north, according to them, it's higher level than say America. Like if you're at the North Pole, it's higher level than America. That
Yeah.
would mean that the sea level is higher than America, which would mean that all land mass under the North Pole would be covered with water. That's so their theory breaks down. That leads credence to our theory that the Earth is perfectly flat. I mean level, perfectly level, and all water is level.
Or that maybe it's a sphere, or maybe it's a
No, no,
sphere.
no, 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 no. According to
Did
you
you ever
guys,
think about that?
according to you guys, the magic gravity causes water to bend, but there ain't no such thing. You can't show us water bending no type of way. That's just dumb.
So gravity doesn't exist? Is that where we're going now? Gravity does not exist?
What'd you say?
Are we saying now that gravity does not exist?
Are we saying that gravity don't exist? Nobody, I don't think anybody is trying to
No,
go against gravity,
because
but how did you explain it? That's the better question. It's not really that does it exist. It's more like how does it exist? Because nobody
well,
disclaims
basically
gravity,
the prevailing.
huh?
Well, I just went
Gravity is
based on
explained
what he
more than
just
once.
said.
I
He
mean,
says
go ahead. I'm not trying to cut you off.
no, no. I'm just trying to get what you're saying. So you accept that there's gravity?
Yeah, in one way or another.
Then how can you not accept that the Earth is a sphere, or at least some form of sphere?
Oh, because
Because
gravity doesn't have to exist on a sphere for you to
Because that's
actually be able to,
magic.
conceive that concept.
no, but gravity exists for all matter. Anything that is matter has gravity.
Because you want me to tell you why gravity is hard to actually contest on exactly how it exists, versus rather does it exist is because it can't be replicated in a lab. They can't replicate that. Their theory
What do you
about,
mean?
well, gravity, how it's supposed to be working with the outer space concept, how we're supposed to be floating through outer space in a vast vacuum, yet there's supposed to be gravity pulling everything to
Oh,
one spot
because
because of the mass of things. That right there, that whole explanation, it sounds fantastic, you know, but it can't not be replicated inside of a lab, which doesn't make it a scientific fact. Because just for the fact that it can't be
what do you
replicated.
mean? Scientists have been testing for gravity for
Hold on, Battle
Well,
Axe.
hundreds
they've
of
been testing
I don't know.
for it.
Hold on,
They've
hold
been
on, hold
testing
on, Battle Axe. Hold
for it.
on, Battle Axe. Let me show you how I'm gonna kill any flat earther in any globe head in any debate. Right? Watch this, brother. Globe scholar. What is uh the smallest particle of air?
Smallest particle of air. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. You mean the smallest particle in a molecule of air? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
So here is made up of different different molecules. You have oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen. So I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Okay, so you understand elements, but you don't know what elements are made of.
Elements are made of basically atoms, and atoms are made of like what they call some subatomic particles.
Right. Thank you for that. Now, what atoms are nitrogen made of? No, let's use hydrogen. What atoms is hydrogen made of?
No, hydrogen is just an atom by itself.
Oh man, you are smart. And you answered that exactly correctly. Now, how many protons, neutrons, and electrons does a hydrogen atom have?
We learned that in school, but I don't maybe I don't remember. Maybe what's the number for hydrogen again?
Hey, you're a Google
Was it
scholar.
I can Google it,
Go.
but
I will Google it right now, nigga.
I don't have
I
the
don't want you
iPhone
hearing
by
me say
close.
I don't know, nigga. You the Google scholar. Google anything you don't know.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Got
go
you with
ahead
that
and
one.
guess and say it's one.
That's exactly correct. It's one uh it's one
One proton, one
electron,
neutron,
one
one.
proton.
Yes.
Exactly. One of everything. Now listen carefully here, brother. What
Hmm.
is the smallest part or the smallest element, the
You cut
smallest
out. I didn't get.
situation? Hold on. What's the smallest situation of water? Okay, we already said air. Now I'm going on to water. I'm gonna talk about fire
So
after the water.
water is made up of two parts hydrogen, one part oxygen.
Okay, so we got two hydrogens, and we figured out that hydrogen is one electron, one neutron, one proton. Correct. So now you got two
Yes.
uh protons, two neutrons, and two electrons, and oxygen, which is made of a bunch of stuff. Correct, right?
Hmm.
All right, now let's go on to fire. What element is fire made of?
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
That's a good answer. Now, I'm asking you this because what I want you to do is figure out for the people that's listening and watching, calling us stupid for being flatheads, and you're beating us down. Tell them what the smallest element and particle of a light is.
A light is made of photons. A photon of light is just.
Man, you are fucking genius.
No, I'm not a genius.
I'm trying to figure out how you know these things.
I read science books. I read science articles.
I
I got
didn't
science
say
videos.
okay, shut up. Now the next question is, tell us the smallest particle or element of gravity, nigga. Hurry up. I'm getting impatient.
Gra- Gravity is not an element; it's a force. So that's the
Hey,
difference.
hey, listen, boy. Stop lying to the people and tell, brother, everything in the fucking universe is a fucking force. Everything in the fucking
No.
universe has fucking material as well.
So
So,
so let me
right, it's
explain to
made
you
of
because
something.
I see.
Light
Yeah, let
is
me
made of
explain how it
something.
works to you.
Air is made of something. Water is made of something. Fire is made of something. Gravity,
Let me
magnetism.
uh
Shut your mouth. Shut up.
hold on.
Hold up.
You got a
Shut up
lot wrong.
until
You
I
got a
finish.
lot wrong. I gotta correct you.
You got to correct me. Okay,
Yeah,
I
because
love
you said a
correction.
lot
So
wrong.
let me mute my mic since you. Okay, go ahead.
All right. The first thing you did wrong is that you compare elements to gravity. Elements are what we call matter. They're made up of, like you said,
I didn't
atoms,
compare no goddamn
subatomic
element to
particles.
no fucking gravity, you fucking idiot. I said, what's the smallest particle of gravity? Just like I asked you, what's the smallest particle of
Exactly
light?
what you
What's
said.
the smallest particle of water? What's the smallest particle of fire? I asked you all those questions purposely to ask you what's the smallest particle of gravity, and you said gravity doesn't have any particles. It's a
Yeah,
force.
then that is by definition a comparison.
I know I compared those things. Now, when
But you
you
just
do,
said you didn't.
I didn't say I didn't.
Are
You
you trying
idiot.
to
I
drive me
said I.
crazy?
You are already crazy because you're a bald head.
Okay.
You already
Okay.
know
I
that.
walked into that one. All right.
You already know that. What I'm telling you is that I asked you those things purposely. I said, what's the smallest particle of light? What's the smallest particle of water? What's the smallest particle of air? You said hydrogen. What's, you know what I'm saying? All that shit, bro. You answered everything correctly, but then your logic completely disappeared when I asked you what's the smallest particle of gravity. Doesn't it exist?
Right.
If it exists, it has to have particles. Just like
Right,
light.
right. That's the
Okay.
truth
So let me
because
explain.
no, that's
Can
the
I
truth.
explain now? Can I explain
That is
now?
the truth.
Can I explain now? This is where your logic is faulty.
Oh shit.
It's
All right,
two
go ahead.
different things, right?
What you got to
You're
do is you got to show us. I understand that you were going to deny everything. Everybody knows that you're going to deny it, and you're going to feed us to the
so
scientific
I
method.
can't get to
But I'm trying to
explain.
ask you a question before you
He just made a lot
before
of
you go further.
statements, and I can't get to respond to that.
Hold on, but I want to say something before you go any further, and then you can be able to deal with all that information. That's real. Um, I want to say like that is the truth because without you being able to come up with anything else that is in existence that doesn't have atoms, then keep it real, man. Your whole argument is actually pointless because you can't just say, "Well, gravity is the only thing on fucking existence that doesn't apply to that rule." I'm like, you got to at least show me another one. Like, what else do we use that is just a force?
Okay. See, this is a problem because if you just let me explain, then you would have got
You
the
can now.
answer, and
I'm
you wouldn't
done.
have to
I'm
go
done.
through all that.
I'm actually done. I'm going to mute, but I
Okay.
wanted you to be able
So,
to answer that alongside
Right.
your answer.
Show us a force that does not have gravity. Before
Okay,
Allow that to
so
answer your question. Show
can I
on the
go now?
screen a force that
Can
does
I go
not have
now?
gravity. I mean, does not have atoms.
All right, let me go.
No,
Let
no,
me
we
go.
want
Let
we
me
want
go.
you to
Let
answer
me
it a
go.
particular way. Hold up, globe scholar. Listen carefully. Show us a
So I
force
have to
that
answer it
does
the way
not
you would want me to
have.
answer it?
Yes, you have to, because you're getting ready to give us a sermon that we're not interested in. We want you to answer our specific question. Show
Okay.
us a force that does not have atoms, bro. Electricity uses
Okay.
electrons.
Okay.
What force does not have?
Hello. Let me go, please.
Okay.
Let me go, please. You're asking the question 20 times. Okay. No force. There is no force out there that has elements. An element is matter. It's made up of atoms, protons, neutrons, so on. There are four fundamental forces according to the laws of physics. There is gravity, there's a strong nuclear force,
Wait. You're
there's a
reading.
weak
Why are you not showing
nuclear
us
force.
on the screen?
Wait, I'm not done. I'm not
Why
done. I'm
are
not
you not
even.
showing us on the screen, brother?
Wow.
I don't want to hear you
Wow.
preaching. I want to read along with you to be sure that you're telling
I'm
us
not reading.
exactly the truth.
I'm not reading. I'm
Okay, well,
recalling
show
from
us
memory.
what you right. Show us what you're
Hello.
recalling from
Just
memory.
listen. You were just talking for
No,
like 10 minutes and I
show
let you
us.
talk.
I was not talking for 10 minutes. Show us what you're recalling from memories on the screen, brother.
So I should project my memory onto the screen?
No, just Google it. You're the Google scholar. You're the Google
I'm telling you, if I say
scholar.
something
Come on,
and it's
brother.
wrong,
Help, Google scholar.
if you if
No, don't tell us.
uh,
I don't
just
want to
give
hear
me a
no
chance.
sermons, nigga. I don't want to hear no preaching, nigga. We're not here to learn.
Okay. If I say something and it's wrong, you can correct me like you correct me with the
We're
sea
not here
level.
to learn. No,
Claim, let him say what he gotta say.
no, we're not here to learn. He needs to show us on the screen
Oh, you're not here
this
to
long
learn.
ass sermon. No,
I'm
not
not
at
about
all.
to preach a sermon. I'm about to give you the facts.
Go ahead, Mr. Google Scholar. Go ahead.
Show us.
Okay, so as I was saying, there is a difference
Now,
between a
As he was
force
saying instead of showing.
and there's a difference between a force and a molecule
Show
and
us on the
between matter.
screen,
A
brother.
force is different.
So gravity doesn't actually exist. Then
For
it's not actually like real. It's not something that we can actually say it
what do you
exists.
mean
It's
it's
something
not
that has to be.
real? What does real mean to you?
Well, I'm just saying, it doesn't have any atoms, and he broke it down to fire, light. That's something that don't even have any weight to it. Light doesn't have no weight, but
Oh,
yet it
so
still,
so
but yet it still consists of
okay.
protons and neutrons. I'm like light. Okay, well, where the fuck is this gravity at then?
Light
Since we
doesn't
all,
have proton. Light
yes, it does.
light has
No,
no
it has
mass.
photons. It has photon. It has no mass, but it has
Yeah,
photons.
but it has photons. Exactly. It's
Photons.
made up of a particle.
Yeah, so it doesn't have
So
any mass. So
hold
it
on.
doesn't have
Well, then I want
protons
you to be
and
quiet.
neutrons.
You keep
So
talking your white man science, and what we're telling you is that light is probably the most obscure force and instrument existence
Light is not a
in existence.
force.
Well, it's the most obscure
Light is not a
existence.
force.
Oh, don't
it is
ever
the
Hold,
repeat yourself
hold on.
ever again while I'm on here, bro.
Can we let
I
him
said
explain gravity?
I I said like no, he don't know how to explain gravity. That's why I asked him what's the smallest particle of gravity. He don't know.
Bruh, I already said to you, gravity is not matter. So you can't have particles. Is that English enough for you?
Okay. All right.
No, but
All
how
right.
the
Hold on. We
fuck
got
does
it.
it attract
We
things
got it.
to it without a particle that is strong enough to pull things to it? You idiot.
We got it.
Okay,
It's
let me
not. It's
explain.
not
Let me
matter.
explain to you. Let me explain to you. What this is what happened. We notice, we observe, scientists observe that if two things that has mass, they there's a force that's drawing them together. Right?
He can't even regurgitate it properly.
So they label that force gravity. So what it says, what gravity says, is that mass attracts mass. So anything that has mass is going to attract something else to it. It's going to draw something to it that has mass. That's a force. It's not an actual thing. Just like you have thoughts, it's not an actual thing, but you think, right?
No, you see. That's a poor analogy because thoughts
You
are.
have you have
Oh, shut
another
up!
force called the strong
Ah! You
force.
asked me a question. Hey, boy, I hate when
I
people
di-
cut me off. You asked me a question. You said thoughts
You
are not
hate
a
when
thing,
people cut
right?
you off.
Brother, you said thoughts are not a thing, right? That's a fucking question. The
That was
answer
an
to the
analogy
question,
to show that
I
your
don't
question.
give a fuck, nigga. Your question, the answer to your question is, since you asked it, is that thoughts are produced by your fucking brain. So, material produces thoughts. Fucking idiot. Atoms produce thoughts.
And mass attracts mass. Mass attracts mass,
Photons
and that's
produce
what
thoughts.
we label as gravity.
But yeah,
It's
but
not
you
Hold
ain't.
on.
hard to
Yeah, but
understand,
you're not
really.
saying nothing about no particles. Like, say for example, magnetism, right? Magnetism, you can take some iron
That's
shards.
another
Or
force.
you still talking? You can take iron shards and put it around a magnet, and you can see the force of how it pulls the iron shard little fragments to the magnet in a particular pattern. So that means that the magnet has particles that is attracting and pulling the iron shards to it.
All right, so stop right there. So the magnet has particles, but the force is what caused the iron shards to be pulled to the magnet. The force is called electromagnetism. It's a force, same
Okay.
like gravity. When there are two objects with mass, they attract each other. That's what
Well, you just
gravity
now
Wait,
is.
said
wait,
But
wait,
electro.
not
wait.
But
So
hold on,
you're
physical.
saying
hold on,
so
wait.
you're
You just
saying if
said
I
electromagnetic, but electricity has atoms.
so what you're saying is
Electricity is
if I
not
have a ball on my left hand
electromagnetism.
side
That's a
and a ball
different.
on my right hand side, they're going to connect together because of gravity?
What?
You said gravity is matter. Matter brings two things together. So if I have a ball on my left hand side and a ball on my right hand side, those balls are going to come together because of gravity.
Well, it would if there were only the two balls and nothing else. Because, well, I wouldn't say nothing else, but nothing else of greater gravity that's gonna of greater mass that's gonna pull on those balls too. Because you see, the thing is, the ball on your right and the ball on your left, there is gravity being exchanged between them. They're pulling each other, but there's something else in terms of you or the hurt or something that's also pulling. And the other thing they're pulling, if it has a stronger gravitational pull, then it's going to be pulled towards that more.
Okay, so if there's a ball on my left hand side and a ball on my right hand side, and me standing in the middle, so those balls should come towards me, right? And that's gravity.
If you're standing in a vacuum, yes. If you're
Stand-
standing
That
in
in
a
a vacuum.
vacuum,
Okay,
yes.
well,
But you're not standing
is
in a
the Earth a
vacuum, you're
vacuum?
standing on Earth.
Okay, is
With
the Earth a vacuum?
no,
So there ain't no gravity.
no.
Ain't no gravity then. Let's
What do
stop
you
that.
mean? That doesn't make sense.
You just said if there was a vacuum there, it would work. So I'm telling you, it wouldn't work here. You said no, so that means there is no gravity.
You out of your own admittance. You didn't even catch
No,
yourself.
you're saying the balls.
Man, you ran
Listen to
straight
what
into
you're
it too. I'm
saying
talking about
because
face
you
first.
think you're making a
You didn't even
smart
put your
point, but it's
hands out
actually,
to brace your
it's
fall. You ran to
actually
that shit.
not.
You ran into
If
that
you
brick
said
wall
if
literally
there's two
by
balls and it's coming
hold on,
toward,
brother.
it will attract towards you because you have.
Hold on. I muted you just so I can let you know, man. You ran into that one face first without bracing for the impact. You literally caught your fall with your lips.
Are you going to listen? If you have two balls on both sides of you and there is nothing else, you're in a vacuum, then the balls are going to be attracted to you because you're the greater mass. If you're standing on Earth, then the balls won't be attracted to you because the Earth has a greater mass than you. Was that difficult in any way for you to understand?
Why isn't that? Why can't you actually do that in outer space? And why can't you show us that ever happening nowhere on Earth?
Bro, was that difficult for you to understand? The
I
Earth
said,
has
did you
greater
hear what I just
mass
said? No,
than
no, I heard
you.
your, no, listen, I heard your bewitching spell, but I'm asking you now, how come that cannot be replicated inside of a lab, or you cannot even see that being done anywhere on Earth? To actually, like,
What do
for
you
you to be
mean
able
it
to say
cannot
that
be
that is happening,
replicated?
why can't, listen, that cannot be replicated in the lab. First and foremost, they cannot
Hello?
replicate the,
We,
I'm talking,
hello? They
I'm
have
listening.
them. They have demonstrated gravity in a lab, and you're
No,
lying
they
if you're
cannot
saying they
replicate
haven't. They
gravity.
have.
No, they cannot. Let me talk, man.
Hello?
They cannot
Can I? Can I?
they cannot replicate gravity inside of a lab. They cannot replicate what he just said about the particles sticking to each other based off of their mass inside of a fucking lab. Still to this fucking day, gravity is still deemed as, what is that word called again? A
Theory.
theory. It ain't. It's the theory of gravity. Gravity has not even been
All
proven
science.
to this day.
All.
So how
Hello.
the hell you gonna sit here and
All,
lie? How you gonna sit here online and lie and say that gravity has been replicated in the lab when gravity still is a theory to this day because it can't be replicated in a lab? Go.
bruh. If you
And if
stop,
you
you
say
might
that
learn
again, then
something.
pull up your
Okay?
fucking Google.
Gravity
Hold on.
has been replicated. Uh,
You want to pull that shit up? Then show me in on Google where there is two products, I mean two items that gravitate towards each other inside of a vacuum that's replicated in the lab. Go. Pull up it on your fucking Google.
okay, so you're gonna yell over me, or you're gonna let me see?
Are you gonna pull this shit up in there Google? Because I don't want to hear you
Uh,
talk. I want to see that
uh,
shit.
okay, are you gonna
Because
let
you
me
make it
talk, or
sound
are
like
you
this
gonna
is so
yell?
easy to be able to just, oh no, they do that. You made it sound like it
You
was a
know,
piece of cake. Easy
do you
breezy.
know why you don't
Pull
want
that
to
shit
let me
up.
talk? Do you know?
I
Do
don't
you
want
know
no,
why
I
you
don't
don't
want
want
to
to
let
let
you
me
talk.
talk?
I want to see you clicking
Okay.
your buttons, and I want to see you come up with a screen share.
No. You don't want to
You
see
don't
that.
want to
You
do
don't
that?
want
You
me
can't
to
show me?
talk.
You can't show me? Or are you gonna
You
just
don't want
start
me.
going on with your rhetoric?
You just made a statement, and I can't make a statement, so that's totally
No,
fair.
I didn't make a statement. I said show
Yes, you
me.
did.
I said show me.
No, you did.
Because
You're lying. You
I
did
gave you
make a
my premise.
statement.
I gave you my premise based off of what you said already. And then I left it open for you to give me my rebuttal. Rebut me with that
You
information.
said gravity. You said gravity has not been demonstrated in a lab, and I'm trying to show you that it has. But I can't speak two words before you cut me off.
Are you going to show me? Or are you going to start coming with your rhetoric just saying that it happened?
I'm going to tell you. So gravity has been demonstrated.
Once again, I've never asked you to show me gravity being demonstrated. I can show you gravity being demonstrated right now by just dropping an orange or a ball to the ground. That's a demonstration. I'm not asking about a demonstration. I'm talking about a replication. I'm talking about you actually conducting that exact same process artificially inside of a lab. Go. You can unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself. Nobody muted you.
Because you didn't want to hear what I have to say?
I didn't mute you. You muted yourself.
No, it said the host has muted you.
I unmuted you, and you had yourself muted, brother.
Okay, so like I'm saying, are you asking me to show you myself doing an experiment in a lab? Because it
I didn't
sounds like
say
that's
that.
what you're asking.
I didn't say that to show me you doing it, because I already understand that you're not a scientist inside of a lab. I'm asking you just simply to show me gravity being replicated,
Okay,
not
so
not I didn't ask you to show me an example of gravity. I need to see gravity existing inside of a vacuum inside of a lab. You get what I'm
okay,
saying now?
so there's this experiment that has been done. It has been done for I don't maybe close to 100 years in a vacuum where they allow two objects of different gravity of different mass to fall, and one is like a feather and one is like a bowling ball, and in a vacuum they fall at the same rate. They both hit the ground at the same time. That demonstrate what the gravitational constant is. They measure 9.8 meters per second squared. Right? If you take it outside the lab, the same two objects, and drop them, the ball
You
reaches the
see what
ground
you're doing though?
first.
But you see what I'm saying. You never replicated it.
What that does?
All you're doing is showing me a demonstration of gravity. That's not the same by showing the advancements of its descent.
But
I'm
that's the but
I know
sorry.
that's the best that they can fucking do. I know because it doesn't actually fucking exist. You get it now?
No. This is where you're
Yes.
wrong.
Okay, we're done
This is
then.
where
Listen,
you're wrong.
listen. You
So
have closed ears.
can you
You got closed ears. There's
well
nothing to say to
look
somebody. When I ask you a question, listen, I try to ask you the question. I gave it to you as best and fairly as I could possibly could. I didn't give, there was no beguile in my question. I literally just
listen,
wanted you to give it to me the way
listen.
that you actually said that it works. You couldn't do that. You actually went through somebody dropping a ball. And I
Hello.
accept what you just said as I accept what you just said as what it was. It was a demonstration. I see that, but it wasn't a replication. Okay.
Hello. So can I speak now? You're asking that can they replicate gravity? That's a fundamental force of the universe. I told you before, there are four fundamental forces. You cannot replicate a force. You can demonstrate that it exists. Just like with the strong force, the weak force, or electromagnetism, you cannot replicate this. You can only demonstrate that it is there. It's a force. That's what a force is. So you saying for them to demonstrate gravity, it's not even a coherent question.
It doesn't have any atoms. It can't be conducted inside of a lab. There is no actual logical explanation on how they are drawing that conclusion other than the fact that they're dropping a ball and then saying that is this. You can run off into the sunset with that type of
Okay,
shit.
but do you know what the Cavendish experiment is?
Do I know that with the what again?
The
I didn't
Cavendish
hear.
experiment.
Yes, I actually have it
Didn't you
sitting
just have
right
a
here.
program?
The Cavendish
It's
experiment
done by a
performed in
guy.
19,
It's
I'm reading it right here. The Cavendish experiment performed in 1797 through 1798 by English scientist Henry Cavendish was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity. He didn't replicate gravity, he just measured the force of gravity between masses in the laboratory. And the first to yield accurate values for the
do you understand that?
gravitational. Yes, man. What hey, man. Don't do that to me, all right?
Do you understand that the question that you're asking doesn't make sense? You're asking for something unreasonable.
the year accurate values of the
It's like
gravitational
me asking
constant
you
because
to
of
show
the
you.
unit conventions.
It's like
Then
me
you
asking.
what? Go ahead, man, because you don't want to have me read the thing. So what? Go.
No, but we established that I already know what it is, and you said you know what it is. That's all I was trying to get you
Whoever
to
said that
understand.
we know what it is, I actually told
The
you.
point.
I started off saying I can't prove what it is. It is
What?
actually it. I believe that it exists. I told you that also. Remember?
So
I
what's
just
the
said
point
that
that
I
you're
don't
trying
believe
to
that
make?
it
And you're
exists,
saying,
and I don't believe that it exists in the form that they say. I believe that it exists in the form as the OM,
what is the OM?
and
I
I
don't
don't
know what
believe
that is.
right here. We are not pulled down by an invisible force of gravity from within the planet. We are held down by the original material that existed in the universe before matter was introduced. It is
What is that
containment
original
more than a
material?
force. It is containment more than a force. In
What
other
is it
words,
called?
in other words, there's only one direction down.
It is?
That yes, because we're not living on a ball. We're living on a constant. We're not living on a variation. Up ain't
So
up
if
only
there's
depending
one
on where you
direction
stand.
only
Hold on.
down,
Listen, up ain't up only based off of where you're standing. That's not what I believe. I don't believe my up is different than Africa's up. I don't believe United States up is different than an up in Africa. Okay? I believe that up is up wherever the fuck you're standing. Down is down. That's just how that shit works. Because we live in on a stationary,
okay,
non-movable surface that was built for the creator
okay,
to be able to look down upon on us all at once instead of having to fly around everywhere.
okay. You said a lot. You said a lot.
Did you hear what I'm
Can I
saying?
can I
No, but
interject a little
did you
bit?
hear what I'm saying? Because you were ready to speak as I was still talking, so I got to ask. Did you hear what I was saying, though?
I got your point.
Thank you.
Okay. So you don't believe, well, you believe in gravity, but you don't think it's what's keeping us on the ground. But then you said the thing that's keeping us on the ground is something that was there from the beginning.
Yeah, before
Do you
gravity.
have an
I don't
understanding
believe
that
that
when this
gravity is holding us down. In other words, I'm saying it's not grabbing, it's not some unexisting or undetectable force that we can't actually prove. It is the down is down, up is up. When the Most High
so
said, I have placed the water, let me finish. When the Most High
what
said,
keeps the
I have
sun
put a
going?
firmament, let me say this. When the Most High said, I have placed a firmament from the waters above, from the waters below, that let me know that we're dealing with an up and down God. This is not a fucking ball God. This is an up and down God. I don't fucks with that other shit that the white man came with. You can go ahead and repeat they shit, but at the end of the day, only thing that I can deal with, just like me and you, only thing we can deal with is a flat earth. And that's even if we're going to start building tunnels, if we're going to build railroads, and if we're going to build mines, guess what me and you, and sewers, me and you both will have to actually go about this as if the earth is fucking flat.
Okay. I assume if we're going to have a conversation, you got to be at least a little bit reasonable, right?
That is
So,
reasonable. I gave you my reasons
so
why I said this. Was that not what I
oh,
just did?
hold on. You talk a lot and I didn't get to say anything. Can I say something, please? Now you're talking about God and the Bible. I don't know what this has to do when we're talking about what the shape of the earth is or about
Because
science.
God made the earth
But
and Israelites, God made the earth and Israelites acknowledge that. We're not like the rest of these lame brain ass individuals that wants to sit here and think that the
okay,
white
that's
man, we don't go around thinking that the white man has the fucking claim on what the fuck happened. We go to the book. We actually go off of some type of record other than white man, unlike you.
the book from the white man, right?
I didn't hear you. You was
You
muted.
got the book from the white man, right?
No, I
The
didn't get the
book
book from the
you
white
got
man.
from the what?
No. My
Oh
forefathers wrote
no.
this. My forefathers wrote this book. This is a contract that's held against us
Oh,
long
so
as it
you,
remains in front of us. That's why this book followed us
oh,
around
so you,
everywhere the white man had us. Not because they wrote this book, it's because this is a
oh,
contract that long as it exists in front of us, it's legit.
I didn't know. I didn't realize I was speaking to a Jew. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean no disrespect.
Okay.
But back to the science though. Back to the science though. What what is it that's keeping the moon going around the earth, or keeping the earth going around the sun? Do
The
you
moon is
know what that
fixated
is?
to the firmament. The moon is fixated to the firmament, just like it says in the scripts. That's why the moon seems like they say only has one face showing us. They try to give you a mathematical equation to explain that, but that is one, or it could just be that it's flat as it appears. That's why the moon only shows us
So
one face.
the sun is also fixed in the firmament too.
The sun doesn't have a face. We can't see the face of the sun, but yes, it's fixed onto the firmament.
Con.
Okay, so what is the firmament made of?
It's made out of a sapphire crystallite stone.
Okay, so can it be penetrated?
No, it has windows where the Most High can open up, but it cannot be penetrated.
Voyager 1, as it reached near to the firmament, does it?
I can't hear you. You borked a little bit.
Oh, sorry. There's a spacecraft called the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. Have they reached where the firmament is yet?
Didn't anybody catch what the brother said?
He said Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. I think he's asking if it reached the top or maybe outside of the firmament. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I don't believe that anything went outside of the firmament.
Okay, I see the question.
It really it's just as we're relying off the same system of faith when you are believing on them flying into outer space as much as you're believing that God wrote the Bible. So if you're gonna
No,
rely off,
no, no,
it's still the same. Yeah, it's still relying off the same system and
no,
standard of faith
no.
because you never
Mm-mm.
went to outer space yourself. So you're actually just
Yes, but
relying.
it's not the same.
Yes, it is. Listen, I'm gonna tell you exactly why. I'm gonna give you a prominent reason. It's because you've never been there yourself. Okay, never have. You don't know no motherfucking
Okay,
body that has. And with that being said, you're just
okay,
believing, which is a utilization of the system of faith when it comes down to you reading and actually addressing and accepting what the Bible says. It's the same standard of a system of faith. Even though you're
no,
not believing that
no.
God did it, you're
It's
believing that
not.
the
It's not
white
even
man
close, and
did it.
I'll show you why.
Let me interject real
It's
quick.
not even close.
I want to
Yes, it is.
interject.
Okay, go ahead.
Google Scholar. Now your
Yes,
definition of gravity was objects being pulled one to another because of mass, right?
yes. Basically, mass attracts mass, and so two objects that has mass is gonna be attracted to each other.
Okay, but you understand that the scientific definition of mass gravity has to do with like things falling into place, right? Not one thing being attracted to another.
No, that's not my understanding.
Okay, okay,
Maybe you have a different understanding, but
Gravity
from
is defined as the force that pulls things to the center of the earth.
that's the scientific
the
definition,
center
correct?
of mass,
Okay,
the
fine.
center
Center
of
of a mass.
mass.
Okay,
That's not the definition, though.
hold on. Google Scholar, you have a different definition or understanding. That's fine. Can you explain to me how gravity affects helium?
That's mine. That was mine.
Helium,
Yes.
Yes,
helium.
gravity does not affect gases, brother.
Hold on.
Boom!
All
Leave
right.
that shit alone.
Don't you
Okay.
guys know that helium is
Wow.
anti-gravity?
Boom!
What you
Okay, bro,
guys
you
don't
win.
understand.
You win.
Helium is anti-gravity.
Okay, now for me, the I've thought about this some time ago. For me, when I was looking up into gravity, there is a formula for gravity, but it's kind of weird for me to understand. Now, for me, I come from a standpoint of density because just like how you said, there's mass involved. Now, density has to do with mass and volume. Um, when it correlates to that, if just like how you said, if an item has more mass, it's going to drop down according to its weight. Now it's the same thing in water, but they call it buoyancy. It's if you configure a vessel a certain way, that's how some vessels are able to sit on top of the water without sinking. It's the same what you would call density. It will be the same density formula, but in water is buoyancy, but on land they just call it density. That's my understanding of how things work. And
Okay,
I think
good. What's what's your name?
you can call me Jake or Manzan.
What's your name?
You can call me Jake or
Okay,
Manzan.
Jake. Okay. The reason why I ask is that you sound like, at least you sound like you're thinking a bit more. What I'm saying is your point about density though is a bit flawed. Because if density was the answer, then when you put two items into a vacuum, I mean in a vacuum, the more dense one should fall first, right? Because it's more dense. So it wouldn't be affected by any other force. It's just density. So if you have a ball and a feather, and the ball is more dense, when you drop them, regardless if there's a vacuum or not, the ball should fall first. But if you go to a vacuum and you drop a ball and a feather, they fall at the same rate at the same time. So that proves that it's not density, it's something else.
Okay,
It
I
does.
understand what
It
you're
doesn't.
saying. Now,
It
can you
doesn't
show me the
disprove density,
experiment where this vacuum is?
and it doesn't disprove density,
I'm
because the
sorry?
denser objects fell faster.
I said, can you
But
show
I'm saying in a
what's the name
vacuum,
of
it doesn't.
well, okay, but what's the name of this vacuum place that you keep speaking of where I can get a your
Okay,
understanding.
okay, okay. I don't have the experiment in front of me. I'm on my phone. If I close out of StreamYard, it will cut the call off. So I can tell you what to look for, right? In a vacuum, all objects fall at the same rate. You can Google that. That's Science 101. In a vacuum, all objects fall at the same rate, 9.8 meters per second squared. That is basic as basic gets.
Okay, but what or where is this vacuum? What's the name
Well,
of this
now what does
vacuum?
that have to do with
What's the
gravity, though?
what's the name of this vacuum experiment that I can see and I can get a different understanding?
No,
Bro, I just, I
what does that
just,
have to do with gravity?
bro, the force that caused the object to fall is gravity. If it was
No,
density,
I'm
then
saying why
more
why are you interjecting gravity into that
into
experiment?
what?
Or
That's what the experiment is designed to test.
no, it's
Is
not.
the force what is it designed to test?
No, it's not. Vacuums are just vacuums are designed to test uh, the r- relative density of objects.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
Exactly what I just said, sir. I
Bro,
just said.
bro, you can
You
say you
always
don't
can speak
know.
English until I
You
say
don't
something
have
past
to
your
know everything.
knowledge.
You don't have to try to yell over me and talk because what you're saying is nonsense. The experiment that I'm describing is trying to find the gravitational constant, or what they
okay,
call G. They designed a vacuum where there's no other forces acting on the objects, and they drop the two objects which are of different density, different mass, and they both fall at the same rate. Now, if you take it outside into the natural world, go on the top of a building and drop them, the ball is going to fall first because it's more dense. And because it's more dense, there's less air resistance. But because in the vacuum there's no air, nothing to resist against the feather, they both fall at the same rate. This is basic science. Now, I don't have the experiment to tell you this is the name of the experiment or this is the paper you find it. But if you
No
Google
problem.
that, like I said,
Now,
you get any number of
you're the Google
articles.
scholar now, but wouldn't it make
Yes.
more sense? Wouldn't it make more sense that hey, share my screen right quick. Wouldn't it make more sense that objects would fall faster in a vacuum than other objects because gravity would be pulling on those two objects at a different rate?
Could you say that again?
That is true.
I
That's
didn't
actually
catch
how.
most. I didn't catch
That
all
makes
of
a
it.
lot more sense.
I have to say it slow, and it still doesn't comprehend. A vacuum is a space devoid
Yeah,
of.
remember that I'm kind of slow.
I know, you're a bald head. Vacuum is a space devoid of matter. Okay, you understand that? So if there's no matter inside of the vacuum, an approximation to such vacuum is a region with a gaseous pressure much less than atmospheric pressure. It has no matter inside of the vacuum. So therefore, gravity should be the only force affecting the two different objects. So that would mean that gravity should be more reactive to the larger mass object. Like you said, an object with mass attracts another object with mass. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Right. So the less mass object should be less affected by gravity.
That's not how it works, though. I understand what you're saying, and actually, you're making a good point. But the point is, because we are on Earth, they're both testing the gravity of the Earth itself. So the Earth is pulling on both objects, and because there's no, it's a vacuum. There's no resistance to either object, so they fall at the same rate.
Okay, so now how does that explain helium again, though?
And I don't even get how you can get a
To be
vacuum.
honest, I don't have an answer for that, Iliam.
Okay,
I'm not a scientist, by the way, just so you know. I'm somebody who reads
Helium
science.
is
I like science, but
anti-gravity.
I'm not a scientist.
I already answered that for the
I
bald head, bro.
I can't answer that Iliam question. I don't
Helium
even
is
know
an
that. I don't
anti-gravity
even know if your
particle.
assumption is color.
Okay, well let me just tell you. You know how you
Go.
go. You ever get like a a
A
balloon
balloon.
and they blow it up? You feel
Right.
me? And
They
it
don't
goes
even know
up.
what it's talking about. God
Mm-hmm.
damn.
Okay, so if gravity is supposed to
Take the arguments league
if, if the gravity is
thing off
supposed to
here.
pull it down, why does helium go the opposite way?
I
Now,
want to
but
Why
see
does
who in here with
helium
us.
go the opposite way?
Balex.
yes.
Take the argument league comment off here so I can see who in here with us.
Now I can tell you that the
Balex.
reason I can tell you the reason why helium goes up
Take
according to
the
density,
comment off the screen.
because according to density, the air or the molecules of helium are less dense than the molecules in oxygen. So if you have two items and one is less dense than the other, one is going to go up, and that's helium. Just like when you have water and
Okay.
oil. Water and oil don't mix. One of them is more dense than the other.
I'm sure there's a scientific
Con.
explanation for why helium. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sure there's
The
a
scientific
scientific
explanation
explanation
is
for why.
it's going to tell you helium is less dense than
Sure.
oxygen.
He's trying to fit gravity into his
Wow.
logical brain. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to.
So you're gonna
He's trying.
answer for me?
He realized.
You're going
He
to
realizes. He realizes there's no gravity
Okay.
in his brain that explains helium rising as an anti-gravity particle. He realizes this. So he can't verbalize that to the show because that will make him look like a flathead. And then he'll be mocked and ridiculed like us. He's scared to be mocked and ridiculed.
Listen, when you're done speaking, can you just be quiet and let me speak? Because you're not saying anything, you're just talking. All right. So as far as the
No, I
helium
actually
question
said
goes,
something. I
like I
actually said sentences and actual words and actual
no, you're
logic.
saying words, but you're not
I
saying
exposed
anything.
I
You're like,
exposed I exposed how your logic breaks down whenever you think in your mind about helium. You cannot find the gravity that's affecting it. You just proved it. You can't fucking do it. So your brain shuts off and say there must be a logical explanation, but no one has ever. I've never seen a logical explanation for that. So I can't verbalize it in my mind, out of my mouth, because there is no logical explanation of why helium does not react to gravity.
wow. Anybody understand that? Okay.
You see that? Hey,
So
did you see the screen right there, my African brother?
I'm not.
What you got to say
Well,
about
I'm
this?
African.
Like right here, this article came out in 2014 from universetoday.com. It says, in general, gravity is not a force between masses. It is what? It is not a force between masses. Instead, gravity is an effect of the warping of space and time in the presence of mass. Makes a lot of sense. Without a force acting upon it, an object will move in a straight line. This explains why objects fall at the same time.
So
What you got to
gravity
say about
explains why objects fall at the same time.
that?
What are
This
you
explains
saying?
why
And what
objects fall.
website is that?
Oh my
That was
god!
universetoday.com. It's right here on the screen.
Is that a flat Earth website?
No, it's not a flat Earth website.
What an idiot!
So
I don't
wait,
put
wait,
and nothing
wait.
I pull up is
Let's
flat
slow
Earth.
this. Let's slow this down. Let's slow this down. Can you
Yeah,
can you
we're
read
gonna
what
make
that
it
says
extra
again?
slow for you.
He said, "Is that a flat Earth
Super slow.
website?" Because he's like, I'm ready to discredit the source of that information. He's like, I don't give a damn. He's like, I didn't like that shit. I got to go to
No,
the source of
because if you're
it. No,
talking about science, we don't go to blogs and websites.
Hey man, this is not a blog.
How about
This is not.
how about you
Listen, man, I'm
just
saying it. This is not a blog, and this is not um like selected, handpicked information. I just typed up gravity does not exist, and this is what they tell you. They got people that's
you
literally
type
knowing this shit.
gravity does not exist and
I typed in gravity
oh
does
wait,
not exist.
you typed in Google
Gravity does not exist. I'm
okay.
telling you how I got this
Why don't
information.
you
And
do
then
this?
hold on.
Wait. Fine.
I'm
Fine.
being totally
I heard
transparent.
you. I
I'm
heard
being
you.
totally transparent, man.
I heard you.
But this is not no flat
I
Earth. This
believe
is not no
you.
flat Earth shit.
I believe
This
you.
is just
Why don't
how I
you
get the information.
my God. Can you just
And I
type
didn't even
in
ask.
what
Hold on. Let me finish. And I
hello?
didn't even ask them about anything about force. I didn't say nothing about that. I didn't mention anything about what you were saying. This is just what the information was presented by you just simply typing in the suggestion. Gravity
Hello.
don't exist. They say, yeah, it ain't no force. It's an
Can you
effect.
type in what is gravity? Can you type in Google what is gravity?
I already typed that in. They can't explain that either.
That's not what you just said. You said
No,
you
but I'm saying
type
I typed
in
that in
does
too. See, like
can you
even
type that in and then
Einstein
since you're
argued
being
that
transparent,
gravity. I will.
since you're being
He said
transparent,
but look, even Einstein.
can you type
Einstein. I will. Man.
hey,
Damn, where are you being so
no,
combatant? Chill out. I didn't see you get so flustered up this whole
no,
time.
because
What's up? I thought
no,
that you was
because
a
you're
cool,
trying to
calm,
pull a
cool,
fast
collected
one.
African.
Listen,
I thought you
if
was a
you're
cool,
being
calm,
honest, I got no
collected
problems with it.
ass African, man. You turn
Hello.
out to be crazy.
Why can't I say something? Why can't I say something? You're trying to pull a fast one. You Google for the result that you want and then you put it up. That's not how research is done.
Listen, man.
You said
I
you
can
typed
You
research.
in
gotta
gravity
slow
does
slow
not
the
You don't
exist.
past
tell
them,
me.
bro.
Listen, you don't.
Bro, You're trying to
You
pull a
don't
fast
tell
one.
me.
Let him talk. You're
You
trying to
don't
pull a
tell me
fast one,
how
brother.
to do that. I can pull
He
up
don't
the
want me to
information.
talk.
Let him say
He
something. You're
said, you
trying to
specifically
pull a fast
said, you typed in gravity does not exist.
I can
one.
pull
Right.
up and don't ever let nobody
Okay.
ever. Hold
Let
on, let
him
me say
lead
this.
the.
Let me say this to the people too. Don't ever let nobody put a condition on how you are going to come up with your information. If you're going to come up with your information by sitting around there going into literally a high school textbook, it doesn't matter. Pull
Bro,
your information,
if you're gonna
present it.
mute me, if you're gonna mute me, if you're gonna
Pull the
mute me,
information and
might as
present it.
well
Don't
you
talk
just
that
boot
because you're
me.
over here being
Because we're
weird.
both talking over each other, not allowing me to speak, and I'm the one getting muted.
I'm talking. Don't let
Yeah, but
nobody sit out
you
here and
talk
try to
over me all the
disvalue.
time.
Try to disvalue your information because you know how to pull up information. I know how to get information contrary to your bullshit because I know exactly how to type it in. Fuck. You know, man, what the hell
Again,
you
you're being
saying?
disingenuous.
That ain't disingenuous. I pulled the information up and it actually went
You
like specifically after your shit.
you
And
are being
I didn't jam it.
disingenuous.
I didn't
You
type in
are
I
being
didn't type in nothing about the
disingenuous.
word forces or
I
nothing.
said to
You just have
you,
because
Brother, Balex, you just
you
cut his
what
head.
you have.
You just cut his head smooth off. So why are you going crazy? Let him go to the next point. He's dead.
what did he cut my head off with? Can we
Look,
explain?
look, this is even what the people are saying. What are you going to say, man? It says correct.
What
Gravity
did
is
you cut my head off with? See,
wait, what?
now you can't answer.
This right
What
here?
did you cut my
I
head
ain't trying
off
to
with?
argue that gravity isn't a force at all. You know?
Can
Look,
you put into Google?
look. Most everyone in
Hello,
the scientific community believe gravitational force waves exist, but no one has ever proved it. What? No one has ever.
bro. That is a flat Earth website, and
But this
I'm
is not.
100% positive.
This is the
It is.
verge.com.
It is a flat Earth website. It is a
You're a
pseudoscience
liar.
website.
You're a liar. That's not a flat earth website. Look,
Why don't you go to Google and type in what is gravity? I bet you won't do that.
Brother, there's no way for him to prove it. Do what he says.
He cut my head off, so he's not gonna do that.
I did. There was no need to be afraid. I just kicked your fucking ass.
What is gravity? I bet you won't answer that.
Oh,
You
go
can't
straight to
go to a
NASA.
flat Earth
Go
website to
straight to NASA.
prove.
Okay, can we not go to NASA?
We're talking about scientists, and you go science, and you're going to a flat Earth website.
I
Really?
didn't go to a flat earth website just because I didn't go to straight fucking. I didn't go over there and kiss
It
his master
is.
ass, groveling to
It
my
is.
master. Just
It
because I didn't go
is.
running to master,
The
the
website.
answer is
The
gravity and
website
invisible
says
force.
scientists.
An
Nobody
invisible
has been
force
able to
that
prove
pulls
gravity.
objects towards each other. So now let me ask
Oh,
you a
so
question.
now it's
In
a
your
force.
experiment, let me ask you a question now. In your experiment, that you said that they dropped the feather and everything. I did notice, and I was waiting for you to bring it out. And you never did. You never ever mentioned that they actually falling towards each other either. Why didn't that happen? Because they don't. They failed to remember to put that in their fucking lie. Earth's gravity is what keeps you on the ground and what makes things fall. Of course, I'm the white man. I want to explain it all.
Bro.
All its
What,
masses makes a combined gravitational
bro?
pull on the mass in your body, which gives you weight.
How about this? How about if we go to a science website and we look at what gravity
Brother,
is?
that
Can we?
was
Can we?
place.nasa.gov. Come on, why are you doing
Can
this?
can we
Give
go
it
to a
up.
science website?
Give it
Or
up.
better yet,
Give it up.
I'm gonna
And
pull up.
NASA
I'm
is
gonna.
not a science website, is what you're telling
All gravity is just weight, man. That's all gravity is. Weight falling. Gravity.
That's it.
Wow.
What do you mean,
Wow.
wow? That's what it is.
That, I can't.
If you got a 10-pound, listen to this. If you got a 10 pound of feathers and a 10-pound dumbbell and you drop them at the same time, the ground at the same time. It is called gravity.
10 pounds of feather and 10 pounds of dumbbell is. I can't believe a grown man just said that.
That's
What do you?
physics.
Wow.
They teach you that. Do it
10
yourself.
pounds of
That's what
gravity
gravity
and
is.
10 pound dumbbell is still 10 pounds. So if you drop two 10 pounds things, it's gonna fall at the same time. That's not the
That's gravity.
experiment. Oh my
No,
God,
that's
that's
gravity.
gravity,
All
yes.
gravity is weight,
But
brother.
what's
All gravity is just
weight?
weight. That's all
What
gravity is.
what is weight?
Weight. You gotta
What's
have
weight is?
weight in
Can
order to
you
have
define?
gravity. The less weight it is,
Bruh,
the less it's gonna stay on the ground. If you got something that weighs zero gravities, it's gonna
bruh.
always float. It's never gonna touch the ground. If you got something that don't weigh nothing, it's never
Listen,
gonna touch the ground.
I know
That's
you
right.
cut my head off, but what is weight? Weight is just gravity acting on mass. That's all that
No,
weight is.
bro, I don't.
Are you
Weight
for
is
real?
no mass comes after weight. Weight is before mass.
What are you talking about?
You can have a ball, a little bitty ball that weighs 10 pounds, and you can have a big old thing of feathers that weighs 10 pounds too. It don't matter about the mass of that damn feathers. It
It's
matters about the
both
weight.
10 pounds.
I told you it's
Bruh,
about weight.
it's
Then
both
it's not
10
about
pounds.
mass. It's about weight. You can have a little ball that weighs
Bruh,
10 pounds, and you can have a big old bundle of feathers that weigh 10 pounds too. Even though the mass of the feathers is bigger than the little bitty ball, they both hit the ground at the same time because they weigh the same. Common sense, man. I'm tired of you guys with this damn
bruh,
gravity shit.
bruh.
I know,
All
man.
gravity is weight.
Wait a minute.
It's
I
a
can't
bald
believe.
head. It's a
Acting
bald
like
head.
niggas.
Hold on, let's check this
I
out. It's a bald
can't
head in the
believe.
chat. Hold on. It's a bald
No,
head in the
I
chat
can't
talking
believe a
about.
grown man is saying
Hold on,
this.
hold on,
So if
hold
you
on, little
have,
boy.
I
Hold
wait,
on,
can't
hold
believe
wait,
on,
a
hold
grown
on,
no,
man
hold on,
before
don't
we
hold on,
believe
go,
it.
hold on,
before
hold on,
we go
hold
to
on,
that grown man,
little boy. Hold on, little boy. There's a bald head in the chat saying that gravity is comprised of gravitons. That's the particle. Ha!
Gravity is just weight, man. Damn. Everybody, look at the definition of gravity. You're gonna see weight in there. Common
what?
sense. I can't believe a grown man is arguing about
The
this shit.
definition of
I know.
gravity
You know.
has
You know
weight
the
in
crazy
there.
thing about it is too, Claim is
Are
that
you joking?
check it out.
Are,
These dudes
are
be
we
trying to hang
joking?
on. Hold on, man. Hold on. These dudes be trying to hang on to these doctrines desperately, as if they're gonna like be able to bottle it up,
No,
slang
stop,
it,
man,
or like,
stop,
or like, or
stop.
like,
You
or
gotta
like,
correct
no,
him.
no, no, for
That's
real, or
that's
like build with
that's
it or
just
do anything.
stupid. What he said
You
is
know
just
how.
stupid.
Hold on. You know how much it is irrelevant to actually know that the Earth is round. You know how much irrelevancy you're gonna have to deal with, even though you know it. It is irrelevant. There ain't shit
Imagine
you
I'm
can do with
spending
that.
the evening here
There ain't
arguing with you
listen,
about
listen,
some
dude,
irrelevant
listen,
stuff.
listen. Even if you knew that the earth was round, you couldn't do anything with it. Nothing. Only thing that you
So
can
what?
only
So
deal
why are
with it.
you
Check it
clinging
out,
to
check it out.
this
The only thing that you're
foolishness?
gonna ever listen, the only thing that you're gonna ever face and deal with is gonna be
Hold
flat.
on, Balax. He don't understand your question. Basically, what he's telling you is that what he's asking you is, what can you do with the knowledge that the Earth is a ball? What practical use does it have?
For real.
It doesn't. For me personally, right now
Who?
in my life, it doesn't. But it does have practical applications for us as human beings. For example, your GPS could not work if the earth was flat and you depend on your GPS. Well, maybe you don't, but I do. I depend
No
on my
problem. No
GPS.
problem. Hold on. Let me let
So
me let me let me interrogate him for a second. Now, how does a GPS use gravity in order to figure out your location?
you changed the
No,
question.
no, he said
You're
round
talking
earth.
about,
No,
It's
you
round.
no,
said
I
round
didn't.
earth, and
No, I used
you
your answer.
changed
You
the
said that
question.
GPS.
You
No,
changed the
shut your mouth.
question. You
Shut
said
your mouth.
round, and now
Hold
you
on.
say gravity. That's two
Hold on.
different things.
Shh, be quiet. Be quiet. I didn't say anything about round. I said. I said.
Wow.
I
Wow.
said.
I'm not answering
Okay.
that question because you're lying.
Okay. My bad. I apologize for lying. Okay. I said, what practical use does the knowledge of the Earth being round? What practical use does it have? You said for you personally, it does not have any practical use. You said that it has practical use for humanity because one example that you put up is GPS would not work without a GPS without it being round, without the Earth being round. Now, explain to me how GPS uses around Earth.
as a necessity.
Okay, that's a better question. So the GPS is what you call a global positioning satellite. The name should give it away, but let me explain. What they do is that they send a satellite up in the Earth, or in orbit around the Earth with a transmitter on it, right? And so the transmitter on the satellite communicates with the device in your car. So what it does, it pinpoints and triangulate the location of the device in your car.
Okay, just
So if
let me interrogate him for just for a few minutes here.
so
Now, explain
so
to me the satellite that uses that's doing this GPS for your car. Because hold on, from my knowledge, GPS is uh is accomplished by local ground poles that
so
have.
it's a global pole system. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know why you use the word global. GPS only works
That's
within
what GPS stands for. Global
GPS.
position.
I don't give a fuck about the goddamn term. I'm talking about how it's actually used in reality. GPS is used to find something locally within 40 to 100 yards. So they use these poles that have these sensors on them in order to communicate with anything locally. There's no satellite in space that communicates with your car in order to find your car.
Okay, now do you have evidence for that outlandish claim that you make that there's no satellite in space? Because
Outland.
I don't,
How you doing, my
I
big man?
personally have not seen a satellite, but can somebody's echoing? Can you mute that person? Is background
Actually, all
echo?
the satellites are on the ground. If you didn't know,
Huh.
No,
and
yeah,
and,
that's
and
news
that's
to me.
and that's
But
a fact.
is the is the is the ISS on the ground as well?
Probably, I ain't never seen it, but I'm gonna say yeah.
Well, you see how we had somebody in the
Are
chat?
you
They try
gonna
to say
say yes?
something.
Because
Hold on. We
well,
had somebody
hold
in the
on,
chat. They say
hold on.
something about how everything, the moon and the sun is round. Why does humans think the Earth is flat? Well, but if you look, that plate right there appears to be round too. You can't tell the difference between that being a ball or a plate, even though that's a ball sitting on a plate. Okay. And then you go and look at plates, balls on plates. They both appear the same. You can't tell if that's a ball fixated to that plate or if that's just a
Brother,
picture on a plate. But at the end of the
brother,
day, hold on, man, don't cut me off.
brother,
Listen,
bro,
just because you
brother.
see the moon, man, you gotta. Hey, man, I don't understand why you're doing this to me. I don't care. You're gonna have to just understand that I might be a little long-winded and just go ahead and just buckle down. But you got to stop doing this to me, because I'm not gonna forget what I'm talking about. So anyway, so when you see these celestial things in out there in quote unquote outer space, and you guys are thinking that they're balls, there is nothing that's saying that they are necessarily balls. The only thing that you actually have been able to set your bird brain ass eyes on is the moon. You're gonna look at the moon, and it always shows this face because it's not a ball. It is a plate that you're thinking is a ball.
It's round. It may have some concave to it. It may not. At the end of the day, though, it is not a ball in the sky. That's the only
Okay.
celestial
Can I speak
body
now?
that anybody can say that they have ever seen. You can't sit here and try to say, yeah, I've looked at stars with my naked eye and I seen balls. I looked at the moon, the Mars with
Hello.
my naked eye and I seen balls. No, you've seen pictures of balls.
Can I speak now?
You ain't gotta ask permission, man. You know when you're being rude or
It's
not.
very interesting. It if it's very interesting that people on the internet like to make definitive statement about things that they don't know about. Now, when you say that the moon is a disc or a plate or whatever you call it, that's a very ignorant statement from looking at pictures on the internet. If you look at the moon through a telescope, you can very clearly see that it is not a plate. It is a
I seen
round
the moon with a
object. You can
telescope.
see that.
I seen the moon with a telescope. It looks just like the moon when you see it with your naked eye. It didn't change in any way. Just got a little bit more
And you
detail.
can wait. You seen the moon through a telescope, and you can see that it's not a disc.
No, I can see that it was still a disc. It looked just like it when I was looking at it with my naked eye. I did that. I
I
spent
don't
the
know
money
what
and everything.
I don't know what you
I went up to the
that.
Hobby Lobby, went and spent the $600 and got me a telescope. And I went and I looked at that damn moon. And I thought that I was going to see something worth
And
$600. And I took that shit back the next day. That was a big waste of money.
did you also see Jupiter?
I looked at all that shit. They just looked exactly like they looked from when I'm looking at them right
And they
now.
look like this to you?
No, actually, they just looked just like I was looking at a flashlight. Didn't look like anything.
All right. I can't argue with you what they look like to you,
Well,
but
I'm
I
telling you
look
what I
at the
saw.
moon and
I
you
spent
can
$600. I went down to the fucking what was it, the Big Five? That's exactly what it was. The Big Five Sporting Goods. Got they $600 telescope. Went to got the most expensive one they had. I thought I was really gonna get my $600 worth. Man, big waste.
okay. I can't tell you what your experience is, but I know I
I
once
tell you this
went
one. I tell
to
you
the
this one. A
observatory
six
to
hundred
look
dollar
at
telescope ain't enough to
I
see what
looked
the hell they saying. What they saying? How y'all saying that there's a Pluto? Whatever the fuck, man. All that Saturn and all that stuff y'all talking about. That you pagans be always reiterating to us, regurgitating. Man, you gotta have a man. I don't know how much money you gotta have to
so
be able to see that. You gotta have you gotta have some real serious shit. Other than that, not with the naked eye and not with a $600 telescope. That's all I gotta say.
okay, bro. So just to let you know, a $600 telescope is good for looking at the moon. And when you look at the moon, I don't know what you saw, but when I looked at it, it looked like a ball to me. But
That's what I'm
I,
saying.
wa-
That makes it even more untestable. I'm like, wait a minute. So if I can't, it's $600, can't get me what they say it is. I'm looking for it. I'm trying to get it too. Y'all talking about for real Saturn with the belts, Milky Ways, and I'm like, where's mine at? Let me go ahead. I'm like, damn, $600 ain't enough. What the fuck does it take? Damn. I'm like, no, you know what? Screw you guys. I don't even need this mess. To hell with it. Guess what? Everything is flat. And when I'm going to build me something, guess what? I'm going to have to make sure it's flat anyways. So we're the flat people. God has made people on planet Earth that needs flat. I don't need no damn.
Nah,
I don't need
this
no
is all
ball.
just about your feelings.
I'm just saying, if I want to build a structure, I'm gonna need a flat foundation.
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm
but
gonna need
we're
that.
not talking about that, and we're not talking
No, but
about
I'm just
your
trying to tell you.
feelings. We're
I'm
talking
thinking
about
like,
what's actual.
I'm trying to understand why black people are trying to hang on to a white doctrine so bad, even though there's no use for it. You
No,
can't even
it's not
start
a white
building.
doctrine.
You can't
It's
even build, even if you had your own country, you couldn't build you a sewer system based off of the curvature of the earth. You would be building it still flat. And I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? I'm like, so we never would need it. I'm like, why are y'all even saying this shit to us? Don't say this shit. Don't you let the white folks talk like the white folks. Let them have their own shit. Wow. Let
Okay,
them.
so now
I'm like, get
now
off
we're
of
not
don't
into
get off of
talking about.
everybody's
I don't
top.
want to talk about your feelings. Hello,
No, I ain't talking about
hello.
listen,
I don't
this
want to
ain't no
talk about
feelings,
your
brother.
feelings and your
This is not no feelings. This is a
on your
fact.
white man science and all that,
This is white man science. White man is the ones that introduced this. So when you coming through trying to teach it to black
bro.
people,
So you're gonna go
and
on all
that
that? I can't say nothing.
actually looked up and
You
said, you
gonna
know what? That white man he's a bad experience. I'm cool. I'm gonna try to go ahead and see if I can do an alternative to the white man. All right, I don't need nobody coming up to me talking about uh balls and shit that I'm supposed to be floating on. I don't even need that shit. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that though? You like, are we supposed to
all
build
right,
according
man?
to
Do
that
your
knowledge?
thing.
And you say, are we supposed to build according to that knowledge? Like, nah, nah. We actually got to build according to everything still being flat. Okay, my brothers, y'all gonna have to let's go ahead and just let that shit go then. Cause we actually where we gonna be going, we don't even need that shit. And no, flat Earth ain't our shit. I mean, round Earth ain't our shit. Round Earth is what the white man has been coming up with. Because that is actually playing into heliocentrism. These people are pagan sun deity worshippers.
He don't
And
even know what he
what they wanted to do is they wanted to have an answer against the Hebrew and the Jewish people's outlook on that the Most High has made the earth and everything evolves around the earth. They the sun deity worshippers, they was in
Oh, so this is a
opposition to
monologue.
that. I'm talking, man. This was they was into
You know, you're
opposition.
just going, and if I say
I don't care.
something, I get muted.
Yeah. No, this was in opposition to the Israelites, to the chosen people of God. When the white man came up, they were coming to destroy everything that was of God. So what they did was came up and made the Son the God. That's why Paul even had to write about these people and saying that they're gonna worship the creation more than the Creator. These people are this was heliocentrism that they were talking about, deifying the Son. And here we is, black people, trying to hang on to this useless information. That's what it really is. It's useless information that white man has been kicking in our faces with. We don't use it. We don't even use it for nothing. Fuck, I'm using that shit for. Why am I gonna teach my kids some stupid ass shit like that? We're fool around the ball. And now you think you look smart. You don't look smart. You desperately is trying to be a white man. Don't even know it because you're ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, but you look smart when you look
I'm serious,
smart
man,
when you
because
don't allow
because
people
because
to talk,
because
man.
the
Right?
Bible has existed longer than this whole fucking heliocentric bullshit. All right, it
What does
has.
the Bible have to
And
do with this?
man, the Bible man is the black people's records. I don't know what the hell's going on
Nothing.
with you guys over there where y'all at, but where we got
I
over
never.
here, how we were taken from where y'all at and brought over here on slave ships. Nigga, that shit right there is in the
What are
Bible.
you
And we and
talking
we
about?
we
Where am
we
I at?
identify with that. Hold on. We identify with that. And when we see that, we see what he says. He said that, nah, man, there ain't no damn such thing as no heliocentric. He said, I made this shit.
I think this is the Islander battle axe. I think this dude's from the islands.
Oh, my bad. Well,
Hey,
shit,
are you
man.
from the islands, brother?
Oh, yeah, I'm
No, I
from the
thought he was
island.
from the land.
Oh yeah, he's from the islands.
But
See, see.
No, you from the land or you from the
no,
islands?
because you all assume things
Nah,
about
that
me.
nigga is from under the
I'm
earth.
from the islands.
Well, people were saying, why y'all talking about
Yeah,
the African
probably.
brother? When you first came on, everybody on the live chat thought that you were African, and they were saying a lot of stuff about like why y'all doing that to the African? Why
Nobody
y'all?
asked me anything. Y'all just assume.
No, I'm saying on the side though. I was looking at the live chat, and a lot of people were saying, "Hey, this and that and this about the African dude. Why y'all treat him like that? This is our African brother. This is what they were saying to us. So my bad if I thought you was an African.
But I'm just saying though.
Don't
All
worry,
right
brother.
then.
I never
Well,
said
shit.
I
Then
am not
then you
confirm.
part of what
I'm
we
not
going
affirm
through.
it.
That's what I'm saying. Well, at the end of the day, you was brought over here in the slave ships also, and that means to us over here that you chosen people of the Most High God. You have a high standard because you have a high position to acquire on earth. But
No,
at the end of the day, your enemies taught you some shit that fucks you up,
that's right.
and that's just what it is. Your enemies got a hold of you and
I don't know what that
make
has
sure
to do
that
with what
make
we're
sure that
talking
when
about.
your enemies when they got a hold of you, they made sure that when you was gonna come about to be a grown man, that he was gonna already, you know what I'm saying, have you in his pocket. In other
Con.
words, he got your number. He know he already know what you about. You ain't gonna be shit. You ain't gonna be no fight against him. You ain't gonna be shit. That's what he thinks. That's how he goes around thinking. He don't give a fuck about you. He look right at you like, man, shut up. That motherfucking Negro on the listen what he just
This
said.
is
This
a
motherfucker believes
sermon.
it. No, this is what he says. He said, this is what the white man says when he sees you saying this shit. He says, look at him. Look at that Google scholar. He said, what's that? He said, this motherfucker right here is so dumb. He believes our bullshit still. Like really? Like
Nah. They saying we're finna dock him his straight because he getting his ass whooped on here, and we hired him to debunk flat Earth, and everywhere he goes, he gets his ass whooped.
he said
This
we
week's
hired him.
paycheck is gonna be slim, nigga.
Damn. Oh, he said, you a double agent, man. Oh shit. You working for him, man. And you failing at your job. Over here, look at damn. And then he was gone.
That was greatest trick was to prove was to make the world think that he doesn't exist.
and like 4 or 5 people left with him.
You see what I'm
Whoa, that was crazy. He called it, man. You called it. Damn. This is the second time that shit didn't happen. It was something real creepy popping off online. Wow.
saying? I know y'all niggas is stripped like the rest of the SVDL, but we got a lot of bees on that one. I might have to throw up the 1-2 again so Art Malak can say, yeah, the 12 tribes. That's a blood symbol. Y'all throw the 2-1 to y'all crippies. Throw the 2-1. I don't even know what the 2-1 means.
What's that? Oh, Con.
12. How you know about that? How you know about the 12?
I ain't know about that shit.
Come on up to tell. You don't know about the 12. Oh,
Everywhere else throw the 2-1. I don't even know what the 2-1 means.
It's the 12, man. The 1-2.
Oh,
12 drive.
y'all proving y'all dyslexic. That's all. 2-1. That's 2-1. Let me throw it again. That's 2-1.
Is it? What
That's
about
the
with the other
2
hand?
and then the 1, bro.
What about with the other hand?
We throw the 1-2 like that. And on Snoop's newest video, his homeboy right beside him is throwing it down like this. And he's like, yeah, we're partying. I'm the man. I'm like, what the fuck?
Damn. Well, shit. Out here where we at, that's a set.
yeah, the 2-1. 2-1's a
If we
set.
if we throw up the
Oh.
1-2, if we throw up the 1-2, like how you did it, that's a
Mm,
set out here.
mm,
Get you in some shit.
Yeah.
mm.
These niggas is crazy. But yeah, man, this dude, uh, what was that guy's name? Google Scholar.
Learn scholar.
Google Scholar.
No, no. Google Scholar, everybody
Yeah,
else
that's
that
what
try to defend
he
it.
was camouflaged as the Google scholar, but he was actually the Globe scholar, and
Hey,
he's
yeah,
getting
for real though.
paid
And
by Google
hey, you got to
to
give
come in
respect
here and
unto the brother,
troll us.
man. You got to give the respect unto the brother because he came on here trying to battle, even though he didn't even have no really information. He at least he tried while everybody else was in the chat running their mouths and shit. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Talking
And
shit. You
then
know what I mean?
and
But
then
they didn't come up
the
here
old
talking
senile
that.
old nigga
They
said
didn't come up
he's
here talking that crazy
studying.
stuff. I
Listen to
bet
what
you
he
that.
said he's studying, Abbalak. He said
Huh?
he's studying gravitons, studying them.
Yeah, that's you know what I mean.
Imaginary comic book particles.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Why
why
would
they
you
didn't come
waste
on because they
God's
know that what
precious
they. I
time to
can't believe he's
study
studying that
gravitons?
bullshit. What the hell is he
It
studying,
don't even exist.
man?
Look at this guy.
Crazy.
Yeah, that is nuts, man. If you don't, at the end of the day, you still hanging on to that useless doctrine. That's vain. You might as well let it go.
He
Because
admitted that he can't do shit with the information of it being a ball, right?
right.
Then he said that GPS will not work if it's not a ball. But the GPS, you're using the GPS. So that ain't that up to the developers of GPS to determine whether or not it's a ball? It don't affect you at all.
That's
The
real.
GPS, you holding it in your hand and you're like, the earth is a ball. That's why this is working. Oh shit, I'm about to crash. Nothing happens at all. You don't even think about no ball while you're looking at your map on the GPS.
No, no, you don't need to know if the Earth is a ball or not for you to be able to even understand your GPS. So I don't understand why he's saying that the computer would need that though. The satellites themselves, I'm like, but wouldn't it be able to reach and send a better signal on a flat surface or to a flat surface?
Of course, there are no signals on the face of the planet that curves, goes around a curve.
Yeah.
You can't send a signal through your front door and make it go around to the back of your house.
Nope. Nope.
Signals
So
always go into a straight line and they are interrupted by any type of matter in its way. So the curve that they think is there would interrupt any signal over long distances.
yep, big time.
And this is just partial reasons why I'm the final boss of Flat Earth. I know every argument known to man when it comes to the bald head.
Hell yeah,
I
man.
was taught by an actual 100% bona fide tested genius with a 200 over 200 IQ, and I remember everything he ever said. The only reason he taught me is because I taught him a question that he's thought about since he was 13 years old. He said, why didn't God just kill the devil in the garden?" And I told him that Adam and Eve would have thought of the Most High as unjust and unfair because they admired the devil. You see what I'm saying? So
Don't
took
send
the
the link.
they took the devil's uh 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 recommendation and said, "Okay, I'm gonna eat the fruit." You see what I'm saying? So they
Yeah.
admired the devil, and if God would have instantly destroyed them right then Adam and Eve would have said, "Damn, see, the Most High is unjust. He was right the whole time."
Yeah.
and
Damn.
then they would have hated the Most High. But
See,
now we have to go through this torture to prove that the devil is the bad guy. You know that all cartoons,
Do not let
every
her.
show in existence shows that the devil is the good guy. My little brother had to teach his son just yesterday. His son told him the devil's the good guy, and he said, "Why do you think that?" He said, "Because on every show, the devil's the good guy. Because he kills."
Damn.
He said because he kills this, that, and the third.
They hear you.
And my little brother said,
How?
so you saying it's all right to kill?
I'm unmuted. Unmuted right now.
And he said, no, no, yeah, you're not supposed to
I'm
kill.
unmuted. Go ahead. Do it. I'm already unmuted.
And then he just cut it. He just cut it real short because he's the papa and told him the devil is not a good guy. I don't want you to watch that cartoon or that show ever again. And I said what I said, and that's it. He just put his foot down. You know what I'm saying? He
see,
ain't
Damn.
had time to explain that shit.
see. For me, when I came into this kind of thinking, obviously you think it's crazy, flat Earth, like that's not what you taught. That's not what it looks like. Too many pictures out here, things of that sort. But what really had me was Warner von Braun, the Operation High Jump, or or was it High Jump or Paperclip, whatever. Pretty much the damn German Nazi dude that came. He tried to go. He tried to go either around the firmament or through it. That obviously he couldn't. He couldn't do that. They also went to Antarctica. Found some bullshit over there, and then on that man's tombstone, they have Psalms 19 and 1. And Psalms 19 and 1, I actually have it on I'm gonna share the screen. I actually brought it up. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Can you share the screen, Battle X?
Con.
So this is the guy that ran Operation High Jump or Paperclip or one of them. Some German guy, see Warner von Braun, and on his tombstone he put Psalms 19 and 1. Now let's see. I'm gonna
Right.
stop here. Now we're gonna see what Psalms 19 and 1 says.
Bring it out. Come on now. Bring it out. Slam dunk that shit.
Psalms 19 and 1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
That's right.
Proving that he couldn't get through it because he tried to get through it. Then he went to Antarctica and found the firmament attached to the earth down there. And then so he wanted that on his tombstone that the firmament proves the Most High's handiwork.
Yeah,
That's
man.
right. And
I seen
and
the
I think
firmament.
it's either in Job or Isaiah. He said the world is firm, fixed, and immovable. Come on now. After that, I was sold. It was like
Now this is what they don't want: just a candid conversation of flat Earth. They want a damn complete disrespectful exchange to make people tune out of the presentation of flat Earth evidence. You see what I'm saying? They just want you to stay on that rudimentary, first grade, elementary, kindergarten understanding of, see, the Earth is a ball. See? Now, when I turn the ball around, you can see America right here.
Mm-hmm. I remember that stuff, man. That's crazy. That is some BS.
Hello.
I think he muted for a minute. But yeah, you muted yourself, claim. You muted. But
No, I just that's all I wanted to say because the ball is shoved in your face as a baby, and then when
con.
you get to the first grade in kindergarten, they show you the ball, and then they say, "Look at all these land masses on this ball right here." Then when
We
you get to the fifth grade, they show you the solar system and say, "See, this is this big old sun in the middle right here, and all the planets rotate around this big old sun." And look, and then when you get to college, they tell you that 1 million Earths can fit inside the sun.
Yeah.
So it's a progressive brainwashing your whole entire life.
Yeah. And when I see that, I actually have a theory. This is even before I became, saying into the knowledge of the truth. That I was like, man, the flat Earth, the globe Earth fits on the same concept. It's tied to the concept of outer space, and the concept of outer space is tied to the concept of the Big Bang, and the Big Bang is tied to the concept of no God. So all these things would be part of the subliminals. The subconscious. It'll be part of the subconscious part of somebody's thought processes,
Yeah, and,
and
well,
you'll be
and conscious
battling
as
with
well. Yeah, that's what they're doing blatantly, right? In every field of science and entertainment, they
right.
present to you that there is no God. Every single aspect
Yeah,
of everything that you do.
yeah, that's real. And then on top of that, they try to show you uh about this whole Big Bang theories and aliens, shit like that. That alien thing that goes another one that makes it to where that's a like a godless type of thing. Because when you really think about it, I said to myself, I said, who created this is back then when I was thinking of pain. I said, who created the devil? And the person I was talking to said, God. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. I said, how many of them did he say that he made? And he said,
Oh,
one.
look,
He said, he
he
said, he
mad.
said, he said, he
Look,
said, he said,
hold on, second. Wait, he mad. Look, look,
what?
he put enough. Hold on, what's that? Is that the link to this? It sure is. Oh, he's not mad no more. He put the link to this conversation in the chat.
Who?
The argument league. Oh, that's you. You the argument league today.
No, no,
No,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
Swab.
yeah, yeah,
Okay, bet.
yeah. I'm the argument league today. And Swab.
Right.
Swab he's on
Oh,
there
he's
too.
the one with the LOL underneath it.
Yeah.
Damn. They won't. They don't. Man, they can't stand this conversation. But at any rate, the first part of this presentation was great, and they tried to make it 20 hours long on purpose so that nobody would watch it. But
Damn.
we covered a lot of ground.
Yeah. Okay. Well, on that note, I'm gonna shut it down in at 9 hours.
Mhm.
Con.
I
It's
had
at
fun.
9
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, y'all too, man. Maranatha, man. Shalom by Yah.
Yeah,
All praise to the Most High
Barakathon.
Power.
Shalom ba Yah.
Shalom. Bye,
Shalom Yahweh.
Khan.
Baha ba.
Kal halal ha'abah. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and ride it out for one more beat, just for those that still sitting on there chilling. Not a beat, but Let's get a music video. That's how I do it, man. In my video with a beat, maybe a tight ass Israelite song. That's how we do that. Y'all can see. Y'all can see what's really cracking. Nah, never mind. I'm out. Con.
Come to pass, but really it'll come apart. Ain't stupid nigga, I know. Don't need no Illuminati. And I keep that Kyrie on me, ain't no maybe, probably. I'm talking Brooklyn Nets, nigga, and I catch your body. I'm talking Mag 11, baby, and I catch your body. Okay, I'm Jupac and Joku. At the dinner table, bring the whole crew. There's something to eat that you won't chew. That's mind, body, and soul food. I see red, then I go through. I ain't prideful, I got pride, but we breaking all of these road rules. Hey, little mama don't care, she a pop that ish. As long as they stare. And if she down on her luck, she'll throw it in the air. Only if they fair. It's a gift and a curse, we got too much pride. They can't help us, we got too much pride. They don't love us, we got too much pride. Ain't no one above us, we got too much pride. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
Moses, having survived 40 days and nights without food or sleep. It was in this
Yeah. What Abba has already said, it is happening and will happen. It is written. Okay, humble music.
Kwam Yasharala.
Been in the walk a couple years. Had to go back to the base. Fell off the path in Genesis. Yeah. Before the ship hit the nation. Abba's been teaching me patience. Really been good for my health. Cleaning my mind, I had to change. Taking some better still. Yeah. I got some brothers who look out for me. Keeping them close like an under teeth. Got my sons up under me. Block out the chatter and mumbling. Yahuwah said go, I see the green. Scripts on my mind, let freedom ring. 3 times a day we gotta sing. Sending up praise to Shemai. Some of my days be hard. I hit the gas on my engine. Some things that fell apart. Yahuwah has stated our vision. Hit to assist like I'm pimping. Only do faith, not wishes. We from the streets where it's gritty. See all the sheep in the trenches. Been in the walk a couple years. Had to go back to the base. Fell off the path in Genesis. Before the ship hit the nation. Abba's been teaching me patience. Really been good for my health. Cleaning my mind, I had to change. taking some better still. Yeah, our babies be steady crying. Okay. Brothers be daily dying. They do. Bruce say they for the people. Action be always lying. I only speak what I see. Okay. Separate tear from the weed. Right now. Repent for my past. Ruach be washing me. I'm giving them all of me. This is my testimony. I'm giving them all of me. This is a test. This is my testimony. I'm the best. This is my test. This is my testimony. I'm giving them all of me. Yeah. Been in the walk a couple years. Had to go back to the base. Fell off the path in Genesis. Yeah. Before the ships hit the nation. I've been teaching me patience. Really been good for my health. Cleaning my mind, I had to change. Taking some better still. Yeah.
I'm coming. Mommy, it hurts. Oh, no, baby.
Whole lot of gang. Still a lot of gang. I tell you about the photo. Never loving nothing but my semi-auto. You can never run before you grotto. But I was steady running for my cardo on auto. I tell you about my pussy. Let me tell you about my pussy. Don't nobody ever wanna be me. Jehovah could protect me from my pussy.
Before Christ, my motives was blue. Bagged out, living wild, my photos was to divide and subtract the enemies. Turn 4 into 2. Greeted with hood handshakes like low, what it do? Presidential pen chances for elegant funds. Long nose on a strap, that's an elephant gun. And if you saw it, you was fooled, it's a pelican's tongue. You see piranhas love water, it's medicine. I'm in the word like a syllable now. Dominion over the earth's cattle, this cannon, it'll syllable down. A center flawed is now the living synagogue. You don't believe, don't get involved, just send your God. I promise I'll send them off. He gone, I ain't just talking either. Walk with me, you'll often see the Father lead me off to feed the fallen sheep, recalling fever. I'm sick of sickness, ironically on the mic I'm ill. The word of God will kill you, it's kinda like taking 90 pills, for real.
I tell you about the photo. Never loving nothing but my semi-auto. You can never run before you grotto. But I was steady running for my cardo on auto. I tell you about my pussy. Let me tell you about my pussy. Don't nobody ever wanna be me. Jehovah could protect me from my pussy. Click. Jehovah Rapha, I repent to you. I know what me living poisonous meant to you. And mama said me and the homies gotta change for them quarter-sized bullets to part and knocking some sense in you. Before God put the brick up, homie, bust down. It's a long night and it's on sight. When I touch down, homie, duck down. Put the order up, it's a rush now. Every bit of chicken getting plucked now. Hear that blocker. It's a whole lot of gun sound. God, I thank you for deliverance. Trying to go harder, God forgive me for my impotence. I remember seeing bodies dropping for their ignorance. And I could tell you of a million instances. I tell you about the way it used to go down. Somebody wanna shake weight. Violent gorillas, it's like I'm moving with great apes. Bullets the size of hammers. Coroner is tripping cause he don't know if he removing a bullet or a shake weight. I'm telling you before God, that's the way I might have handled the hater before God. Forever loving my squad, never thugging but loving the enemy is my job. I tell you about the photo. Never loving nothing but my semi-auto. You can never run before you Rondo, but I was steady running from my condo on auto. I tell you about my blessings. Let me tell you about my blessings. Whole lot of gang, I was born into the Hoover, come and get me. Still not a gang.
All praise to the Most High, Kal Halal Ha'abah. Kwam Yasharala. Blessings, honor, glory, and power be to him that sits upon the throne and to the Lamb forever and ever. We the children of Israel, proving that we are the Israelites from Africa, not the Middle East. Yay, yay!